LETTER XV OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XV. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Curse upon my stars! Disappointed again! It was about 8 when I arrived at Smith's. The woman was in the shop. So, old acquaintance, how do you now? I know my love is above. Let her be acquainted that I am here, waiting for admission to her presence, and can take no denial. Tell her that I will approach her with the most respectful duty, and in whose company she pleases, and I will not touch the hem of her garment without her leave. Indeed, Sir, you are mistaken. The lady is not in this house, nor near it. I'll see that. Will, beckoning him to me, and whispering, see if thou canst any way find out, without losing sight of the door, lest she should be below stairs, if she be in the neighbourhood, if not within. Will bowed and went off. Up went I without further ceremony, attended now only by the good woman. I went into each apartment, except that which was locked before, and was now also locked, and I called to my Clarissa in the voice of love, but by the still silence was convinced she was not there. Yet on the strength of my intelligence, I doubted not but she was in the house. I then went up 2 pairs of stairs, and looked round the first room, but no Miss Harlowe. And who, pray, is in this room? Stopping at the door of another. A widow gentlewoman, Sir, Mrs. Lovick. O my dear Mrs. Lovick, said I am intimately acquainted with Mrs. Lovick's character from my cousin John Belford. I must see Mrs. Lovick by all means. Good Mrs. Lovick, open the door. She did. Your servant, Madam. Be so good as to excuse me. You have heard my story. You are an admirer of the most excellent woman in the world. Dear Mrs. Lovick, tell me what is become of her. The poor lady, Sir, went out yesterday, on purpose to avoid you. How so? She knew not that I would be here. She was afraid you would come, when she heard you were recovered from your illness. Ah, Sir, what pity it is that so fine a gentleman should make such ill returns, for God's goodness to him! You are an excellent woman, Mrs. Lovick. I know that, by my cousin John Belford's account of you. And Miss Clarissa Harlowe is an angel. Miss Harlowe is indeed an angel, replied she, and soon will be company for angels. No jesting with such a woman as this, Jack. Tell me of a truth, good Mrs. Lovick, where I may see this dear lady. Upon my soul, I will neither fright nor offend her. I will only beg of her to hear me speak for 1/2 of an hour, and if she will have it so, I will never trouble her more. Sir, said the widow, it would be death for her to see you. She was at home last night, I'll tell you truth, but fitter to be in bed all day. She came home, she said, to die. And if she could not avoid your visit, she was unable to fly from you, and believed she should die in your presence. And yet go out again this morning early? How can that be, widow? Why, Sir, she rested not 2 hours for fear of you. Her fear gave her strength, which she'll suffer for, when that fear is over. And finding herself, the more she thought of your visit, the less able to stay to receive it, she took chair, and is gone nobody knows whither. But I believe she intended to be carried to the water side, in order to take boat, for she cannot bear a coach. It extremely incommoded her yesterday. But before we talk any further, said I, if she be gone abroad, you can have no objection to my looking into every apartment above and below, because I am told she is actually in the house. Indeed, Sir, she is not. You may satisfy yourself, if you please. But Mrs. Smith and I waited on her to her chair. We were forced to support her, she was so weak. She said, Whither can I go, Mrs. Lovick? Whither can I go, Mrs. Smith? Cruel, cruel man! Tell him I call him so, if he come again. God give him that peace which he denies me. Sweet creature, cried I, and looked down, and took out my handkerchief. The widow wept. I wish, said she, I had never known so excellent a lady, and so great a sufferer. I love her as my own child. Mrs. Smith wept. I then gave over the hope of seeing her for this time. I was extremely chagrined at my disappointment, and at the account they gave of her ill health. Would to Heaven, said I, she would put it in my power to repair her wrongs. I have been an ungrateful wretch to her. I need not tell you, Mrs. Lovick, how much I have injured her, nor how much she suffers by her relations. Implacableness, Mrs. Smith, that cuts her to the heart. Her family is the most implacable family on earth; and the dear creature, in refusing to see me, and to be reconciled to me, shows her relation to them a little too plainly. O Sir, said the widow, not one syllable of what you say belongs to this lady. I never saw so sweet a temper. She is always accusing herself, and excusing her relations. And as to you, Sir, she forgives you. She wishes you well. And happier than you will let her die in peace, 'tis all she wishes for. You don't look like a hard-hearted gentleman. How can you thus hunt and persecute a poor lady, whom none of her relations will look upon? It makes my heart bleed for her. And then she wept again. Mrs. Smith wept also. My seat grew uneasy to me. I shifted to another several times. And what Mrs. Lovick further said, and showed me, made me still more uneasy. Bad as the poor lady was last night, said she transcribed into her book a meditation on your persecuting her thus. I have a copy of it. If I thought it would have any effect, I would read it to you. Let me read it myself, Mrs. Lovick. She gave it to me. It has an Harlowe spirited title, and from a forgiving spirit, intolerable. I desired to take it with me. She consented, on condition that I showed it to Squire Belford. So here, Mr. Squire Belford, thou mayest read it, if thou wilt. On being hunted after by the enemy of my soul. Monday, August 21. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man, who imagines mischief in his heart. He hath sharpened his tongue like a serpent. Adder's poison is under his lips. Keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from the violent man, who hath purposed to overthrow my goings. He hath hid a snare for me. He hath spread a net by the wayside. He hath set gins for me in the way wherein I walked. Keep me from the snares which he hath laid for me, and the gins of this worker of iniquity. The enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me dwell in darkness, as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. Hide not thy face from me in the day when I am in trouble. For my days are consumed like smoke, and my bones are burnt as the hearth. My heart is smitten and withered like grass, so that I forget to eat my bread. By reason of the voice of my groaning, my bones cleave to my skin. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I am like an owl of the desert. I watch, and am as a sparrow alone upon the housetop. I have eaten ashes like bread, and mingled my drink with weeping, because of thine indignation and thy wrath, for thou hast lifted me up, and cast me down. My days are like a shadow that declineth, and I am withered like grass. Grant not, O Lord, the desires of the wicked. Further not his devices, lest he exalt himself.
Why now, Mrs. Lovick, said I, when I had read this meditation, as she called it.
I think I am very severely treated by the lady, if she mean me in all this. For how is it that I am the enemy of her soul, when I love her both soul and body? She says that I am a violent man, and a wicked man. That I have been so, I own. But I repent, and only wish to have it in my power to repair the injuries I have done her. The gin, the snare, the net, mean matrimony, I suppose. But is it a crime in me to wish to marry her? Would any other woman think it so? And choose to become a pelican in the wilderness, or a lonely sparrow on the housetop, rather than have a mate that would chirp about her all day and all night? She says she has eaten ashes like bread, a sad mistake to be sure, and mingled her drink with weeping. Sweet maudlin soul! Should I say of any body confessing this but Miss Harlowe? She concludes with praying, that the desires of the wicked, meaning poor me, I doubt, may not be granted, that my devices may not be furthered, lest I exalt myself. I should undoubtedly exalt myself, and with reason, could I have the honour and the blessing of such a wife. And if my desires have so honourable an end, I know not why I should be called wicked, and why I should not be allowed to hope that my honest devices may be furthered, that I may exalt myself. But here, Mrs. Lovick, let me ask, as something is undoubtedly meant by the lonely sparrow on the housetop, is not the dear creature at this very instant, tell me truly, concealed in Mrs. Smith's cockloft? What say you, Mrs. Lovick? What say you, Mrs. Smith, to this? They assured me to the contrary, and that she was actually abroad, and they knew not where. Thou seest, Jack, that I would fain have diverted the chagrin given me not only by the women's talk, but by this collection of scripture texts drawn up in array against me. Several other whimsical and light things I said, all I had for it, with the same view. But the widow would not let me come off so. She stuck to me, and gave me, as I told thee, a good deal of uneasiness, by her sensible and serious expostulations. Mrs. Smith put in now and then, and the two jack-pudding fellows, John and Joseph, not being present, I had no provocation to turn the conversation into a farce. And at last they both joined warmly to endeavour to prevail upon me to give up all thoughts of seeing the lady. But I could not hear of that. On the contrary, I besought Mrs. Smith to let me have one of her rooms, but till I could see her; and were it but for 1, 2, or 3 days, I would pay a year's rent for it, and quit it the moment the interview was over. But they desired to be excused, and were sure the lady would not come to the house till I was gone, were it for a month. This pleased me; for I found they did not think her so very ill as they would have me believe her to be. But I took no notice of the slip, because I would not guard them against more of the like. In short, I told them, I must and would see her, but that it should be with all the respect and veneration that heart could pay to excellence like her's; and that I would go round to all the churches in London and Westminster, where there were prayers or service, from sun rise to sun set, and haunt their house like a ghost, till I had the opportunity my soul panted after. This I bid them tell her; and thus ended our serious conversation. I took leave of them, and went down; and, stepping into my chair, caused myself to be carried to Lincoln's Inn, and walked in the gardens till the chapel was opened; and then I went in, and staid prayers, in hopes of seeing the dear creature enter; but to no purpose: and yet I prayed most devoutly that she might be conducted thither, either by my good angel or her own: and indeed I burned more than ever with impatience to be once more permitted to kneel at the feet of this adorable woman; and had I met her, or espied her in the chapel, it is my firm belief, that I should not have been able, though it had been in the midst of the sacred office, and in the presence of thousands, to have forborne prostration to her, and even clamorous supplication for her forgiveness. A Christian act; the exercise of it therefore worthy of the place. After service was over, I stept into my chair again, and once more was carried to Smith's, in hopes I might have surprised her there: but no such happiness for thy friend. I staid in the back shop an hour and an half by my watch, and again underwent a good deal of preachment from the women. John was mainly civil to me now, won over a little by my serious talk, and the honour I professed for the lady. They all three wished matters could be made up between us; but still insisted that she could never get over her illness, and that her heart was broken: a cue, I suppose, they had from you. While I was there, a letter was brought by a particular hand. They seemed very solicitous to hide it from me, which made me suspect it was for her. I desired to be suffered to cast an eye upon the seal, and the superscription, promising to give it back to them unopened. Looking upon it, I told them I knew the hand and seal. It was from her sister; and I hoped it would bring her news that she would be pleased with. They joined most heartily in the same hope; and giving the letter to them again, I civilly took leave, and went away. But I will be there again presently; for I fancy my courteous behaviour to these women will, on their report of it, procure me the favour I so earnestly covet: and so I will leave my letter unsealed, to tell thee the event of my next visit at Smith's. Thy servant just calling, I sent thee this, and will soon follow it by another. Mean time, I long to hear how poor Belton is; to whom my best wishes. End of Letter XV. Letter XVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XVI. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, August 22. I have been under such concern for the poor man, whose exit I almost hourly expect, and at the shocking scenes his illness and his agonies exhibit, that I have been only able to make memoranda of the melancholy passages, from which to draw up a more perfect account for the instruction of us all, when the writing appetite shall return. It is returned! Indignation has revived it, on receipt of thy letters of Sunday and yesterday, by which I have reason to reproach thee in very serious terms, that thou hast not kept thy honour with me; and if thy breach of it be attended with such effects as I fear it will be, I shall let thee know more of my mind on this head. If thou wouldst be thought in earnest in thy wishes to move the poor lady in thy favour, thy ludicrous behaviour at Smith's, when it comes to be represented to her, will have a very consistent appearance. Will it not? I will indeed confirm in her opinion, that the grave is more to be wished for, by one of her serious and pious turn, than a husband incapable either of reflection or remorse, just recovered, as thou art, from a dangerous, at least a sharp turn. I am extremely concerned for the poor unprotected lady. She was so excessively low and weak on Saturday, that I could not be admitted to her speech; and to be driven out of her lodgings, when it was fitter for her to be in bed, is such a piece of cruelty, as he only could be guilty of who could act as thou hast done by such an angel. Canst thou thyself say, on reflection, that it has not the look of a wicked and hardened sportiveness in thee, for the sake of a wanton humour only, since it can answer no end that thou proposest to thyself, but the direct contrary, to hunt from place to place a poor lady who, like a harmless deer, that has already a barbed shaft in her breast, seeks only a refuge from thee in the shades of death? But I will leave this matter upon thy own conscience, to paint thee such a scene from my memoranda, as thou perhaps wilt be moved by more effectually than by any other; because it is such a one as thou thyself must one day be a principal actor in, and, as I thought, hadst very lately in apprehension; and is the last scene of one of thy more intimate friends, who has been for the 4 past days labouring in the agonies of death. For, Lovelace, let this truth, this undoubted truth, be engraved on thy memory, in all thy gaieties, that the life we are so fond of is hardly life, a mere breathing space only, and that, at the end of its longest date, thou must die as well as Belton. Thou knowest by Tourville what we had done as to the poor man's worldly affairs, and that we had got his unhappy sister to come and live with him. Little did we think him so very near to his end. And so I will proceed to tell thee, that when I arrived at his house on Saturday night, I found him excessively ill, but just raised, and in his elbow chair, held up by his nurse and Mowbray, the roughest and most untouched creature that ever entered a sick man's chamber, while the maid servants were trying to make that bed easier for him which he was to return to. His mind 10 times uneasier than that could be, and the true cause that the down was no softer to him. He had so much longed to see me, as I was told by his sister, whom I sent for down to inquire how he was, that they all rejoiced when I entered. Here, said Mowbray, here, Tommy, is honest Jack Belford. Where, where? Said the poor man. I hear his voice, cried Mowbray. He is coming up stairs. In a transport of joy, he would have raised himself at my entrance, but had like to have pitched out of the chair, and when recovered, called me his best friend, his kindest friend, but burst into a flood of tears. O Jack! O Belford! said he, see the way I am in! See how weak! So much, and so soon reduced! Do you know me? Do you know your poor friend Belton? You are not so much altered, my dear Belton, as you think you are. But I see you are weak, very weak, and I am sorry for it. Weak, weak indeed, my dearest Belford, said he, and weaker in mind, if possible, than in body, and wept bitterly, for I should not thus unman myself. I, who never feared any thing, to be forced to show myself such a nursling! I am quite ashamed of myself. But don't despise me, dear Belford, don't despise me, I beseech thee. I ever honoured a man that could weep for the distresses of others, and ever shall, said I, and such a one cannot be insensible of his own. However, I could not help being visibly moved at the poor fellow's emotion. Now, said the brutal Mowbray, do I think thee insufferable, Jack? Our poor friend is already a peg too low, and here thou art letting him down lower and lower still. This soothing of him in his dejected moments, and joining thy womanish tears with his, is not the way. I am sure it is not. If our Lovelace were here, he'd tell thee so. Thou art an impenetrable creature, replied I, unfit to be present at a scene, the terrors of which thou wilt not be able to feel till thou feelest them in thyself. And then, if thou hadst time for feeling, my life for thine, thou behavest as pitifully as those thou thinkest most pitiful. Then turning to the poor sick man, tears, my dear Belton, are no signs of an unmanly, but contrarily of a humane nature. They ease the overcharged heart, which would burst but for that kindly and natural relief. Give sorrow words, says Shakespeare. The grief that does not speak, whispers the o'erfraught heart, and bids it break. I know, my dear Belton, thou used to take pleasure in repetitions from the poets, but thou must be tasteless of their beauties now. Yet be not discountenanced by this uncouth and unreflecting Mowbray, for, as Juvenal says, tears are the prerogative of manhood. 'Tis at least seasonably said, my dear Belford. It is kind to keep me in countenance for this womanish weakness, as Mowbray has been upbraidingly calling it, ever since he has been with me; and in so doing, whatever I might have thought in such high health as he enjoys, has convinced me, that bottle friends feel nothing but what moves in that little circle. Well, well, proceed in your own way, Jack. I love my friend Belton as well as you can do; yet, for the blood of me, I cannot but think that soothing a man's weakness is increasing it. If it be a weakness, to be touched at great and concerning events, in which our humanity is concerned, said I, thou mayest be right. I have seen many a man, said the rough creature, going up Holborn Hill, that has behaved more like a man than either of you. Ay, but Mowbray, replied the poor man, those wretches have not had their minds enervated by such infirmities of body as I have long laboured under. Thou art a shocking fellow, and ever wert. But to be able to remember nothing in these moments but what reproaches me, and to know that I cannot hold it long, and what may then be my lot, if... But interrupting himself, and turning to me, give me thy pity, Jack. 'Tis balm to my wounded soul. And let Mowbray sit indifferent enough to the pangs of a dying friend, to laugh at us both. The hardened fellow then retired, with the air of a Lovelace, only more stupid, yawning and stretching, instead of humming a tune as thou didst at Smith's. I assisted to get the poor man into bed.
He was so weak and low, that he could not bear the fatigue, and fainted away; and I verily thought was quite gone. But recovering, and his doctor coming, and advising to keep him quiet, I retired, and joined Mowbray in the garden, who took more delight to talk of the living Lovelace and levities, than of the dying Belton and his repentance. I just saw him again on Saturday night, before I went to bed, which I did early; for I was surfeited with Mowbray's frothy insensibility, and could not bear him. It is such a horrid thing to think of, that a man who had lived in such strict terms of what shall I call it? With another, the proof does not come out so as to say friendship, who had pretended so much love for him, could not bear to be out of his company, would ride 100 miles on end to enjoy it, and would fight for him, be the cause right or wrong, yet now could be so little moved to see him in such misery of body and mind, as to be able to rebuke him, and rather ridicule than pity him, because he was more affected by what he felt than he had seen a malefactor, hardened perhaps by liquor, and not softened by previous sickness, on his going to execution. This put me strongly in mind of what the divine Miss Harlowe once said to me, talking of friendship, and what my friendship to you required of me. Depend upon it, Mr. Belford, said she, that one day you will be convinced that what you call friendship is chaff and stubble, and that nothing is worthy of that sacred name that has not virtue for its base. Sunday morning I was called up at 6 o'clock, at the poor man's earnest request, and found him in a terrible agony. O Jack, Jack, said he, looking wildly, as if he had seen a spectre, come nearer me. Dear, dear Belford, save me. Then clasping my arm with both his hands, and rearing up his head towards me, his eyes strangely rolling, save me, dear Belford, save me, repeated he. I put my other arm about him. Save you from what, my dear Belton? Said I. Save you from what? Nothing shall hurt you. What must I save you from? Recovering from his terror, he sunk down again. O save me from myself, said he. Save me from my own reflections. O dear Jack, what a thing it is to die, and not to have one comfortable reflection to revolve! What would I give for 1 year of my past life, only 1 year, and to have the same sense of things that I now have? I tried to comfort him as well as I could; but free livers to free livers are sorry death-bed comforters; and he broke in upon me. O my dear Belford, said he, I am told, and I have heard you ridiculed for it, that the excellent Miss Harlowe has wrought a conversion in you. May it be so! You are a man of sense. O may it be so! Now is your time, now that you are in full vigour of mind and body. But your poor Belton, alas! Your poor Belton kept his vices till they left him, and see the miserable effects in debility of mind and despondency. Were Mowbray here, and were he to laugh at me, I would own that this is the cause of my despair, that God's justice cannot let his mercy operate for my comfort. For, oh! I have been very, very wicked, and have despised the offers of his grace, till he has withdrawn it from me for ever. I used all the arguments I could think of to give him consolation; and what I said had such an effect upon him as to quiet his mind for the greatest part of the day. And in a lucid hour his memory served him to repeat these lines of Dryden, grasping my hand, and looking wistfully upon me. O that I less could fear to lose this being, which, like a snow ball in my coward hand, the more 'tis grasped, the faster melts away. In the afternoon of Sunday he was inquisitive after you, and your present behaviour to Miss Harlowe. I told him how you had been, and how light you made of it. Mowbray was pleased with your impenetrable hardness of heart, and said, Bob Lovelace was a good edge tool, and steel to the back; and such coarse but hearty praises he gave you, as an abandoned man might give, and only an abandoned man could wish to deserve. But hadst thou heard what the poor dying Belton said on this occasion, perhaps it would have made thee serious an hour or two at least. When poor Lovelace is brought, said he, to a sick bed, as I am now, and his mind forebodes that it is impossible he should recover, which his could not do in his late illness; if it had, he could not have behaved so lightly in it. When he revolves his past misspent life, his actions of offence to helpless innocence, in Miss Harlowe's case particularly, what then will he think of himself, or of his past actions? His mind debilitated, his strength turned into weakness, unable to stir or to move without help, not one ray of hope darting in upon his benighted soul, his conscience standing in the place of 1,000 witnesses, his pains excruciating, weary of the poor remnant of life he drags, yet dreading that in a few short hours his bad will be changed to worse, nay, to worst of all, and that worst of all to last beyond time and to all eternity. O Jack! What will he then think of the poor transitory gratifications of sense which now engage all his attention? Tell him, dear Belford, tell him, how happy he is, if he know his own dying happiness! How happy, compared to his poor dying friend, that he has recovered from his illness, and has still an opportunity lent him, for which I would give 1,000 worlds, had I them to give! I approved exceedingly of his reflections, as suited to his present circumstances, and inferred consolations to him from a mind so properly touched. He proceeded in the like penitent strain. I have lived a very wicked life. So have we all. We have never made a conscience of doing whatever mischief either force or fraud enabled us to do. We have laid snares for the innocent heart, and have not scrupled by the too ready sword to extend, as occasions offered, the wrongs we did to the persons whom we had before injured in their dearest relations. But yet I flatter myself, sometimes, that I have less to answer for than either Lovelace or Mowbray. For I, by taking to myself that accursed deceiver from whom thou hast freed me, and who for years unknown to me was retaliating upon my own head some of the evils I had brought upon others, and retiring and living with her as a wife, was not party to half the mischiefs that I doubt they, and Tourville, and even you, Belford, committed. As to the ungrateful Thomasine, I hope I have met with my punishment in her. But, notwithstanding this, dost thou not think that such an action, and such an action, and such an action, and then he recapitulated several enormities, in the perpetration of which, led on by false bravery and the heat of youth and wine, we have all been concerned, dost thou not think that these villanies, let me call them now by their proper name, joined to the wilful and gloried in neglect of every duty that our better sense and education gave us to know were required of us as men and Christians, are not enough to weigh down my soul into despondency? Indeed, indeed they are. And now to hope for mercy, and to depend upon the efficacy of that gracious attribute, when that no less shining one of justice forbids me to hope, how can I? I, who have despised all warnings, and taken no advantage of the benefit I might have reaped from the lingering consumptive illness I have laboured under, but left all to the last stake, hoping for recovery against hope, and driving off repentance till that grace is denied me. For, oh, my dear Belford, I can now neither repent nor pray as I ought. My heart is hardened, and I can do nothing but despair. More he would have said; but, overwhelmed with grief and infirmity, he bowed his head upon his pangful bosom, endeavouring to hide from the sight of the hardened Mowbray, who just then entered the room, those tears which he could not restrain. Prefaced by a phlegmatic hem! Sad, very sad, truly, cried Mowbray, who sat himself down on one side of the bed, as I sat on the other, his eyes half closed, and his lips pouting out to his turned up nose, his chin curdled, to use one of thy descriptions, leaving one at a loss to know whether stupid drowsiness or intense contemplation had got most hold of him. An excellent, however uneasy lesson, Mowbray, said I. By my faith it is. It may one day, who knows how soon, be our own case. I thought of thy yawning fit, as described in thy letter of August 13th. For up started Mowbray, writhing and shaking himself as in an ague fit, his hands stretched over his head, with thy hoy 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 yawning, and then recovering himself, with another stretch and a shake, What o'clock? cried he, pulling out his watch, and stalking by long tiptoe strides through the room, down stairs he went, and meeting the maid in the passage, I heard him say, Betty, bring me a bumper of claret. Thy poor master, and this damned Belford, are enough to throw a Hercules into the vapours. Mowbray, after this, assuming himself in our friend's library, which is, as thou knowest, chiefly classical and dramatical, found out a passage in Lee's Oedipus, which he would needs have to be extremely apt, and in he came, full fraught with the notion of the courage it would give the dying man, and read it to him. 'Tis poetical and pretty. This is it. When the sun sets, shadows that showed at noon but small appear most long and terrible. So when we think fate hovers o'er our heads, our apprehensions shoot beyond all bounds. Owls, ravens, crickets, seem the watch of death. Nature's worst vermin scare her godlike sons. Echoes, the very leavings of a voice, grow babbling ghosts, and call us to our graves. Each molehill thought swells to a huge Olympus, while we, fantastic dreamers, heave and puff, and sweat with our imagination's weight. He expected praises for finding this out. But Belton, turning his head from him, Ah, Dick, said he, these are not the reflections of a dying man. What thou wilt one day feel, if it be what I now feel, will convince thee that the evils before thee and with thee are more than the effects of imagination. I was called twice on Sunday night to him; for the poor fellow, when his reflections on his past life annoy him most, is afraid of being left with the women; and his eyes, they tell me, hunt and roll about for me. Where's Mr. Belford? But I shall tire him out, cries he. Yet beg of him to step to me. Yet don't. Yet do, were once the doubting and changeful orders he gave, and they called me accordingly. But, alas! what could Belford do for him? Belford, who had been but too often the companion of his guilty hours; who wants mercy as much as he does, and is unable to promise it to himself, though 'tis all he can bid his poor friend rely upon. What miscreants are we! What figure shall we make in these terrible hours! If Miss Harlowe's glorious example on one hand, and the terrors of this poor man's last scene on the other, affect me not, I must be abandoned to perdition; as I fear thou wilt be, if thou benefitest not thyself from both. Among the consolatory things I urged, when I was called up the last time on Sunday night, I told him, that he must not absolutely give himself up to despair; that many of the apprehensions he was under were such as the best men must have, on the dreadful uncertainty of what was to succeed to this life. 'Tis well observed, said I, by a poetical divine, who was an excellent Christian, that death could not a more sad retinue find, sickness and pain before, and darkness all behind. The Reverend Mr. Norris, of Bremerton. About 8 o'clock yesterday, Monday morning, I found him a little calmer. He asked me who was the author of the 2 lines I had repeated to him, and made me speak them over again. A sad retinue indeed, said the poor man. And then, expressing his hopelessness of life, and his terrors at the thoughts of dying, and drawing from thence terrible conclusions with regard to his future state, there is, said I, such a natural aversion to death in human nature, that you are not to imagine that you, my dear Belton, are singular in the fear of it, and in the apprehensions that fill the thoughtful mind upon its approach: but you ought, as much as possible, to separate those natural fears which all men must have on so solemn an occasion, from those particular ones which your justly apprehended unfitness fills you with. Mr. Pomfret, in his Prospect of Death, which I dipped into last night from a collection in your closet, which I put into my pocket, says, and I turn to the place, merely to die no man of reason fears, for certainly we must, as we are born, return to dust. 'Tis the last point of many lingering years. But whither then we go, whither we fain would know, but human understanding cannot show, this makes us tremble. Mr. Pomfret, therefore, proceeded I, had such apprehensions of this dark state as you have; and the excellent divine I hinted at last night, who had very little else but human frailties to reproach himself with, and whose miscellanies fell into my hands among my uncle's books in my attendance on him in his last hours, says, it must be done, my soul; but 'tis a strange, a dismal, and mysterious change, when thou shalt leave this tenement of clay, and to an unknown somewhere wing away; when time shall be eternity, and thou shalt be thou knowest not what, and live thou knowest not how. Amazing state! No wonder that we dread to think of death, or view the dead. Thou art all wrapt up in clouds, as if to thee our very knowledge had antipathy. Then follows what I repeated. Death could not a more sad retinue find, sickness and pain before, and darkness all behind. Alas! my dear Belford, inferred the unhappy deep thinker, what poor creatures does this convince me we mortals are at best! But what then must be the case of such a profligate as I, who by a past wicked life have added greater force to these natural terrors? If death be so repugnant a thing to human nature, that good men will be startled at it, what must it be to one who has lived a life of sense and appetite, nor ever reflected upon the end which I now am within view of? What could I say to an inference so fairly drawn? Mercy, mercy, unbounded mercy, was still my plea, though his repeated opposition of justice to it in a manner silenced that plea. And what would I have given to have had rise in my mind one good, eminently good action to have remembered him of, in order to combat his fears with it? I believe, Lovelace, I shall tire thee, and that more with the subject of my letter, than even with the length of it. But really, I think thy spirits are so offensively up since thy recovery, that I ought, as the melancholy subjects offer, to endeavour to reduce thee to the standard of humanity, by expatiating upon them. And then thou canst not but be curious to know every thing that concerns the poor man, for whom thou hast always expressed a great regard. I will therefore proceed as I have begun. If thou likest not to read it now, lay it by, if thou wilt, till the like circumstances befall thee, till like reflections from those circumstances seize thee, and then take it up, and compare the 2 cases together. At his earnest request, I sat up with him last night; and, poor man, it is impossible to tell thee how easy and safe he thought himself in my company for the first part of the night. A drowning man will catch at a straw, the proverb well says; and a straw was I, with respect to any real help I could give him. He often awaked in terrors, and once calling out for me, Dear Belford, said he, where are you? Oh! there you are! Give me your friendly hand. Then grasping it, and putting his clammy half cold lips to it, how kind! I fear every thing when you are absent. But the presence of a friend, a sympathizing friend, oh! how comfortable! But about 4 in the morning he frighted me much. He waked with 3 terrible groans, and endeavoured to speak, but could not presently: and when he did, Jack! 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 5 or 6 times repeated he, as quick as thought. Now! 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 Save me! Save me! Save me! I am going indeed! I threw my arms about him, and raised him upon his pillow, as he was sinking, as if to hide himself in the bed clothes, and staring wildly, Where am I? said he, a little recovering. Did you not see him? Turning his head this way and that, horror in his countenance. Did you not see him? See whom? See what, my dear Belton? O lay me upon the bed again, cried he. Let me not die upon the floor. Lay me down gently, and stand by me. Leave me not. All will soon be over. You are already, my dear Belton, upon the bed. You have not been upon the floor. This is a strong delirium. You are faint for want of refreshment. For he had refused several times to take any thing. Let me persuade you to take some of this cordial julep. I will leave you if you will not oblige me. He then readily took it; but said he could have sworn that Tom Metcalfe had been in the room, and had drawn him out of bed by the throat, upbraiding him with the injuries he had first done his sister and then him, in the duel to which he owed that fever which cost him his life. Thou knowest the story, Lovelace, too well, to need my repeating it. But mercy on us, if in these terrible moments all the evils we do rise to our frighted imaginations! If so, what shocking scenes have I, but still what more shocking ones hast thou, to go through, if, as the noble poet says, if any sense at that sad time remains! The doctor ordered him an opiate this morning early, which operated so well, that he dozed and slept several hours more quietly than he had done for the 2 past days and nights, though he had sleeping draughts given him before. But it is more and more evident every hour that nature is almost worn out in him. Mowbray, quite tired with this house of mourning, intends to set out in the morning to find you. He was not a little rejoiced to hear you were in town, I believe to have a pretence to leave us. He has just taken leave of his poor friend, intending to go away early; an everlasting leave, I may venture to say, for I think he will hardly live till to-morrow night. I believe the poor man would not have been sorry had he left him when I arrived, for 'tis a shocking creature, and enjoys too strong health to know how to pity the sick. Then, to borrow an observation from thee, he has by nature strong bodily organs, which those of his soul are not likely to whet out; and he, as well as the wicked friend he is going to, may last a great while from the strength of their constitutions, though so greatly different in their talents, if neither the sword nor the halter interpose. I must repeat, that I cannot but be very uneasy for the poor lady whom you so cruelly persecute, and that I do not think that you have kept your honour with me. I was apprehensive indeed that you would attempt to see her as soon as you got well enough to come up; and I told her as much, making use of it as an argument to prepare her for your visit, and to induce her to stand it. But she could not, it is plain, bear the shock of it; and indeed she told me that she would not see you, though but for 1/2 hour, for the world. Could she have prevailed upon herself, I know that the sight of her would have been as affecting to you as your visit could have been to her, when you had seen to what a lovely skeleton, for she is really lovely still, nor can she, with such a form and features, be otherwise, you have, in a few weeks, reduced one of the most charming women in the world, and that in the full bloom of her youth and beauty. Mowbray undertakes to carry this, that he may be more welcome to you, he says. Were it to be sent unsealed, the characters we write in would be Hebrew to the dunce. I desire you to return it, and I'll give you a copy of it upon demand; for I intend to keep it by me, as a guard against the infection of your company, which might otherwise, perhaps, some time hence, be apt to weaken the impressions I always desire to have of the awful scene before me. God convert us both! End of Letter XVI.
Letter XVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XVII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday morning, 11 o'clock. I believe no man has 2 such servants as I have. Because I treat them with kindness, and do not lord it over my inferiors, and damn and curse them by looks and words, like Mowbray, or beat their teeth out, like Lovelace,
but cry, Pr'ythee, Harry, do this, and Pr'ythee, Jonathan, do that. The fellows pursue their own devices, and regard nothing I say, but what falls in with these. Here this vile Harry, who might have brought your letter of yesterday in good time, came not in with it till past 11 at night, drunk, I suppose, and concluding that I was in bed, as he pretends, because he was told I sat up the preceding night, brought it not to me, and having overslept himself, just as I had sealed up my letter, in comes the villain with the forgotten one, shaking his ears, and looking as if he himself did not believe the excuses he was going to make. I questioned him about it, and heard his pitiful pleas; and though I never think it becomes a gentleman to treat people insolently, who by their stations are humbled beneath his feet, yet could I not forbear to Lovelace and Mowbray him most cordially. And this detaining Mowbray, who was ready to set out to you before, while I write a few lines upon it, the fierce fellow, who is impatient to exchange the company of a dying Belton for that of a too lively Lovelace, affixed a supplement of curses upon the staring fellow that was larger than my book. Nor did I offer to take off the bear from such a mongrel, since, on this occasion, he deserved not of me the protection which every master owes to a good servant. He has not done cursing him yet; for, stalking about the court yard with his boots on, the poor fellow dressing his horse, and unable to get from him, he is at him without mercy. And I will heighten his impatience, since, being just under the window where I am writing, he will not let me attend to my pen, by telling you how he fills my ears, as well as the fellow's, with his Hey, Sir, and God damn ye, Sir, and were ye my servant, ye dog ye, and must I stay here till the midday sun scorches me to a parchment, for such a mangy dog's drunken neglect? Ye lie, sirrah, ye lie, I tell you. I hear the fellow's voice in an humble excusatory tone, though not articulately. Ye lie, ye dog. I'd a good mind to thrust my whip down your drunken throat, damn me, if I would not flay the skin from the back of such a rascal if thou wert mine, and have dog-skin gloves made of it, for thy brother scoundrels to wear in remembrance of thy abuses of such a master. The poor horse suffers for this, I doubt not, for What now? And stand still and be damned to ye, cries the fellow, with a kick, I suppose, which he better deserves himself; for these varlets, where they can, are Mowbrays and Lovelaces to man or beast, and not daring to answer him, is flaying the poor horse. I hear the fellow is just escaped, the horse better curried than ordinary, I suppose, in half the usual time, by his clanking shoes, and Mowbray's silence, letting me know that I may now write on: and so I will tell thee that, in the first place, little as I, as well as you, regard dreams, I would have thee lay thine to heart; for I could give thee such an interpretation of it as would shock thee, perhaps, and if thou askest me for it, I will. Mowbray calls to me from the court yard, that 'tis a cursed hot day, and he shall be fried by riding in the noon of it, and that poor Belton longs to see me. So I will only add my earnest desire, that you will give over all thoughts of seeing the lady, if, when this comes to your hand, you have not seen her; and that it would be kind if you'd come, and, for the last time you will ever see your poor friend, share my concern for him; and in him see what in a little time will be your fate and mine, and that of Mowbray, Tourville, and the rest of us. For what are 10, 15, 20, or 30 years to look back to, in the longest of which periods forward we shall all perhaps be mingled with the dust from which we sprung? End of Letter XVII. Letter XVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XVIII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday morning, August 23. All alive, dear Jack, and in ecstasy, likely to be once more a happy man; for I have received a letter from my beloved Miss Harlowe, in consequence, I suppose, of that which I mentioned in my last to be left for her from her sister; and I am setting out for Berks directly, to show the contents to my Lord M., and to receive the congratulations of all my kindred upon it. I went last night, as I intended, to Smith's; but the dear creature was not returned at near 10 o'clock; and lighting upon Tourville, I took him home with me, and made him sing me out of my megrims. I went to bed tolerably easy at 2, had bright and pleasant dreams, not such of a frightful one as that I gave thee an account of; and at 8 this morning, as I was dressing, to be in readiness against the return of my fellow, whom I had sent to inquire after the lady, I had the following letter brought to me by a chairman. To Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday night, 11 o'clock, August 22. Sir, I have good news to tell you. I am setting out with all diligence for my father's house. I am bid to hope that he will receive his poor penitent with a goodness peculiar to himself: for I am overjoyed with the assurance of a thorough reconciliation, through the interposition of a dear blessed friend, whom I always loved and honoured. I am so taken up with my preparation for this joyful and long wished for journey, that I cannot spare one moment for any other business, having several matters of the last importance to settle first. So pray, Sir, don't disturb or interrupt me. I beseech you don't. You may possibly in time see me at my father's, at least if it be not your own fault. I will write a letter, which shall be sent you, when I am got thither and received, till when I am, etc. Clarissa Harlowe. I dispatched instantly a letter to the dear creature, assuring her, with the most thankful joy, that I would directly set out for Berks, and wait the issue of the happy reconciliation, and the charming hopes she had filled me with. I poured out upon her 1,000 blessings. I declared that it should be the study of my whole life to merit such transcendent goodness, and that there was nothing which her father or friends should require at my hands that I would not for her sake comply with, in order to promote and complete so desirable a reconciliation. I hurried it away without taking a copy of it, and I have ordered the chariot and 6 to be got ready. And hey for M. Hall! Let me but know how Belton does. I hope a letter from thee is on the road. And if the poor fellow can spare thee, make haste, I command thee, to attend this truly divine lady. Thou mayest not else see her of months perhaps, at least not while she is Miss Harlowe. And oblige me, if possible, with one letter before she sets out, confirming to me and accounting for this generous change. But what accounting for it is necessary? The dear creature cannot receive consolation herself, but she must communicate it to others. How noble! She would not see me in her adversity: but no sooner does the sun of prosperity begin to shine upon her, than she forgives me. I know to whose mediation all this is owing. It is to Colonel Morden's. She always, as she says, loved and honoured him; and he loved her above all his relations. I shall now be convinced that there is something in dreams. The opening cloud is the reconciliation in view. The bright form, lifting up my charmer through it to a firmament stuck round with golden cherubims and seraphims, indicates the charming little boys and girls that will be the fruits of this happy reconciliation. The welcomes, thrice repeated, are those of her family, now no more to be deemed implacable. Yet are they family too, that my soul cannot mingle with. But then what is my tumbling over and over through the floor into a frightful hole, descending as she ascends? Ho! Only this! It alludes to my disrelish to matrimony, which is a bottomless pit, a gulf, and I know not what. And I suppose, had I not awoke in such a plaguy fright, I had been soused into some river at the bottom of the hole, and then been carried, mundified or purified from my past iniquities, by the same bright form, waiting for me upon the mossy banks, to my beloved girl; and we should have gone on cherubiming of it, and carolling to the end of the chapter. But what are the black sweeping mantles and robes of Lord M. thrown over my face? And what are those of the ladies? O Jack! I have these too. They indicate nothing in the world, but that my lord will be so good as to die, and leave me all he has. So, rest to thy good-natured soul, honest Lord M. Lady Sarah Sadleir and Lady Betty Lawrance will also die, and leave me swinging legacies. Miss Charlotte and her sister, what will become of them? Oh! They will be in mourning, of course, for their uncle and aunts. That's right. As to Morden's flashing through the window and crying, Die, Lovelace, and be damned, if thou wilt not repair my cousin's wrong, that is only that he would have sent me a challenge, had I not been disposed to do the lady justice. All I dislike is this part of the dream; for even in a dream I would not be thought to be threatened into any measure, though I liked it ever so well. And so much for my prophetic dream. Dear charming creature, what a meeting will there be between her and her father and mother and uncles! What transports, what pleasure, will this happy, long wished for reconciliation give her dutiful heart! And indeed now methinks I am glad she is so dutiful to them; for her duty to her parents is a conviction to me that she will be as dutiful to her husband, since duty upon principle is an uniform thing. Why, pr'ythee now, Jack, I have not been so much to blame as thou thinkest; for had it not been for me, who have led her into so much distress, she could neither have received nor given the joy that will now overwhelm them all. So here rises great and durable good out of temporary evil. I know they loved her, the pride and glory of their family, too well to hold out long. I wish I could have seen Arabella's letter. She has always been so much eclipsed by her sister, that I dare say she has signified this reconciliation to her with intermingled phlegm and wormwood, and her invitation must certainly runs all in the Rockwater style. I shall long to see the promised letter too, when she is got to her father's, which I hope will give an account of the reception she will meet with. There is a solemnity, however, I think, in the style of her letter, which pleases and affects me at the same time. But as it is evident she loves me still, and hopes soon to see me at her father's, she could not help being a little solemn, and half ashamed, dear blushing pretty rogue, to own her love, after my usage of her. And then her subscription, till when I am Clarissa Harlowe; as much as to say after that, I shall be, if not to your own fault, Clarissa Lovelace. O my best love! My ever generous and adorable creature! How much does this thy forgiving goodness exalt us both! Me, for the occasion given thee; thee, for turning it so gloriously to thy advantage, and to the honour of both. And if, my beloved creature, you will but connive at the imperfections of your adorer, and not play the wife with me; if, while the charms of novelty have their force with me, I should happen to be drawn aside by the love of intrigue, and of plots that my soul delights to form and pursue; and if thou wilt not be open eyed to the follies of my youth, a transitory state, every excursion shall serve but the more to endear thee to me, till in time, and in a very little time too, I shall get above sense; and then, charmed by thy soul attracting converse, and brought to despise my former courses, what I now, at distance, consider as a painful duty, will be my joyful choice, and all my delight will centre in thee. Mowbray is just arrived with thy letters. I therefore close my agreeable subject, to attend to one which I doubt will be very shocking. I have engaged the rough varlet to bear me company in the morning to Berks, where I shall file off the rust he has contracted in his attendance upon the poor fellow. He tells me that, between the dying Belton and the preaching Belford, he shan't be his own man these 3 days; and says that thou addest to the unhappy fellow's weakness, instead of giving him courage to help him to bear his destiny. I am sorry he takes the unavoidable lot so heavily: but he has been long ill, and sickness enervates the mind as well as the body, as he himself very significantly observed to thee. LETTER XVIII. LETTER XIX. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XIX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday evening. I have been reading thy shocking letter. Poor Belton! What a multitude of lively hours have we passed together! He was a fearless, cheerful fellow. Who'd have thought all that should end in such dejected whimpering and terror? But why didst thou not comfort the poor man about the rencounter between him and that poltroon Metcalfe? He acted in that affair like a man of true honour, and as I should have acted in the same circumstances. Tell him I say so, and that what happened he could neither help nor foresee. Some people are as sensible of a scratch from a pin's point, as others from a push of a sword. And who can say any thing for the sensibility of such fellows? Metcalfe would resent for his sister, when his sister resented not for herself. Had she demanded her brother's protection and resentment, that would have been another man's mat, to speak in Lord M.'s phrase. But she herself thought her brother a coxcomb to busy himself undesired in her affairs, and wished for nothing but to be provided for decently and privately in her lying in, and was willing to take the chance of Mantononing his conscience in her favour, and getting him to marry when the little stranger came; for she knew what an easy good natured fellow he was: and indeed, if she had prevailed upon him, it might have been happy for both, as then he would not have fallen in with his cursed Thomasine. But truly this officious brother of hers must interpose. This made a trifling affair important. And what was the issue? Metcalfe challenged, Belton met him, disarmed him, gave him his life: but the fellow, more sensible in his skin than in his head, having received a scratch, was frighted. It gave him first a puke, then a fever, and then he died. That was all. And how could Belton help that? But sickness, a long tedious sickness, will make a bugbear of any thing to a languishing heart. I see that. And so far was Mowbray apropos in the verses from Nat. Lee, which thou hast described. Madame Maintenon was reported to have prevailed upon Louis XIV. Of France, in his old age, sunk as he was by ill success in the field, to marry her, by way of compounding with his conscience for the freedoms of his past life, to which she attributed his public losses. Merely to die, no man of reason fears, is a mistake, say thou, or say thy author, what ye will. And thy solemn parading about the natural repugnance between life and death is a proof that it is. Let me tell thee, Jack, that so much am I pleased with this world in the main, though in some points too the world, to make a person of it, has been a rascal to me, so delighted am I with the joys of youth, with my worldly prospects as to fortune, and now, newly, with the charming hopes given me by my dear, thrice dear, and for ever dear Clarissa, that were I even sure that nothing bad would come hereafter, I should be very loth, very much afraid, if thou wilt have it so, to lay down my life and them together: and yet, upon a call of honour, no man fears death less than myself. But I have not either inclination or leisure to weigh thy leaden arguments, except in the pig, or, as thou wouldst say, in the lump. If I return thy letters, let me have them again some time hence, that is to say, when I am married, or when poor Belton is half forgotten, or when time has enrolled the honest fellow among those whom we have so long lost, that we may remember them with more pleasure than pain: and then I may give them a serious perusal, and enter with thee as deeply as thou wilt into the subject. When I am married, said I? What a sound has that! I must wait with patience for a sight of this charming creature, till she is at her father's: and yet, as the but blossoming beauty, as thou tellest me, is reduced to a shadow, I should have been exceedingly delighted to see her now, and every day till the happy one, that I might have the pleasure of observing how sweetly, hour by hour, she will rise to her pristine glories, by means of that state of ease and contentment which will take place of the stormy past, upon her reconciliation with her friends, and our happy nuptials. End of Letter XIX.
Letter XX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Well, but now my heart is a little at ease, I will condescend to take brief notice of some other passages in thy letters. I find I am to thank thee, that the dear creature has avoided my visit. Things are now in so good a train that I must forgive thee, else thou shouldst have heard more of this new instance of disloyalty to thy general. Thou art continually giving thyself high praise, by way of opposition, as I may say, to others, gently and artfully blaming thyself for qualities thou wouldst at the same time have to be thought, and which generally are thought, praiseworthy. Thus, in the airs thou assumest about thy servants, thou wouldst pass for a mighty humane mortal, and that at the expense of Mowbray and me, whom thou representest as kings and emperors to our menials. Yet art thou always unhappy in thy attempts of this kind, and never canst make us, who know thee, believe that to be a virtue in thee, which is but the effect of constitutional phlegm and absurdity. Knowest thou not that some men have a native dignity in their manner, that makes them more regarded by a look, than either thou canst be in thy low style, or Mowbray in his high? I am fit to be a prince, I can tell thee, for I reward well, and I punish seasonably and properly, and I am generally as well served by any man. The art of governing these underbred varlets lies more in the dignity of looks than in words, and thou art a sorry fellow, to think humanity consists in acting by thy servants, as men must act who are not able to pay them their wages, or had made them masters of secrets, which, if divulged, would lay them at the mercy of such wretches. Now to me, who never did any thing I was ashamed to own, and who have more ingenuousness than ever man had, who can call a villany by its own right name, though practised by myself, and, by my own readiness to reproach myself, anticipate all reproach from others, who am not such a hypocrite as to wish the world to think me other or better than I am. It is my part to look a servant into his duty, if I can, nor will I keep one who knows not how to take me by a nod or a wink, and who, when I smile, shall not be all transport, when I frown, all terror. If, indeed, I am out of the way a little, I always take care to reward the varlets for patiently bearing my displeasure. But this I hardly ever am, but when a fellow is egregiously stupid in any plain point of duty, or will be wiser than his master, and when he shall tell me, that he thought acting contrary to my orders was the way to serve me best. One time or other I will enter the lists with thee, upon thy conduct and mine to servants, and I will convince thee, that what thou wouldst have passed for humanity, if it be indiscriminately practised to all tempers, will perpetually subject thee to the evils thou complainest of, and justly too. And that he only is fit to be a master of servants, who can command their attention as much by a nod, as if he were to prithee a fellow to do his duty on one hand, or to talk of flaying and horsewhipping like Mowbray on the other. For the servant who, being used to expect thy creeping style, will always be master of his master, and he who deserves to be treated as the other, is not fit to be any man's servant, nor would I keep such a fellow to rub my horse's heels. I shall be the readier to enter the lists with thee upon this argument, because I have presumption enough to think that we have not in any of our dramatic poets, that I can at present call to mind, one character of a servant of either sex that is justly hit off, so absurdly wise some, and so sottishly foolish others, and both sometime in the same person. Foils drawn from lees or dregs of the people to set off the characters of their masters and mistresses; nay, sometimes, which is still more absurd, introduced with more wit than the poet has to bestow upon their principals.
mere flints and steels to strike fire with, or, to vary the metaphor, to serve for whetstones to wit, which otherwise could not be made apparent, or for engines to be made use of like the machinery of the ancient poets, or the still more unnatural soliloquy, to help on a sorry plot, or to bring about a necessary éclaircissement, to save the poet the trouble of thinking deeply for a better way to wind up his bottoms. Of this I am persuaded, whatever my practice be to my own servants, that thou wilt be benefited by my theory, when we come to controvert the point. For then I shall convince thee, that the dramatic as well as natural characteristics of a good servant ought to be fidelity, common sense, cheerful obedience, and silent respect; that wit in his station, except to his companions, would be sauciness; that he should never presume to give his advice; that if he ventured to expostulate upon any unreasonable command, or such a one appeared to him to be so, he should do it with humility and respect, and take a proper season for it. But such lessons do most of the dramatic performances I have seen give. Where servants are introduced as characters essential to the play, or to act very significant or long parts in it, which of itself I think a fault, such lessons, I say, do they give to the footman's gallery, that I have not wondered we have so few modest or good men servants among those who often attend their masters or mistresses to plays. Then how miserably evident must that poet's conscious want of genius be, who can stoop to raise or give force to a clap by the indiscriminate roar of the party-coloured gallery. But this subject I will suspend to a better opportunity; that is to say, to the happy one when my nuptials with my Clarissa will oblige me to increase the number of my servants, and of consequence to enter more nicely into their qualifications. Although I have the highest opinion that man can have of the generosity of my dear Miss Harlowe, yet I cannot for the heart of me account for this agreeable change in her temper but one way. Faith and troth, Belford, I verily believe, laying all circumstances together, that the dear creature unexpectedly finds herself in the way I have so ardently wished her to be in, and that this makes her, at last, inclined to favour me, that she may set the better faith upon her gestation, when at her father's. If this be the case, all her falling away, and her fainting fits, are charmingly accounted for. Nor is it surprising that such a sweet novice in these matters should not, for some time, have known to what to attribute her frequent indispositions. If this should be the case, how I shall laugh at thee! And, when I am sure of her, at the dear novice herself, that all her grievous distresses shall end in a man-child, which I shall love better than all the cherubims and seraphims that may come after, though there were to be as many of them as I beheld in my dream, in which a vast expanse of firmament was stuck as full of them as it could hold. I shall be afraid to open thy next, lest it bring me the account of poor Belton's death. Yet as there are no hopes of his recovery, but what should I say, unless the poor man were better fitted? But thy heavy sermon shall not affect me too much neither. I enclose thy papers, and do thou transcribe them for me, or return them; for there are some things in them, which, at a proper season, a mortal man should not avoid attending to; and thou seemest to have entered deeply into the shocking subject. But here I will end, lest I grow too serious. Thy servant called here about an hour ago, to know if I had any commands. I therefore hope that thou wilt have this early in the morning; and if thou canst let me hear from thee, do. I'll stretch an hour or two in expectation of it. Yet I must be at Lord M.'s to morrow night, if possible, though ever so late. Thy fellow tells me the poor man is much as he was when Mowbray left him. Wouldst thou think that this varlet Mowbray is sorry that I am so near being happy with Miss Harlowe? And, egad, Jack, I know not what to say to it, now the fruit seems to be within my reach. But let what will come, I'll stand to it; for I find I can't live without her. End of Letter XX. Letter XXI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXI. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday, 3 o'clock. I will proceed where I left off in my last. As soon as I had seen Mowbray mounted, I went to attend upon poor Belton, whom I found in dreadful agonies, in which he awoke, after he generally does. The doctor came in presently after, and I was concerned at the scene that passed between them. It opened with the dying man's asking him, with melancholy earnestness, if nothing at all could be done for him. The doctor shook his head, and told him he doubted not. I cannot die, said the poor man. I cannot think of dying. I am very desirous of living a little longer, if I could but be free from these horrible pains in my stomach and head. Can you give me nothing to make me pass 1 week, but 1 week, in tolerable ease, that I may die like a man, if I must die? But, doctor, I am yet a young man, in the prime of my years. Youth is a good subject for a physician to work upon. Can you do nothing, nothing at all for me, doctor?
Alas, sir, replied his physician,
you have been long in a bad way. I fear nothing in physic can help you. He was then out of all patience. What then is your art, sir? I have been a passive machine for a whole 12-month, to be wrought upon at the pleasure of you people of the faculty. I verily believe, had I not taken such doses of nasty stuff, I had been now a well man. But who the plague would regard physicians, whose art is to cheat us with hopes while they help to destroy us? And who, not one of you, know any thing but by guess?
Sir, continued he fiercely,
and with more strength of voice and coherence than he had shown for several hours before, if you give me over, I give you over. The only honest and certain part of the art of healing is surgery. A good surgeon is worth 1,000 of you. I have been in surgeons' hands often, and have always found reason to depend upon their skill. But your art, sir, what is it? But to daub, 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 load, 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 plaster, 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 till ye utterly destroy the appetite first, and the constitution afterwards, which you are called in to help. I had a companion once, my dear Belford, thou knewest honest Blomer, as pretty a physician he would have made as any in England, had he kept himself from excess in wine and women.
And he always used to say there was nothing at all but the pickpocket parade in the physician's art.
And that the best guesser was the best physician. And I used to believe him too. And yet, fond of life, and fearful of death, what do we do when we are taken ill but call ye in? And what do ye do, when called in, but nurse our distempers, till from pygmies you make giants of them? And then ye come creeping with solemn faces, when ye are ashamed to prescribe, or when the stomach won't bear its natural food by reason of your poisonous potions. Alas, I am afraid physic can do no more for him. Nor need it, when it has brought to the brink of the grave the poor wretch who placed all his reliance in your cursed slops, and the flattering hopes you gave him. The doctor was out of countenance, but said, if we could make mortal men immortal, and would not, all this might be just. I blamed the poor man, yet excused him to the physician. To die, dear doctor, when, like my poor friend, we are so desirous of life, is a melancholy thing. We are apt to hope too much, not considering that the seeds of death are sown in us when we begin to live, and grow up, till, like rampant weeds, they choke the tender flower of life, which declines in us as those weeds flourish. We ought, therefore, to begin early to study what our constitutions will bear, in order to root out, by temperance, the weeds which the soil is most apt to produce, or at least to keep them down as they rise, and not, when the flower or plant is withered at the root, and the weed in its full vigour, expect that the medical art will restore the one, or destroy the other, when that other, as I hinted, has been rooting itself in the habit from the time of our birth. This speech, Bob, thou wilt call a prettiness, but the allegory is just, and thou hast not quite cured me of the metaphorical. Very true, said the doctor. You have brought a good metaphor to illustrate the thing. I am sorry I can do nothing for the gentleman, and can only recommend patience and a better frame of mind. Well, sir, said the poor angry man, vexed at the doctor, but more at death, you will perhaps recommend the next succession to the physician, when he can do no more, and I suppose will send your brother to pray by me for those virtues which you wish me. It seems the physician's brother is a clergyman in the neighbourhood. I was greatly concerned to see the gentleman thus treated, and so I told poor Belton when he was gone. But he continued impatient, and would not be denied, he said, the liberty of talking to a man who had taken so many guineas of him for doing nothing, or worse than nothing, and never declined one, though he know all the time he could do him no good. It seems the gentleman, though rich, is noted for being greedy after fees, and poor Belton went on raving at the extravagant fees of English physicians, compared with those of the most eminent foreign ones. But poor man, he, like the Turks, who judge of a general by his success, out of patience to think he must die, would have worshipped the doctor, and not grudged 3 times the sum, could he have given him hopes of recovery. But nevertheless I must needs say, that gentlemen of the faculty should be more moderate in their fees, or take more pains to deserve them. For generally they only come into a room, feel the sick man's pulse, ask the nurse a few questions, inspect the patient's tongue, and perhaps his water, then sit down, look plaguy wise, and write. The golden fee finds the ready hand, and they hurry away, as if the sick man's room were infectious. So to the next they troll, and to the next, if men of great practice, valuing themselves upon the number of visits they make in a morning, and the little time they make them in. They go to dinner, and unload their pockets, and sally out again to refill them. And thus in a little time they raise vast estates: for, as Ratcliffe said, when first told of a great loss which befell him, it was only going up and down 100 pairs of stairs to fetch it up. Mrs. Samber, Belton's sister, had several times proposed to him a minister to pray by him, but the poor man could not, he said, bear the thoughts of one, for that he should certainly die in an hour or two after, and he was willing to hope still, against all probability, that he might recover. and was often asking his sister if she had not seen people as bad as he was, who, almost to a miracle, when every body gave them over, had got up again. She, shaking her head, told him she had: but once saying, that their disorders were of an acute kind, and such as had a crisis in them, he called her small hopes, and Job's comforter, and bid her say nothing, if she could not say more to the purpose, and what was fitter for a sick man to hear. And yet, poor fellow, he has no hopes himself, as is plain by his desponding terrors, one of which he fell into, and a very dreadful one, soon after the doctor went. Wednesday, 9 o'clock at night. The poor man had been in convulsions, terrible convulsions, for an hour past. O Lord, Lovelace, death is a shocking thing! By my faith it is! I wish thou wert present on this occasion. It is not merely the concern a man has for his friend, but, as death is the common lot, we see, in his agonies, how it will be one day with ourselves. I am all over as if cold water were poured down my back, or as if I had a strong ague fit upon me. I was obliged to come away. And I write, hardly knowing what. I wish thou wert here. Though I left him because I could stay no longer, I can't be easy by myself, but must go to him again. 11 o'clock. Poor Belton! Drawing on apace. Yet was he sensible when I went in. Too sensible, poor man! He has something upon his mind to reveal, he tells me, that is the worst action of his life. Worse than ever you or I knew of him, he says. It must then be very bad. He ordered every body out; but was seized with another convulsion fit before he could reveal it; and in it he lies struggling between life and death. But I'll go in again. 1 o'clock in the morning. All now must soon be over with him. Poor, poor fellow! He has given me some hints of what he wanted to say; but all incoherent, interrupted by dying hiccups and convulsions. Bad enough it must be, Heaven knows, by what I can gather. Alas, Lovelace, I fear he came too soon into his uncle's estate. If a man were to live always, he might have some temptation to do base things, in order to procure to himself, as it would then be, everlasting ease, plenty, or affluence. But for the sake of 10, 20, 30 years of poor life, to be a villain! Can that be worth while? With a conscience stinging him all the time too? And when he comes to wind up all, such agonizing reflections upon his past guilt? All then appearing as nothing; what he most valued most disgustful; and not one thing to think of, as the poor fellow says 20 and 20 times over, but what is attended with anguish and reproach. To hear the poor man wish he had never been born! To hear him pray to be nothing after death! Good God, how shocking! By his incoherent hints, I am afraid 'tis very bad with him. No pardon, no mercy, he repeats, can lie for him. I hope I shall make a proper use of this lesson. Laugh at me if thou wilt; but never, never more will I take the liberties I have taken; but whenever I am tempted, will think of Belton's dying agonies, and what my own may be. Thursday, 3 in the morning. He is now at the last gasp. Rattles in the throat. Has a new convulsion every minute almost. What horror is he in! His eyes look like breath stained glass. They roll ghastly no more, are quite set; his face distorted and drawn out by his sinking jaws and erected staring eyebrows, with his lengthened furrowed forehead to double its usual length, as it seems. It is not, it cannot be the face of Belton, thy Belton, and my Belton, whom we have beheld with so much delight over the social bottle, comparing notes, that one day may be brought against us, and make us groan, as they very lately did him; that is to say, while he had strength to groan: for now his voice is not to be heard; all inward, lost; not so much as speaking by his eyes: yet strange! How can it be? The bed rocking under him like a cradle. 4 o'clock. Alas, he's gone! That groan, that dreadful groan, was the last farewell of the parting mind. The struggling soul has bid a long adieu to its late mansion. Fled! Ah! whither fled? Now is all indeed over. Poor, poor Belton! By this time thou knowest if thy crimes were above the size of God's mercies. Now are every one's cares and attendance at an end. Now do we, thy friends, poor Belton, know the worst of thee as to this life. Thou art released from insufferable tortures both of body and mind. May those tortures and thy repentance expiate for thy offences, and mayest thou be happy to all eternity. We are told that God desires not the death, the spiritual death of a sinner; and 'tis certain that thou didst deeply repent. I hope, therefore, as thou wert not cut off in the midst of thy sins by the sword of injured friendship, which more than once thou hadst braved, the dreadfullest of all deaths, next to suicide, because it gives no opportunity for repentance, that this is a merciful earnest that thy penitence is accepted, and that thy long illness and dreadful agonies in the last stages of it were thy only punishment. I wish indeed, I heartily wish, we could have seen one ray of comfort darting in upon his benighted mind before he departed. But all, alas! to the very last gasp, was horror and confusion: and my only fear arises from this, that, till within the 4 last days of his life, he could not be brought to think he should die, though in a visible decline for months; and in that presumption was too little inclined to set about a serious preparation for a journey which he hoped he should not be obliged to take. And when he began to apprehend that he could not put it off, his impatience and terror and apprehension showed too little of that reliance and resignation which afford the most comfortable reflections to the friends of the dying, as well as to the dying themselves. But we must leave poor Belton to that mercy, of which we have all so much need. And, for my own part, do you, Lovelace, and the rest of the fraternity, as ye will, I am resolved, I will endeavour to begin to repent of my follies, while my health is sound, my intellects untouched, and while it is in my power to make some atonement, as near to restitution or reparation as is possible, to those I have wronged or misled. And do ye outwardly, and from a point of false bravery, make as light as ye will of my resolution, as ye are none of ye of the class of abandoned and stupid sots who endeavour to disbelieve the future existence of which ye are afraid, I am sure you will justify me in your hearts, if not by your practices: and one day you will wish you had joined with me in the same resolution, and will confess there is more good sense in it than now perhaps you will own. 7 o'clock, Thursday morning. You are very earnest by your last letter, just given me, to hear again from me, before you set out for Berks. I will therefore close with a few words upon the only subject in your letter which I can at present touch upon: and this is the letter of which you give me a copy from the lady. Want of rest, and the sad scene I have before my eyes, have rendered me altogether incapable of accounting for the contents of it in any shape. You are in ecstasies upon it: you have reason to be so, if it be as you think: nor would I rob you of your joy, but I must say I am amazed at it. Surely, Lovelace, this surprising letter cannot be a forgery of thy own, in order to carry on some view, and to impose upon me? Yet, by the style of it, it cannot, though thou art a perfect Proteus too. I will not, however, add another word, after I have desired the return of this, and have told you that I am your true friend and well wisher, J. Belford. End of Letter XXI. Letter XXII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXII. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. August 24, Thursday morning. I received thy letter in such good time, by thy fellow's dispatch, that it gives me an opportunity of throwing in a few paragraphs upon it. I read a passage or two of it to Mowbray, and we both agree that thou art an absolute master of the lamentable. Poor Belton! What terrible conflicts were thy last conflicts! I hope, however, that he is happy; and I have the more hope, because the hardness of his death is likely to be such a warning to thee. If it have the effect thou declarest it shall have, what a world of mischief will it prevent! How much good will it do! How many poor wretches will rejoice at the occasion, if they know it, however melancholy in itself, which shall bring them in a compensation for injuries they had been forced to sit down contented with! But, Jack, though thy uncle's death has made thee a rich fellow, art thou sure that the making good of such a vow will not totally bankrupt thee? Thou sayest I may laugh at thee, if I will. Not I, Jack. I do not take it to be a laughing subject: and I am heartily concerned at the loss we all have in poor Belton: and when I get a little settled, and have leisure to contemplate the vanity of all sublunary things, a subject that will now and then, in my gayest hours, obtrude itself upon me, it is very likely that I may talk seriously with thee upon these topics; and, if thou hast not got too much the start of me in the repentance thou art entering upon, will go hand in hand with thee in it. If thou hast, thou wilt let me just keep thee in my eye; for it is an uphill work, and I shall see thee, at setting out, at a great distance: but as thou art a much heavier and clumsier fellow than myself, I hope that without much puffing and sweating, only keeping on a good round dog trot, I shall be able to overtake thee. Mean time, take back thy letter, as thou desirest. I would not have it in my pocket upon any account at present, nor read it once more. I am going down without seeing my beloved. I was a hasty fool to write her a letter, promising that I would not come near her till I saw her at her father's: for as she is now actually at Smith's, and I so near her, one short visit could have done no harm. I sent Will. 2 hours ago, with my grateful compliments, and to know how she does. How must I adore this charming creature! For I am ready to think my servant a happier fellow than myself, for having been within a pair of stairs and an apartment of her. Mowbray and I will drop a tear a piece, as we ride along, to the memory of poor Belton. As we ride along, said I: for we shall have so much joy when we arrive at Lord M.'s, and when I communicate to him and my cousins the dear creature's letter, that we shall forget every thing grievous; since now their family hopes in my reformation, the point which lies so near their hearts, will all revive; it being an article of their faith, that if I marry, repentance and mortification will follow of course. Neither Mowbray nor I shall accept of thy verbal invitation to the funeral. We like not these dismal formalities. And as to the respect that is supposed to be shown to the memory of a deceased friend in such an attendance, why should we do any thing to reflect upon those who have made it a fashion to leave this parade to people whom they hire for that purpose? Adieu, and be cheerful. Thou canst now do no more for poor Belton, wert thou to howl for him to the end of thy life. End of Letter XXII. Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday, August 26. On Thursday afternoon I assisted at the opening of poor Belton's will, in which he has left me his sole executor, and bequeathed me a legacy of 100 guineas, which I shall present to his unfortunate sister, to whom he has not been so kind as I think he ought to have been. He has also left 20 pounds a piece to Mowbray, Tourville, thyself, and me, for a ring to be worn in remembrance of him. After I had given some particular orders about the preparations to be made for his funeral, I went to town; but having made it late before I got in on Thursday night, and being fatigued for want of rest several nights before, and now in my spirits, I could not help it, Lovelace. I contented myself to send my compliments to the innocent sufferer, to inquire after her health. My servant saw Mrs. Smith, who told him she was very glad I was come to town, for that lady was worse than she had yet been. It is impossible to account for the contents of her letter to you, or to reconcile those contents to the facts I have to communicate. I was at Smith's by 7 yesterday (Friday) morning, and found that the lady was just gone in a chair to St. Dunstan's to prayers. She was too ill to get out by 6 to Covent Garden Church, and was forced to be supported to her chair by Mrs. Lovick. They would have persuaded her against going; but she said she knew not but it would be her last opportunity. Mrs. Lovick, dreading that she would be taken worse at church, walked thither before her. Mrs. Smith told me she was so ill on Wednesday night that she had desired to receive the sacrament, and accordingly it was administered to her by the parson of the parish, whom she besought to take all opportunities of assisting her in her solemn preparation. This the gentleman promised, and called in the morning to inquire after her health, and was admitted at the first word. He stayed with her about half an hour; and when he came down, with his face turned aside, and a faltering accent, Mrs. Smith, said he, you have an angel in your house. I will attend her again in the evening, as she desires, and as often as I think it will be agreeable to her. Her increased weakness she attributed to the fatigue she had undergone by your means, and to a letter she had received from her sister, which she answered the same day. Mrs. Smith told me that 2 different persons had called there, one on Thursday morning, one in the evening, to inquire after her state of health, and seemed as if commissioned from her relations for that purpose, but asked not to see her, only were very inquisitive after her visitors, particularly, it seems, after me. What could they mean by that? After her way of life, and expenses; and one of them inquired after her manner of supporting them; to the latter of which Mrs. Smith said she had answered, as the truth was, that she had been obliged to sell some of her clothes, and was actually about parting with more. At which the inquirist, a grave old farmer looking man, held up his hands, and said, Good God! This will be sad, sad news to somebody. I believe I must not mention it. But Mrs. Smith says she desired he would, let him come from whom he would. He shook his head, and said, if she died, the flower of the world would be gone, and the family she belonged to would be no more than a common family. I was pleased with the man's expression. This man came from her cousin Morden, as will be seen hereafter. Letters LII and LVI of this volume. You may be curious to know how she passed her time, when she was obliged to leave her lodging to avoid you. Mrs. Smith tells me that she was very ill when she went out on Monday morning, and sighed as if her heart would break as she came down stairs. And as she went through the shop into the coach, her nurse with her, as you had informed me before, that she ordered the coachman, whom she hired for the day, to drive any where, so it was into the air. He accordingly drove her to Hampstead, and thence to Highgate. There, at the Bowling green house, she alighted extremely ill, and having breakfasted, ordered the coachman to drive very slowly any where. He crept along to Muswell hill, and put up at a public house there, where she employed herself 2 hours in writing, though exceedingly weak and low, till the dinner she had ordered was brought in. She endeavoured to eat, but could not. Her appetite was gone, quite gone, she said. And then she wrote on for 3 hours more. After which, being heavy, she dozed a little in an elbow chair. When she awoke, she ordered the coachman to drive her very slowly to town, to the house of a friend of Mrs. Lovick, whom, as agreed upon, she met there. But being extremely ill, she would venture home at a late hour, although she heard from the widow that you had been there, and had reason to be shocked at your behaviour. She said she found there was no avoiding you. She was apprehensive she should not live many hours, and it was not impossible but the shock the sight of you must give her would determine her fate in your presence. She accordingly went home. She heard the relation of your astonishing vagaries, with hands and eyes often lifted up, and with these words intermingled: Shocking creature! Incorrigible wretch! And will nothing make him serious? And not being able to bear the thoughts of an interview with a man so hardened, she took to her usual chair early in the morning, and was carried to the Temple stairs, where she had ordered her nurse before her to get a pair of oars in readiness, for her fatigues the day before made her unable to bear a coach, and then she was rowed to Chelsea, where she breakfasted, and after rowing about, put in at the Swan, at Brentford 8, where she dined; and would have written, but had no conveniency either of tolerable pens or ink, or private room. And then proceeding to Richmond, they rowed her back to Mortlake, where she put in, and drank tea at a house her waterman recommended to her. She rode there for an hour, and returned to the Temple; and when she landed, made one of the watermen get her a chair, and so was carried to the widow's friend, as the night before, where she again met the widow, who informed her that you had been after her twice that day. Mrs. Lovick gave her there her sister's letter; and she was so much affected with the contents of it, that she was twice very nigh fainting away, and wept bitterly, as Mrs. Lovick told Mrs. Smith, dropping some warmer expressions than ever they had heard proceed from her lips in relation to her friends, calling them cruel, and complaining of ill offices done her, and of vile reports raised against her. While she was thus disturbed, Mrs. Smith came to her, and told her that you had been there a 3rd time, and was just gone, at half an hour after 9, having left word how civil and respectful you would be, but that you was determined to see her at all events. She said it was hard she could not be permitted to die in peace; that her lot was a severe one; that she began to be afraid she should not forbear repining, and to think her punishment greater than her fault. But recalling herself immediately, she comforted herself that her life would be short, and with the assurance of a better. By what I have mentioned, you will conclude with me, that the letter brought her by Mrs. Lovick, the superscription of which you saw to be written in her sister's hand, could not be the letter on the contents of which she grounded that she wrote to you, on her return home; and yet neither Mrs. Lovick nor Mrs. Smith, nor the servant of the latter, know of any other brought her. But as the women assured me that she actually did write to you, I was eased of a suspicion which I had begun to entertain, that you, for some purpose I could not guess at, had forged the letter from her, of which you sent me a copy. On Wednesday morning, when she received your letter, in answer to hers, she said, Necessity may well be called the mother of invention, but calamity is the test of integrity. I hope I have not taken an inexcusable step. And there she stopped a minute or two, and then said, I shall now, perhaps, be allowed to die in peace. I staid till she came in. She was glad to see me; but, being very weak, said, she must sit down before she could go up stairs; and so went into the back shop, leaning upon Mrs. Lovick: and when she had sat down, I am glad to see you, Mr. Belford, said she. I must say so, let Miss Reporters say what they will. I wondered at this expression, but would not interrupt her. O Sir, said she, I have been grievously harassed. Your friend, who would not let me live with reputation, will not permit me to die in peace. You see how I am. Is there not a great alteration in me within this week? But 'tis all for the better. Yet were I to wish for life, I must say that your friend, your barbarous friend, has hurt me greatly. She was so weak, so short breathed, and her words and actions so very moving, that I was forced to walk from her; the 2 women and her nurse turning away their faces also, weeping. I have had, Madam, said I, since I saw you, a most shocking scene before my eyes for days together. My poor friend Belton is no more. He quitted the world yesterday morning in such dreadful agonies, that the impression they have left upon me have so weakened my mind. I was loath to have her think that my grief was owing to the weak state I saw her in, for fear of dispiriting her. That is only, Mr. Belford, interrupted she, in order to strengthen it, if a proper use be made of the impression. But I should be glad, since you are so humanely affected with the solemn circumstance, that you could have written an account of it to your gay friend, in the style and manner you are master of. Who knows, as it would have come from an associate, and of an associate, it might have affected him. That I had done, I told her, in such a manner as had, I believed, some effect upon you. His behaviour in this honest family so lately, said she, and his cruel pursuit of me, give me but little hope that any thing serious or solemn will affect him. We had some talk about Belton's dying behaviour, and I gave her several particulars of the poor man's impatience and despair, to which she was very attentive, and made fine observations upon the subject of procrastination. A letter and packet were brought her by a man on horseback from Miss Howe, while we were talking. She retired up stairs to read it; and while I was in discourse with Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick, the doctor and apothecary both came in together. They confirmed to me my fears as to the dangerous way she is in. They had both been apprized of the new instances of implacableness in her friends, and of your persecutions; and the doctor said he would not for the world be either the unforgiving father of that lady, or the man who had brought her to this distress. Her heart's broken. She'll die, said he. There is no saving her. But how, were I either the one or the other of the people I have named, I should support myself afterwards, I cannot tell. When she was told we were all three together, she desired us to walk up. She arose to receive us, and after answering 2 or 3 general questions relating to her health, she addressed herself to us to the following effect. As I may not, said she, see you 3 gentlemen together again, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge my obligations to you all. I am inexpressibly obliged to you, Sir, and to you, Sir, courtesying to the doctor and to Mr. Goddard, for your more than friendly, your paternal care and concern for me. Humanity in your profession, I dare say, is far from being a rare qualification, because you are gentlemen by your profession. But so much kindness, so much humanity, did never desolate creature meet with, as I have met with from you both. But indeed I have always observed, that where a person relies upon Providence, it never fails to raise up a new friend for every old one that falls off. This gentleman, bowing to me, who, some people think, should have been one of the last I should have thought of for my executor, is, nevertheless, such is a strange turn that things have taken, the only one I can choose; and therefore I have chosen him for that charitable office, and he has been so good as to accept of it. For, rich as I may boast myself to be, I am rather so in right than in fact at this present. I repeat, therefore, my humble thanks to you all 3, and beg of God to return to you and yours, looking to each, 100-fold, the kindness and favour you have shown me, and that it may be in the power of you and of yours to the end of time, to confer benefits, rather than to be obliged to receive them. This is a godlike power, gentlemen. I once rejoiced in it some little degree, and much more in the prospect I had of its being enlarged to me, though I have had the mortification to experience the reverse, and to be obliged almost to every body I have seen or met with; but all originally through my own fault, so I ought to bear the punishment without repining, and I hope I do. Forgive these impertinencies. A grateful heart, that wants the power it wishes for, to express itself suitably to its own impulses, will be at a loss what properly to dictate to the tongue; and yet, unable to restrain its overflowings, will force the tongue to say weak and silly things, rather than appear ungratefully silent. Once more, then, I thank you all 3 for your kindness to me, and God Almighty make you that amends, which at present I cannot. She retired from us to her closet with her eyes full, and left us looking upon one another. We had hardly recovered ourselves, when she, quite easy, cheerful, and smiling, returned to us. Doctor, said she, seeing we had been moved, you will excuse me for the concern I give you, and so will you, Mr. Goddard, and you, Mr. Belford, for 'tis a concern that only generous natures can show, and to such natures sweet is the pain, if I may say so, that attends such a concern. But as I have some few preparations still to make, and would not, though in ease of Mr. Belford's future cares, which is, and ought to be part of my study, undertake more than it is likely I shall have time lent me to perform, I would beg of you to give me your opinions. You see my way of living, and you may be assured, that I will do nothing wilfully to shorten my life, how long it may possibly be, before I may hope to be released from all my troubles. They both hesitated, and looked upon each other. Don't be afraid to answer me, said she, each sweet hand pressing upon the arm of each gentleman, with that mingled freedom and reserve, which virgin modesty, mixed with conscious dignity, can only express, and with a look serenely earnest. Tell me how long you think I may hold it. And believe me, gentlemen, the shorter you tell me my time is likely to be, the more comfort you will give me. With what pleasing woes, said the doctor, do you fill the minds of those who have the happiness to converse with you, and see the happy frame you are in! What you have undergone within a few days past has much hurt you; and should you have fresh troubles of those kinds, I could not be answerable for your holding it. And there he paused. How long, Doctor? I believe I shall have a little more ruffling. I am afraid I shall. But there can happen only one thing that I shall not be tolerably easy under. How long then, Sir? He was silent. A fortnight, Sir? He was still silent. 10 days? A week? How long, Sir? With smiling earnestness. If I must speak, Madam, if you have not better treatment than you have lately met with, I am afraid... There again he stopped. Afraid of what, Doctor? Don't be afraid. How long, Sir? That a fortnight or 3 weeks may deprive the world of the finest flower in it. A fortnight or 3 weeks yet, Doctor! But God's will be done. I shall, however, by this means have full time, if I have but strength and intellect, to do all that is now upon my mind to do. And so, Sirs, I can but once more thank you, turning to each of us, for all your goodness to me, and having letters to write, will take up no more of your time. Only, Doctor, be pleased to order me some more of those drops. They cheer me a little when I am low. And putting a fee into his unwilling hand, You know the terms, Sir. Then turning to Mr. Goddard, You'll be so good, Sir, as to look in upon me to night or to morrow, as you have opportunity. And you, Mr. Belford, I know, will be desirous to set out to prepare for the last office for your late friend. So I wish you a good journey, and hope to see you when that is performed. She then retired with a cheerful and serene air. The two gentlemen went away together. I went down to the women, and inquiring, found that Mrs. Lovick was this day to bring her 20 guineas more for some other of her apparel. The widow told me that she had taken the liberty to expostulate with her upon the occasion she had for raising this money to such great disadvantage, and it produced the following short and affecting conversation between them. None of my friends will wear any thing of mine, said she. I shall leave a great many good things behind me. And as to what I want the money for, don't be surprised. But suppose I want it to purchase a house? You are all mystery, Madam. I don't comprehend you. Why then, Mrs. Lovick, I will explain myself. I have a man, not a woman, for my executor. And think you that I will leave to his care any thing that concerns my own person? Now, Mrs. Lovick, smiling, do you comprehend me? Mrs. Lovick wept. O fie, proceeded the lady, drying up her tears with her own handkerchief, and giving her a kiss. Why this kind weakness for one with whom you have been so little while acquainted? Dear, good Mrs. Lovick, don't be concerned for me on a prospect with which I have occasion to be pleased. But go to-morrow to your friends, and bring me the money they have agreed to give you. Thus, Lovelace, it is plain she means to bespeak her last house. Here's presence of mind. Here's tranquillity of heart on the most affecting occasion. This is magnanimity indeed. Couldst thou, or could I, with all our boisterous bravery and offensive false courage, act thus? Poor Belton, how unlike was thy behaviour! Mrs. Lovick tells me that the lady spoke of a letter she had received from her favourite divine, Dr. LIII, in the time of my absence, and of a letter she had returned to it. But Mrs. Lovick knows not the contents of either. When thou receivest the letter I am now writing, thou wilt see what will soon be the end of all thy injuries to this divine lady. I say when thou receivest it, for I will delay it for some little time, lest thou shouldst take it into thy head, under pretence of resenting the disappointment her letter must give thee, to molest her again. This letter having detained me by its length, I shall not now set out for Epsom till to-morrow. I should have mentioned that the lady explained to me what the one thing was that she was afraid might happen to ruffle her. It was the apprehension of what may result from a visit which Colonel Morden, as she is informed, designs to make you. End of Letter XXIII. Letter XXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIV. The Reverend Dr. LIII to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Friday, August 18th. Presuming, dearest and ever respectable young lady, upon your former favour, and upon your opinion of my judgment and sincerity, I cannot help addressing you by a few lines on your present unhappy situation. I will not look back upon the measures into which you have either been led or driven, but will only say, as to those, that I think you are the least to blame of any young lady that was ever reduced from happy to unhappy circumstances: and I have not been wanting to say as much, where I hope my freedom would have been better received than I have had the mortification to find it to be. What I principally write for now, is to put you upon doing a piece of justice to yourself and to your sex, in the prosecuting for his life. I am assured his life is in your power, the most profligate and abandoned of men as he must be, who could act so basely as I understand Mr. Lovelace has acted by you. I am very ill, and am now forced to write upon my pillow, my thoughts confused and incapable of method. I shall not therefore aim at method, but to give you in general my opinion; and that is, that your religion, your duty to your family, the duty you owe to your honour, and even charity to your sex, oblige you to give public evidence against this very wicked man. And let me add another consideration: the prevention by this means of the mischiefs that may otherwise happen between your brother and Mr. Lovelace, or between the latter and your cousin Morden, who is now, I hear, arrived, and resolves to have justice done you. A consideration which ought to affect your conscience. Forgive me, dearest young lady, I think I am now in the way of my duty; and to be of more concern to you than that hard pressure upon your modesty, which I know the appearance against him in an open court must be of, to such a lady as you; and which I conceive will be your great difficulty. But I know, Madam, that you have dignity enough to become the blushes of the most naked truth, when necessity, justice, and honour exact it from you. Rakes and ravishers would meet with encouragement indeed, and most from those who had the greatest abhorrence of their actions, if violated modesty were never to complain of the injury it received from the villanous attempters of it. In a word, the reparation of your family dishonour now rests in your own bosom, and which only one of these two alternatives can repair, to wit, either to marry the offender, or to prosecute him at law. Bitter expedients for a soul so delicate as yours. He and all his friends, I understand, solicit you to the first; and it is certainly now all the amends within his power to make: but I am assured that you have rejected their solicitations, and his, with the indignation and contempt that his foul actions have deserved; but yet, that you refuse not to extend to him the Christian forgiveness he has so little reason to expect, provided he will not disturb you further. But, Madam, the prosecution I advise will not let your present and future exemption from fresh disturbance from so vile a molester depend upon his courtesy. I should think so noble and so rightly guided a spirit as yours would not permit that it should, if you could help it. And can indignities of any kind be properly pardoned, till we have it in our power to punish them? To pretend to pardon, while we are labouring under the pain or dishonour of them, will be thought by some to be but the vaunted mercy of a pusillanimous heart, trembling to resent them. The remedy I propose is a severe one. But what pain can be more severe than the injury? Or how will injuries be believed to grieve us, that are never honourably complained of? I am sure Miss Clarissa Harlowe, however injured and oppressed, remains unshaken in her sentiments of honour and virtue; and although she would sooner die than deserve that her modesty should be drawn into question, yet she will think no truth immodest that is to be uttered in the vindicated cause of innocence and chastity. Little, very little difference is there, my dear young lady, between a suppressed evidence and a false one. It is a terrible circumstance, I once more own, for a young lady of your delicacy to be under the obligation of telling so shocking a story in public court: but it is still a worse imputation that she should pass over so mortal an injury unresented. Conscience, honour, justice, are on your side; and modesty would by some be thought but an empty name, should you refuse to obey their dictates. I have been consulted, I own, on this subject. I have given it as my opinion, that you ought to prosecute the abandoned man, but without my reasons. These I reserved, with a resolution to lay them before you unknown to any body, that the result, if what I wish, may be your own. I will only add, that the misfortunes which have befallen you, had they been the lot of a child of my own, could not have affected me more than yours have done. My own child I love; but I both love and honour you, since to love you is to love virtue, good sense, prudence, and every thing that is good and noble in woman. Wounded as I think all these are by the injuries you have received, you will believe that the knowledge of your distresses must have afflicted, beyond what I am able to express, your sincere admirer and humble servant, Arthur Lewin. I just now understand that your sister will, by proper authority, propose this prosecution to you. I humbly presume that the reason why you resolved not upon this step from the first was, that you did not know that it would have the countenance and support of your relations. End of Letter XXIV.
LETTER XXV OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, OR THE HISTORY OF A YOUNG LADY, VOL. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to the Reverend Dr. Lewen. Saturday, August 19. Reverend and dear Sir, I thought, till I received your affectionate and welcome letter, that I had neither father, uncle, brother, left, nor hardly a friend among my former favourers of your sex. Yet knowing you so well, and having no reason to upbraid myself with a faulty will, I was to blame, even although I had doubted the continuance of your good opinion, to decline the trial, whether I had forfeited it or not, and if I had, whether I could not honourably reinstate myself in it. But, Sir, it was owing to different causes that I did not: partly to shame, to think how high, in my happier days, I stood in your esteem, and how much I must be sunk in it, since those so much nearer in relation to me gave me up: partly to deep distress, which makes the humbled heart diffident, and made mine afraid to claim the kindred mind in yours, which would have supplied to me in some measure all the dear and lost relations I have named. Then, so loath as I sometimes was to be thought to want to make a party against those whom both duty and inclination bid me reverence, so long trailed on between hope and doubt, so little my own mistress at one time, so fearful of making or causing mischief at another, and not being encouraged to hope, by your kind notice, that my application to you would be acceptable, apprehending that my relations had engaged your silence at least, these but why these unavailing retrospections now? I was to be unhappy. In order to be happy, that is my hope. Resigning therefore to that hope, I will, without any further preamble, write a few lines, if writing to you I can write but a few, in answer to the subject of your kind letter. The stiff visit this good divine was prevailed upon to make her, as mentioned in Vol. II. Letter XXXI., of which, however, she was too generous to remind him, might warrant the lady to think that he had rather inclined to their party, as to the parental side, than to hers. Permit me then to say, that I believe your arguments would have been unanswerable in almost every other case of this nature, but in that of the unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. It is certain that creatures who cannot stand the shock of public shame should be doubly careful how they expose themselves to the danger of incurring private guilt, which may possibly bring them to it. But as to myself, suppose there were no objections from the declining way I am in as to my health, and supposing I could have prevailed upon myself to appear against this man, were there not room to apprehend that the end so much wished for by my friends, to wit his condign punishment, would not have been obtained, when it came to be seen that I had consented to give him a clandestine meeting, and, in consequence of that, had been weakly tricked out of living under one roof with him for several weeks, which I did, not only without complaint, but without cause of complaint. Little advantage in a court, perhaps bandied about and jested profligately with, would some of those pleas in my favour have been, which out of court, and to a private and serious audience, would have carried the greatest weight against him, such particularly as the infamous methods to which he had recourse. It would no doubt have been a ready retort from every mouth, that I ought not to have thrown myself into the power of such a man, and that I ought to take for my pains what had befallen me. But had the prosecution been carried on to effect, and had he even been sentenced to death, can it be supposed that his family would not have had interest enough to obtain his pardon, for a crime thought too lightly of, though one of the greatest that can be committed against a creature valuing her honour above her life? While I had been censured as pursuing with sanguinary views a man who offered me early all the reparation in his power to make? And had he been pardoned, would he not then have been at liberty to do as much mischief as ever? I dare say, Sir, such is the assurance of the man upon whom my unhappy destiny threw me, and such his inveteracy to my family, which would then have appeared to be justified by their known inveteracy to him, and by their earnest endeavours to take away his life, that he would not have been sorry to have had an opportunity to confront me, and my father, uncles, and brother, at the bar of a court of justice, on such an occasion: in which case, would not, on his acquittal or pardon, resentments have been reciprocally heightened? And then would my brother or my cousin Morden have been more secure than now? How do these conditions aggravate my fault? My motives at first were not indeed blameable; but I had forgotten the excellent caution, which yet I was not ignorant of, that we ought not to do evil that good may come of it. In full conviction of the purity of my heart, and of the firmness of my principles, which may I not, thus called upon, say what I am conscious of,
and yet without the imputation of faulty pride, since all is but a duty, and I should be utterly inexcusable could I not justly say what I do. In this full conviction, he has offered me marriage. He has avowed his penitence, a sincere penitence I have reason to think it, though perhaps not a Christian one; and his noble relations, kinder to the poor sufferer than her own, on the same conviction, and his own not ungenerous acknowledgements, have joined to intercede with me to forgive and accept of him. Although I cannot comply with the latter part of their intercession, have not you, Sir, from the best rules, and from the divinest example, taught me to forgive injuries? The injury I have received from him is indeed of the highest nature, and it was attended with the circumstances of unmanly baseness and premeditation. Yet, I bless God, it has not tainted my mind, it has not hurt my morals. No thanks indeed to the wicked man that it has not. No vile courses have followed it. My will is unviolated. The evil respecting myself and not my friends is merely personal. No credulity, no weakness, no want of vigilance, have I to reproach myself with. I have through grace triumphed over the deepest machinations. I have escaped from him. I have renounced him. The man whom once I could have loved, I have been enabled to despise. And shall not charity complete my triumph? And shall I not enjoy it? And where would be my triumph if he deserved my forgiveness? Poor man! He has had a loss in losing me. I have the pride to think so, because I think I know my own heart. I have had none in losing him. But I have another plea to make, which alone would have been enough, as I presume, to answer the contents of your very kind and friendly letter. I know, my dear and reverend friend, the spiritual guide and director of my happier days, I know, that you will allow of my endeavour to bring myself to this charitable disposition, when I tell you how near I think myself to that great and awful moment, in which, and even in the ardent preparation to which, every sense of indignity or injury that concerns not the immortal soul ought to be absorbed in higher and more important contemplations. Thus much for myself. And for the satisfaction of my friends and favourers, Miss Howe is solicitous to have all those letters and materials preserved, which will set my whole story in a true light. The good Dr. Lewen is one of the principal of those friends and favourers. The warning that may be given from those papers to all such young creatures as may have known or heard of me, may be of more efficacy to the end wished for, as I humbly presume to think, than my appearance could have been in a court of justice, pursuing a doubtful event, under the disadvantages I have mentioned. And if, my dear and good Sir, you are now, on considering every thing, of this opinion, and I could know it, I should consider it as a particular felicity, being as solicitous as ever to be justified in what I may in your eyes. I am sorry, Sir, that your indisposition has reduced you to the necessity of writing upon your pillow. But how much am I obliged to that kind and generous concern for me, which has impelled you, as I may say, to write a letter containing so many paternal lines, with such inconvenience to yourself! May the Almighty bless you, dear and reverend Sir, for all your goodness to me of long time past, as well as for that which engaged my present gratitude. Continue to esteem me to the last, as I do and will venerate you. And let me bespeak your prayers, the continuance, I should say, of your prayers, for I doubt not that I have always had them; and to them perhaps has in part been owing, as well as to your pious precepts instilled through my earlier youth, that I have been able to make the stand I have made, although every thing that you prayed for has not been granted to me by that divine wisdom, which knows what is best for its poor creatures. My prayers for you are, that it will please God to restore you to your affectionate flock, and after as many years of life as shall be for his service, and to your own comfort, give us a happy meeting in those regions of blessedness which you have taught me, as well by example as by precept, to aspire to.
Clarissa Harlowe.
End of Letter XXV.
Letter XXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVI. Miss Arabella Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Monday, August 21. Sister Clary, I find by your letters to my uncles, that they, as well as I, are in great disgrace with you for writing our minds to you. We can't help it, Sister Clary.
You don't think it worth your while, I find, a second time to press for the blessing you pretend to be so earnest about. You think, no doubt, that you have done your duty in asking for it. So you'll sit down satisfied with that, I suppose, and leave it to your wounded parents to repent hereafter that they have not done theirs in giving it to you at the first word, and in making such inquiries about you as you think ought to have been made. Fine encouragement to inquire after a runaway daughter, living with her fellow as long as he would live with her. You repent also, with your full mind, as you modestly call it, that you wrote to me. So we are not likely to be applied to any more, I find, in this way. Well then, since this is the case, Sister Clary, let me, with all humility, address myself with a proposal or two to you, to which you will be graciously pleased to give an answer. Now you must know, that we have had hints given us from several quarters, that you have been used in such a manner by the villain you ran away with, that his life would be answerable for his crime, if it were fairly to be proved. And by your own hints, something like it appears to us. If, Clary, there be any thing but jingle and affected period in what proceeds from your full mind, and your dutiful consciousness, and if there be truth in what Mrs. Norton and Mrs. Howe have acquainted us with, you may yet justify your character to us and to the world in every thing but your scandalous elopement, and the law may reach the villain, and could we but bring him to the gallows, what a meritorious revenge would that be to our whole injured family, and to the innocents he has deluded, as well as the saving from ruin many others. Let me therefore know, if you please, whether you are willing to appear to do yourself and us and your sex this justice. If not, Sister Clary, we shall know what to think of you. For neither you nor we can suffer more than we have done from the scandal of your fall. And if you will, Mr. Ackland and Counsellor Durham will both attend you to make proper inquiries, and to take minutes of your story, to found a process upon, if it will bear one with as great a probability of success as we are told it may be prosecuted with. But by what Mrs. Howe intimates, this is not likely to be complied with, for it is what she hinted to you, it seems, by her lively daughter, but not without effect. So prudently in some certain points, as to entitle yourself to public justice, which, if true, the Lord have mercy upon you. One word only more as to the above proposal. Your admirer, Dr. Lewen, is clear in his opinion that you should prosecute the villain. But if you will not agree to this, I have another proposal to make to you, and that in the name of every one in the family, which is, that you will think of going to Pennsylvania, to reside there for some few years till all is blown over, and, if it please God to spare you and your unhappy parents, till they can be satisfied that you behave like a true and uniform penitent, at least till you are 21, you may then come back to your own estate, or have the produce of it sent you thither, as you shall choose. A period which my father fixes, because it is the custom, and because he thinks your grandfather should have fixed it, and because, let me add, you have fully proved by your fine conduct that you were not at years of discretion at 18. Poor, doting, though good old man! Your grandfather, he thought. But I would not be too severe. Mr. Hartley has a widow sister at Pennsylvania with whom he will undertake you may board, and who is a sober, sensible, well-read woman. And if you were once well there, it would rid your father and mother of a world of cares, and fears, and scandal: and that, I think, is what you should wish for, of all things. Mr. Hartley will engage for all accommodations in your passage suitable to your rank and fortune; and he has a concern in a ship, which will sail in a month; and you may take your secret-keeping Hannah with you, or whom you will of your newer acquaintance. 'Tis presumed that your companions will be of your own sex. These are what I had to communicate to you; and if you'll oblige me with an answer, which the hand that conveys this will call for on Wednesday morning, it will be very condescending. ARABELLA HARLOWE. End of Letter XXVI. Letter XXVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Arabella Harlowe. Tuesday, August 22. Write to me, my hard-hearted sister, in what manner you please. I shall always be thankful to you for your notice. But, think what you will of me, I cannot see Mr. Ackland and the counsellor on such a business as you mention. The Lord have mercy upon me indeed, for none else will. Surely I am believed to a creature past all shame, or it could not be thought of sending two gentlemen to me on such an errand. Had my mother required of me, or would modesty have permitted you to inquire into, the particulars of my sad story, or had Mrs. Norton been directed to receive them from me, methinks it had been more fit; and I presume to think that it would have been more in every one's character too, had they been required of me before such heavy judgment had been passed upon me as has been passed. I know that this is Dr. Lewen's opinion. He has been so good as to enforce it in a kind letter to me. I have answered his letter, and given such reasons as I hope will satisfy him. I could wish it were thought worth while to request of him a sight of my answer. Her letter, containing the reasons she refers to, was not asked for; and Dr. Lewen's death, which fell out soon after he had received it, was the reason that it was not communicated to the family, till it was too late to do the service that might have been hoped for from it. To your other proposal, of going to Pennsylvania, this is my answer. If nothing happen within a month, which may full as effectually rid my parents and friends of that world of cares, and fears, and scandals, which you mention, and if I am then able to be carried on board of ship, I will cheerfully obey my father and mother, although I were sure to die in the passage. And if I may be forgiven for saying so, for indeed it proceeds not from a spirit of reprisal, you shall set over me, instead of my poor, obliging, but really unculpable Hannah, your Betty Barnes, to whom I will be answerable for all my conduct, and I will make it worth a while to accompany me. I am equally surprised and concerned at the hints which both you and my uncle Antony give of new points of misbehaviour in me. What can be meant by them? I will not tell you, Miss Harlowe, how much I am afflicted at your severity, and how much I suffer by it, and by your hard-hearted levity of style, because what I shall say may be construed into jingle and period, and because I know it is intended, very possibly for kind ends, to mortify me. All I will therefore say is, that it does not lose its end, if that be it. But nevertheless, divesting myself as much as possible of all resentment, I will only pray that Heaven will give you, for your own sake, a kinder heart than at present you seem to have, since a kind heart, I am convinced, is a greater blessing to its possessor than it can be to any other person. Under this conviction I subscribe myself, my dear Bella, your ever affectionate sister, Clarissa Harlowe. Chapter XXVIII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, August 22nd. My dearest young lady, the letters you sent me I now return by the hand that brings you this. It is impossible for me to express how much I have been affected by them, and by your last of the 17th. Indeed, my dear Miss Clary, you are very harshly used. Indeed you are. And if you should be taken from us, what grief and what punishment are not treasuring up against themselves in the heavy reflections which their rash censures and unforgivingness will occasion them? But I find to what your uncle Antony's cruel letter is owing, as well as one you will be still more afflicted by, God help you, my poor dear child, when it comes to your hand, written by your sister, with proposals to you. It was finished to send you yesterday, I know, and I apprize you of it, that you should fortify your heart against the contents of it. The motives which incline them all to this severity, if well grounded, would authorize any severity they could express, and which, while they believe them to be so, both they and you are to be equally pitied. They are owning to the information of that officious Mr. Brand, who has acquainted them, from some enemy of yours in the neighbourhood about you, that visits are made you, highly censurable, by a man of a free character, and an intimate of Mr. Lovelace, who is often in private with you, sometimes twice or thrice a day. Betty gives herself great liberties of speech upon this occasion, and all your friends are too ready to believe that things are not as they should be, which makes me wish that, let the gentleman's views be ever so honourable, you could entirely drop acquaintance with him. Something of this nature was hinted at by Betty to me before, but so darkly that I could not tell what to make of it, and this made me mention to you so generally as I did in my last. Your cousin Morden has been among them. He is exceedingly concerned for your misfortunes, and as they will not believe Mr. Lovelace would marry you, he is determined to go to Lord M.'s, in order to inform himself from Mr. Lovelace's own mouth whether he intends to do you that justice or not. He was extremely caressed by every one at his first arrival: but I am told there is some little coldness between them and him at present. I was in hopes of getting a sight of this letter of Mr. Brand, a rash, officious man: but it seems Mr. Morden had it given him yesterday to read, and he took it away with him. God be your comfort, my dear Miss! But indeed I am exceedingly disturbed at the thoughts of what may still be the issue of all these things. I am, my beloved young lady, Your most affectionate and faithful JUDITH NORTON. End of Letter XXVIII. Letter XXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIX. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, August 22. After I had sealed up the enclosed, I had the honour of a private visit from your aunt Hervey, who has been in a very low-spirited way, and kept her chamber for several weeks past, and is but just got abroad. She longed, she said, to see me, and to weep with me, on the hard fate that had befallen her beloved niece. I will give you a faithful account of what passed between us, as I expect that it will, upon the whole, administer hope and comfort to you. She pitied very much your good mother, who, she assured me, is obliged to act a part entirely contrary to her inclinations, as she herself, she owns, had been in a great measure. She said that the poor lady was with great difficulty withheld from answering your letter to her, which had, as was your aunt's expression, almost broken the heart of every one: that she had reason to think that she was neither consenting to your two uncles' writing, nor approving of what they wrote. She is sure they all love you dearly, but have gone so far that they know not how to recede. That, but for the abominable league which your brother had got every body into, he refusing to set out for Scotland till it was renewed, and till they had all promised to take no step towards a reconciliation in his absence but by his consent, and to which your sister's resentments kept them up, all would before now have happily subsided. That nobody knew the pangs which their inflexible behaviour gave them, ever since you had begun to write to them in so affecting and humble a style. That, however, they were not inclined to believe that you are either so ill or so penitent as you really are, and still less that Mr. Lovelace is in earnest in his offers of marriage. She is sure, however, she says, that all will soon be well, and the sooner for Mr. Morden's arrival, who is very zealous in your behalf. She wished to Heaven that you would accept of Mr. Lovelace, wicked as he has been, if he were now in earnest. It had always, she said, been matter of astonishment to her, that so weak a pride in her cousin James, of making himself the whole family, should induce them all to refuse an alliance with such a family as Mr. Lovelace's was. She would have it that your going off with Mr. Lovelace was the unhappiest step for your honour and your interest that could have been taken: for that although you would have had a severe trial the next day, yet it would probably have been the last, and your pathetic powers must have drawn you off some friends, hinting at your mother, at your uncle Harlowe, at your uncle Hervey, and herself. But here, that the regret that you did not trust to the event of that meeting may not in your present low way too much afflict you, I must observe, that it seems a little too evident, even from this opinion of your aunt's, that it was not absolutely determined that all compulsion was designed to be avoided, since your freedom from it must have been owing to the party to be made among them by your persuasive eloquence and dutiful expostulation. She owned that some of them were as much afraid of meeting you as you could be of meeting them. But why so, if they designed, in the last instance, to give you your way? Your aunt told me, that Mrs. Williams had been with her, the former housekeeper at Harlowe place, and asked her opinion, if it would be taken amiss, if she desired leave to go up, to attend her dearest young lady in her calamity. Your aunt referred her to your mother, but had heard no more of it. Her daughter, Miss Dolly, she said, had been frequently earnest with her on the same subject, and renewed her requests with the greatest fervour when your first letter came to hand. Your aunt says, that she then being very ill, wrote to your mother upon it, hoping it would not be taken amiss if she permitted Dolly to go; but that your sister, as from your mother, answered her, that now you seemed to be coming to, and to have a due sense of your faults, you must be left entirely to their own management. Miss Dolly, she said, had pined ever since she had heard of Mr. Lovelace's baseness, being doubly mortified by it: first, on account of your sufferings; next, because she was one who rejoiced in your getting off, and vindicated you for it, and had incurred censure and ill will on that account, especially from your brother and sister, so that she seldom went to Harlowe place. Make the best use of these intelligences, my dearest young lady, for your consolation. I will only add, that I am, with the most fervent prayers for your recovery and restoration to favour, Your ever faithful JUDITH NORTON. End of Letter XXIX. Letter XXX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXX. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Judith Norton. Thursday, August 24th. The relation of such a conversation as passed between my aunt and you would have given me pleasure, had it come some time ago, because it would have met with a spirit more industrious than mine now is, to pick out remote comfort, in the hope of a favourable turn that might one day have rewarded my patient duty. I did not doubt my aunt's good will to me. Her affection I did not doubt. But shall we wonder that kings and princes meet with so little controul in their passions, be they ever so violent, when, in a private family, an aunt, nay, even a mother in that family, shall choose to give up a once favoured child against their own inclinations, rather than oppose an aspiring young man, who had armed himself with the authority of a father, who, when once determined, never would be expostulated with? And will you not blame me if I say, that good sense, that kindred indulgence, must be a little offended at the treatment I have met with, and if I own, that I think that great rigour has been exercised towards me? And yet I am now authorized to call it rigour, by the judgment of two excellent sisters, my mother and my aunt, who acknowledge, as you tell me from my aunt, that they have been obliged to join against me, contrary to their inclinations, and that even in a point which might seem to concern my eternal welfare. But I must not go on at this rate. For may not the inclination my mother has given up be the effect of a too fond indulgence, rather than that I merit the indulgence? And yet so petulantly perverse am I, that I must tear myself from the subject. All then that I will say further to it at this time is, that were the intended goodness to be granted to me but a week hence, it would possibly be too late. Too late, I mean, to be of the consolation to me that I would wish from it. For what an inefficacious preparation must I have been making, if it has not, by this time, carried me above— But above what? Poor mistaken creature! Unhappy self-deluder, that finds herself above nothing, nor able to subdue her own faulty impatience. But indeed to have done with a subject that I dare not trust myself with, if it come in your way, let my aunt Hervey, let my dear cousin Dolly, let the worthy Mrs. Williams, know how exceedingly grateful to me their kind intentions and concern for me are; and, as the best warrant or justification of their good opinions, since I know that their favour for me is founded on the belief that I loved virtue, tell them, that I continued to love virtue to my last hour, as I presume to hope it may be said; and assure them that I never made the least wilful deviation, however unhappy I became for one faulty step; which nevertheless was not owing to unworthy or perverse motives. I am very sorry that my cousin Morden has taken a resolution to see Mr. Lovelace. My apprehensions on this intelligence are a great abatement to the pleasure I have in knowing that he still loves me. My sister's letter to me is a most affecting one, so needlessly, so ludicrously taunting. But for that part of it that is so, I ought rather to pity her, than to be so much concerned at it as I am. I wonder what I have done to Mr. Brand. I pray God to forgive both him and his informants, whoever they be. But, if the scandal arise solely from Mr. Belford's visits, a very little time will confute it. Meanwhile, the packet I shall send you, which I sent to Miss Howe, will, I hope, satisfy you, my dear Mrs. Norton, as to my reasons for admitting his visits. My sister's taunting letter, and the inflexibleness of my dearer friends— But how do remoter begun subjects tend to the point which lies nearest the heart, as new caught bodily disorders all crowd to a fractured or distempered part? I will break off, with requesting your prayers that I may be blessed with patience and due resignation, and with assuring you that I am, and will be to the last hour of my life, your equally grateful and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXX. Letter XXXI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Yarmouth, Isle of Wight, August 23. My dearest friend, I have read the letters and copies of letters you favoured me with, and I return them by a particular hand. I am extremely concerned at your indifferent state of health, but I approve of all your proceedings and precautions in relation to the appointment of Mr. Belford for an office in which, I hope, neither he nor any body else will be wanted to act for many, very many years. I admire, and so do we all, that greatness of mind which can make you so steadfastly despise, through such inducements as no other woman could resist, and in such desolate circumstances as you have been reduced to, the wretch that ought to be so heartily despised and detested. What must the contents of those letters from your relations be, which you will not communicate to me? Fie upon them! How my heart rises! But I dare say no more, though you yourself now begin to think they use you with great severity. Every body here is so taken with Mr. Hickman, and the more from the horror they conceive at the character of the detestable Lovelace, that I have been teased to death almost, to name a day. This has given him airs, and did I not keep him to it, he would behave as carelessly and as insolently as if he were sure of me. I have been forced to mortify him no less than 4 times since we have been here. I made him lately undergo a severe penance for some negligences that were not to be passed over. Not designed ones, he said; but that was a poor excuse, as I told him; for had they been designed, he should never have come into my presence more. That they were not, showed his want of thought and attention, and those were inexcusable in a man only in his probatory state. He hoped he had been more than in a probatory state, he said. And therefore, Sir, might be more callous. So you add ingratitude to negligence, and make what you plead as accident, that itself wants an excuse, design, which deserves none. I would not see him for 2 days; and he was so penitent and so humble, that I had like to have lost myself to make him amends: for, as you have said, resentment carried too high often ends in amends too humble. I long to be nearer to you; but that must not yet be, it seems. Pray, my dear, let me hear from you as often as you can. May Heaven increase your comforts and restore your health, are the prayers of Your ever faithful and affectionate Anna Howe. P.S. Excuse me that I did not write before. It was owing to a little coasting voyage I was obliged to give into. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, August 25. You are very obliging, my dear Miss Howe, to account to me for your silence. I was easy in it, as I doubted not that, among such near and dear friends as you are with, you was diverted from writing by some such agreeable excursion as that you mention. I was in hopes that you had given over, at this time of day, those very sprightly airs, which I have taken the liberty to blame you for, as often as you have given me occasion to so do, and that has been very often. I was always very grave with you upon this subject; and while your own and a worthy man's future happiness are in the question, I must enter into it, whenever you forget yourself, although I had not a day to live; and indeed I am very ill. I am sure it was not your intention to take your future husband with you to the little island, to make him look weak and silly among those of your relations who never before had seen him. Yet do you think it possible for them, however prepared and resolved they may be to like him, to forbear smiling at him, when they see him suffering under your whimsical penances? A modest man should no more be made little in his own eyes than in the eyes of others. If he be, he will have a diffidence, which will give an awkwardness to every thing he says or does; and this will be no more to the credit of your choice than to that of the approbation he meets with from your friends, or to his own credit. I love an obliging and even an humble deportment in a man to the woman he addresses. It is a mark of his politeness, and tends to give her that opinion of herself, which it may be supposed bashful merit wants to be inspired with. But if the woman exacts it with an high hand, she shows not either her own politeness or gratitude, although I must confess she does her courage. I gave you expectations that I would be very serious with you. O my dear, that it had been my lot, as I was not permitted to live single, to have met with a man by whom I could have acted generously and unreservedly. Mr. Lovelace, it is now plain, in order to have a pretence against me, taxed my behaviour to him with stiffness and distance. You at one time thought me guilty of some degree of prudery. Difficult situations should be allowed for, which often make seeming occasions for censure unavoidable. I deserve not blame from him who made mine difficult. And you, my dear, had I any other man to deal with, or had he but half the merit which Mr. Hickman has, would have found that my doctrine on this subject should have governed my practice. But to put myself out of the question, I'll tell you what I should think, were I an indifferent bystander, of those high airs of yours, in return for Mr. Hickman's humble demeanour. The lady thinks of having the gentleman, I see plainly, would I say. But I see as plainly that she has a very great indifference to him. And to what may this indifference be owing? To one or all of these considerations, no doubt. That she receives his addresses rather from motives of convenience than choice; that she thinks meanly of his endowments and intellects, at least more highly of her own; or, she has not the generosity to use that power with moderation, which his great affection for her puts into her hands. How would you like, my dear, to have any of these things said? Then to give but the shadow of a reason for free livers and free speakers to say, or to imagine, that Miss Howe gives her hand to a man who has no reason to expect any share in her heart, I am sure you would not wish that such a thing should be so much as supposed. Then all the regard from you to come afterwards, none to be shown before, must, should I think, be capable of being construed as a compliment to the husband, made at the expense of the wife's, and even of the sex's, delicacy. There is no fear that attempts could be formed by the most audacious (two Lovelaces there cannot be) upon a character so revered for virtue, and so charmingly spirited as Miss Howe's. Yet, to have any man encouraged to despise a husband by the example of one who is most concerned to do him honour, what, my dear, think you of that? It is but too natural for envious men, (and who that knows Miss Howe will not envy Mr. Hickman,) to scoff at, and to jest upon, those who are treated with or will bear indignity from a woman. If a man so treated have a true and ardent love for the woman he addresses, he will be easily overawed by her displeasure, and this will put him upon acts of submission, which will be called meanness. And what woman of true spirit would like to have it said, that she would impose any thing upon the man from whom she one day expects protection and defence, that should be capable of being construed as a meanness or unmanly abjectness in his behaviour, even to herself? Nay, I am not sure, and I ask it of you, my dear, to resolve me, whether, in your own opinion, it is not likely that a woman of spirit will despise, rather than value more, the man who will take patiently an insult at her hands, especially before company. I have always observed, that prejudices in disfavour of a person at his first appearance fix deeper, and are much more difficult to be removed, when fixed, than that malignant principle so eminently visible in little minds, which makes them wish to bring down the more worthy characters to their own low level. I pretend not to determine. When once, therefore, a woman of your good sense gives room to the world to think she has not an high opinion of the lover, whom nevertheless she entertains, it will be very difficult for her afterwards to make that world think so well as she would have it of the husband she has chosen. Give me leave to observe, that to condescend with dignity, and to command with such kindness and sweetness of manners as should let the condescension, while in a single state, be seen and acknowledged, are points which a wise woman, knowing her man, should aim at; and a wise woman, I should think, would choose to live single all her life, rather than give herself to a man whom she thinks unworthy of a treatment so noble. But when a woman lets her lover see that she has the generosity to approve of and reward a well meant service, that she has a mind that lifts her above the little captious follies, which some, too licentiously I hope, attribute to the sex in general, that she resents not, if ever she thinks she has reason to be displeased, with petulance or through pride, nor thinks it necessary to insist upon little points, to come at or secure great ones, perhaps not proper to be aimed at, nor leaves room to suppose she has so much cause to doubt her own merit, as to put the love of the man she intends to favour upon disagreeable or arrogant trials, but let reason be the principal guide of her actions, she will then never fail of that true respect, of that sincere veneration, which she wishes to meet with, and which will make her judgment after marriage consulted, sometimes with a preference to a man's own, at other times as a delightful confirmation of his. And so much, my beloved Miss Howe, for this subject now, and I dare say for ever. I will begin another letter by and by, and send both together. Mean time I am, etc. End of Letter XXXII.
LETTER XXXIII OF Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. In this letter the lady acquaints Miss Howe with Mr. Brand's report, with her sister's proposals either that she will go abroad or prosecute Mr. Lovelace. She complains of the severe letters of her uncle Antony and her sister, but in milder terms than they deserved. She sends her Dr. Lewen's letter, and the copy of her answer to it. She tells her of the difficulty she had been under to avoid seeing Mr. Lovelace. She gives her the contents of the letter she wrote to him to divert him from his proposed visit. She is afraid, she says, that it is a step that is not strictly right, if allegory or metaphor be not allowable to one in her circumstances. She informs her of her cousin Morden's arrival, and readiness to take her part with her relations; of his designed interview with Mr. Lovelace; and tells her what her apprehensions are upon it. She gives her the purport of the conversation between her aunt Hervey and Mrs. Norton; and then add, but were they ever so favourably inclined to me now, what can they do for me? I wish, and that for their sakes more than for my own, that they would yet relent. But I am very ill. I must drop my pen. A sudden faintness overspreads my heart. Excuse my crooked writing. Adieu, my dear. Adieu. 3 o'clock, Friday. Once more I resume my pen. I thought I had taken my last farewell to you. I never was so very oddly affected. Something that seemed totally to overwhelm my faculties. I don't know how to describe it. I believe I do amiss in writing so much, and taking too much upon me. But an active mind, though clouded by bodily illness, cannot be idle. I'll see if the air and a discontinued attention will help me. But if it will not, don't be concerned for me, my dear. I shall be happy. Nay, I am more so already than of late I thought I could ever be in this life. Yet how this body clings! How it encumbers! 7 o'clock. I could not send this letter away with so melancholy an ending, as you would have thought it. So I deferred closing it, till I saw how I should be on my return from my airing. And now I must say I am quite another thing; so alert, that I could proceed with as much spirit as I began, and add more preachment to your lively subject, if I had not written more than enough upon it already. I wish you would let me give you and Mr. Hickman joy. Do, my dear. I should take some to myself, if you would. My respectful compliments to all your friends, as well to those I have the honour to know, as to those I do not know. I have just now been surprised with a letter from one whom I long ago gave up all thoughts of hearing from Mr. Wyerley. I will enclose it. You'll be surprised at it as much as I was. This seems to be a man whom I might have reclaimed, but I could not love him. Yet I hope I never treated him with arrogance. Indeed, my dear, if I am not too partial to myself, I think I refused him with more gentleness than you retained somebody else. And this recollection gives me less pain than I should have had in the other case, on receiving this instance of a generosity that affects me. I will also enclose the rough draught of my answer, as soon as I have transcribed it. If I begin another sheet, I shall write to the end of it. Wherefore I will only add my prayers for your honour and prosperity, and for a long, long, happy life; and that, when it comes to be wound up, you may be as calm and as easy at quitting it as I hope in God I shall be. I am, and will be, to the latest moment, your truly affectionate and obliged servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXIII. Letter XXXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIV. Mr. Wyerley to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Wednesday, August 23. Dearest Madam, you will be surprised to find renewed, at this distance of time, and addressed so positively, though so politely discouraged. But, however it be received, I must renew it. Every body has heard that you have been vilely treated by a man who, to treat you ill, must be the vilest of men. Every body knows your just resentment of his base treatment; that you are determined never to be reconciled to him;
and that you persist in these sentiments against all the entreaties of his noble relations, against all the prayers and repentance of his ignoble self, and all the world that have the honour to know you, or have heard of him, applaud your resolution, as worthy of yourself, worthy of your virtue, and of that strict honour which was always attributed to you by every one who spoke of you. But, Madam, were all the world to have been of a different opinion, it could never have altered mine. I ever loved you, I ever must love you, yet have I endeavoured to resign to my hard fate. When I had so many ways in vain sought to move you in my favour, I sat down seemingly contented. I even wrote to you that I would sit down contented, and I endeavoured to make all my friends and companions think I was. But nobody knows what pangs this self-denial cost me. In vain did the chase, in vain did travel, in vain did lively company offer themselves, and were embraced in their turn. With redoubled force did my passion for you renew my unhappiness, when I looked into myself, into my own heart, for there did your charming image sit enthroned, and you engrossed me all. I truly deplore those misfortunes and those sufferings for your own sake, which nevertheless encourage me to renew my old hope. I know not particulars, I dare not inquire after them, because my sufferings would be increased with the knowledge of what yours have been. I therefore desire not to know more than what common report wounds my ears with, and what is given me to know, by your absence from your cruel family, and from the sacred place where I, among numbers of your rejected admirers, used to be twice a week sure to behold you, doing credit to that service of which your example gave me the highest notions. But whatever be those misfortunes, of whatsoever nature those sufferings, I shall bless the occasion for my own sake, though for yours curse the author of them, if they may give me the happiness to know that this my renewed address may not be absolutely rejected. Only give me hope, that it may one day meet with encouragement, if in the interim nothing happen, either in my morals or behaviour, to give you fresh offence. Give me but hope of this. Not absolutely to reject me is all the hope I ask for; and I will love you, if possible, still more than I ever loved you, and that for your sufferings. For well you deserve to be loved, even to adoration, who can, for honour's and for virtue's sake, subdue a passion which common spirits (I speak by cruel experience) find invincible; and this at a time when the black offender kneels and supplicates, as I am well assured he does, all his friends likewise supplicating for him, to be forgiven. That you cannot forgive him, nor forgive him so as to receive him again to favour, is no wonder. His offence is against virtue. This is a part of your essence. What magnanimity is this! How just to yourself, and to your spotless character! Is it any merit to admire more than ever a lady who can so exaltedly distinguish? It is not. I cannot plead it. What hope have I left, may it be said, when my address was before rejected, now, that your sufferings so nobly borne have, with all the good judges, exalted your character? Yet, Madam, I have to pride myself in this, that while your friends, not looking upon you in the just light I do, persecute and banish you; while your estate is withheld from you, and threatened, as I know, to be withheld, as long as the chicaning law, or rather the chicaneries of its practisers, can keep it from you; while you are destitute of protection, every body standing aloof, either through fear of the injurer of one family, or of the hard-hearted of the other; I pride myself, I say, to stand forth and offer my fortune and my life at your devotion, with a selfish hope indeed I should be too great an hypocrite not to own this, and I know how much you abhor insincerity. But whether you encourage that hope or not, accept my best services, I beseech you, Madam, and be pleased to excuse me for a piece of honest art, which the nature of the case, doubting the honour of your notice otherwise, makes me choose to conclude with. It is this: if I am to be still the most unhappy of men, let your pen by one line tell me so. If I am permitted to indulge a hope, however distant, your silence shall be deemed by me the happiest indication of it that you can give, except that still happier, the happiest that can befall me; a signification that you will accept the tender of that life and fortune which it would be my pride and my glory to sacrifice in your service, leaving the reward to yourself. Be your determination as it may, I must for ever admire and love you; nor will I ever change my condition while you live, whether you change yours or not: for having once had the presumption to address you, I cannot stoop to think of any other woman. And this I solemnly declare in the presence of that God, whom I daily pray to bless and protect you, be your determination what it will with regard to, dearest Madam, your most devoted and ever affectionate and faithful servant, Alexander Wyerley. End of Letter XXXIV.
Letter XXXV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Alexander Wyerley, Esq. Saturday, August 26. Sir, the generosity of your purpose would have commanded not only my notice but my thanks, although you had not given me the alternative you are pleased to call artful; and I do therefore give you my thanks for your kind letter. At the time you distinguished me by your favourable opinion, I told you, Sir, that my choice was the single life; and most truly did I tell you so. When that was not permitted me, and I looked round upon the several gentlemen who had been proposed to me, and had reason to believe that there was not one of them against whose morals or principles there lay not some exception, it would not have been much to be wondered at, if fancy had been allowed to give a preference, where judgment was at a loss to determine. Far be it from me to say this with a design to upbraid you, Sir, or to reflect upon you. I always wished you well. You had reason to think I did. You had the generosity to be pleased with the frankness of my behaviour to you, as I had with that of yours to me. And I am sorry, very sorry, to be now told, that the acquaintance you obliged me with gave you so much pain. Had the option I have mentioned been allowed me afterwards, as I not only wished but proposed, things had not happened that did happen. But there was a kind of fatality, by which our whole family was impelled, as I may say, and which none of us were permitted to avoid. But this is a subject that cannot be dwelt upon. As matters are, I have only to wish, for your own sake, that you will encourage and cultivate those good motions in your mind, to which many passages in your kind and generous letter now before me must be owing. Depend upon it, Sir, that such motions, wrought into habit, will yield you pleasure at a time when nothing else can; and at present, shining out in your actions and conversation, will commend you to the worthiest of our sex. For, Sir, the man who is so good upon choice, as well as by education, has that quality in himself which ennobles the human race, and without which the most dignified by birth or rank are ignoble. As to the resolution you solemnly make not to marry while I live, I should be concerned at it, were I not morally sure that you may keep it, and yet not be detrimented by it, since a very few days will convince you that I am got above all human dependence, and that there is no need of that protection and favour which you so generously offer to, Sir, your obliged well-wisher and humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXV. Letter XXXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVI. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Monday noon, August 28. About the time of poor Belton's interment last night, as near as we could guess, Lord M., Mowbray, and myself toasted once to the memory of honest Tom Belton, and by a quick transition to the living, health to Miss Harlowe, which Lord M. obligingly began, and to the happy reconciliation; and then we stuck in a remembrance to honest Jack Belford, who of late, we all agreed, is become an useful and humane man, and one who prefers his friend's service to his own. But what is the meaning? I hear nothing from thee. And why dost thou not let me into the grounds of the sudden reconciliation between my beloved and her friends, and the cause of the generous invitation which she gives me of attending her at her father's some time hence? Thou must certainly have been let into the secret by this time; and I can tell thee, I shall be plaguy jealous if there is to be any one thing pass between my angel and thee that is to be concealed from me; for either I am a principal in this cause, or I am nothing. I have dispatched Will. to know the reason of thy neglect. But let me whisper a word or two in thy ear. I begin to be afraid, after all,
that this letter was a stratagem to get me out of town, and for nothing else. For, in the first place, Tourville, in a letter I received this morning, tells me, that the lady is actually very ill. I am sorry for it with all my soul. This, thou'lt say, I may think a reason why she cannot set out as yet. But then I have heard, on the other hand, but last night, that the family is as implacable as ever; and my Lord and I expect this very afternoon a visit from Colonel Morden, who undertakes, it seems, to question me as to my intention with regard to his cousin. This convinces me, that if she has apprized her friends of my offers to her, they will not believe me to be in earnest, till they are assured that I am so from my own mouth. But then I understand, that the intended visit is an officiousness of Morden's own, without the desire of any of her friends. Now, Jack, what can a man make of all this? My intelligence as to the continuance of her family's implacableness is not to be doubted. And yet, when I read her letter, what can one say? Surely the dear little rogue will not lie. I never knew her dispense with her word but once, and that was when she promised to forgive me after the dreadful fire that had like to have happened at our mother's, and yet would not see me the next day, and afterwards made her escape to Hampstead, in order to avoid forgiving me; and as she severely smarted for this departure from her honour given, for it is a sad thing for good people to break their word, when it is in their power to keep it, one would not expect that she should set about deceiving again, more especially by the premeditation of writing. Thou perhaps wilt ask, what honest man is obliged to keep his promise with a highwayman, for well I know thy unmannerly way of making comparisons: but I say, every honest man is. And I will give thee an illustration. Here is a marauding varlet, who demands your money with a pistol at your breast. You have neither money nor valuable effects about you, and promise solemnly, if he will spare your life, that you will send him an agreed upon sum by such a day to such a place. The question is, if your life is not in the fellow's power? How he came by the power is another question, for which he must answer with his life when caught. So he runs risk for risk. Now, if he give you your life, does he not give, think you, a valuable consideration for the money you engage your honour to send him? If not, the sum must be exorbitant, or your life is a very paltry one, even in your own opinion. I need not make the application; and I am sure that even thou thyself, who never sparest me, and thinkest thou knowest my heart by thy own, canst not possibly put the case in a stronger light against me. Then why do good people take upon themselves to censure, as they do, persons less scrupulous than themselves? Is it not because the latter allow themselves in any liberty in order to carry a point? And can my not doing my duty warrant another for not doing his? Thou wilt not say it can. And how would it sound? To put the case as strongly once more, as my greatest enemy would put it, both as to fact and in words: here has that profligate wretch Lovelace broken his vow with and deceived Miss Clarissa Harlowe. A vile fellow! Would an enemy say, but it is like him? But when it comes to be said that the pious Clarissa has broken her word with and deceived Lovelace, good Lord! would every one say, sure it cannot be? Upon my soul, Jack, such is the veneration I have for this admirable woman, that I am shocked barely at putting the case: and so wilt thou, if thou respectest her as thou oughtest: for thou knowest that men and women, all the world over, form their opinions of one another by each person's professions and known practices. In this lady, therefore, it would be unpardonable to tell a wilful untruth, as it would be strange if I kept my word: in love cases, I mean: for as to the rest, I am an honest moral man, as all who know me can testify. And what, after all, would this lady deserve, if she has deceived me in this case? For did she not send me prancing away upon Lord M.'s best nag, to Lady Sarah's and to Lady Betty's, with an erect and triumphing countenance, to show them her letter to me? And let me tell thee, that I have received their congratulations upon it. Well, and now, cousin Lovelace, cries one. Well, and now, cousin Lovelace, cries the other. I hope you'll make the best of husbands to so excellent and so forgiving a lady. And now we shall soon have the pleasure of looking upon you as a reformed man, added one. And now we shall see you in the way we have so long wished you to be in, cried the other. My cousins Montague also have been ever since rejoicing in the new relationship. They are charming cousin, and their lovely cousin, at every word: and how dearly they will love her! What lessons they will take from her! And yet Charlotte, who pretends to have the eye of an eagle, was for finding out some mystery in the style and manner, till I overbore her, and laughed her out of it. As for Lord M., he has been in hourly expectation of being sent to, with proposals of one sort or other from the Harlowes: and still we have it, that such proposals will be made by Colonel Morden when he comes; and that the Harlowes only put on a face of irreconcilableness till they know the issue of Morden's visit, in order to make the better terms with us. Indeed, if I had not undoubted reason, as I said, to believe the continuance of their antipathy to me, and implacableness to her, I should be apt to think there might be some foundation for my Lord's conjecture: for there is a cursed deal of low cunning in all that family, except in the angel of it, who has so much generosity of soul, that she despises cunning, both name and thing. What I mean by all this is, to let thee see what a stupid figure I shall make to all my own family, if my Clarissa has been capable, as Gulliver in his abominable Yahoo story phrases it, if it were only that I should be outwitted by such a novice at plotting, and that it would make me look silly to my kinswomen here, who know I value myself upon my contrivances, it would vex me to the heart, and I would instantly clap a feather bed into a coach and six, and fetch her away, sick or well, and marry her at my leisure. But Colonel Morden is come, and I must break off. End of Letter XXXVI.
Letter XXXVII Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday night, August 28. I doubt you will be all impatience that you have not heard from me since mine of Thursday last. You would be still more so, if you knew that I had by me a letter ready written. I went early yesterday morning to Epsom, and found every thing disposed according to the directions I had left on Friday; and at night the solemn office was performed. Tourville was there, and behaved very decently, and with greater concern than I thought he would ever have expressed for any body. Thomasine, they told me, in a kind of disguise, was in an obscure pew, out of curiosity; for it seemed she was far from showing any tokens of grief to see the last office performed for the man whose heart she had so largely contributed to break. I was obliged to stay till this afternoon to settle several necessary matters, and to direct inventories to be taken, in order for appraisement, for every thing is to be turned into money by his will. I presented his sister with the 100 guineas the poor man left me as his executor, and desired her to continue in the house, and take the direction of every thing, till I could hear from his nephew at Antigua, who is heir at law. He had left her but £50, although he knew her indigence, and that it was owing to a vile husband, and not to herself, that she was indigent. The poor man left about £200 in money, and £200 in 2 East India bonds; and I will contrive, if I can, to make up the poor woman's £50, and my 100 guineas, £200 to her; and then she will have some little matter coming in certain, which I will oblige her to keep out of the hands of a son who has completed that ruin which his father had very nearly effected. I gave Tourville his £20, and will send you and Mowbray yours by the first order. And so much for poor Belton's affairs, till I see you. I got to town in the evening, and went directly to Smith's. I found Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith in the back shop, and I saw they had been both in tears. They rejoiced to see me, however, and told me that the doctor and Mr. Goddard were but just gone, as was also the worthy clergyman, who often comes to pray by her; and all three were of opinion that she would hardly live to see the entrance of another week. I was not so much surprised as grieved, for I had feared as much when I left her on Saturday. I sent up my compliments, and she returned, that she would take it for a favour if I would call upon her in the morning by 8 o'clock. Mrs. Lovick told me that she had fainted away on Saturday, while she was writing, as she had done likewise the day before; and having received benefit then by a little turn in a chair, she was carried abroad again. She returned somewhat better, and wrote till late, yet had a pretty good night, and went to Covent Garden Church in the morning, but came home so ill that she was obliged to lie down. When she arose, seeing how much grieved Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith were for her, she made apologies for the trouble she gave them. You were happy, said she, before I came hither. It was a cruel thing in me to come amongst honest strangers, and to be sick and die with you. When they touched upon the irreconcilableness of her friends, I have had ill offices done me to them, said she, and they do not know how ill I am, nor will they believe any thing I should write. But yet I cannot sometimes forbear thinking it a little hard, that out of so many near and dear friends as I have living, not one of them will vouchsafe to look upon me. No old servant, no old friend, proceeded she, to be permitted to come near me, without being sure of incurring displeasure; and to have such a great work to go through by myself, a young creature as I am, and to have every thing to think of as to my temporal matters, and to order, to my very interment. No dear mother, said the sweet sufferer, to pray by me and bless me. No kind sister to soothe and comfort me.
But come, recollected she, how do I know but all is for the best, if I can but make a right use of my discomforts? Pray for me, Mrs. Lovick. Pray for me, Mrs. Smith, that I may. I have great need of your prayers. This cruel man has discomposed me. His persecutions have given me pain just here, putting her hand to her heart. What a step has he made me take to avoid him! Who can touch pitch, and not be defiled? He had made a bad spirit take possession of me, I think, broken in upon all my duties, and will not yet, I doubt, let me be at rest. Indeed he is very cruel. But this is one of my trials, I believe. By God's grace I shall be easier to morrow, and especially if I have no more of his tormentings, and if I can get a tolerable night. And I will sit up till 11, that I may. She said, that though this was so heavy a day with her, she was at other times, within these few days past especially, blessed with bright hours; and particularly, that she had now and then such joyful assurances, which she hoped were not presumptuous ones, that God would receive her to his mercy, that she could hardly contain herself, and was ready to think herself above this earth while she was in it. And what, inferred she to Mrs. Lovick, must be the state itself, the very aspirations after which have often cast a beamy light through the thickest darkness, and, when I have been at the lowest ebb, have dispelled the black clouds of despondency? As I hope they soon will this spirit of repining. She had a pretty good night, it seems; and this morning went in a chair to St. Dunstan's church. The chairman told Mrs. Smith that after prayers, for she did not return till between 9 and 10, they carried her to a house in Fleet street, whither they never waited on her before. And where dost think this was? Why, to an undertaker's. Good Heaven! What a woman is this! She went into the back shop, and talked with the master of it about half an hour, and came from him with great serenity; he waiting upon her to her chair with a respectful countenance, but full of curiosity and seriousness. 'Tis evident that she went to bespeak her house that she talked of. As soon as you can, Sir, were her words to him as she got into the chair. Mrs. Smith told me this with the same surprise and grief that I heard it. She was very ill in the afternoon, having got cold either at St. Dunstan's or at chapel, and sent for the clergyman to pray by her; and the women, unknown to her, sent both for Dr. H. and Mr. Goddard, who were just gone, as I told you, when I came to pay my respects to her this evening. And thus have I recounted from the good women what passed to this night since my absence. I long for to morrow that I may see her; and yet it is such a melancholy longing as I never experienced, and know not how to describe. Tuesday, August 29. I was at Smith's at half an hour after 7. They told me that the lady was gone in a chair to St. Dunstan's, but was better than she had been in either of the 2 preceding days; and that she said she to Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, as she went into the chair, I have a good deal to answer for to you, my good friends, for my vapourish conversation of last night. If, Mrs. Lovick, said she, smiling, I have no new matters to discompose me, I believe my spirits will hold out purely. She returned immediately after prayers. Mr. Belford, said she, as she entered the back shop where I was, and upon my approaching her, I am very glad to see you. You have been performing for your poor friend a kind last office. 'Tis not long ago since you did the same for a near relation. Is it not a little hard upon you, that these troubles should fall so thick to your lot? But they are charitable offices; and it is a praise to your humanity, that poor dying people know not where to choose so well. I told her I was sorry to hear she had been so ill since I had the honour to attend her; but rejoiced to find that now she seemed a good deal better. It will be sometimes better, and sometimes worse, replied she, with poor creatures, when they are balancing between life and death. But no more of these matters just now. I hope, Sir, you'll breakfast with me. I was quite vapourish yesterday. I had a very bad spirit upon me. Had I not, Mrs. Smith? But I hope I shall be no more so. And to day I am perfectly serene. This day rises upon me as if it would be a bright one. She desired me to walk up, and invited Mr. Smith and his wife, and Mrs. Lovick also, to breakfast with her. I was better pleased with her liveliness than with her looks. The good people retiring after breakfast, the following conversation passed between us. Pray, Sir, let me ask you, if you think I may promise myself that I shall be no more molested by your friend? I hesitated; for how could I answer for such a man? What shall I do if he comes again? You see how I am. I cannot fly from him now. If he has any pity left for the poor creature whom he has thus reduced, let him not come. But have you heard from him lately? And will he come? I hope not, Madam. I have not heard from him since Thursday last, that he went out of town, rejoicing in the hopes your letter gave him of a reconciliation between your friends and you, and that he might in good time see you at your father's; and he is gone down to give all his friends joy of the news, and is in high spirits upon it. Alas for me! I shall then surely have him come up to persecute me again. As soon as he discovers that that was only a stratagem to keep him away, he will come up: and who knows but even now he is upon the road? I thought I was so bad that I should have been out of his and every body's way before now: for I expected not that this contrivance would serve me above 2 or 3 days; and by this time he must have found out that I am not so happy as to have any hope of a reconciliation with my family: and then he will come, if it be only in revenge for what he will think a deceit, but is not, I hope, a wicked one. I believe I looked surprised to hear her confess that her letter was a stratagem only: for she said, You wonder, Mr. Belford, I observe, that I could be guilty of such an artifice. I doubt it is not right. It was done in a hurry of spirits. How could I see a man who had so mortally injured me, yet pretending a sorrow for his crimes, and wanting to see me, could behave with so much shocking levity, as he did to the honest people of the house? Yet 'tis strange too, that neither you nor he found out my meaning on perusal of my letter. You have seen what I wrote, no doubt. I have, Madam. And then I began to account for it as an innocent artifice. Thus far, indeed, Sir, it is an innocent, that I meant him no hurt, and had a right to the effect I hoped for from it, and he had none to invade me. But have you, Sir, that letter of his in which he gives you, as I suppose he does, the copy of mine? I have, Madam, and pulled it out of my letter case, but hesitating. Nay, Sir, said she, be pleased to read my letter to yourself. I desire not to see his: and see if you can be longer a stranger to a meaning so obvious. I read it to myself. Indeed, Madam, I can find nothing but that you are going down to Harlowe place to be reconciled to your father and other friends: and Mr. Lovelace presumed that a letter from your sister, which he saw brought when he was at Mr. Smith's, gave you the welcome news of it. She then explained all to me, and that, as I may say, in 6 words. A religious meaning is couched under it: and that's the reason that neither you nor I could find it out. Read but for my father's house heaven, said she, and for the interposition of my dear blessed friend, suppose the mediation of my Saviour, which I humbly rely upon, and all the rest of the letter will be accounted for. I hope, repeated she, that it is a pardonable artifice: but I am afraid it is not strictly right. I read it so, and stood astonished for a minute at her invention, her piety, her charity, and at thine and mine own stupidity, to be thus taken in. And now, thou vile Lovelace, what hast thou to do, the lady all consistent with herself, and no hopes left for thee, but to hang, drown, or shoot thyself, for an outwitted boaster? My surprise being a little over, she proceeded: As to the letter that came from my sister while your friend was here, you will soon see, Sir, that it is the cruellest letter she ever wrote me. And then she expressed a deep concern for what might be the consequence of Colonel Morden's intended visit to you; and besought me that, if now, or at any time hereafter, I had opportunity to prevent any further mischief, without detriment or danger to myself, I would do it. I assured her of the most particular attention to this and to all her commands; and that in a manner so agreeable to her, that she invoked a blessing upon me for my goodness, as she called it, to a desolate creature who suffered under the worst of orphanage. Those were her words. She then went back to her first subject, her uneasiness for fear of your molesting her again; and said, If you have any influence over him, Mr. Belford, prevail upon him that he will give me the assurance that the short remainder of my time shall be all my own. I have need of it. Indeed I have. Why will he wish to interrupt me in my duty? Has he not punished me enough for my preference of him to all his sex? Has he not destroyed my fame and my fortune? And will not his causeless vengeance upon me be complete, unless he ruin my soul too? Excuse me, Sir, for this vehemence: but indeed it greatly imports me to know that I shall be no more disturbed by him. And yet, with all this aversion, I would sooner give way to his visit, though I were to expire the moment I saw him, than to be the cause of any fatal misunderstanding between you and him. I assured her that I would make such a representation of the matter to you, and of the state of her health, that I would undertake to answer for you, that you would not attempt to come near her. And for this reason, Lovelace, do I lay the whole matter before you, and desire you will authorize me, as soon as this and mine of Saturday last come to your hands, to dissipate her fears. This gave her a little satisfaction: and then she said that I had not told her that I could promise for you, she was determined, ill as she is, to remove somewhere out of my knowledge as well as out of yours. And yet to have been obliged to leave people I am but just got acquainted with, said the poor lady, and to have died among perfect strangers, would have completed my hardships. This conversation, I found, as well from the length as the nature of it, had fatigued her; and seeing her change colour once or twice, I made that my excuse, and took leave of her; desiring her permission, however, to attend her in the evening, and as often as possible: for I could not help telling her that every time I saw her, I more and more considered her as a beatified spirit, and as one sent from heaven to draw me after her out of the miry gulf in which I had been so long immersed. And laugh at me if thou wilt; but it is true, that, every time I approach her, I cannot but look upon her as one just entering into a companionship with saints and angels. This thought so wholly possessed me, that I could not help begging, as I went away, her prayers and her blessing, with the reverence due to an angel. In the evening she was so low and weak, that I took my leave of her in less than a quarter of an hour. I went directly home; where, to the pleasure and wonder of my cousin and her family, I now pass many honest evenings, which they impute to your being out of town. I shall dispatch my packet to morrow morning early by my own servant, to make thee amends for the suspense I must have kept thee in. Thou'lt thank me for that, I hope; but wilt not, I am sure, for sending thy servant back without a letter. I long for the particulars of the conversation between you and Mr. Morden. The lady, as I have hinted, is full of apprehensions about it. Send me back this packet when perused; for I have not had either time or patience to take a copy of it. And I beseech you enable me to make good my engagements to the poor lady, that you will not invade her again. LETTER XXXVII. LETTER XXXVIII OF Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday, August 30. I have a conversation to give you that passed between this admirable lady and Dr. H., which will furnish a new instance of the calmness and serenity with which she can talk of death, and prepare for it, as if it were an occurrence as familiar to her as dressing and undressing. As soon as I had dispatched my servant to you with my letters of the 26th, 28th, and yesterday the 29th, I went to pay my duty to her, and had the pleasure to find her, after a tolerable night, pretty lively and cheerful. She was but just returned from her usual devotions, and Dr. H. alighted as she entered the door. After inquiring how she did, and hearing her complaints of shortness of breath, which she attributed to inward decay, precipitated by her late harasses, as well from her friends as from you, he was for advising her to go into the air. What will that do for me? Said she. Tell me truly, good Sir, with a cheerful aspect. You know you cannot disturb me by it, whether now you do not put on the true physician, and despairing that any thing in medicine will help me, advise me to the air, as a last resource. Can you think the air will avail in such a malady as mine? He was silent. I ask, said she, because my friends, who will possibly some time hence inquire after the means I use for my recovery, may be satisfied that I omitted nothing which so worthy and skilful a physician prescribed. The air, Madam, may possibly help the difficulty of breathing which has so lately attacked you. But, Sir, you see how weak I am. You must see that I have been consuming from day to day: and now, if I can judge by what I feel in myself, putting her hand to her heart, I cannot continue long. If the air would very probably add to my days, though I am far from being desirous to have them lengthened, I would go into it; and the rather as I know Mrs. Lovick would kindly accompany me. But if I were to be at the trouble of removing into new lodgings, a trouble which I think now would be too much for me, and this only to die in the country, I had rather the scene were to shut up here. For here have I meditated the spot, and the manner, and every thing, as well of the minutest as of the highest consequence, that can attend the solemn moments. So, Doctor, tell me truly, may I stay here? And be clear of any imputations of curtailing, through wilfulness or impatiency, or through resentments which I hope I am got above, a life that might otherwise be prolonged? Tell me, Sir. You are not talking to a coward in this respect: indeed you are not. Unaffectedly smiling. The doctor, turning to me, was at a loss what to say, lifting up his eyes only in admiration of her. Never had any patient, said she, a more indulgent and more humane physician. But since you are loath to answer my question directly, I will put it in other words. You don't enjoin me to go into the air, Doctor, do you? I do not, Madam. Nor do I now visit you as a physician, but as a person whose conversation I admire, and whose sufferings I condole. And to explain myself more directly, as to the occasion of this day's visit in particular, I must tell you, Madam, that understanding how much you suffer by the displeasure of your friends, and having no doubt but that, if they knew the way you are in, they would alter their conduct to you, and believing it must cut them to the heart when too late they shall be informed of every thing, I have resolved to apprize them by letter, stranger as I am to their persons, how necessary it is for some of them to attend you very speedily, For their sakes, Madam, let me press for your approbation of this measure. She paused, and at last said, This is kind, very kind in you, Sir. But I hope that you do not think me so perverse and so obstinate as to have left till now any means unassayed, which I thought likely to move my friends in my favour. But now, Doctor, said she, I should be too much disturbed at their grief, if they were any of them to come or to send to me; and perhaps, if I found they still loved me, wished to live; and so should quit unwillingly that life which I am now really fond of quitting, and hope to quit as becomes a person who has had such a weaning time as I have been favoured with. I hope, Madam, said I, we are not so near as you apprehend to that deplorable catastrophe you hint at with such an amazing presence of mind. And therefore I presume to second the doctor's motion, if it were only for the sake of your father and mother, that they may have the satisfaction, if they must lose you, to think they were first reconciled to you. It is very kindly, very humanely considered, said she. But if you think me not so very near my last hour, let me desire this may be postponed till I see what effect my cousin Morden's mediation may have. Perhaps he may vouchsafe to make me a visit yet, after his intended interview with Mr. Lovelace is over; of which who knows, Mr. Belford, but your next letters may give an account? I hope it will not be a fatal one to any body. Will you promise me, Doctor, to forbear writing for 2 days only, and I will communicate to you any thing that occurs in that time, and then you shall take your own way. Mean time, I repeat my thanks for your goodness to me. Nay, dear Doctor, hurry not away from me so precipitately, for he was going for fear of an offered fee. I will no more affront you with tenders that have pained you for some time past; and since I must now, from this kindly offered favour, look upon you only as a friend, I will assure you henceforth that I will give you no more uneasiness on that head. And now, Sir, I know I shall have the pleasure of seeing you oftener than heretofore. The worthy gentleman was pleased with this assurance, telling her that he had always come to see her with great pleasure, but parted with her, on the account she hinted at, with as much pain; and that he should not have forborne to double his visits, could he have had this kind assurance as early as he wished for it. There are few instances of like disinterestedness, I doubt, in this tribe. Till now I always held it for gospel, that friendship and physician were incompatible things; and little imagined that a man of medicine, when he had given over his patient to death, would think of any visits but those of ceremony, that he might stand well with the family, against it came to their turns to go through his turnpike. After the doctor was gone, she fell into a very serious discourse of the vanity of life, and the wisdom of preparing for death, while health and strength remained, and before the infirmities of body impaired the faculties of the mind, and disabled them from acting with the necessary efficacy and clearness; the whole calculated for every one's meridian, but particularly, as it was easy to observe, for thine and mine. She was very curious to know further particulars of the behaviour of poor Belton in his last moments. You must not wonder at my inquiries, Mr. Belford, said she. For who is it that is to undertake a journey into a country they never travelled to before, that inquires not into the difficulties of the road, and what accommodations are to be expected in the way? I gave her a brief account of the poor man's terrors and unwillingness to die; and when I had done, Thus, Mr. Belford, said she, must it always be with poor souls who have never thought of their long voyage till the moment they are to embark for it. She made other such observations upon this subject as, coming from the mouth of a person who will so soon be a companion for angels, I shall never forget. And indeed, when I went home, that I might engraft them the better on my memory, I entered them down in writing. But I will not let you see them, until you are in a frame more proper to benefit by them than you are likely to be in one while. Thus far had I written, when the unexpected early return of my servant with your packet (yours and he meeting at Slough, and exchanging letters) obliged me to leave off to give its contents a reading. Here therefore I close this letter. End of Letter XXXVIII. Letter XXXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Tuesday morning, August 29th. Now, Jack, will I give thee an account of what passed on occasion of the visit made us by Colonel Morden. He came on horseback, attended by one servant, and Lord M. received him as a relation of Miss Harlowe's with the highest marks of civility and respect. After some general talk of the times and of the weather, and such nonsense as Englishmen generally make their introductory topics to conversation, the Colonel addressed himself to Lord M. and to me as follows. I need not, my Lord, and Mr. Lovelace, as you know the relation I bear to the Harlowe family, make any apology for entering upon a subject which, on account of that relation, you must think is the principal reason of the honour I have done myself in this visit. Miss Harlowe, Miss Clarissa Harlowe's affair, said Lord M. with his usual forward bluntness. That, Sir, is what you mean. She is by all accounts the most excellent woman in the world. I am glad to hear that is your Lordship's opinion of her. It is every one's. It is not only my opinion, Colonel Morden, proceeded the prating peer, but it is the opinion of all my family, of my sisters, of my nieces, and of Mr. Lovelace himself. Colonel. Would to Heaven it had been always Mr. Lovelace's opinion of her. Lovelace. You have been out of England, Colonel, a good many years. Perhaps you are not yet fully apprized of all the particulars of this case. Colonel. I have been out of England, Sir, about 7 years. My cousin was then about 12 years of age. But never was there at 20 so discreet, so prudent, and so excellent a creature. All that knew her, or saw her, admired her. Mind and person, never did I see such promises of perfection in any young lady: and I am told, nor is it to be wondered at, that, as she advanced to maturity, she more than justified and made good those promises. Then as to fortune, what her father, what her uncles, and what I myself intended to do for her, besides what her grandfather had done, there is not a finer fortune in the country. Lovelace. All this, Colonel, and more than this, is Miss Clarissa Harlowe: and had it not been for the implacableness and violence of her family, all resolved to push her upon a match as unworthy of her as hateful to her, she had still been happy. Colonel. I own, Mr. Lovelace, the truth of what you observed just now, that I am not thoroughly acquainted with all that has passed between you and my cousin. But permit me to say, that when I first heard that you made your addresses to her, I knew but of one objection against you: that, indeed, a very great one: and upon a letter sent me, I gave her my free opinion upon that subject. But had it not been for that, I own that in my private mind there could not have been a more suitable match. For you are a gallant gentleman, graceful in your person, easy and genteel in your deportment, and in your family, fortunes, and expectations, happy as a man can wish to be. Then the knowledge I had of you in Italy, although, give me leave to say, your conduct there was not wholly unexceptionable, convinces me that you are brave, and few gentlemen come up to you in wit and vivacity. Your education has given you great advantages, your manners are engaging, and you have travelled. And I know, if you'll excuse me, you make better observations than you are governed by. All these qualifications make it not at all surprising that a young lady should love you; and that this love, joined to that indiscreet warmth wherewith my cousin's friends would have forced her inclinations in favour of men who are far your inferiors in the qualities I have named, should throw herself upon your protection. But then, if there were these two strong motives, the one to induce, the other to impel her, let me ask you, Sir, if she were not doubly entitled to generous usage from a man whom she chose for her protector, and whom, let me take the liberty to say, she could so amply reward for the protection he was to afford her? Lovelace. Miss Clarissa Harlowe was entitled, Sir, to have the best usage that man could give her. I have no scruple to own it. I will always do her the justice she so well deserves. I know what will be your inference, and have only to say, that time past cannot be recalled. Perhaps I wish it could. The Colonel then, in a very manly strain, set forth the wickedness of attempting a woman of virtue and character. He said, that men had generally too many advantages from the weakness, credulity, and inexperience of the fair sex: that their early learning, which chiefly consisted in inflaming novels, and idle and improbable romances, contributed to enervate and weaken their minds: that his cousin, however, he was sure, was above the reach of common seduction, and not to be influenced to the rashness her parents accused her of by weaker motives than their violence, and the most solemn promises on my part: but nevertheless, having those motives, and her prudence, eminent as it was, being rather the effect of constitution than experience, a fine advantage, however, he said, to ground an unblameable future life upon, she might not be apprehensive of bad designs in a man she loved. It was therefore a very heinous thing to abuse the confidence of such a woman. He was going on in this trite manner, when, interrupting him, I said, these general observations, Colonel, suit not perhaps this particular case: but you yourself are a man of gallantry, and possibly, were you to be put to the question, might not be able to vindicate every action of your life any more than I. Colonel. You are welcome, Sir, to put what questions you please to me: and I thank God I can both own and be ashamed of my errors. Lord M. looked at me. But as the Colonel did not by his manner seem to intend a reflection, I had no occasion to take it for one: especially as I can as readily own my errors as he, or any man, can his, whether ashamed of them or not. He proceeded. As you seem to call upon me, Mr. Lovelace, I will tell you, without boasting of it, what has been my general practice till lately, that I hope I have reformed it a good deal. I have taken liberties which the laws of morality will by no means justify: and once I should have thought myself warranted to cut the throat of any young fellow who should make as free with a sister of mine, as I have made with the sisters and daughters of others. But then I took care never to promise any thing I intended not to perform. A modest ear should as soon have heard downright obscenity from my lips, as a matrimony, if I had not intended it. Young ladies are generally ready enough to believe we mean honourably, if they love us: and it would look like a strange affront to their virtue and charms, that it should be supposed needful to put the question whether in your address you mean a wife. But when once a man make a promise, I think it ought to be performed; and a woman is well warranted to appeal to every one against the perfidy of a deceiver, and is always sure to have the world on her side. Now, Sir, continued he, I believe you have so much honour as to own, that you could not have made way to so eminent a virtue without promising marriage, and that very explicitly and solemnly. I know very well, Colonel, interrupted I, all you would say. You will excuse me, I am sure, that I break in upon you, when you find it is to answer the end you drive at. I own to you, then, that I have acted very unworthily by Miss Clarissa Harlowe; and I'll tell you further, that I heartily repent of my ingratitude and baseness to her. Nay, I will say still further, that I am so grossly culpable as to her, that even to plead that the abuses and affronts I daily received from her implacable relations were in any manner a provocation to me to act vilely by her, would be a mean and low attempt to excuse myself: so low and so mean, that it would doubly condemn me. And if you can say worse, speak it. He looked upon Lord M. and then upon me 2 or 3 times; and my Lord said, My kinsman speaks what he thinks. I'll answer for him. Lovel. I do, Sir. And what can I say more? And what further, in your opinion, can be done? Col. Done, Sir! Why, Sir, in a haughty tone he spoke, I need not tell you that reparation follows repentance; and I hope you make no scruple of justifying your sincerity as to the one or the other. I hesitated; for I relish not the manner of his speech, and his haughty accent, as undetermined whether to take proper notice of it or not. Col. Let me put this question to you, Mr. Lovelace. Is it true, as I have heard it is, that you would marry my cousin, if she would have you? What say you, Sir? This wound me up a peg higher. Lovel. Some questions, as they may be put, imply commands, Colonel. I would be glad to know how I am to take yours, and what is to be the end of your interrogatories. Col. My questions are not meant by me as commands, Mr. Lovelace. The end is, to prevail upon a gentleman to act like a gentleman, and a man of honour. Lovel. Briskly. And by what argument, Sir, do you propose to prevail upon me? Col. By what argument, Sir, prevail upon a gentleman to act like a gentleman? I am surprised at that question from Mr. Lovelace. Lovel. Why so, Sir? Col. Why so, Sir? Angrily. Let me Lovel. Interrupting. I don't choose, Colonel, to be repeated upon in that accent. Lord M. Come, come, gentlemen, I beg of you to be willing to understand one another. You young gentlemen are so warm. Col. Not I, my lord. I am neither very young, nor unduly warm. Your nephew, my lord, can make me be every thing he would have me to be. Lovel. And that shall be whatever you please to be, Colonel. Col. Fiercely. The choice be yours, Mr. Lovelace, friend or foe, as you do or are willing to do justice to one of the finest women in the world. Lord M. I guessed from both your characters what would be the case when you met. Let me interpose, gentlemen, and beg you but to understand one another. You both shoot at one mark, and if you are patient, will both hit it. Let me beg of you, Colonel, to give no challenges. Col. Challenges, my lord! There are things I ever was readier to accept than to offer. But does your lordship think that a man so nearly related as I have the honour to be to the most accomplished woman on earth Lord M. Interrupting. We all allow the excellencies of the lady, and we shall all take it as the greatest honour to be allied to her that can be conferred upon us. Col. So you ought, my lord. A perfect charmant, thought I. See Otway's Orphan. Lord M. So we ought, Colonel, and so we do: and pray let every one do as he ought, and no more than he ought: and you, Colonel, let me tell you, will not be so hasty. Lovel. Coolly. Come, come, Colonel Morden, don't let this dispute, whatever you intend to make of it, go further than with you and me. You deliver yourself in very high terms, higher than ever I was talked to in my life. But here, beneath this roof, 'twould be inexcusable for me to take that notice of it which, perhaps, it would become me to take elsewhere. Col. That is spoken as I wish the man to speak whom I should be pleased to call my friend, if all his actions were of a piece; and as I would have the man speak whom I would think it worth my while to call my foe. I love a man of spirit, as I love my soul. But, Mr. Lovelace, as my Lord thinks we aim at one mark, let me say, that were we permitted to be alone for 6 minutes, I dare say, we should soon understand one another perfectly well. And he moved to the door. Lovel. I am entirely of your opinion, Sir, and will attend you. My Lord rung, and stepped between us. Colonel, return, I beseech you, return, said he; for he had stepped out of the room while my Lord held me. Nephew, you shall not go out. The bell in my Lord's raised voice brought in Mowbray and Clements, my Lord's gentlemen. The former, in his careless way, with his hands behind him. What's the matter, Bobby? What's the matter, my Lord? Only, stammered the agitated peer, these young gentlemen are young gentlemen, that's all. Pray, Colonel Morden, who again entered the room with a sedater aspect, let this cause have a fair trial, I beseech you. Col. With all my heart, my Lord. Mowbray whispered me, What's the cause, Bobby? Shall I take the gentleman to task for thee, my boy? Not for the world, whispered I. The Colonel is a gentleman, and I desire you'll not say one word. Well, 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 Bobby, I have done. I can turn thee loose to the best man upon God's earth. That's all, Bobby. Strutting off to the other end of the room. Col. I am sorry, my Lord. I should give your Lordship the least uneasiness. I came not with such a design. Lord M. Indeed, Colonel, I thought you did, by your taking fire so quickly. I am glad to hear you say you did not. How soon a little spark kindles into a flame, especially when it meets with such combustible spirits. Col. If I had had the least thought of proceeding to extremities, I am sure Mr. Lovelace would have given me the honour of a meeting where I should have been less an intruder. But I came with an amicable intention, to reconcile differences rather than to widen them. Lovelace. Well then, Colonel Morden, let us enter upon the subject in your own way. I don't know the man I should sooner choose to be upon terms with than one whom Miss Clarissa Harlowe so much respects. But I cannot bear to be treated, either in word or accent, in a menacing way. Lord M. Well, 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 gentlemen, this is somewhat like. Angry men make to themselves beds of nettles, and, when they lie down in them, are uneasy with every body. But I hope you are friends. Let me hear you say you are. I am persuaded, Colonel, that you don't know all this unhappy story. You don't know how desirous my kinsman is, as well as all of us, to have this matter end happily. You don't know, do you, Colonel, that Mr. Lovelace, at all our requests, is disposed to marry the lady? Col. At all your requests, my Lord? I should have hoped that Mr. Lovelace was disposed to do justice for the sake of justice, and when at the same time the doing of justice was doing himself the highest honour. Mowbray lifted up his before half-closed eyes to the Colonel, and glanced them upon me. Lovelace. This is in very high language, Colonel. Mowbray. By my soul, I thought so. Col. High language, Mr. Lovelace? Is it not just language? Lovelace. It is, Colonel. And I think the man that does honour to Miss Clarissa Harlowe does me honour. But nevertheless there is a manner in speaking that may be liable to exception, where the words, without that manner, can bear none. Col. Your observation in the general is undoubtedly just. But if you have the value for my cousin that you say you have, you must needs think... Lovelace. You must allow me, Sir, to interrupt you. If I have the value I say I have, I hope, Sir, when I say I have that value, there is no room for that if, pronounced as you pronounced it with an emphasis. Col. You have broken in upon me twice, Mr. Lovelace. I am as little accustomed to be broken in upon, as you are to be repeated upon. Lord M. 2 barrels of gunpowder, by my conscience! What a devil will it signify talking, if thus you are to blow one another up at every word? Lovelace. No man of honour, my Lord, will be easy to have his veracity called into question, though but by implication. Col. Had you heard me out, Mr. Lovelace, you would have found that my if was rather an if of inference than of doubt. But 'tis really a strange liberty gentlemen of free principles take, who, at the same time that they would resent unto death the imputation of being capable of telling an untruth to a man, will not scruple to break through the most solemn oaths and promises to a woman. I must assure you, Mr. Lovelace, that I always made a conscience of my vows and promises. Lovelace. You did right, Colonel. But let me tell you, Sir, that you know not the man you talk to, if you imagine he is not able to rise to a proper resentment, when he sees his generous confessions taken for a mark of base-spiritedness. Colonel. (Warmly, and with a sneer.) Far be it from me, Mr. Lovelace, to impute to you the baseness of spirit you speak of. For what would that be but to imagine that a man, who has done a very flagrant injury, is not ready to show his bravery in defending it? Mowbray. This is damned severe, Colonel. It is, by Jove. I could not take so much at the hands of any man breathing as Mr. Lovelace before this took at yours. Colonel. Who are you, Sir? What pretence have you to interpose in a cause where there is an acknowledged guilt on one side, and the honour of a considerable family wounded in the tenderest part by that guilt on the other? Mowbray (whispering to the Colonel). My dear child, you will oblige me highly if you will give me the opportunity of answering your question, and was going out. The Colonel was held in by my Lord, and I brought in Mowbray. Col. Pray, my good Lord, let me attend this officious gentleman. I beseech you, do. I will wait upon your Lordship in 3 minutes, depend upon it. Lovelace. Mowbray, is this acting like a friend by me, to suppose me incapable of answering for myself? And shall a man of honour and bravery, as I know Colonel Morden to be, rash as perhaps in this visit he has shown himself, have it to say that he comes to my Lord M.'s house in a manner naked as to attendants and friends, and shall not for that reason be rather borne with than insulted? This moment, my dear Mowbray, leave us. You have really no concern in this business; and if you are my friend, I desire you'll ask the Colonel pardon for interfering in it in the manner you have done. Mowbray. Well, well, Bob. Thou shalt be arbiter in this matter. I know I have no business in it. And, Colonel, holding out his hand, I leave you to one who knows how to defend his own cause as well as any man in England. Colonel (taking Mowbray's hand at Lord M.'s request). You need not tell me that, Mr. Mowbray. I have no doubt of Mr. Lovelace's ability to defend his own cause, were it a cause to be defended. And let me tell you, Mr. Lovelace, that I am astonished to think that a brave man, and a generous man, as you have appeared to be in 2 or 3 instances that you have given in the little knowledge I have of you, should be capable of acting as you have done by the most excellent of her sex. Lord M. Well, but, gentlemen, now Mr. Mowbray is gone, and you have both shown instances of courage and generosity to boot, let me desire you to lay your heads together amicably, and think whether there be any thing to be done, to make all end happily for the lady. Lovel. But hold, my Lord, let me say one thing, now Mowbray is gone; and that is, that I think a gentleman ought not to put up tamely 1 or 2 severe things that the Colonel has said. Lord M. What the devil canst thou mean? I thought all had been over. Why, thou hast nothing to do but to confirm to the Colonel that thou art willing to marry Miss Harlowe, if she will have thee. Colonel. Mr. Lovelace will not scruple to say that, I suppose, notwithstanding all that has passed. But if you think, Mr. Lovelace, I have said any thing I should not have said, I suppose it is this, that a man who has shown so little of the thing honour to a defenceless unprotected woman, ought not to stand so nicely upon the empty name of it with a man who is expostulating with him upon it. I am sorry to have cause to say this, Mr. Lovelace; but I would on the same occasion repeat it to a king upon his throne, and surrounded by all his guards. Lord M. But what is all this but more sacks upon the mill, more coals upon the fire? You have a mind to quarrel, both of you, I see that. Are you not willing, nephew, are you not most willing to marry this lady, if she can be prevailed upon to have you? Lovel. D me, my Lord, if I'd marry my empress upon such treatment as this. Lord M. Why now, Bob? Thou art more choleric than the Colonel. It was his turn just now. And now, you see, he is cool. You are all gunpowder. Lovel. I own the Colonel has many advantages over me: but perhaps there is one advantage he has not, if it were put to trial. Col. I came not hither, as I said before, to seek the occasion: but if it were offered me, I won't refuse it. And since we find we disturb my good Lord M., I'll take my leave, and will go home by the way of St. Albans. Lovel. I'll see you part of the way with all my heart, Colonel. Col. I accept your civility very cheerfully, Mr. Lovelace. Lord M. interposing again, as we were both for going out. And what will this do, gentlemen? Suppose you kill one another, will the matter be bettered or worsted by that? Will the lady be made happier or unhappier, do you think, by either or both of your deaths? Your characters are too well known to make fresh instances of the courage of either needful: and I think, if the honour of the lady is your view, Colonel, it can be no other way so effectually promoted as by marriage. And, Sir, if you would use your interest with her, it is very probable that you may succeed, though nobody else can. Lovel. I think, my Lord, I have said all that a man can say, since what is past cannot be recalled: and you see Colonel Morden rises in proportion to my coolness, till it is necessary for me to assert myself, or even he would despise me. Lord M. Let me ask you, Colonel, have you any way, any method that you think reasonable and honourable to propose, to bring about a reconciliation with the lady? This is what we all wish for: and I can tell you, Sir, it is not a little owing to her family, and to their implacable usage of her, that her resentments are heightened against my kinsman, who, however, has used her vilely, but is willing to repair her wrongs. Lovel. Not, my Lord, for the sake of her family, nor for this gentleman's haughty behaviour, but for her own sake, and in full sense of the wrongs I have done her. Col. As to my haughty behaviour, as you call it, Sir, I am mistaken if you would not have gone beyond it in the like case of a relation so meritorious and so unworthily injured. And, Sir, let me tell you, that if your motives are not love, honour, and justice, and if they have the least tincture of mean compassion for her, or of an uncheerful assent on your part, I am sure it will neither be desired or accepted by a person of my cousin's merit and sense, nor shall I wish that it should. Lovel. Don't think, Colonel, that I am meanly compounding off a debate, that I should as willingly go through with you as to eat or drink, if I have the occasion given me for it. But thus much I will tell you, that my Lord, that Lady Sarah Sadleir, Lady Betty Lawrance, my 2 cousins Montague, and myself, have written to her in the most solemn and sincere manner, to offer her such terms as no one but herself would refuse, and this long enough before Colonel Morden's arrival was dreamt of. Col. What reason, Sir, may I ask, does she give, against listening to so powerful a mediation, and to such offers? Lovel. It looks like capitulating, or else... Col. It looks not like any such thing to me, Mr. Lovelace, who have as good an opinion of your spirit as man can have. And what, pray, is the part I act, and my motives for it? Are they not, in desiring that justice may be done to my cousin Clarissa Harlowe, that I seek to establish the honour of Mrs. Lovelace, if matters can once be brought to bear? Lovel. Were she to honour me with her acceptance of that name, Mr. Morden, I should not want you or any man to assert the honour of Mrs. Lovelace. Col. I believe it. But till she has honoured you with that acceptance, she is nearer to me than to you, Mr. Lovelace: and I speak this only to show you that, in the part I take, I mean rather to deserve your thanks than your displeasure, though against yourself, were there occasion. Nor ought you to take it amiss, if you rightly weigh the matter. For, Sir, whom does the lady want protection against but her injurers? And who has been her greatest injurer? Till, therefore, she becomes entitled to your protection as your wife, you yourself cannot refuse me some merit in wishing to have justice done my cousin. But, Sir, you were going to say, that if it were not to look like capitulating, you would hint the reasons my cousin gives against accepting such an honourable mediation. I then told him of my sincere offers of marriage. I made no difficulty, I said, to own my apprehensions, that my unhappy behaviour to her had greatly affected her; but that it was the implacableness of her friends that had thrown her into despair, and given her a contempt for life. I told him, that she had been so good as to send me a letter to divert me from a visit my heart was set upon making her; a letter on which I built great hopes, because she assured me that in it she was going to her father's, and that I might see her there, when she was received, if it were not my own fault. Col. Is it possible? And were you, Sir, thus earnest? And did she send you such a letter? Lord M. confirmed both; and also, that in obedience to her desires, and that intimation, I had come down without the satisfaction I had proposed to myself in seeing her. It is very true, Colonel, said I, and I should have told you this before: but your heat made me decline it; for, as I said, it had an appearance of meanly capitulating with you; an abjectness of heart, of which, had I been capable, I should have despised myself as much as I might have expected you would despise me. Lord M. proposed to enter into the proof of all this. He said, in his phraseological way, that one story was good till another was heard; and that the Harlowe family and I, it was true, had behaved like so many Orsons to one another; and that they had been very free with all our family besides: that nevertheless, for the lady's sake, more than for theirs, or even for mine, he could tell me, he would do greater things for me than they could ask, if she could be brought to have me: and that this he wanted to declare, and would sooner have declared, if he could have brought us sooner to patience and a good understanding. The Colonel made excuses for his warmth, on the score of his affection to his cousin. My regard for her made me readily admit them; and so a fresh bottle of Burgundy, and another of champagne, being put upon the table, we sat down in good humour, after all this blustering, in order to enter closer into the particulars of the case, which I undertook at both their desires to do. But these things must be the subject of another letter, which shall immediately follow this, if it do not accompany it. Mean time you will observe, that a bad cause gives a man great disadvantages. For I myself think that the interrogatories put to me with so much spirit by the Colonel made me look cursedly mean; at the same time that it gave him a superiority which I know not how to allow to the best man in Europe. So that, literally speaking, as a good man would infer, guilt is its own punisher, in that it makes the most lofty spirit look like the miscreant he is. A good man, I say. So, Jack, proleptically I add, thou hast no right to make the observation. End of Letter XXXIX. Letter XL. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XL. Mr. Lovelace. Tuesday afternoon, August 29. I went back, in this part of our conversation, to the day that I was obliged to come down to attend my Lord in the dangerous illness, which some feared would have been his last. I told the Colonel, what earnest letters I had written to a particular friend, to engage him to prevail upon the lady not to slip a day that had been proposed for the private celebration of our nuptials, and of my letters written to her on that subject; for I had stepped to my closet, and fetched down all the letters and draughts and copies of letters relating to this affair. I read to him several passages in the copies of those letters, which, thou wilt remember, make not a little to my honour; and I told him, that I wished I had kept copies of those to my friend on the same occasion, by which he would have seen how much in earnest I was in my professions to her, although she would not answer one of them; and thou mayest remember, that one of those 4 letters accounted to herself why I was desirous she should remain where I had left her. I then proceeded to give him an account of the visit made by Lady Sarah and Lady Betty to Lord M. and me, in order to induce me to do her justice; of my readiness to comply with their desires; and of their high opinion of her merit; of the visit made to Miss Howe by my cousins Montague, in the name of us all, to engage her interest with her friend in my behalf; of my conversation with Miss Howe at a private assembly, to whom I gave the same assurances, and besought her interest with her friend. I then read a copy of the letter, though so much to my disadvantage, which was written to her by Miss Charlotte Montague, August 1st, entreating her alliance in the names of all our family. This made him ready to think that his fair cousin carried her resentment against me too far. He did not imagine, he said, that either myself or our family had been so much in earnest. So thou seest, Belford, that it is but glossing over one part of a story, and omitting another, that will make a bad cause a good one at any time. What an admirable lawyer should I have made! And what a poor hand would this charming creature, with all her innocence, have made of it in a court of justice against a man who had so much to say and to show for himself? I then hinted at the generous annual tender which Lord M. and his sisters made to his fair cousin, in apprehension that she might suffer by her friend's implacableness; and this also the Colonel highly applauded, and was pleased to lament the unhappy misunderstanding between the two families, which had made the Harlowes less fond of an alliance with a family of so much honour as this instance showed ours to be. I then told him, that having by my friend, meaning thee, who was admitted into her presence, and who had always been an admirer of her virtues, and had given me such advice from time to time in relation to her as I wished I had followed, been assured that a visit from me would be very disagreeable to her, I once more resolved to try what a letter would do, and that accordingly on the 7th of August I wrote her one. This, Colonel, is the copy of it. I was then out of humour with my Lord M. and the ladies of my family. You will therefore read it to yourself. This letter gave him high satisfaction. You write here, Mr. Lovelace, from your heart. 'Tis a letter full of penitence and acknowledgement. Your request is reasonable. To be forgiven only as you shall appear to deserve it after a time of probation, which you leave her to fix. Pray, Sir, did she return an answer to this letter? She did, but with reluctance, I own, and not till I had declared by my friend that, if I could not procure one, I would go up to town and throw myself at her feet. I wish I might be permitted to see it, Sir, or to hear such parts of it read as you shall think proper. Turning over my papers, here it is, Sir. I will make no scruple to put it into your hands. This is very obliging, Mr. Lovelace. He read it. My charming cousin! How strong her resentments! Yet how charitable her wishes! Good Heaven, that such an excellent creature! But, Mr. Lovelace, it is to your regret, as much as to mine, I doubt not. Interrupting him, I swore that it was. So it ought, said he. Nor do I wonder that it should be so. I shall tell you by and by, proceeded he, how much she suffers with her friends by false and villanous reports. But, Sir, will you permit me to take with me these 2 letters? I shall make use of them to the advantage of you both. I told him I would oblige him with all my heart. And this he took very kindly, as he had reason, and put them in his pocket book, promising to return them in a few days. I then told him, that upon this her refusal, I took upon myself to go to town, in hopes to move her in my favour; and that, though I went without giving her notice of my intention, yet had she got some notion of my coming, and so contrived to be out of the way. And at last, when she found I was fully determined at all events to see her before I went abroad, which I shall do, said I, if I cannot prevail upon her, she sent me the letter I have already mentioned to you, desiring me to suspend my purposed visit; and that for a reason which amazes and confounds me, because I don't find there is any thing in it. And yet I never knew her once dispense with her word; for she always made it a maxim, that it was not lawful to do evil, that good might come of it. And yet in this letter, for no reason in the world but to avoid seeing me, to gratify an humour only, has she sent me out of town, depending upon the assurance she had given me. Col. This is indeed surprising. But I cannot believe that my cousin, for such an end only, or indeed for any end, according to the character I hear of her, should stoop to make use of such an artifice. Lovelace. This, Colonel, is the thing that astonishes me: and yet, see here, this is the letter she wrote me. Nay, Sir, 'tis her own hand. I see it is, and a charming hand it is. You observe, Colonel, that all her hopes of reconciliation with her parents are from you. You are her dear blessed friend. She always talked of you with delight. Would to Heaven I had come to England before she left Harlowe place! Nothing of this had then happened. Not a man of those whom I have heard that her friends proposed for her should have had her. Nor you, Mr. Lovelace, unless I had found you to be the man every one who sees you must wish you to be. And if you had been that man, no one living should I have preferred to you for such an excellence. My Lord and I both joined in the wish, and faith I wished it most cordially. The Colonel read the letter twice over, and then returned it to me. 'Tis all a mystery, said he. I can make nothing of it. For, alas, her friends are as averse to a reconciliation as ever. Lord M. I could not have thought it. But don't you think there is something very favourable to my nephew in this letter? Something that looks as if the lady would comply at last? Col. Let me die if I know what to make of it. This letter is very different from her preceding one. You returned an answer to it, Mr. Lovelace? Lovelace. An answer, Colonel, no doubt of it, and an answer full of transport. I told her, I would directly set out for Lord M.'s in obedience to her will. I told her that I would consent to any thing she should command, in order to promote this happy reconciliation. I told her that it should be my hourly study to the end of my life to deserve a goodness so transcendent. But I cannot forbear saying that I am not a little shocked and surprised, if nothing more be meant by it than to get me into the country without seeing her. Col. That can't be the thing, depend upon it, Sir. There must be more in it than that. For were that all, she must think you would soon be undeceived, and that you would then most probably resume your intention; unless, indeed, she depended upon seeing me in the interim, as she knew I was arrived. But I own I know not what to make of it. Only that she does me a great deal of honour, if it be me that she calls her dear blessed friend, whom she always loved and honoured. Indeed, I ever loved her, and if I die unmarried and without children, shall be as kind to her as her grandfather was, and the rather as I fear there is too much of envy and self-love in the resentments her brother and sister endeavour to keep up in her father and mother against her. But I shall know better how to judge of this when my cousin James comes from Edinburgh, and he is every hour expected. But let me ask you, Mr. Lovelace, What is the name of your friend, who is admitted so easily into my cousin's presence? Is it not Belford, pray? Lovel. It is, Sir: and Mr. Belford's a man of honour, and a great admirer of your fair cousin. Was I right as to the first, Jack? The last I have such strong proof of, that it makes me question the first, since she would not have been out of the way of my intended visit, but for thee. Col. Are you sure, Sir, that Mr. Belford is a man of honour? Lovel. I can swear for him, Colonel. What makes you put this question? Col. Only this, that an officious pragmatical novice has been sent up to inquire into my cousin's life and conversation; and would you believe it, the frequent visits of this gentleman have been interpreted basely to her disreputation. Read that letter, Mr. Lovelace, and you will be shocked at every part of it. This cursed letter, no doubt, is from the young Levite, whom thou, Jack, describest as making inquiry of Mrs. Smith about Miss Harlowe's character and visitors. I believe I was a quarter of an hour in reading it; for I made it, though not a short one, 6 times as long as it is, by the additions of oaths and curses to every pedantic line. Lord M. too helped to lengthen it by the like execrations; and thou, Jack, wilt have as much reason to curse it as we. You cannot but see, said the Colonel, when I had done reading it, that this fellow has been officious in his malevolence; for what he says is mere hearsay, and that hearsay conjectural scandal without fact, or the appearance of fact, to support it; so that an unprejudiced eye, upon the face of the letter, would condemn the writer of it as I did, and acquit my cousin. But yet such is the spirit by which the rest of my relations are governed, that they run away with the belief of the worst it insinuates. And the dear creature has had shocking letters upon it. The pedant's hints are taken; and a voyage to one of the colonies has been proposed to her as the only way to avoid Mr. Belford and you. I have not seen these letters indeed; but they took a pride in repeating some of their contents, which must have cut the poor soul to the heart; and these, joined to her former sufferings, what have you not, Mr. Lovelace, to answer for? Lovel. Who the devil could have expected such consequences as these? Who could have believed there could be parents so implacable? Brother and sister so immovably fixed against the only means that could be taken to put all right with every body? And what now can be done? Lord M. I have great hopes that Colonel Morden may yet prevail upon his cousin; and by her last letter it runs in my mind that she has some thoughts of forgiving all that's past. Do you think, Colonel, if there should not be such a thing as a reconciliation going forward at present, that her letter may not imply that, if we could bring such a thing to bear with her friends, she would be reconciled with Mr. Lovelace? Col. Such an artifice would better become the Italian subtlety than the English simplicity. Your Lordship has been in Italy, I presume? Lovel. My Lord has read Boccaccio, perhaps; and that's as well, as to the hint he gives, which may be borrowed from one of that author's stories. But Miss Clarissa Harlowe is above all artifice. She must have some meaning I cannot fathom. Col. Well, my Lord, I can only say, that I will make some use of the letters Mr. Lovelace has obliged me with; and after I have had some talk with my cousin James, who is hourly expected, and when I have dispatched 2 or 3 affairs that press upon me, I will pay my respects to my dear cousin, and shall then be able to form a better judgment of things. Mean time I will write to her; for I have sent to inquire about her, and find she wants consolation. Lovel. If you favour me, Colonel, with the damned letter of that fellow Brand for a day or 2, you will oblige me. Col. I will. But remember, the man is a parson, Mr. Lovelace; an innocent one too, they say; else I had been at him before now. And these college novices, who think they know every thing in their cloisters, and that all learning lies in books, make dismal figures when they come into the world among men and women. Lord M. Brand! Brand! It should have been Firebrand, I think, in my conscience. Thus ended this doughty conference. I cannot say, Jack, but I am greatly taken with Colonel Morden. He is brave and generous, and knows the world; and then his contempt of the parsons is a certain sign that he is one of us. We parted with great civility. Lord M., not a little pleased that we did, and as greatly taken with Colonel, repeated his wish, after the Colonel was gone, that he had arrived in time to save the lady, if that would have done it. I wish so too; for, by my soul, Jack, I am every day more and more uneasy about her. But I hope she is not so ill as I am told she is. I have made Charlotte transcribe the letter of this Firebrand, as my Lord calls him, and will enclose her copy of it. All thy phlegm, I know, will be roused into vengeance when thou readest it. I know not what to advise as to showing it to the lady. Yet perhaps she will be able to reap more satisfaction than concern from it, knowing her own innocence, in that it will give her to hope that her friends' treatment of her is owing as much to misrepresentation as to their own natural implacableness. Such a mind as hers, I know, would be glad to find out the shadow of a reason for the shocking letters the Colonel says they have sent her, and for their proposal to her of going to some one of the colonies. Confound them all! But, if I begin to curse, I shall never have done. Then it may put her upon such a defence as she might be glad of an opportunity to make, and to shame them for their monstrous credulity. But this I leave to thy own fat-headed prudence. Only it vexes me to the heart, that even scandal and calumny should dare to surmise the bare possibility of any man sharing the favours of a woman, whom now methinks I could worship with a veneration due only to a divinity. Charlotte and her sister could not help weeping at the base aspersion. When, said Patty, lifting up her hands, will this sweet lady's sufferings be at an end? O cousin Lovelace! And thus am I blamed for every one's faults! When her brutal father curses her, it is I upbraid her with her severe mother. The implacableness of her stupid uncles is all mine. The virulence of her brother, and the spite of her sister, are entirely owing to me. The letter of this rascal Brand is of my writing. O Jack! what a wretch is thy Lovelace! Returned without a letter! This damned fellow Will. is returned without a letter. Yet the rascal tells me that he hears you have been writing to me these 2 days. Plague confound thee, who must know my impatience, and the reason for it! To send a man and horse on purpose, as I did, my imagination chained me to the belly of the beast, in order to keep pace with him. Now he is got to this place, now to that, now to London, now to thee. Now a letter given him, whip and spur upon the return. This town just entered, not staying to bait. That village passed by. Leaves the wind behind him, in a foaming sweat, man and horse. And in this way did he actually enter Lord M.'s court yard. The reverberating pavement brought me down. The letter, Will! The letter, dog! The letter, sirrah! No letter, Sir. Then wildly staring round me, fist clenched, and grinning like a maniac, confound thee for a dog, and him that sent thee without one! This moment out of my sight, or I'll scatter thy stupid brains through the air. I snatched from his holsters a pistol, while the rascal threw himself from the foaming beast, and ran to avoid the fate which I wished with all my soul thou hadst been within the reach of me to have met with. But, to be as meek as a lamb to one who has me at his mercy, and can wring and torture my soul as he pleases, what canst thou mean to send back my varlet without a letter? I will send away by day dawn another fellow upon another beast for what thou hast written, and I charge thee on their allegiance that thou dispatch him not back empty handed. Postscript. Charlotte, in a whim of delicacy, is displeased that I send the enclosed letter to you, that her handwriting, forsooth, should go into the hands of a single man. There's encouragement for thee, Belford. This is a certain sign that thou mayest have her, if thou wilt. And yet, till she has given me this unerring demonstration of her glancing towards thee, I could not have thought it. Indeed, I have often in pleasantry told her that I would bring such an affair to bear. But I never intended it, because she really is a dainty girl, and thou art such a clumsy fellow in thy person, that I should as soon have wished her a rhinoceros for a husband as thee. But poor little dears, they must stay till their times come. They won't have this man, and they won't have that man, from 17 to 25, but then, afraid, as the saying is, that God has forgot them, and finding their bloom departing, they are glad of whom they can get, and verify the fable of the parson and the pears. End of Letter XL. Letter XLI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLI. Mr. Brand to John Harlowe, Esq. Worthy Sir, my very good friend and patron, I arrived in town yesterday, after a tolerably pleasant journey, considering the hot weather and dusty roads. I put up at the Bull and Gate in Holborn, and hastened to Covent Garden. I soon found the house where the unhappy lady lodgeth, and in the back shop had a good deal of discourse with Mrs. Smith, her landlady, whom I found to be so highly prepossessed in her favour, that I saw it would not answer your desires to take my informations altogether from her, and being obliged to attend my patron, who, to my sorrow, miserum et aliena vivere quadra, I find wanteth much waiting upon, and is another sort of man than he was at college, for Sir inter nos, honours change manners. For the aforesaid causes, I thought it would best answer all the ends of the commission with which you honoured me, to engage, in the desired scrutiny, the wife of a particular friend, who liveth almost over against the house where she lodgeth, and who is a gentlewoman of character and sobriety, a mother of children, and one who knoweth the world well. To her I applied myself, therefore, and gave her a short history of the case, and desired she would very particularly inquire into the conduct of the unhappy young lady, her present way of life and subsistence, her visitors, her employments, and such like: for these, Sir, you know, are the things whereof you wish to be informed. Accordingly, Sir, I waited upon the gentlewoman aforesaid this day, and to my very great trouble, because I know it will be to yours, and likewise to all your worthy families, I must say that I do find things look a little more darkly than I hoped they would. For, alas! Sir, the gentlewoman's report turneth out not so favourable to Miss's reputation, as I wished, as you wished, and as every one of her friends wished. But so it is throughout the world, that one false step generally brings on another, and peradventure a worse, and a still worse, till the poor limed soul (a very fit epithet of the divine Quarles's) is quite entangled, and without infinite mercy lost for ever. It seemeth, Sir, she is notwithstanding in a very ill state of health. In this both gentlewomen, that is to say, Mrs. Smith, her landlady, and my friend's wife, agree. Yet she goeth often out in a chair to prayers, as it is said. But my friend's wife told me, that nothing is more common in London than that the frequenting of the church at morning prayers is made the pretence and cover for private assignations. What a sad thing is this! That what was designed for wholesome nourishment to the poor soul should be turned into rank poison. But as Mr. Daniel Defoe, an ingenious man, though a dissenter, observeth, but indeed it is an old proverb, only I think he was the first that put it into verse, God never had a house of prayer, but Satan had a chapel there. Yet, to do the lady justice, nobody cometh home with her, nor indeed can they, because she goeth forward and backward in a sedan, or chair, as they call it. But then there's a gentleman of no good character, an intimado of Mr. Lovelace, who is a constant visiter of her, and of the people of the house, whom he regaleth and treateth, and hath of consequence their high good words. I have thereupon taken the trouble, for I love to be exact in any commission I undertake, to inquire particularly about this gentleman, as he is called, albeit I hold no man so but by his actions, for as Juvenal saith, nobilitas sola est adque unica virtus. And this I did before I would sit down to write to you. His name is Belford. He hath a paternal estate of upwards of £1,000 by the year, and is now in mourning for an uncle who left him very considerably besides. He beareth a very profligate character as to women, for I inquired particularly about that, and is Mr. Lovelace's more especial privado, with whom he holdeth a regular correspondence, and hath been often seen with Miss tête à tête at the window, in no bad way indeed. But my friend's wife is of opinion that all is not as it should be. And indeed it is mighty strange to me, if Miss be so notable a penitent, as is represented, and if she have such an aversion to Mr. Lovelace, that she will admit his privado into her retirements, and see no other company. I understand from Mrs. Smith, that Mr. Hickman was to see her some time ago from Miss Howe; and I am told by another hand (you see, Sir, how diligent I have been to execute the commissions you gave me) that he had no extraordinary opinion of this Belford at first, though they were seen together one morning by the opposite neighbour at breakfast; and another time this Belford was observed to watch Mr. Hickman's coming from her, so that, as it should seem, he was mighty zealous to ingratiate himself with Mr. Hickman, no doubt to engage him to make a favourable report to Miss Howe of the intimacy he was admitted into by her unhappy friend, who, as she is very ill, may mean no harm in allowing his visits. For he, it seemeth, brought to her, or recommended at least, the doctor and apothecary that attend her. But I think, upon the whole, it looketh not well. I am sorry, Sir, I cannot give you a better account of the young lady's prudence. But what shall we say? Uvaque conspecta, livarum ducit ab uva, as Juvenal observeth. One thing I am afraid of, which is that Miss may be under necessities, and that this Belford, who, as Mrs. Smith owns, hath offered her money, which she, at the time, refused, may find an opportunity to take advantage of those necessities; and it is well observed by that poet, that agre formosam poteris servare puellam, nunc prece, nunc pretio forma petita ruit. And this Belford, who is a bold man, and hath, as they say, the look of one, may make good that of Horace, with whose writings you are so well acquainted, nobody better. Audax omnia perpeti, gens humana ruit per vetitum nefas. Forgive me, Sir, for what I am going to write. But if you could prevail upon the rest of your family to join in the scheme which you and her virtuous sister, Miss Arabella, and the Archdeacon and I once talked of, which is to persuade the unhappy young lady to go in some creditable manner to some one of the foreign colonies, it might not save only her own credit and reputation, but the reputation and credit of all her family, and a great deal of vexation moreover. For it is my humble opinion, that you will hardly any of you enjoy yourselves while this once innocent young lady is in the way of being so frequently heard of by you; and this would put her out of the way, both of this Belford and of that Lovelace, and it might, peradventure, prevent as much evil as scandal. You will forgive me, Sir, for this my plainness. Ovid pleadeth for me, adulator nullus amicus erit. And I have no view but that of approving myself a zealous well wisher to all your worthy family, whereto I owe a great number of obligations, and very particularly, Sir, your obliged and humble servant, Elias Brand. Wednesday, August 9. P.S. I shall give you further hints when I come down, which will be in a few days, and who my informants were, but by these you will see that I have been very assiduous, for the time, in the task you set me upon. The length of my letter you will excuse; for I need not tell you, Sir, what narrative, complex, and conversation letters such a one as mine require. Every one to his talent. Letter writing is mine. I will be bold to say, and that my correspondence was much coveted in the university, on that account, by tyros and by sophs, when I was hardly a soph myself. But this I should not have taken upon myself to mention, but only in defence of the length of my letter: for nobody writeth shorter or pithier, when the subject requireth common forms only. But, in apologizing for my prolixity, I am adding to the fault, if it were one, which, however, I cannot think it to be, the subject considered. But this I have said before in other words. So, Sir, if you will excuse my postscript, I am sure you will not find fault with my letter. One word more as to a matter of erudition, which you greatly love to hear me start and dwell upon. Dr. Lewen once, in your presence, as you, my good patron, cannot but remember, in a smartish kind of debate between him and me, took upon him to censure the parenthetical style, as I call it. He was a very learned and judicious man, to be sure, and an ornament to our function. But yet I must needs say, that it is a style which I greatly like; and the good doctor was then past his youth, and that time of life, of consequence, when a fertile imagination, and a rich fancy, pour in ideas so fast upon a writer, that parentheses are often wanted, and that for the sake of brevity, as well as perspicuity, to save the reader the trouble of reading a passage more than once. Every man to his talent, as I said before. We are also apt to set up our natural biasses for general standards, that I wondered the less at the worthy doctor's stiffness on this occasion. He smiled at me, you may remember, Sir; and whether I was right or not, I am sure I smiled at him; and you, my worthy patron, as I had the satisfaction to observe, seemed to be of my party. But was it not strange that the old gentleman and I should so widely differ, when the end with both, that is to say, perspicuity or clearness, was the same? But what shall we say? Errare est hominis, sed non persistere. I think I have nothing to add, until I have the honour of attending you in person. But I am, as above, etc., 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 E.B. End of Letter XLI. Letter XLII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday night, August 30th. It was lucky enough that our two servants met at Hannah's, which gave them so good an opportunity of exchanging their letters. Time enough for each to return to his master early in the day. Thou dost well to boast of thy capacity for managing servants, and to set up for correcting our poets in their characters of this class of people, when, like a madman, thou canst beat their teeth out, and attempt to shoot them through the head, for not bringing to thee what they had no power to obtain. You well observe, that you would have made a thorough-paced lawyer. The whole of the conversation piece between you and the Colonel affords a convincing proof that there is a black and white side to every cause. But what must the conscience of a partial whitener of his own cause, or blackener of another's, tell him, while he is throwing dust in the eyes of his judges, and all the time knows his own guilt? The Colonel, I see, is far from being a faultless man. But while he sought not to carry his point by breach of faith, he has an excuse which thou hast not. But with respect to him, and to us all, I can now, with a detestation of some of my own actions, see, that the taking advantage of another person's good opinion of us to injure, perhaps to ruin, that other, is the most ungenerous wickedness that can be committed. Man acting thus by man, we should not be at a loss to give such actions a name. But is it not doubly and trebly aggravated, when such advantage is taken of an unexperienced and innocent young creature, whom we pretend to love above all the women in the world, and when we seal our pretences by the most solemn vows and protestations of inviolable honour that we can invent? I see that this gentleman is the best match thou ever couldest have had, upon all accounts. His spirit such another impetuous one as thy own, soon taking fire, vindictive, and only differing in this, that the cause he engages in is a just one. But commend me to honest, brutal Mowbray, who, before he knew the cause, offers his sword in thy behalf against a man who had taken the injured side, and whom he had never seen before. As soon as I had run through your letters, and the copy of that of the incendiary brands, by the latter of which I saw to what cause a great deal of this last implacableness of the Harlowe family is owing, I took coach to Smith's, although I had been come from thence but about an hour, and had taken leave of the lady for the night. I sent up for Mrs. Lovick, and desired her, in the first place, to acquaint the lady, who was busied in her closet, that I had letters from Berks, in which I was informed that the interview between Colonel Morden and Mr. Lovelace had ended without ill consequences; that the Colonel intended to write to her very soon, and was interesting himself meanwhile in her favour, with her relations; that I hoped that this agreeable news would be means of giving her good rest, and I would wait upon her in the morning, by the time she should return from prayers, with all the particulars. She sent me word that she should be glad to see me in the morning, and was highly obliged to me for the good news I had sent her up. I then in the back shop read to Mrs. Lovick and to Mrs. Smith the copy of Brand's letter, and asked them if they could guess at the man's informant. They were not at a loss, Mrs. Smith having seen the same fellow Brand, who had talked with her, as I mentioned in the former, come out of a milliner's shop over against them; which milliner, she said, had also lately been very inquisitive about the lady. I wanted no further hint; but bidding them take no notice to the lady of what I had read, I shot over the way, and asking for the mistress of the house, she came to me. Retiring with her, at her invitation, into her parlour, I desired to know if she were acquainted with a young country clergyman of the name of Brand. She hesitatingly, seeing me in some emotion, owned that she had some small knowledge of the gentleman. Just then came in her husband, who is, it seems, a petty officer of excise, and not an ill behaved man, who owned a fuller knowledge of him. I have the copy of a letter, said I, from this Brand, in which he has taken great liberties with my character, and with that of the most unblameable lady in the world, which he grounds upon information that you, Madam, have given him. And then I read to them several passages in his letter, and asked what foundation she had for giving that fellow such impressions of either of us. They knew not what to answer; but at last said, that he had told them how wickedly the young lady had run away from her parents, what worthy and rich people they were, in what favour he stood with them, and that they had employed him to inquire after her behaviour, visitors, etc. They said, that indeed they knew very little of the young lady; but that, curse upon their censoriousness, it was but too natural to think that, where a lady had given way to a delusion, and taken so wrong a step, she would not stop there; that the most sacred places and things were but too often made cloaks for bad actions; that Mr. Brand had been informed, perhaps by some enemy of mine, that I was a man of very free principles, and an intimado, as he calls it, of the man who had ruined her; and that their cousin Barker, a manteau maker, who lodged up one pair of stairs, and who at their desire came down and confirmed what they said, had often from her window seen me with the lady in her chamber, and both talking very earnestly together; and that Mr. Brand, being unable to account for her admitting my visits, and knowing I was but a new acquaintance of hers, and an old one of Mr. Lovelace, thought himself obliged to lay these matters before her friends. This was the sum and substance of their tale. O how I curse the censoriousness of this plaguy triumvirate! A parson, a milliner, and a mantua maker! The two latter not more by business led to adorn the persons, than generally by scandal to destroy the reputations of those they have a mind to exercise their talents upon. The two women took great pains to persuade me that they themselves were people of conscience. Of consequence, I told them, too much addicted, I feared, to censure other people who pretended not to their strictness; for that I had ever found censoriousness, with those who affected to be thought more pious than their neighbours. They answered, that that was not their case; and that they had since inquired into the lady's character and manner of life, and were very much concerned to think any thing they had said should be made use of against her; and as they heard from Mrs. Smith that she was not likely to live long, they should be sorry she should go out of the world a sufferer by their means, or with an ill opinion of them, though strangers to her. The husband offered to write, if I pleased, to Mr. Brand, in vindication of the lady; and the two women said they should be glad to wait upon her in person, to beg her pardon for any thing she had reason to take amiss from them, because they were now convinced that there was not such another young lady in the world. I told them, that the least said of the affair to the lady, in her present circumstances, was best; that she was a heavenly creature, and fond of taking all occasions to find excuses for her relations on their implacableness to her; that therefore I should take some notice to her of the uncharitable and weak surmises which gave birth to so vile a scandal. But that I would have him, Mr. Walton, for that is the husband's name, write to his acquaintance Brand as soon as possible, as he had offered; and so I left them. As to what thou sayest of thy charming cousin, let me know if thou hast any meaning in it. I have not the vanity to think myself deserving of such a lady as Miss Montague, and should not therefore care to expose myself to her scorn, and to thy derision. But were I assured I might avoid both of these, I would soon acquaint thee that I should think no pains nor assiduity too much to obtain a share in the good graces of such a lady. But I know thee too well to depend upon any thing thou sayest on this subject. Thou lovest to make thy friends the objects of ridicule to ladies; and imaginest, from the vanity, and in this respect I will say littleness, of thine own heart, that thou shinest the brighter for the foil. Thus didst thou once play off the rough Mowbray with Miss Hatton, till the poor fellow knew not how to go either backward or forward. End of Letter XLII. Letter XLIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Thursday, 11 o'clock, August 31. I am just come from the lady, whom I left cheerful and serene. She thanked me for my communication of the preceding night. I read to her such parts of your letters as I could read to her; and I thought it was a good test to distinguish the froth and whipt syllabub in them from the cream, in what one could and could not read to a woman of so fine a mind; since 4 parts out of 6 of thy letters, which I thought entertaining as I read them to myself, appeared to me, when I should have read them to her, most abominable stuff, and gave me a very contemptible idea of thy talents, and of my own judgment. She, as far from rejoicing as I had done at the disappointment her letter gave you when explained. She said, she meant only an innocent allegory, which might carry instruction and warning to you, when the meaning was taken, as well as answer her own hopes for the time. It was run off in a hurry. She was afraid it was not quite right in her; but hoped the end would excuse, if it could not justify, the means. And then she again expressed a good deal of apprehension, lest you should still take it into your head to molest her, when her time, she said, was so short, that she wanted every moment of it; repeating what she had once said before, that, when she wrote, she was so ill that she believed she should not have lived till now. If she had thought she should, she must have studied for an expedient that would have better answered her intentions; hinting at a removal out of the knowledge of us both. But she was much pleased that the conference between you and Colonel Morden, after 2 or 3 such violent sallies, as I acquainted her you had had between you, ended so amicably; and said she must absolutely depend upon the promise I had given her to use my utmost endeavours to prevent further mischief on her account. She was pleased with the justice you did her character to her cousin. She was glad to hear that he had so kind an opinion of her, and that he would write to her. I was under an unnecessary concern how to break to her that I had the copy of Brand's vile letter. Unnecessary, I say, for she took it just as you thought she would, as an excuse she wished to have for the implacableness of her friends, and begged I would let her read it herself; for, said she, the contents cannot disturb me, be they what they will. I gave it to her, and she read it to herself, a tear now and then being ready to start, and a sigh sometimes interposing. She gave me back the letter with great and surprising calmness, considering the subject. There was a time, said she, and that not long since, when such a letter as this would have greatly pained me. But I hope I have now got above all these things; and I can refer to your kind offices, and to those of Miss Howe, the justice that will be done to my memory among my friends. There is a good and a bad light in which every thing that befalls us may be taken. If the human mind will busy itself to make the worst of every disagreeable occurrence, it will never want woe. This letter, affecting as the subject of it is to my reputation, gives me more pleasure than pain, because I can gather from it, that had not my friends been prepossessed by misinformed or rash and officious persons, who are always at hand to flatter or soothe the passions of the affluent, they could not have been so immovably determined against me. But now they are sufficiently cleared from every imputation of unforgivingness; for, while I appeared to them in the character of a vile hypocrite, pretending to true penitence, yet giving up myself to profligate courses, how could I expect either their pardon or blessing? But, Madam, said I, you'll see by the date of this letter, that their severity, previous to that, cannot be excused by it. It imports me much, replied she, on account of my present wishes, as to the office you are so kind to undertake, that you should not think harshly of my friends. I must own to you, that I have been apt sometimes myself to think them not only severe but cruel. Suffering minds will be partial to their own cause and merits. Knowing their own hearts, if sincere, they are apt to murmur when harshly treated. But if they are not believed to be innocent, by persons who have a right to decide upon their conduct according to their own judgments, how can it be helped? Besides, Sir, how do you know, that they are not about my friends as well-meaning misrepresenters as Mr. Brand really seems to be? But, be this as it will, there is no doubt that there are and have been multitudes of persons as innocent as myself, who have suffered upon surmises as little probable, as those on which Mr. Brand founds his judgment. Your intimacy, Sir, with Mr. Lovelace, and, may I say, a character which, it seems, you have been less solicitous formerly to justify than perhaps you will be for the future, and your frequent visits to me, may well be thought to be questionable circumstances in my conduct. I could only admire her in silence. But you see, Sir, proceeded she, how necessary it is for young people of our sex to be careful of our company; and how much, at the same time, it behoves young persons of yours to be chary of their own reputation, were it only for the sake of such of ours as they may mean honourably by, and who otherwise may suffer in their good names for being seen in their company. As to Mr. Brand, continued she, he is to be pitied: and let me enjoin you, Mr. Belford, not to take any resentments against him, which may be detrimental either to his person or his fortunes. Let his function and his good meaning plead for him. He will have concern enough, when he finds every body whose displeasure I now labour under acquitting my memory of perverse guilt, and joining in a general pity for me. This, Lovelace, is the woman whose life thou hast curtailed in the blossom of it. How many opportunities must thou have had of admiring her inestimable worth, yet couldst have thy senses so much absorbed in the woman, in her charming person, as to be blind to the angel that shines out in such full glory in her mind! Indeed, I have ever thought myself, when blessed with her conversation, in the company of a real angel: and I am sure it would be impossible for me, were she to be as beautiful, and as crimsoned over with health, as I have seen her, to have the least thought of sex, when I heard her talk. Thursday, 3 o'clock, August 31. On my re visit to the lady, I found her almost as much a sufferer from joy, as she had sometimes been from grief; for she had just received a very kind letter from her cousin Morden, which she was so good as to communicate to me. As she had already begun to answer it, I begged leave to attend her in the evening, that I might not interrupt her in it. The letter is a very tender one: but, alas! all will be now too late; for the decree is certainly gone out. The world is unworthy of her. End of Letter XLIII. Letter XLIV Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLIV. Colonel Morden to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, August 29. I should not, my dearest cousin, have been a fortnight in England, without either doing myself the honour of waiting upon you in person, or of writing to you, if I had not been busying myself almost all the time in your service, in hopes of making my visit or letter still more acceptable to you; acceptable, as I have reason to presume either will be from the unquestionable love I ever bore you, and from the esteem you always honoured me with. Little did I think that so many days would have been required to effect my well intended purpose, where there used to be a love so ardent on one side, and where there still is, as I am thoroughly convinced, the most exalted merit on the other. I was yesterday with Mr. Lovelace and Lord M. I need not tell you, it seems, how very desirous the whole family, and all the relations of that nobleman are, of the honour of an alliance with you, nor how exceedingly earnest the ungrateful man is to make you all the reparation in his power. I think, my dear cousin, that you cannot now do better than to give him the honour of your hand. He says just and great things of your virtue, and so heartily condemns himself, that I think there is honourable room for you to forgive him; and the more room, as it seems you are determined against a legal prosecution. Your effectual forgiveness of Mr. Lovelace, it is evident to me, will accelerate a general reconciliation; for at present my other cousins cannot persuade themselves that he is in earnest to do you justice, or that you would refuse him, if you believed he was. But, my dear cousin, there may possibly be something in this affair, to which I may be a stranger. If there be, and you will acquaint me with it, all that a naturally warm heart can do in your behalf shall be done. I hope I shall be able, in my next visits to my several cousins, to set all right with them. Haughty spirits, when convinced that they have carried resentments too high, want but a good excuse to condescend; and parents must always love the child they once loved. But if I find them inflexible, I will set out and attend you without delay; for I long to see you after so many years' absence. Meanwhile, I beg the favour of a few lines, to know if you have reason to doubt Mr. Lovelace's sincerity. For my part, I can have none, if I am to judge from the conversation that passed between us yesterday in presence of Lord M. You will be pleased to direct for me at your uncle Antony's. Permit me, my dearest cousin, till I can procure a happy reconciliation between you and your father, and brother, and uncles, to supply the place to you of all those near relations, as well as that of your affectionate kinsman and humble servant, William Morden. LETTER XLIV LETTER XLV OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, OR THE HISTORY OF A YOUNG LADY, VOL. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XLV Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to William Morden, Esq. Thursday, August 31. I most heartily congratulate you, dear Sir, on your return to your native country. I heard with much pleasure that you were come; but I was both afraid and ashamed till you encouraged me by a first notice to address myself to you. How consoling is it to my wounded heart to find that you have not been carried away by that tide of resentment and displeasure with which I have been so unhappily overwhelmed; but that, while my still nearer relations have not thought fit to examine into the truth of vile reports raised against me, you have informed yourself of my innocence, and generously credited the information. I have not the least reason to doubt Mr. Lovelace's sincerity in his offers of marriage, nor that all his relations are heartily desirous of ranking me among them. I have had noble instances of their esteem for me, on their apprehending that my father's displeasure must have had absolutely refused their pressing solicitations in their kinsman's favour as well as his own. Nor think me, my dear cousin, blamable for refusing him. I had given Mr. Lovelace no reason to think me a weak creature. If I had, a man of his character might have thought himself warranted to endeavour to take ungenerous advantage of the weakness he had been able to inspire. The consciousness of my own weakness, in that case, might have brought me to a composition with his wickedness. I can indeed forgive him, but that is because I think his crimes have set me above him. Can I be above the man, Sir, to whom I shall give my hand and my vows, and with them a sanction to the most premeditated baseness? No, Sir, let me say, that your cousin Clarissa, were she likely to live many years, and that, if she married not this man, in penury or want, despised and forsaken by all her friends, puts not so high a value upon the conveniencies of life, nor upon life itself, as to seek to re obtain the one, or to preserve the other, by giving such a sanction which, were she to perform her duty, would reward the violator. Nor is it so much from pride as from principle that I say this. What, Sir, when virtue, when chastity, is the crown of a woman, and particularly of a wife, shall form an attempt upon hers but upon a presumption that she was capable of receiving his offered hand, when he had found himself mistaken in the vile opinion he had conceived of her? Hitherto he has not had reason to think me weak, nor will I give an instance so flagrant, that weak I am in a point in which it would be criminal to be found weak. One day, Sir, you will perhaps know all my story. But whenever it is known, I beg that the author of my calamities may not be vindictively sought after. He could not have been the author of them, but for a strange concurrence of unhappy causes. As the law will not be able to reach him when I am gone, the apprehension of any other sort of vengeance terrifies me. Since, in such a case, should my friends be safe, what honour would his death bring to my memory? If any of them should come to misfortune, how would my fault be aggravated? God long preserve you, my dearest cousin, and bless you but in proportion to the consolation you have given me in letting me know that you still love me, and that I have one near and dear relation who can pity and forgive me, and then you will be greatly blessed, is the prayer of Your ever grateful and affectionate CLARISSA HARLOWE. End of Letter XLV.
Letter XLVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLVI. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. Thursday, August 31. I cannot but own that I am cut to the heart by this Miss Harlowe's interpretation of her letter. She ought never to be forgiven. She, a meek person, and a penitent, and innocent, and pious, and I know not what, who can deceive with a foot in the grave. 'Tis evident that she sat down to write this letter with the design to mislead and deceive. And if she be capable of that, at such a crisis, she has as much need of Heaven's forgiveness as I have of hers. And with all her cant of charity and charity, if she be not more sure of it than I am of her real pardon, and if she take the thing in the light she ought to take it in, she will have a few darker moments yet to come than she seems to expect. Lord M. himself, who is not one of those, to speak in his own phrase, who can penetrate a millstone,
sees the deceit, and thinks it unworthy of her, though my cousins Montague vindicate her. And no wonder this cursed partial sex (I hate 'em all, by my soul, I hate 'em all) will never allow any thing against an individual of it, where ours is concerned. And why? Because if they censure deceit in another, they must condemn their own hearts. She is to send me a letter after she is in heaven, is she? The devil take such allegories, and the devil take thee for calling this absurdity an innocent artifice. I insist upon it, that if a woman of her character, at such a critical time, is to be justified in such a deception, a man in full health and vigour of body and mind, as I am, may be excused for all his stratagems and attempts against her. And, thank my stars, I can now sit me down with a quiet conscience on that score. By my soul, I can, Jack. Nor has any body who can acquit her a right to blame me. But with some, indeed, every thing she does must be good, every thing I do must be bad. And why? Because she has always taken care to coax the stupid misjudging world like a woman, while I have constantly defied and despised its censures like a man. But, notwithstanding all, you may let her know from me, that I will not molest her, since my visits would be so shocking to her; and I hope she will take this into her consideration, as a piece of generosity which she could hardly expect after the deception she has put upon me. And let her further know, that if there be any thing in my power that will contribute either to her ease or honour, I will obey her at the very first intimation, however disgraceful or detrimental to myself. All this to make her unapprehensive, and that she may have nothing to pull her back. If her cursed relations could be brought as cheerfully to perform their parts, I'd answer life for her recovery. But who, that has so many ludicrous images raised in his mind by the awkward penitents, can forbear laughing at thee? Spare, I beseech thee, dear Belford, for the future, all thine own aspirations, if thou wouldst not dishonour those of an angel indeed. When I came to that passage, where thou sayest that thou considerest her as one sent from heaven to draw thee after her, for the heart of me, I could not for an hour put thee out of my head, in the attitude of Dame Elizabeth Carteret on her monument in Westminster Abbey. If thou never observest it, go thither on purpose, and there wilt thou see this dame in effigy, with uplifted head and hand, the latter taken hold of by a Cupid every inch of stone, one clumsy foot lifted up also, aiming, as the sculptor designed it, to ascend, but so executed as would rather make one imagine that the figure, without shoe or stocking as it is, though the rest of the body is robed, was looking up to its corn cutter, the other riveted to its native earth, bemired, like thee, immersed, thou callest it, beyond the possibility of unsticking itself. Both figures, thou wilt find, seem to be in a contention, the bigger whether it should pull down the lesser about its ears, the lesser, a chubby fat little varlet, of a fourth part of the other's bigness, with wings not much larger than those of a butterfly, whether it should raise the larger to a heaven it points to, hardly big enough to contain the great toes of either. Thou wilt say, perhaps, that the dame's figure and stone may do credit in the comparison to thine, both in grain and shape, wooden as thou art all over; but that the lady, who in every thing but in the trick she has played me so lately is truly an angel, is but sorrily represented by the fat flanked Cupid. This I allow thee. But yet there is enough in thy aspirations to strike my mind with the resemblance of thee and the lady to the figures on the wretched monument. For thou oughtest to remember, that, prepared as she may be to mount to her native skies, it is impossible for her to draw after her a heavy fellow who has so much to repent of as thou hast. But now, to be serious once more, let me tell you, Belford, that, if the lady be really so ill as you write she is, it will become you (no Roman style here) in a case so very affecting, to be a little less pointed and sarcastic in your reflections. For, upon my soul, the matter begins to grate me most confoundedly. I am now so impatient to hear often of her, that I take the hint accidentally given me by our two fellows meeting at Slough, and resolve to go to our friend Dolman's at Uxbridge, whose wife and sister, as well as he, have so frequently pressed me to give them my company for a week or two. There shall I be within 2 hours' ride, if any thing should happen to induce her to see me: for it will well become her piety and avowed charity, should the worst happen, the Lord of heaven and earth, however, avert that worst, to give me that pardon from her lips, which she has not denied to me by pen and ink. And as she wishes my reformation, she knows not what good effects such an interview may have upon me. I shall accordingly be at Dolman's to morrow morning by 11 at farthest. My fellow will find me there at his return from you, with a letter I hope. I shall have Joel with me likewise, that I may send thee oftener, as matters fall out. Were I to be still nearer, or in town, it would be impossible to withhold myself from seeing her. But, if the worst happen, as by your continual knelling I know not what to think of it, yet once more, Heaven avert that worst! How natural it is to pray, when once cannot help oneself! Then say not, in so many dreadful words, what the event is, only that you advise me to take a trip to Paris, and that will stab me to the heart. I so well approve of your generosity to poor Belton's sister, that I have made Mowbray give up his legacy, as I do mine, towards her India bonds. When I come to town, Tourville shall do the like; and we will buy each a ring to wear in memory of the honest fellow, with our own money, that we may perform his will as well as our own. My fellow rides the rest of the night. I charge you, Jack, if you would save his life, that you send him not back empty handed. End of Letter XLVI. Letter XLVII Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLVII. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday night, August 30th. When I concluded my last, I hoped that my next attendance upon this surprising lady would furnish me with some particulars as agreeable as now could be hoped for from the declining way she is in, by reason of the welcome letter she had received from her cousin Morden: but it proved quite otherwise to me, though not to herself; for I think I was never more shocked in my life than on the occasion I shall mention presently. When I attended her about 7 in the evening, she told me that she found herself in a very petulant way after I had left her. Strange, said she, that the pleasure I received from my cousin's letter should have such an effect upon me. But I could not help giving way to a comparative humour, as I may call it, and to think it very hard that my nearer relations did not take the methods which my cousin Morden kindly took, by inquiring into my merit or demerit, and giving my cause a fair audit, before they proceeded to condemnation. She had hardly said this when she started, and a blush overspread her sweet face on hearing, as I also did, a sort of lumbering noise upon the stairs, as if a large trunk were bringing up between two people; and looking upon me with an eye of concern, Blunderers, said she, they have brought in something 2 hours before the time. Don't be surprised, Sir. It is all to save you trouble. Before I could speak, in came Mrs. Smith. O Madam, said she, what have you done? Mrs. Lovick, entering, made the same exclamation. Lord have mercy upon me, Madam, cried I, what have you done? For she, stepping at the same instant to the door, the women told me it was a coffin. O Lovelace, that thou hadst been there at that moment! Thou, the causer of all these shocking scenes! Surely thou couldst not have been less affected than I, who have no guilt, as to her, to answer for. With an intrepidity of a piece with the preparation, having directed them to carry it to her bedchamber, she returned to us. They were not to have brought it in till after dark, said she. Pray excuse me, Mr. Belford, and don't you, Mrs. Lovick, be concerned, nor you, Mrs. Smith. Why should you? There is nothing more in it than the unusualness of the thing. Why, may we not be as reasonably shocked at going to church, where are the monuments of our ancestors, with whose dust we even hope our dust shall be one day mingled, as to be moved at such a sight as this? We all remaining silent, the women having their aprons at their eyes. Why this concern for nothing at all? Said she. If I am to be blamed for any thing, it is for showing too much solicitude, as it may be thought, for this earthly part. I love to do every thing for myself that I can do. I ever did. Every other material point is so far done and taken care of, that I have had leisure for things of lesser moment. Minutenesses may be observed, where greater articles are not neglected for them. I might have had this to order, perhaps, when less fit to order it. I have no mother, no sister, no Mrs. Norton, no Miss Howe, near me. Some of you must have seen this in a few days, if not now; perhaps have had the friendly trouble of directing it. And what is the difference of a few days to you, when I am gratified rather than discomposed by it? I shall not die the sooner for such a preparation. Should not every body that has any thing to bequeath make their will? And who that makes a will should be afraid of a coffin? My dear friends, to the women, I have considered these things. Do not, with such an object before you as you have had in me for weeks, give me reason to think you have not. How reasonable was all this! It showed, indeed, that she herself had well considered it. But yet we could not help being shocked at the thoughts of the coffin thus brought in, the lovely person before our eyes who is, in all likelihood, so soon to fill it. We were all silent still, the women in grief, I in a manner stunned. She would not ask me, she said, but would be glad, since it had thus earlier than she had intended been brought in, that her two good friends would walk in and look upon it. They would be less shocked when it was made more familiar to their eye. Don't you lead back, said she, a starting steed to the object he is apt to start at, in order to familiarize him to it, and cure his starting. The same reason will hold in this case. Come, my good friends, I will lead you in. I took my leave, telling her she had done wrong, very wrong, and ought not by any means to have such an object before her. The women followed her in. 'Tis a strange sex. Nothing is too shocking for them to look upon, or see acted, that has but novelty and curiosity in it. Down I posted, got a chair, and was carried home, extremely shocked and discomposed, yet, weighing the lady's arguments, I know not why I was so affected, except, as she said, at the unusualness of the thing. While I waited for a chair, Mrs. Smith came down, and told me that there were devices and inscriptions upon the lid. Lord bless me! Is a coffin a proper subject to display fancy upon? But these great minds cannot avoid doing extraordinary things. End of Letter XLVII. Letter XLVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume VIII, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLVIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Friday morning, September 1st. It is surprising that I, a man, should be so much affected as I was, at such an object as is the subject of my former letter, who also in my late uncle's case, and poor Belton's, had the like before me, and the directing of it, when she, a woman, of so weak and tender a frame, who was to fill it, so soon perhaps to fill it, could give orders about it, and draw out the devices upon it, and explain them with so little concern as the women tell me she did to them last night, after I was gone. I really was ill, and restless all night. Thou wert the subject of my execration, as she was of my admiration, all the time I was quite awake: and when I dozed, I dreamt of nothing but of flying hour glasses, death's heads, spades, mattocks, and eternity, the hint of her devices, as given me by Mrs. Smith, running in my head. However, not being able to keep away from Smith's, I went thither about 7. The lady was just gone out. She had slept better, I found, than I, though her solemn repository was under her window, not far from her bedside. I was prevailed upon by Mrs. Smith and her nurse Shelburne, Mrs. Lovick being abroad with her, to go up and look at the devices. Mrs. Lovick has since shown me a copy of the draught by which all was ordered, and I will give thee a sketch of the symbols. The principal device, neatly edged on a plate of white metal, is a crowned serpent with its tail in its mouth, forming a ring, the emblem of eternity, and in the circle made by it is this inscription: Clarissa Harlowe, April 10, then the year, Aetat. 19. For ornaments, at top an hourglass winged, at bottom an urn. Under the hourglass, on another plate, this inscription: Here the wicked cease from troubling, and here the weary be at rest. Job 3:17. Over the urn, near the bottom: Turn again unto thy rest, O my soul, for the Lord hath rewarded thee. And why? Thou hast delivered my soul from death, mine eyes from tears, and my feet from falling. Psalm 116, 7, 8. Over this is the head of a white lily, snapped short off, and just falling from the stalk, and this inscription over that, between the principal plate and the lily: The days of man are but as grass, for he flourisheth as a flower of the field: for as soon as the wind goeth over it, it is gone, and the place thereof shall know it no more. Psalm 103, 15, 16. She excused herself to the women on the score of her youth, and being used to draw for her needleworks, for having shown more fancy than would perhaps be thought suitable on so solemn an occasion. The date April 10th she accounted for, as not being able to tell what her closing day would be, and as that was the fatal day of her leaving her father's house. She discharged the undertaker's bill after I went away, with as much cheerfulness as she could ever have paid for the clothes she sold to purchase this her palace, for such she called it, reflecting upon herself for the expensiveness of it, saying, that they might observe in her, that pride left not poor mortals to the last. But indeed she did not know but her father would permit it, when furnished, to be carried down to be deposited with her ancestors; and in that case she ought not to discredit those ancestors in her appearance amongst them. It is covered with fine black cloth, and lined with white satin; soon, she said, to be tarnished with viler earth than any it could be covered by. The burial dress was brought home with it. The women had curiosity enough, I suppose, to see her open that, if she did open it; and perhaps thou wouldst have been glad to have been present to have admired it too. Mrs. Lovick said, she took the liberty to blame her, and wished the removal of such an object, from her bed chamber at least. and was so affected with the noble answer she made upon it, that she entered it down the moment she left her. To persons in health, said she, this sight may be shocking, and the preparation, and my unconcernedness in it, may appear affected. But to me, who have had so gradual a weaning time from the world, and so much reason not to love it, I must say, I dwell on, I indulge, and, strictly speaking, I enjoy, the thoughts of death. For believe me, looking steadfastly at the awful receptacle, believe what at this instant I feel to be most true, that there is such a vast superiority of weight and importance in the thought of death, and its hoped for happy consequences, that it in a manner annihilates all other considerations and concerns. Believe me, my good friends, it does what nothing else can do. It teaches me, by strengthening in me the force of the divinest example, to forgive the injuries I have received, and shuts out the remembrance of past evils from my soul. And now let me ask thee, Lovelace, dost thou think that, when the time shall come that thou shalt be obliged to launch into the boundless ocean of eternity, thou wilt be able, any more than poor Belton, to act thy part with such true heroism, as this sweet and tender blossom of a woman has manifested, and continues to manifest? Oh no, it cannot be. And why can't it be? The reason is evident. She has no wilful errors to look back upon with self-reproach, and her mind is strengthened by the consolations which flow from that religious rectitude which has been the guide of all her actions, and which has taught her rather to choose to be a sufferer than an aggressor. This was the support of the divine Socrates, as thou hast read, when led to execution, his wife lamenting that he should suffer, being innocent. Thou fool, said he, wouldst thou wish me to be guilty? End of Letter XLVIII. Letter XLIX. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XLIX. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Friday, September 1st. How astonishing, in the midst of such affecting scenes, is thy mirth on what thou callest my own aspirations! Never, surely, was there such another man in this world, thy talents and thy levity taken together. Surely what I shall send thee with this will affect thee. If not, nothing can, till thy own hour come, and heavy will then thy reflections be. I am glad, however, that thou enablest me to assure the lady that thou wilt no more molest her: that is to say, in other words, that, after having ruined her fortunes and all her worldly prospects, thou wilt be so gracious as to let her lie down and die in peace. Thy giving up to poor Belton's sister the little legacy, and thy undertaking to make Mowbray and Tourville follow thy example, are, I must say to thy honour, of a piece with thy generosity to thy Rosebud and her Johnny, and to a number of other good actions in pecuniary matters, although thy Rosebud's is, I believe, the only instance, where a pretty woman was concerned, of such a disinterested bounty. Upon my faith, Lovelace, I love to praise thee, and often, as thou knowest, have I studied for occasions to do it, insomuch that when, for the life of me, I could not think of any thing done by thee that deserved praise, I have taken pains to applaud the not ungraceful manner in which thou hast performed actions that merited the gallows. Now thou art so near, I will dispatch my servant to thee, if occasion requires. But I fear I shall soon give thee the news thou art apprehensive of: for I am just now sent for by Mrs. Smith, who has ordered the messenger to tell me that she knew not if the lady will be alive when I come. Friday, September 1st, 2 o'clock, at Smith's. I could not close my letter in such an uncertainty as must have added to your impatience: for you have on several occasions convinced me that the suspense you love to give would be the greatest torment to you that you could receive. A common case with all aggressive and violent spirits, I believe. I will just mention then, your servant waiting here till I have written, that the lady has had 2 very severe fits, in the last of which, while she lay, they sent to the doctor and Mr. Goddard, who both advised that a messenger should be dispatched for me as her executor, being doubtful whether, if she had a third, it would not carry her off. She was tolerably recovered by the time I came; and the doctor made her promise before me, that while she was so weak, she would not attempt any more to go abroad: for by Mrs. Lovick's description, who attended her, the shortness of her breath, her extreme weakness, and the fervour of her devotions when at church, were contraries, which, pulling different ways, the soul aspiring, the body sinking, tore her tender frame in pieces. So much for the present. I shall detain Will. no longer than just to beg that you will send me back this packet and the last. Your memory is so good, that one's reading is all you ever give, or need to give, to any thing. And who but ourselves can make out our characters, were you inclined to let any body see what passes between us? If I cannot be obliged, I shall be tempted to withhold what I write, till I have time to take a copy of it. It may not be amiss to observe, that Mr. Belford's solicitude to get back his letters was owing to his desire of fulfilling the lady's wishes, that he would furnish Miss Howe with materials to vindicate her memory. A letter from Miss Howe is just now brought by a particular messenger, who says he must carry back a few lines in return. But as the lady is just retired to lie down, the man is to call again by and by. End of Letter XLIX. Letter L. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter L. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esq. Uxbridge, September 1st, 12 o'clock at night. I send you the papers with this. You must account to me honestly and fairly when I see you, for the earnestness with which you write for them. And then also will we talk about the contents of your last dispatch, and about some of your severe and unfriendly reflections. Mean time, whatever thou dost, don't let the wonderful creature leave us. Set before her the sin of her preparation, as if she thought she could depart when she pleased. She'll persuade herself at this rate that she has nothing to do, when all is ready, but to lie down and go to sleep; and such a lively fancy as hers will make a reality of a jest at any time. A jest I call all that has passed between her and me. A mere jest to die for. Has not her triumph over me, from first to last, been infinitely greater than her sufferings from me? Would the sacred regard I have for her purity, even for her personal, as well as intellectual purity, permit, I could prove this as clear as the sun. Tell therefore the dear creature that she must not be wicked in her piety. There is a too much, as well as too little, even in righteousness. Perhaps she does not think of that. Oh that she would have permitted my attendance as obligingly as she does of thine! The dear soul used to love humour. I remember the time that she knew how to smile at a piece of apropos humour. And let me tell thee, a smile upon the lips, or a sparkling in the eye, must have had its correspondent cheerfulness in a heart so sincere as hers. Tell the doctor I will make over all my possessions and all my reversions to him, if he will but prolong her life for 1 12-month to come. But for 1 12-month, Jack! He will lose all his reputation with me, and I shall treat him as Belton did his doctor, if he cannot do this for me, on so young a subject. But 19, Belford! 19 cannot so soon die of grief, if the doctor deserve that title, and so blooming and so fine a constitution as she had but 3 or 4 months ago. But what need the doctor to ask her leave to write to her friends? Could he not have done it without letting her know any thing of the matter? That was one of the likeliest means that could be thought of to bring some of them about her, since she is so desirous to see them. At least it would have induced them to send up her favourite Norton. But these plaguy solemn fellows are great traders in parade. They'll cram down your throat their poisonous drugs by wholesale, without asking you a question, and have the assurance to own it to be prescribing. But when they are to do good, they are to require your consent. How the dear creature's character rises in every line of thy letters! But it is owing to the uncommon occasions she has met with, that she blazes out upon us with such a meridian lustre. How, but for those occasions, could her noble sentiments, her prudent consideration, her forgiving spirit, her exalted benevolence, and her equanimity, in view of the most shocking prospects, which set her in a light so superior to all her sex, and even to the philosophers of antiquity, have been manifested? I know thou wilt think I am going to claim some merit to myself for having given her such opportunities of signalizing her virtues. But I am not: for if I did, I must share that merit with her implacable relations, who would justly be entitled to 2/3 of it at least: and my soul disdains a partnership in any thing with such a family. But this I mention as an answer to thy reproaches, that I could be so little edified by perfections, to which, thou supposest, I was for so long together daily and hourly a personal witness; when, admirable as she was in all she said, and in all she did, occasion had not at that time ripened and called forth those amazing perfections which now astonish and confound me. Hence it is that I admire her more than ever; and that my love for her is less personal, as I may say, more intellectual, than ever I thought it could be to a woman. Hence also it is, that I am confident, would it please the fates to spare her, and make her mine, I could love her with a purity that would draw on my own future, as well as ensure her temporal happiness. and hence, by necessary consequence, shall I be the most miserable of all men, if I am deprived of her. Thou severely reflectest upon me for my levity, the Abbey instance in thine eye, I suppose: and I will be ingenuous enough to own, that as thou seest not my heart, there may be passages in every one of my letters, which, the melancholy occasion considered, deserve thy most pointed rebukes. But, faith, Jack, thou art such a tragicomical mortal, with thy leaden aspirations at one time, and thy flying hour glasses and dreaming terrors at another, that, as Prior says, what serious is, thou turn'st to farce. And it is impossible to keep within the bounds of decorum or gravity, when one reads what thou writest. But to restrain myself, for my constitutional gaiety was ready to run away with me again, I will repeat, I must ever repeat, that I am most egregiously affected with the circumstances of the case; and were this paragon actually to quit the world, should never enjoy myself 1 hour together, though I were to live to the age of Methusalem. Indeed, it is to this deep concern that my levity is owing: for I struggle, and try to buffet down my cruel reflections as they rise; and when I cannot, I am forced, as I have often said, to try to make myself laugh, that I may not cry: for one or other I must do. And is it not philosophy carried to the highest pitch, for a man to conquer such tumults of soul as I am sometimes agitated by, and in the very height of the storm to be able to quave out and horse laugh? Your Senecas, your Epictetuses, and the rest of your stoical tribe, with all their apathy nonsense, could not come up to this. They could forbear wry faces: bodily pains they could well enough seem to support, and that was all: but the pangs of their own smitten down souls they could not laugh over, though they could at the follies of others. They read grave lectures, but they were grave. This high point of philosophy, to laugh and be merry in the midst of the most soul harrowing woes, when the heart strings are just bursting asunder, was reserved for thy Lovelace. There is something owing to constitution, I own, and that this is the laughing time of my life: for what a woe must that be, which for an hour together can mortify a man 6 or 27 in high blood and spirits, of a naturally gay disposition, who can sing, dance, and scribble, and take and give delight in them all? But then my grief, as my joy, is sharper pointed than most other men's: and like what Dolly Welby once told me, describing the parturient throes, if there were not lucid intervals, if they did not come and go, there would be no bearing them. After all, as I am so little distant from the dear creature, and as she is so very ill, I think I cannot excuse myself from making her one visit. Nevertheless, if I thought her so near, what word shall I use that my soul is not shocked at? And that she would be too much discomposed by a visit, I would not think of it. Yet how can I bear the recollection that, when she last went from me, her innocence so triumphant over my premeditated guilt, as was enough to reconcile her to life, and to set her above the sense of injury so nobly sustained, that she should then depart with an incurable fracture in her heart, and that should be the last time I should ever see her? How can I bear this reflection? O Jack, how my conscience, that gives edge even to thy blunt reflections, tears me! Even this moment would I give the world to push the cruel reproacher from me by one ray of my usual gaiety. Sick of myself! Sick of the remembrance of my vile plots, and of my light, my momentary ecstasy, villanous burglar, felon, thief, that I was, which has brought on me such durable and such heavy remorse! What would I give, that I had not been guilty of such barbarous and ungrateful perfidy to the most excellent of God's creatures! I would end, methinks, with one sprightlier line: but it will not be. Let me tell thee then, and rejoice at it, if thou wilt, that I am inexpressibly miserable. End of Letter L. Letter LI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LI. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday morning, September 2. I have some little pleasure given me by thine, just now brought me. I see now that thou hast a little humanity left. Would to Heaven, for the dear lady's sake, as well as for thy own, that thou hadst rummaged it up from all the dark forgotten corners of thy soul a little sooner. The lady is alive, and serene, and calm, and has all her noble intellects clear and strong. But 19 will not, however, save her. She says she will now content herself with her closet duties, and the visits of the parish minister, and will not attempt to go out. Nor indeed will she, I am afraid, ever walk up or down a pair of stairs again. I am sorry at my soul to have this to say, but it would be a folly to flatter thee. As to thy seeing her, I believe the least hint of that sort now would cut off some hours of her life. What has contributed to her serenity, it seems, is, that taking the alarm her fits gave her, she has entirely finished, and signed and sealed, her last will, which she had deferred till this time, in hopes, as she said, of some good news from Harlowe place, which would have induced her to alter some passages in it. Miss Howe's letter was not given her till 4 in the afternoon yesterday, at which time the messenger returned for an answer. She admitted him into her presence in the dining room, ill as she then was; and she would have written a few lines, as desired by Miss Howe: but not being able to hold a pen, she bid the messenger tell her that she hoped to be well enough to write a long letter by the next day's post, and would not now detain him. Saturday, 6 in the afternoon. I called just now, and found the lady writing to Miss Howe. She made me a melancholy compliment, that she showed me not Miss Howe's letter, because I should soon have that and all her papers before me. But she told me that Miss Howe had very considerably obviated to Colonel Morden several things which might have occasioned misapprehensions between him and me; and had likewise put a lighter construction, for the sake of peace, on some of your actions than they deserved. She added, that her cousin Morden was warmly engaged in her favour with her friends; and one good piece of news Miss Howe's letter contained, that her father would give up some matters, which, appertaining to her of right, would make my executorship the easier in some particulars that had given her a little pain. She owned she had been obliged to leave off, in the letter she was writing, through weakness. Will. says he shall reach you to night. I shall send in the morning; and if I find her not worse, will ride to Edgware, and return in the afternoon. End of Letter LI. Letter LII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LII. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, August 29. My dearest friend, we are at length returned to our own home. I had intended to wait on you in London; but my mother is very ill. Alas! my dear, she is very ill indeed! And you are likewise very ill. I see that by your's of the 25th. What shall I do, if I lose two such near and dear and tender friends? She was taken ill yesterday, at our last stage in our return home, and has a violent surfeit and fever, and the doctors are doubtful about her. If she should die, how will all my pertnesses to her fly in my face! Why did I ever vex her? She says I have been all duty and obedience. She kindly forgets all my faults, and remembers every thing I have been so happy as to oblige her in; and this cuts me to the heart. I see, my dear, that you are very bad, and I cannot bear it. Do, my beloved Miss Harlowe, if you can be better, do, for my sake, be better. And send me word of it. Let the bearer bring me a line. Be sure you send me a line. If I lose you, my more than sister, and lose my mother, I shall distrust my own conduct, and will not marry. And why should I? Creeping, cringing in courtship! O my dear, these men are a vile race of reptiles in our day, and mere bears in their own. See in Lovelace all that is desirable in figure, in birth, and in fortune; but in his heart a devil. See in Hickman Indeed, my dear, I cannot tell what any body can see in Hickman, to be always preaching in his favour. And is it to be expected that I, who could hardly bear controul from a mother, should take it from a husband? From one too who has neither more wit nor more understanding than myself? Yet he to be my instructor? So he will, I suppose; but more by the insolence of his will than by the merit of his counsel. It is in vain to think of it. I cannot be a wife to any man breathing whom I at present know. This I the rather mention now, because, on my mother's danger, I know you will be for pressing me the sooner to throw myself into another sort of protection, should I be deprived of her. But no more of this subject, or indeed of any other; for I am obliged to attend my mamma, who cannot bear me out of her sight. Wednesday, August 30. My mother, Heaven be praised, has had a fine night, and is much better. Her fever has yielded to medicine. And now I can write once more with freedom and ease to you, in hopes that you also are better. If this be granted to my prayers, I shall again be happy. I writhe with still the more alacrity, as I have an opportunity given me to touch upon a subject in which you are nearly concerned. You must know then, my dear, that your cousin Morden has been here with me. He told me of an interview he had on Monday at Lord M.'s with Lovelace, and asked me abundance of questions about you, and about that villanous man. I could have raised a fine flame between them if I would: but observing that he is a man of very lively passions, and believing you would be miserable if any thing should happen to him from a quarrel with a man who is known to have so many advantages at his sword, I made not the worst of the subjects we talked of: but as I could not tell untruths in his favour, you must think I said enough to make him curse the wretch. I don't find, well as they all used to respect Colonel Morden, that he has influence enough upon them to bring them to any terms of reconciliation. What can they mean by it? But your brother is come home, it seems. So the honour of the house, the reputation of the family, is all the cry. The Colonel is exceedingly out of humour with them all. Yet has he not hitherto, it seems, seen your brutal brother? I told him how ill you were, and communicated to him some of the contents of your letter. He admired you, cursed Lovelace, and raved against all your family. He declared that they were all unworthy of you. At his earnest request, I permitted him to take some brief notes of such of the contents of your letter to me as I thought I could read to him, and particularly of your melancholy conclusion. He says that none of your friends think you are so ill as you are, nor will believe it. He is sure they all love you, and that dearly too. If they do, their present hardness of heart will be the subject of everlasting remorse to them, should you be taken from us. But now, it seems, barbarous wretches, you are to suffer within an inch of your life. He asked me questions about Mr. Belford; and when he had heard what I had to say of that gentleman, and his disinterested services to you, he raved at some villanous surmises thrown out against you by that officious pedant Brand, who, but for his gown, I find, would come off poorly enough between your cousin and Lovelace. He was so uneasy about you himself, that on Thursday the 24th he sent up an honest serious man, one Alston, a gentleman farmer, to inquire of your condition, your visitors, and the like; who brought him word that he was very ill, and was put to great straits to support yourself: but as this was told him by the gentlewoman of the house where you lodge, who, it seems, mingled it with some tart, though deserved, reflections upon your relations' cruelty, it was not credited by them; and I myself hope it cannot be true: for surely you could not be so unjust, I will say, to my friendship, as to suffer any inconveniencies for want of money. I think I could not forgive you, if it was so. The Colonel, as one of your trustees, is resolved to see you put into possession of your estate; and in the mean time he has actually engaged them to remit to him, for you, the produce of it accrued since your grandfather's death, a very considerable sum; and proposes himself to attend you with it. But by a hint he dropt, I find you had disappointed some people's littleness, by not writing to them for money and supplies, since they were determined to distress you, and to put you at defiance. Like all the rest. I hope I may say that without offence. Your cousin imagines that, before a reconciliation takes place, they will insist that you make such a will as to that estate as they shall approve of: but he declares that he will not go out of England till he has seen justice done you by every body; and that you shall not be imposed on either by friend or foe. By relation or foe, should he not have said? For a friend will not impose upon a friend. So, my dear, you are to buy your peace, if some people are to have their wills. Your cousin (not I, my dear, though it was always my opinion) says, that the whole family is too rich to be either humble, considerate, or contented: and as for himself, he has an ample fortune, he says, and thinks of leaving it wholly to you. Had this villain Lovelace consulted his worldly interests only, what a fortune would he have had in you, even although your marrying him had deprived you of a paternal share! I am obliged to leave off here: but having a good deal still more to write, and my mother better, I will pursue the subject in another letter, although I send both together. I need not say how much I am, and will ever be, your affectionate, etc., ANNA HOWE. End of Letter LII. Letter LIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LIII. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Thursday, August 31st. The Colonel thought fit once, in praise of Lovelace's generosity, to say, that, as a man of honour ought, he took to himself all the blame, and acquitted you of the consequences of the precipitate step you had taken; since he said, as you loved him, and was in his power, he must have had advantages which he would not have had if you had continued at your father's, or at any friend's. Mighty generous, I said, were it, as he supposed, in such insolent reflectors, the best of them, who pretend to clear reputations which never had been sullied but by falling into their dirty acquaintance. But in this case I averred, that there was no need of any thing but the strictest truth to demonstrate Lovelace to be the blackest of villains, you the brightest of innocents. This he catched at, and swore, that if any thing uncommon or barbarous in the seduction were to come out, as indeed one of the letters you had written to your friends, and which had been shown him, very strongly implied; that is to say, my dear, if any thing worse than perjury, breach of faith, and abuse of a generous confidence, were to appear, sorry fellows! he would avenge his cousin to the utmost. I urge your apprehensions on this head from your last letter to me. But he seemed capable of taking what I know to be real greatness of soul, in an unworthy sense: for he mentioned directly upon it the expectations your friends had, that you should, previous to any reconciliation with them, appear in a court of justice against the villain, if you could do it with the advantage to yourself that I hinted might be done. And truly, if I would have heard him, he had indelicacy enough to have gone into the nature of the proof of the crime upon which they wanted to have Lovelace arraigned. Yet this is a man improved by travel and learning. Upon my word, my dear, I, who have been accustomed to the most delicate conversation ever since I had the honour to know you, despise this sex, from the gentleman down to the peasant. Upon the whole, I find that Mr. Morden has a very slender notion of women's virtue in particular cases; for which reason I put him down, though your favourite, as one who is not entitled to cast the first stone. I never knew a man who deserved to be well thought of himself for his morals, who had a slight opinion of the virtue of our sex in general. For if, from the difference of temperament and education, modesty, chastity, and piety too, are not to be found in our sex preferably to the other, I should think it a sign of much worse nature in ours. He even hinted, as from your relations indeed, that it is impossible but there most be some will, where there is much love. These sort of reflections are enough to make a woman, who has at heart her own honour and the honour of her sex, to look about her, and consider what she is doing, when she enters into an intimacy with these wretches; since it is plain, that whenever she throws herself into the power of a man, and leaves for him her parents or guardians, every body will believe it to be owing more to her good luck than to her discretion, if there be not an end of her virtue; and let the man be ever such a villain to her, she must take into her own bosom a share of his guilty baseness. I am writing to general cases. You, my dear, are out of the question. Your story, as I have heretofore said, will afford a warning as well as an example. For who is it that will not infer, that if a person of your fortune, character, and merit, could not escape ruin, after she had put herself into the power of her hyena, what can a thoughtless, fond, giddy creature expect? Every man, they will say, is not a Lovelace. True. But then neither is every woman a Clarissa. And allow for the one, and for the other, the example must be of general use. I prepared Mr. Morden to expect your appointment of Mr. Belford for an office that we both hope he will have no occasion to act in, nor any body else, for many, very many years to come. He was at first startled at it; but upon hearing such of your reasons as had satisfied me, he only said that such an appointment, were it to take place, would exceedingly affect his other cousins. He told me he had a copy of Lovelace's letter to you, imploring your pardon, and offering to undergo any penance to procure it, and also of your answer to it. I find he is willing to hope that a marriage between you may still take place, which he says will heal up all breaches. I would have written much more, on the following particulars especially, to wit, of the wretched man's hunting you out of your lodgings; of your relations' strange implacableness; I am in haste, and cannot think of a word you would like better just now; of your last letter to Lovelace, to divert him from pursuing you; of your aunt Hervey's penitential conversation with Mrs. Norton; of Mr. Wyerley's renewed address; of your lessons to me, in Hickman's behalf, so approvable, were the man more so than he is. But indeed I am offended with him at this instant, and have been for these 2 days. Of your sister's transportation project, and of 20 other things; but am obliged to leave off to attend my 2 cousins Spilsworth, and my cousin Herbert, who are come to visit us on account of my mother's illness. I will therefore dispatch these by Rogers; and if my mother gets well soon, as I hope she will, I am resolved to see you in town, and tell you every thing that now is upon my mind; and particularly, mingling my soul with yours, how much I am, and will ever be, my dearest, dear friend, your affectionate Anna Howe. Let Rogers bring one line, I pray you. I thought to have sent him this afternoon; but he cannot set out till to morrow morning early. I cannot express how much your staggering lines and your conclusion affect me. End of Letter LIII. Letter LIV. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. Letter LIV. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Sunday evening, September 3. I wonder not at the impatience your servant tells me you express to hear from me. I was designing to write you a long letter, and was just returned from Smith's for that purpose: but since you are urgent, you must be contented with a short one. I attended the lady this morning, just before I set out for Edgware. She was so ill over night, that she was obliged to leave unfinished her letter to Miss Howe. But early this morning she made an end of it, and just sealed it up as I came. She was so fatigued with writing, that she told me she would lie down after I was gone, and endeavour to recruit her spirits. They had sent for Mr. Goddard when she was so ill last night; and not being able to see him out of her own chamber, he, for the first time, saw her house, as she calls it. He was extremely shocked and concerned at it, and chid Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick for not persuading her to have such an object removed from her bedchamber. And when they excused themselves, on the little authority it was reasonable to suppose they must have, with a lady so much their superior, he reflected warmly on those who had more authority, and who left her to proceed with such a shocking and solemn whimsy, as he called it. It is placed near the window, like a harpsichord, though covered over to the ground; and when she is so ill that she cannot well go to her closet, she writes and reads upon it, as others would upon a desk or table. But, only as she was so ill last night, she chooses not to see any body in that apartment. I went to Edgware, and, returning in the evening, attended her again. She had a letter brought her from Mrs. Norton, a long one, as it seems by its bulk, just before I came: but she had not opened it, and said, that as she was pretty calm and composed, she was afraid to look into the contents, lest she should be ruffled, expecting now to hear of nothing that could do her good or give her pleasure from that good woman's dear hard-hearted neighbours, as she called her own relations. Seeing her so weak and ill, I withdrew; nor did she desire me to tarry, as sometimes she does, when I make a motion to depart. I had some hints, as I went away, from Mrs. Smith, that she had appropriated that evening to some offices that were to save trouble, as she called it, after her departure; and had been giving orders to her nurse, and to Mrs. Lovick, and Mrs. Smith, about what she would have done when she was gone; and I believe they were of a very delicate and affecting nature. But Mrs. Smith descended not to particulars. The doctor had been with her, as well as Mr. Goddard; and they both joined with great earnestness to persuade her to have her house removed out of her sight: but she assured them that it gave her pleasure and spirits; and, being a necessary preparation, she wondered they should be surprised at it, when she had not any of her family about her, or any old acquaintance, on whose care and exactness in these punctilios, as she called them, she could rely. The doctor told Mrs. Smith that he believed she would hold out long enough for any of her friends to have notice of her state, and to see her, and hardly longer: and since he could not find that she had any certainty in her cousin Morden, which made it plain that her relations continued inflexible, he would go home and write a letter to her father, take it as she would. She had spent great part of the day in intense devotions; and to morrow morning she is to have with her the same clergyman who has often attended her, from whose hands she will again receive the sacrament. Thou seest, Lovelace, that all is preparing, that all will be ready, and I am to attend her to morrow afternoon, to take some instructions from her in relation to my part in the office to be performed for her. And thus, omitting the particulars of a fine conversation between her and Mrs. Lovick, which the latter acquainted me with, as well as another between her and the doctor and apothecary, which I had a design this evening to give you, they being of a very affecting nature, I have yielded to your impatience. I shall dispatch Harry to morrow morning early with her letter to Miss Howe; an offer she took very kindly, as she is extremely solicitous to lessen that young lady's apprehensions for her on not hearing from her by Saturday's post. And yet, if she write truth, as no doubt but she will, how can her apprehensions be lessened? End of Letter LIV. Letter LV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Miss Howe. Saturday, September 2. I write, my beloved Miss Howe, though very ill still; but I could not by the return of your messenger, for I was then unable to hold a pen. Your mother's illness, as mentioned in the first part of your letter, gave me great distress for you, till I read farther. You bewailed it as became a daughter so sensible. May you be blessed in each other for many, very many years to come. I doubt not, that even this sudden and grievous indisposition, by the frame it has put you in, and the apprehension it has given you of losing so dear a mother, will contribute to the happiness I wish you. For, alas! my dear, we seldom know how to value the blessings we enjoy, till we are in danger of losing them, or have actually lost them. And then, what would we give to have them restored to us? What, I wonder, has again happened between you and Mr. Hickman? Although I know not, I dare say it is owing to some petty petulance, to some half ungenerous advantage taken of his obligingness and assiduity. Will you never, my dear, give the weight you and all our sex ought to give to the qualities of sobriety and regularity of life and manners in that sex? Must bold creatures and forward spirits for ever, and by the best and wisest of us, as well as by the indiscreetest, be the most kindly treated? My dear friends know not that I have actually suffered within less than an inch of my life. Poor Mr. Brand! He meant well, I believe. I am afraid all will turn heavily upon him, when he probably imagined that he was taking the best method to oblige. But were he not to have been so light of belief, and so weakly officious, and had given a more favourable, and, it would be strange if I could not say, a juster report, things would have been, nevertheless, exactly as they are. I must lay down my pen. I am very ill. I believe I shall be better by and by. The bad writing would betray me, although I had a mind to keep from you what the event must soon. Now I resume my trembling pen. Excuse the unsteady writing. It will be so. I have wanted no money, so don't be angry about such a trifle as money. Yet I am glad of what you incline me to hope, that my friends will give up the produce of my grandfather's estate, since it has been in their hands; because, knowing it to be my right, and that they could not want it, I have already disposed of a good part of it, and could only hope they would be willing to give it up at my last request. And now how rich shall I think myself in this my last stage! And yet I did not want before. Indeed I did not. For who, that has many superfluities, can be said to want? Do not, my dear friend, be concerned that I call it my last stage. For what is even the long life which in high health we wish for? What but, as we go along, a life of apprehension, sometimes for our friends, oftener for ourselves? And at last, when arrived at the old age we covet, one heavy loss or deprivation having succeeded another, we see ourselves stripped, as I may say, of every one we loved, and find ourselves exposed, as uncompanionable poor creatures, to the slights, to the contempts of jostling youth, who want to push us off the stage, in hopes to possess what we have; and, superadded to all, our own infirmities every day increasing, of themselves enough to make the life we wished for the greatest disease of all. Don't you remember the lines of Howard, which once you read to me in my ivy bower? These are the lines the lady refers to. From death we rose to life, 'tis but the same, through life to pass again from whence we came. With shame we see our passions can prevail, where reason, certainty, and virtue fail. Honour, that empty name, can death despise. Scorned love to death, as to a refuge, flies, and sorrow waits for death with longing eyes. Hope triumphs o'er the thoughts of death, and fate cheats fools and flatters the unfortunate. We fear to lose what a small time must waste, till life itself grows the disease at last. Begging for life, we beg for more decay, and to be long a-dying only pray. In the disposition of what belongs to me, I have endeavoured to do every thing in the justest and best manner I could think of, putting myself in my relations' places, and, in the greater points, ordering my matters as if no misunderstanding had happened. I hope they will not think much of some bequests where wanted, and where due from my gratitude. But if they should, what is done, and I cannot now help it. Yet I must repeat, that I hope I have pleased every one of them. For I would not, on any account, have it thought that, in my last disposition, any thing undaughterly, unsisterly, or unlike a kinswoman, should have had place in a mind that is a truly free, as I will presume to say, from all resentment, that it now overflows with gratitude and blessings for the good I have received, although it be not all that my heart wished to receive. Were it even an hardship that I was not favoured with more, what is it but an hardship of half a year, against the most indulgent goodness of 18 years and an half that ever was shown to a daughter? My cousin, you tell me, thinks I was off my guard, and that I was taken at some advantage. Indeed, my dear, I was not. Indeed, I gave no room for advantage to be taken of me. I hope one day that will be seen. if I have the justice done me which Mr. Belford assures me of. I should hope that my cousin has not taken the liberties which you, by an observation not, in general, unjust, seem to charge him with. For it is sad to think, that the generality of that sex should make so light of crimes, which they justly hold so unpardonable, in their own most intimate relations of ours, yet cannot commit them without doing such injuries to other families as they think themselves obliged to resent unto death, when offered to their own. But we women are too often to blame on this head, since the most virtuous among us seldom make virtue the test of their approbation of the other sex; insomuch that a man may glory in his wickedness of this sort without being rejected on that account, even to the faces of women of unquestionable virtue. Hence it is, that a libertine seldom thinks himself concerned so much as to save appearances. And what is it not that our sex suffers in their opinion on this very score? And what have I, more than many others, to answer for on this account in the world's eye? May my story be a warning to all, how they prefer a libertine to a man of true honour; and how they permit themselves to be misled, where they mean the best, by the specious yet foolish hope of subduing riveted habits, and, as I may say, of altering natures. The more foolish, as constant experience might convince us, that there is hardly 1 in 10 of even tolerably happy marriages, in which the wife keeps the hold in the husband's affections which she had in the lover's. What influence then can she hope to have over the morals of an avowed libertine, who marries perhaps for conveniency, who despises the tie, and whom, it is too probable, nothing but old age, or sickness, or disease, the consequence of ruinous riot, can reclaim? I am very glad you gave my Sunday morning, September 3, 6 o'clock. Hither I had written, and was forced to quit my pen; and so much weaker and worse I grew, that had I resumed it, to have closed here, it must have been with such trembling unsteadiness, that it would have given you more concern for me, than the delay of sending it away by last night's post can do. I deferred it, therefore, to see how it would please God to deal with me; and I find myself, after a better night than I expected, lively and clear, and hope to give a proof that I do, in the continuation of my letter, which I will pursue as currently as if I had not left off. I am glad that you so considerately gave my cousin Morden favourable impressions of Mr. Belford, since otherwise some misunderstanding might have happened between them. For although I hope this Mr. Belford is an altered man, and in time will be a reformed one, yet is he one of those high spirits that has been accustomed to resent imaginary indignities to himself, when, I believe, he has not been studious to avoid giving real offences to others; men of this cast acting as if they thought all the world was made to bar with them, and they with nobody in it. Mr. Lovelace, you tell me, thought fit to entrust my cousin with the copy of his letter of penitence to me, and with my answer to it, rejecting him and his suit; and Mr. Belford moreover acquaints me, how much concerned Mr. Lovelace is for his baseness, and how freely he accused himself to my cousin. This shows, that the true bravery of spirit is to be above doing a vile action; and that nothing subjects the human mind to so much meanness, as the consciousness of having done wilful wrong to our fellow creatures. How low, how sordid, are the submissions which elaborate baseness compels! That that wretch could treat me as he did, and then could so poorly creep to me for forgiveness of crimes so wilful, so black, and so premeditated! How my soul despised him for his meanness on a certain occasion, of which you will one day be informed! And him whose actions one's heart despises, it is far from being difficult to reject, had one ever so partially favoured him once. Meaning his meditated second violence, and his succeeding letters to her, supplicating for her pardon. Yet am I glad this violent spirit can thus creep; that, like a poisonous serpent, he can thus coil himself, and hide his head in his own narrow circlets; because this stooping, this abasement, gives me hope that no further mischief will ensue. All my apprehension is, what may happen when I am gone; lest then my cousin, or any other of my family, should endeavour to avenge me, and risk their own more precious lives on that account. If that part of Cain's curse were Mr. Lovelace's, to be a fugitive and vagabond in the earth; that is to say, if it meant no more harm to him than that he should be obliged to travel, as it seems he intends, though I wish him no ill in his travels, and I could know it, then should I be easy in the hoped for safety of my friends from his skilful violence. Oh that I could hear he was 1,000 miles off! When I began this letter, I did not think I could have run to such a length. But 'tis to you, my dearest friend; and you have a title to the spirits you raise and support; for they are no longer mine, and will subside the moment I cease writing to you. But what do you bid me hope for, when you tell me that, if your mother's health will permit, you will see me in town? I hope your mother's health will be perfected as you wish. But I dare not promise myself so great a favour, so great a blessing I will call it, and indeed I know not if I should be able to bear it now. Yet one comfort it is in your power to give me; and that is, let me know, and very speedily it must be, if you wish to oblige me, that all matters are made up between you and Mr. Hickman, to whom I see you are resolved, with all your bravery of spirit, to owe a multitude of obligations for his patience with your flightiness. Think of this, my dear proud friend; and think likewise of what I have often told you, that pride in man or woman is an extreme that hardly ever fails, sooner or later, to bring forth its mortifying contrary. May you, my dear Miss Howe, have no discomforts but what you make to yourself. As it will be in your own power to lessen such as these, they ought to be your punishment if you do not. There is no such thing as perfect happiness here, since the busy mind will make to itself evils, were it to find none. You will therefore pardon this limited wish, strange as it may appear, till you consider it. For to wish you no infelicity, either within or without you, were to wish you what can never happen in this world, and what perhaps ought not to be wished for, if by a wish one could give one's friend such an exemption, since we are not to live here always. We must not, in short, expect that our roses will grow without thorns; but then they are useful and instructive thorns, which, by pricking the fingers of the too hasty plucker, teach future caution. And who knows not that difficulty gives poignancy to our enjoyments, which are apt to lose their relish with us when they are over easily obtained? I must conclude. God for ever bless you, and all you love and honour, and reward you here and hereafter for your kindness to your ever obliged and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 55. Letter 56 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. by Samuel Richardson. Letter 56. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Thursday, August 31st. I had written sooner, my dearest young lady, but that I have been endeavouring, ever since the receipt of your last letter, to obtain a private audience of your mother, in hopes of leave to communicate it to her. But last night I was surprised by an invitation to breakfast at Harlowe Place this morning, and the chariot came early to fetch me, an honour I did not expect. When I came, I found there was to be a meeting of all your family with Colonel Morden, at Harlowe Place; and it was proposed by your mother, and consented to, that I should be present. Your cousin, I understand, had with difficulty brought this meeting to bear; for your brother had before industriously avoided all conversation with him on the affecting subject, urging that it was not necessary to talk to Mr. Morden upon it, who, being a remoter relation than themselves, had no business to make himself a judge of their conduct to their daughter, their niece, and their sister; especially as he had declared himself in her favour, adding, that he should hardly have patience to be questioned by Mr. Morden on that head. I was in hopes that your mother would have given me an opportunity of talking with her alone before the company met; but she seemed studiously to avoid it. I dare say, however, not with her inclination. I was ordered in just before Mr. Morden came, and was bid to sit down, which I did in the window. The Colonel, when he came, began the discourse, by renewing, as he called it, his solicitations in your favour. He set before them your penitence, your ill health, your virtue, though once betrayed and basely used. He then read to them Mr. Lovelace's letter, a most contrite one indeed, and your high-souled answer, for that was what he justly called it; and he treated, as it deserved, Mr. Brand's officious information, of which I had before heard he had made them ashamed, by representations founded upon inquiries made by Mr. Alston, whom he had procured to go up on purpose to acquaint himself with your manner of life, and what was meant by the visits of that Mr. Belford. He then told them, that he had the day before waited upon Miss Howe, and had been shown a letter from you to her, and permitted to take some memorandums from it, in which you appeared both by handwriting and the contents to be so very ill that it seemed doubtful to him if it were possible for you to get over it. And when he read to them that passage, where you ask Miss Howe, what can be done for you now, were your friends to be ever so favourable, and wish for their sakes more than for your own, that they would still relent, and then say, you are very ill, you must drop your pen, and ask excuse for your crooked writing, and take, as it were, a last farewell of Miss Howe. Adieu, my dear, adieu, are your words. O my child, said your mamma, weeping and clasping her hands. Dear Madam, said your brother, be so good as to think you have more children than this ungrateful one. Yet your sister seemed affected. Your uncle Harlowe, wiping his eyes, O cousin, said he, if one thought the poor girl was really so ill. She must, said your uncle Antony. This is written to her private friend. God forbid she should be quite lost. Your uncle Harlowe wished they did not carry their resentments too far. I begged, for God's sake, wringing my hands, and with a bended knee, that they would permit me to go up to you, engaging to give them a faithful account of the way you were in. But I was chidden by your brother, and this occasioned some angry words between him and Mr. Morden. I believe, sir, I believe, madam, said your sister to her father and mother, we need not trouble my cousin to read any more. It does but grieve and disturb you. My sister Clary seems to be ill. I think if Mrs. Norton were permitted to go up to her, it would be right, wickedly as she has acted, if she be truly penitent. Here she stopped, and every one being silent, I stood up once more, and besought them to let me go. And then I offered to read a passage or two in your letter to me of the 24th. But I was taken up again by your brother, and this occasioned still higher words between the Colonel and him. Your mother, hoping to gain upon your inflexible brother, and to divert the anger of the two gentlemen from each other, proposed that the Colonel should proceed in reading the minutes he had taken from your letter. He accordingly read of your resuming your pen, that you thought you had taken your last farewell, and the rest of that very affecting passage, in which you are obliged to break off more than once, and afterwards to take an airing in a chair. Your brother and sister were affected at this, and he had recourse to his snuff box. And where you comfort Miss Howe, and say, you shall be happy, it is more, said he, than she will let any body else be. Your sister called you sweet soul, but with a low voice, then grew hard-hearted again. She said, nobody could help being affected by your pathetic grief, but that it was your talent. The Colonel then went on to the good effect your airing had upon you, to your good wishes to Miss Howe and Mr. Hickman, and to your concluding sentence, that when the happy life you wish to her comes to be wound up, she may be as calm and as easy at quitting it, as you hope in God you shall be. Your mother could not stand this, but retired to a corner of the room, and sobbed and wept. Your father for a few minutes could not speak, though he seemed inclined to say something. Your uncles were also both affected, but your brother went round to each, and again reminded your mother that she had other children. What was there, he said, in what was read, but the result of the talent you had of moving the passions? And he blamed them for choosing to hear read what they knew their abused indulgence could not be a proof against. This set Mr. Morden up again. Fie upon you, cousin Harlowe, said he. I see plainly to whom it is owing, that all relationship and ties of blood, with regard to this sweet sufferer, are laid aside. Such rigours as these make it difficult for a sliding virtue ever to recover itself. Your brother pretended the honour of the family, and declared, that no child ought to be forgiven who abandoned the most indulgent of parents against warning, against the light of knowledge, as you had done. But, sir, and ladies, said I, rising from the seat in the window, and humbly turning round to each, if I may be permitted to speak, my dear Miss asks only for a blessing. She does not beg to be received to favour. She is very ill, and asks only for a last blessing. Come, come, good Norton, I need not tell you who said this. You are up again with your lamentables. A good woman as you are, to forgive so readily a crime, that has been as disgraceful to your part in her education as to her family, it is a weakness that would induce one to suspect your virtue, if you were to be encountered by a temptation properly adapted. By some such charitable logic, said Mr. Morden, as this, is my cousin Arabella captivated, I doubt not, if virtue, you, Mr. James Harlowe, are the most virtuous young man in the world. I knew how it would be, replied your brother in a passion, if I met Mr. Morden upon this business. I would have declined it. But you, sir, to his father, would not permit me to do so. But, sir, turning to the Colonel, in no other presence. Then, cousin James, interrupted the other gentleman, that which is your protection, it seems, is mine. I am not used to bear defiances thus. You are my cousin, sir, and the son and nephew of persons as dear as near to me. There he paused. Are we, said your father, to be made still more unhappy among ourselves, when the villain lives that ought to be the object of every one's resentment, who has either a value for the family, or for this ungrateful girl? That's the man, said your cousin, whom last Monday, as you know, I went purposely to make the object of mine. But what could I say, when I found him so willing to repair his crime? And I give it as my opinion, and have written accordingly to my poor cousin, that it is best for all round that his offer should be accepted. And let me tell you. Tell me nothing, said your father, quite enraged, or that very vile fellow. I have a riveted hatred to him. I would rather see the rebel die 100 deaths, were it possible, than that she should give such a villain as him a relation to my family. Well, but there is no room to think, said your mother, that she will give us such a relation, my dear. The poor girl will lessen, I fear, the number of our relations, not increase it. If she be so ill as we are told she is, let us send Mrs. Norton up to her. That's the least we can do. Let us take her, however, out of the hands of that Belford. Both your uncles supported this motion, the latter part of it especially. Your brother observed, in his ill natured way, what a fine piece of consistency it was in you to refuse the vile injurer, and the amends he offered, yet to throw yourself upon the protection of his fast friend. Miss Harlowe was apprehensive, she said, that you would leave all you could leave to that pert creature Miss Howe, so she called her, if you should die. O do not suppose that, my Bella, said your poor mother. I cannot think of parting with my Clary. With all her faults, she is my child. Her reasons for her conduct are not heard. It would break my heart to lose her. I think, my dear, to your father, none so fit as I to go up, if you will give me leave, and Mrs. Norton shall accompany me. This was a sweet motion, and your father paused upon it. Mr. Morden offered his service to escort her. Your uncle seemed to approve of it. But your brother dashed all. I hope, sir, said he to his father, I hope, madam, to his mother, that you will not endeavour to recover a faulty daughter by losing an unculpable son. I do declare, that if ever my sister Clary darkens these doors again, I never will. I will set out, madam, the same hour you go to London, on such an errand, to Edinburgh, and there I will reside, and try to forget that I have relations in England, so near and so dear as you are now all to me. Good God, said the Colonel, what a declaration is this! And suppose, sir, and suppose, madam, turning to your father and mother, this should be the case, whether it is better, think you, that you should lose for ever such a daughter as my cousin Clary, or that your son should go to Edinburgh and reside there upon an estate which will be the better for his residence upon it? Your brother's passionate behaviour hereupon is hardly to be described. He resented it as promising an alienation of the affection of the family to him; and to such an height were resentments carried, every one siding with him, that the Colonel, with hands and eyes lifted up, cried out, What hearts of flint am I related to? O cousin Harlowe, to your father, are you resolved to have but one daughter? Are you, madam, to be taught by a son, who has no bowels, to forget you are a mother? The Colonel turned from them to draw out his handkerchief, and could not for a minute speak. The eyes of every one, but the hard-hearted brother, caught tears from his.
But then turning to them, with the more indignation, as it seemed,
as he had been obliged to show humanity, which, however, no brave heart should be ashamed of, I leave you all, said he, fit company for one another. I will never open my lips to any of you more upon this subject. I will instantly make my will, and in me shall the dear creature have the father, uncle, brother she has lost. I will prevail upon her to take the tour of France and Italy with me, nor shall she return till you know the value of such a daughter. And saying this, he hurried out of the room, went into the court yard, and ordered his horse. Mr. Antony Harlowe went to him there just as he was mounting, and said he hoped he should find him cooler in the evening, for he till then had lodged at his house, and that then they would converse calmly, and every one mean time would weigh all matters well. But the angry gentleman said, Cousin Harlowe, I shall endeavour to discharge the obligations I owe to your civility since I have been in England. But I have been so treated by that hot-headed young man, who, as far as I know, has done more to ruin his sister than Lovelace himself, and this with the approbation of you all, that I will not again enter into your doors or theirs. My servant shall have orders whither to bring what belongs to me from your house. I will see my dear cousin Clary as soon as I can. And so God bless you altogether. Only this one word to your nephew, if you please, that he wants to be taught the difference between courage and bluster; and it is happy for him, perhaps, that I am his kinsman, though I am sorry he is mine. I wondered to hear your uncle, on his return to them all, repeat this, because of the consequences it may be attended with, though I hope it will not have bad ones. Yet it was considered as a sort of challenge, and so it confirmed every body in your brother's favour, and Miss Harlowe forgot not to inveigh against that error which had brought on all these evils. I took the liberty again, but with fear and trembling, to desire leave to attend you. Before any other person could answer, your brother said, I suppose you look upon yourself, Mrs. Norton, to be your own mistress. Pray, do you want our consents and courtship to go up? If I may speak my mind, you and my sister Clary are the fittest to be together. Yet I wish you would not trouble your head about our family matters till you are desired to do so. But don't you know, brother, said Miss Harlowe, that the error of any branch of a family splits that family into two parties, and makes not only every common friend and acquaintance, but even servants judges over both? This is one of the blessed effects of my sister Clary's fault. There never was a creature so criminal, said your father, looking with displeasure at me, who had not some weak heads to pity and side with her. I wept. Your mother was so good as to take me by the hand. Come, good woman, said she, come along with me. You have too much reason to be afflicted with what afflicts us to want additions to your grief. But, my dearest young lady, I was more touched for your sake than for my own. For I have been low in the world for a great number of years, and of consequence have been accustomed to snubs and rebuffs from the affluent. But I hope that patience is written as legibly on my forehead as haughtiness on that of any of my obligers. Your mother led me to her chamber, and there we sat and wept together for several minutes, without being able to speak either of us one word to the other. At last she broke silence, asking me if you were really and indeed so ill as it was said you were. I answered in the affirmative, and would have shown her your last letter; but she declined seeing it. I would fain have procured from her the favour of a line to you, with her blessing. I asked, what was intended by your brother and sister? Would nothing satisfy them but your final reprobation? I insinuated how easy it would be, did not your duty and humility govern you, to make yourself independent as to circumstances; but that nothing but a blessing, a last blessing, was requested by you; and many other things I urge in your behalf. The following brief repetition of what she was pleased to say in answer to my pleas will give you a notion of it all, and of the present situation of things. She said, she was very unhappy. She had lost the little authority she once had over her other children through one child's failing, and all influence over Mr. Harlowe and his brothers. Your father, she said, had besought her to leave it to him to take his own methods with you, and, as she valued him, to take no step in your favour unknown to him and your uncles. Yet she owned that they were too much governed by your brother. They would, however, give way in time, she knew, to a reconciliation. They designed no other, for they all still loved you. Your brother and sister, she owned, were very jealous of your coming into favour again. Yet could but Mr. Morden have kept his temper, and stood her son's first sallies, who, having always had the family grandeur in view, had carried his resentment so high, that he knew not how to descend, the conferences, so abruptly broken off just now, would have ended more happily; for that she had reason to think that a few concessions on your part, with regard to your grandfather's estate, and your cousin's engaging for your submission as from proper motives, would have softened them all. Mr. Brand's account of your intimacy with the friend of the obnoxious man, she said, had, for the time, very unhappy effects: for before that she had gained some ground, but afterwards dared not, nor indeed had inclination, to open her lips in your behalf. Your continued intimacy with that Mr. Belford was wholly unaccountable, and as wholly inexcusable. What made the wished for reconciliation, she said, more difficult, was, first, that you yourself acknowledged yourself dishonoured; and it was too well known, that it was your own fault that you ever were in the power of so great a profligate. Of consequence, that their and your disgrace could not be greater than it was. Yet, that you refused to prosecute the wretch. Next, that the pardon and blessing hoped for must probably be attended with your marriage to the man they hate, and who hates them as much. Very disagreeable circumstances, she said, I must allow, to found a reconciliation upon. As to her own part, she must needs say, that if there were any hope that Mr. Lovelace would become a reformed man, the letter her cousin Morden had read to them from him to you, and the justice, as she hoped it was, he did your character, though to his own condemnation, his family and fortunes being unexceptionable, and all his relations earnest to be related to you, were arguments that would weigh with her, could they have any with your father and uncles. To my plea of your illness, she could not but flatter herself, she answered, that it was from lowness of spirits and temporary dejection. A young creature, she said, so very considerate as you naturally were, and fallen so low, must have enough of that. Should they lose you, which God forbid, the scene would then indeed be sadly changed; for then those who now most resented would be most grieved, all your fine qualities would rise to their remembrance, and your unhappy error would be quite forgotten. She wished you would put yourself into your cousin's protection entirely, and have nothing more to say to Mr. Belford. And I would recommend it to your most serious consideration, my dear Miss Clary, whether now, as your cousin, who is your trustee for your grandfather's estate, is come, you should not give over all thoughts of Mr. Lovelace's intimate friend for your executor; more especially as that gentleman's interfering in the concerns of your family, should the sad event take place, which my heart aches but to think of, might be attended with those consequences which you are so desirous, in other cases, to obviate and prevent. And suppose, my dear young lady, you were to write one letter more to each of your uncles, to let them know how ill you are, and to ask their advice, and offer to be governed by it, in relation to the disposition of your estate and effects. Methinks I wish you would. I find they will send you up a large part of what has been received from that estate since it was yours, together with your current cash, which you left behind you; and this by your cousin Morden, for fear you should have contracted debts which may make you uneasy. They seem to expect that you will wish to live at your grandfather's house in a private manner, if your cousin prevail not upon you to go abroad for a year or two. Friday morning. Betty was with me just now. She tells me that your cousin Morden is so much displeased with them all, that he has refused to lodge any more at your uncle Antony's, and has even taken up with inconvenient lodgings, till he is provided with others to his mind. This very much concerns them, and they repent their violent treatment of him; and the more, as he is resolved, he says, to make you his sole executrix, and heir to all his fortune. What noble fortunes still, my dearest young lady, await you! I am thoroughly convinced, if it please God to preserve your life and your health, that every body will soon be reconciled to you, and that you will see many happy days. Your mother wished me not to attend you as yet, because she hopes that I may give myself that pleasure soon with every body's good liking, and even at their desire. Your cousin Morden's reconciliation with them, which they are very desirous of, I am ready to hope will include theirs with you. But if that should happen which I so much dread, and I not with you, I should never forgive myself. Let me therefore, my dearest young lady, desire you to command my attendance, if you find any danger, and if you wish me peace of mind, and no consideration shall withhold me. I hear that Miss Howe has obtained leave from her mother to see you, and intends next week to go to town for that purpose, and, as it is believed, to buy clothes for her approaching nuptials. Mr. Hickman's mother in law is lately dead. Her jointure of 600 a year is fallen to him, and she has, moreover, as an acknowledgement of his good behaviour to her, left him all she was worth, which was very considerable, a few legacies excepted to her own relations. These good men are uniformly good, indeed could not else be good, and never fare the worse for being so. All the world agrees he will make that fine young lady an excellent husband, and I am sorry they are not as much agreed in her making him an excellent wife. But I hope a woman of her principles would not encourage his address, if, whether she at present love him or not, she thought she could not love him, or if she preferred any other man to him. Mr. Pocock undertakes to deliver this, but fears it will be Saturday night first, if not Sunday morning. May the Almighty protect and bless you! I long to see you, my dearest young lady, I long to see you, and to fold you once more to my fond heart. I dare to say happy days are coming. Be but cheerful. Give way to hope. Whether for this world or the other, you must be happy. Wish to live, however, were it only because you are so well fitted in mind to make every one happy who has the honour to know you. What signifies this transitory eclipse? You are as near perfection, by all I have heard, as any creature in this world can be. For here is your glory. You are brightened and purified, as I may say, by your sufferings. How I long to hear your whole sad, yet instructive story, from your own lips. For Miss Howe's sake, who, in her new engagements, will so much want you; for your cousin Morden's sake; for your mother's sake, if I must go on farther in your family; and yet I can say, for all their sakes, and for my sake, my dearest Miss Clary, let your resumed and accustomed magnanimity bear you up. You have many things to do, which I know not the person who will do, if you leave us. Join your prayers then to mine, that God will spare you to a world that wants you and your example; and although your days may seem to have been numbered, who knows but that, with the good King Hezekiah, you may have them prolonged? Which God grant, if it be his blessed will, to the prayers of your Judith Norton. End of Letter LVI. Letter LVII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LVII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday, September 4. The lady would not read the letter she had from Mrs. Norton till she had received the communion, for fear it should contain any thing that might disturb that happy calm which she had been endeavouring to obtain for it. And when that solemn office was over, she was so composed, she said, that she thought she could receive any news, however affecting, with tranquillity. Nevertheless, in reading it, she was forced to leave off several times, through weakness and a dimness in her sight, of which she complained, if I may say complained, for so easy and soft were her complaints, that they could hardly be called such. She was very much affected at divers parts of this letter. She wept several times, and sighed often. Mrs. Lovick told me, that these were the gentle exclamations she broke out into as she read. Her unkind, her cruel brother! How unsisterly! Poor dear woman! seeming to speak of Mrs. Norton. Her kind cousin! O these flaming spirits! And then reflecting upon herself more than once, what a deep error is mine! What evils have I been the occasion of! When I was admitted to her presence, I have received, said she, a long and not very pleasing letter from my dear Mrs. Norton. It will soon be in your hands. I am advised against appointing you to the office you have so kindly accepted of. But you must resent nothing of these things. My choice will have an odd appearance to them; but it is now too late to alter it if I would. I would fain write an answer to it, continued she; but I have no distinct sight, Mr. Belford, no steadiness of fingers. This mistiness, however, will perhaps be gone by and by. Then turning to Mrs. Lovick, I don't think I am dying yet. Not actually dying, Mrs. Lovick; for I have no bodily pain, no numbnesses, no signs of immediate death, I think. And my breath, which used of late to be so short, is now tolerable. My head clear, my intellects free. I think I cannot be dying yet. I shall have agonies, I doubt. Life will not give up so blessedly easy, I fear. Yet how merciful is the Almighty, to give his poor creature such a sweet serenity! 'Tis what I have prayed for. What encouragement, Mrs. Lovick, so near one's dissolution, to have it to hope that one's prayers are answered. Mrs. Smith, as well as Mrs. Lovick, was with her. They were both in tears. Nor had I, any more than they, power to say a word in answer. Yet she spoke all this, as well as what follows, with a surprising composure of mind and countenance. But, Mr. Belford, said she, assuming a still sprightlier air and accent, let me talk a little to you, while I am thus able to say what I have to say. Mrs. Lovick, don't leave us, for the women were rising to go. Pray sit down, and do you, Mrs. Smith, sit down too. Dame Shelburne, take this key, and open the upper drawer. I will move to it. She did, with trembling knees. Here, Mr. Belford, is my will. It is witnessed by 3 persons of Mr. Smith's acquaintance. I dare to hope that my cousin Morden will give you assistance, if you request it of him. My cousin Morden continued his affection for me; but as I have not seen him, I leave all the trouble upon you, Mr. Belford. This deed may want forms, and it does, no doubt; but the less, as I have my grandfather's will almost by heart, and have often enough heard that canvassed. I will lay it by itself in this corner, putting it at the further end of the drawer. She then took up a parcel of letters, enclosed in one cover, sealed with 3 seals of black wax. This, said she, I sealed up last night. The cover, Sir, will let you know what is to be done with what it encloses. This is the superscription, holding it close to her eyes, and rubbing them. As soon as I am certainly dead, this to be broke open by Mr. Belford. Here, Sir, I put it, placing it by the will. These folded papers are letters, and copies of letters, disposed according to their dates. Miss Howe will do with those as you and she shall think fit. If I receive any more, or more come when I cannot receive them, they may be put into this drawer, pulling out and pushing in the looking glass drawer, to be given to Mr. Belford, be they from whom they will. You'll be so kind as to observe that, Mrs. Lovick, and Dame Shelburne. Here, Sir, proceeded she, I put the keys of my apparel, putting them into the drawer with her papers. All is in order, and the inventory upon them, and an account of what I have disposed of, so that nobody need to ask Mrs. Smith any questions. There will be no immediate need to open or inspect the trunks which contain my wearing apparel. Mrs. Norton will open them, or order somebody to do it for her in your presence, Mrs. Lovick, for so I have directed in my will. They may be sealed up now. I shall never more have occasion to open them. She then, though I expostulated with her to the contrary, caused me to seal them up with my seal. After this she locked up the drawer where were her papers, first taking out her book of meditations, as she called it, saying she should perhaps have use for that; and then desired me to take the key of that drawer, for she should have no further occasion for that neither. All this in so composed and cheerful a manner, that we were equally surprised and affected with it. You can witness for me, Mrs. Smith, and so can you, Mrs. Lovick, proceeded she, if any one ask after my life and conversation, since you have known me, that I have been very orderly, have kept good hours, and never have lain out of your house but when I was in prison, and then you know I could not help it. O Lovelace! that thou hadst heard her or seen her, unknown to herself on this occasion, not one of us could speak a word. I shall leave the world in perfect charity, proceeded she, and turning towards the women, don't be so much concerned for me, my good friends. This is all but needful preparation, and I shall be very happy. Then again rubbing her eyes, which she said were misty, and looked more intently round upon each, particularly on me, God bless you all, said she. How kindly are you concerned for me! Who says I am friendless? Who says I am abandoned, and among strangers? Good Mr. Belford, don't be so generously humane. Indeed, putting her handkerchief to her charming eyes, you will make me less happy than I am sure you wish me to be. While we were thus solemnly engaged, a servant came with a letter from her cousin Morden. Then, said she, he is not come himself. She broke it open; but every line, she said, appeared two to her; so that, being unable to read it herself, she desired I would read it to her. I did so, and wished it were more consolatory to her: but she was all patient attention; tears, however, often trickling down her cheeks. By the date, it was written yesterday; and this is the substance of it. He tells her, that the Thursday before he had procured a general meeting of her principal relations at her father's, though not without difficulty, her haughty brother opposing it; and when met, rendering all his endeavours to reconcile them to her ineffectual. He censures him as the most ungovernable young man he ever knew. Some great sickness, he says, some heavy misfortune, is wanted to bring him to a knowledge of himself, and of what is due from him to others; and he wishes that he were not her brother and his cousin. Nor do he spare her father and uncles for being so implicitly led by him. He tells her, that he parted with them all in high displeasure, and thought never more to darken any of their doors. That he declared as much to her two uncles, who came to him on Saturday to try to accommodate with him, and who found him preparing to go to London to attend her: and that, notwithstanding their pressing entreaties, he determined so to do, and not to go with them to Harlowe place, or to either of their own houses; and accordingly dismissed them with such an answer. But that her noble letter, as he calls it, of August 31st, being brought him about an hour after their departure, he thought it might affect them as much as it did him, and give them the exalted opinion of her virtue which was so well deserved. He therefore turned his horse's head back to her uncle Antony's, instead of forwards toward London. That accordingly arriving there, and finding her two uncles together, he read to them the affecting letter, which left none of the three a dry eye: that the absent, as is usual in such cases, bearing all the load, they accused her brother and sister, and besought him to put off his journey to town, till he could carry with him the blessings which he had formerly in vain solicited for, and, as they hoped, the happy tidings of a general reconciliation. That not doubting but his visit would be the more welcome to her, if these good ends could be obtained, he the more readily complied with their desires: but not being willing to subject himself to the possibility of receiving fresh insult from her brother, he had given her uncles a copy of her letter for the family to assemble upon, and desired to know, as soon as possible, the result of their deliberations. He tells her, that he shall bring her up the accounts relating to the produce of her grandfather's estate, and adjust them with her, having actually in his hands the arrears due to her from it. He highly applauds the noble manner in which she resents your usage of her. It is impossible, he owns, that you can either deserve her, or to be forgiven: but as you do justice to her virtue, and offer to make her all the reparation now in your power, and as she is so very earnest with him not to resent that usage, and declares that you could not have been the author of her calamities but through a strange concurrence of unhappy causes, and as he is not at a loss to know how to place to a proper account that strange concurrence, he desires her not to be apprehensive of any vindictive measures from him. Nevertheless, as may be expected, he inveighs against you, as he finds that she gave you no advantage over her: but he forbears to enter further into this subject, he says, till he has the honour to see her; and the rather as she seems so much determined against you. However, he cannot but say, that he thinks you a gallant man, and a man of sense; and that you have the reputation of being thought a generous man in every instance but where the sex is concerned. In such he owns that you have taken inexcusable liberties. And he is sorry to say, that there are very few young men of fortune but who allow themselves in the same. Both sexes, he observes, too much love to have each other in their power: yet he hardly ever knew man or woman, who was very fond of power, make a right use of it. If she be so absolutely determined against marrying you, as she declares she is, he hopes, he says, to prevail upon her to take, as soon as her health will permit, a little tour abroad with him, as what will probably establish it, since travelling is certainly the best physic for all those disorders which owe their rise to grief or disappointment. An absence of 2 or 3 years will endear her to every one on her return, and every one to her. He expresses his impatience to see her. He will set out, he says, the moment he knows the result of her family's determination, which he doubts not will be favourable; nor will he wait long for that. When I had read the letter through to the languishing lady, And so, my friend, said she, have I heard of a patient who actually died, while 5 or 6 principal physicians were in a consultation, and not agreed upon what name to give his distemper. The patient was an emperor, the Emperor Joseph, I think. I asked if I should write to her cousin, as he knew not how ill she was, to hasten up. By no means, she said, since, if he were not already set out, she was persuaded that she should be so low by the time he could receive my letter, and come, that his presence would but discompose and hurry her, and afflict him. I hope, however, she is not so very near her end. And without saying any more to her, when I retired, I wrote to Colonel Morden, that if he expects to see his beloved cousin alive, he must lose no time in setting out. I sent this letter by his own servant. Dr. H. sent away his letter to her father by a particular hand this morning. Mrs. Walton, the milliner, has also just now acquainted Mrs. Smith that her husband had a letter brought by a special messenger from Parson Brand within this half hour, enclosing the copy of one he had written to Mr. John Harlowe, recanting his officious one. And as all these, and the copy of the lady's letter to Colonel Morden, will be with them pretty much at a time, the devil's in the family, if they are not struck with a remorse that shall burst open the double-barred doors of their hearts. Will engages to reach you with this, late as it will be, before you go to rest. He begs that I will testify for him the hour and the minute I shall give it him. It is just half an hour after 10. I pretend to be, now by use, the swiftest short-hand writer in England, next to yourself. But were matter to arise every hour to write upon, and I had nothing else to do, I cannot write so fast as you expect. And let it be remembered, that your servants cannot bring letters or messages before they are written or sent. End of Letter LVII. Letter LVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LVIII. Dr. H. to James Harlowe, Senior, Esquire, London, September 4th. Sir, if I may judge of the hearts of other parents by my own, I cannot doubt but you will take it well to be informed that you have yet an opportunity to save yourself and family great future regret, by dispatching hither some one of it with your last blessing, and your lady's, to the most excellent of her sex. I have some reason to believe, Sir, that she has been represented to you in a very different light from the true one. And this it is that induces me to acquaint you, that I think her, on the best grounds, absolutely irreproachable in all her conduct which has passed under my eye, or come to my ear; and that her very misfortunes are made glorious to her, and honourable to all that are related to her, by the use she has made of them, and by the patience and resignation with which she supports herself in a painful, lingering, and dispiriting decay, and by the greatness of mind with which she views her approaching dissolution; and all this from proper motives, from motives in which a dying saint might glory. She knows not that I write. I must indeed acknowledge that I offered to do so some days ago, and that very pressingly: nor did she refuse me from obstinacy, she seemed not to know what that is; but desired me to forbear for 2 days only, in hopes that her newly arrived cousin, who, as she heard, was soliciting for her, would be able to succeed in her favour. I hope I shall not be thought an officious man on this occasion: but if I am, I cannot help it, being driven to write by a kind of parental and irresistible impulse. But, Sir, whatever you think fit to do, or permit to be done, must be speedily done; for she cannot, I verily think, live a week: and how long of that short space she may enjoy her admirable intellects, to take comfort in the favours you may think proper to confer upon her, cannot be said. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, R.H. End of Letter LVIII. Letter LIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LIX. Mr. Belford to William Morden, Esq. London, September 4th. Sir, the urgency of the case, and the opportunity by your servant, will sufficiently apologize for this trouble from a stranger to your person, who, however, is not a stranger to your merit. I understand you are employing your good offices with the parents of Miss Clarissa Harlowe and other relations, to reconcile them to the most meritorious daughter and kinswoman that ever family had to boast of. Generously as this is intended by you, we here have too much reason to think all your solicitudes on this head will be unnecessary; for it is the opinion of every one who has the honour of being admitted to her presence, that she cannot live over 3 days: so that if you wish to see her alive, you must lose no time to come up. She knows not that I write. I had done it sooner, if I had had the least doubt that before now she would not have received from you some news of the happy effects of your kind mediation in her behalf. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, J. Belford. End of Letter LIX. Letter LX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Uxbridge, Tuesday morning, between 4 and 5. And can it be, that this admirable creature will so soon leave this cursed world? For cursed I shall think it, and more cursed myself, when she is gone. O Jack! thou who canst sit so cool, and, like Addison's angel, direct and even enjoy the storm, that tears up my happiness by the roots, blame me not for my impatience, however unreasonable. if thou knowest, that already I feel the torments of the damned in the remorse that wrings my heart on looking back upon my past actions by her, thou wouldst not be the devil thou art, to halloo on a worrying conscience, which, without my merciless aggravations, is altogether intolerable. I know not what to write, nor what I would write. When the company that used to delight me is as uneasy to me as my reflections are painful, and I can neither help nor divert myself, must not every servant about me partake in a perturbation so sincere? Shall I give thee a faint picture of the horrible uneasiness with which my mind struggles? And faint indeed it must be; for nothing but outrageous madness can exceed it, and that only in the apprehension of others; since, as to the sufferer, it is certain, that actual distraction, take it out of its lucid intervals, must be an infinitely more happy state than the state of suspense and anxiety which often brings it on. Forbidden to attend the dear creature, yet longing to see her, I would give the world to be admitted once more to her beloved presence. I ride towards London 3 or 4 times a day, resolving pro and con 20 times in 2 or 3 miles, and at last ride back; and, in view of Uxbridge, loathing even the kind friend and hospitable house, turn my horse's head again towards the town, and resolve to gratify my humour, let her take it as she will; but at the very entrance of it, after infinite canvassings, once more alter my mind, dreading to offend and shock her, lest, by that means, I should curtail a life so precious. Yesterday, in particular, to give you an idea of the strength of that impatience, which I cannot avoid suffering to break out upon my servants, I had no sooner dispatched Will. than I took horse to meet him on his return. In order to give him time, I loitered about on the road, riding up this lane to the one highway, down that to the other, just as my horse pointed, all the way cursing my very being, and though so lately looking down upon all the world, wishing to change conditions with the poorest beggar that cried to me for charity as I rode by him, and throwing him money, in hopes to obtain by his prayers the blessing my heart pants after. After I had sauntered about an hour or 2, which seemed 3 or 4 tedious ones, fearing I had slipped the fellow, I inquired at every turnpike, whether a servant in such a livery had not passed through in his return from London, on a full gallop; for woe had been to the dog had I met him on a sluggish trot; and lest I should miss him at one end of Kensington, as he might take either the Acton or Hammersmith road, or at the other, as he might come through the park, or not, how many score times did I ride backwards and forwards from the palace to the Gore, making myself the subject of observation to all passengers, whether on horseback or on foot, who no doubt wondered to see a well dressed and well mounted man, sometimes ambling, sometimes prancing, as the beast had more fire than his master, backwards and forwards in so short a compass. Yet all this time, though longing to espy the fellow, did I dread to meet him, lest he should be charged with fatal tidings. When at distance I saw any man galloping towards me, my resemblance forming fancy immediately made it to be him, and then my heart choked me. But when the person's nearer approach undeceived me, how did I curse the varlet's delay, and thee by turns! And how ready was I to draw my pistol at the stranger for having the impudence to gallop, which none but my messenger, I thought, had either right or reason to do. For all the business of the world, I am ready to imagine, should stand still on an occasion so melancholy and so interesting to me. Nay, for this week past, I could cut the throat of any man or woman I see laugh, while I am in such dejection of mind. I am now convinced that the wretches who fly from a heavy scene labour under 10 times more distress in the intermediate suspense and apprehension than they could have were they present at it, and to see and know the worst. So capable is fancy or imagination, the more immediate offspring of the soul, to outgo fact, let the subject be either joyous or grievous. And hence, as I conceive, it is, that all pleasures are greater in the expectation or in the reflection than in fruition, as all pains, which press heavy upon both parts of that unequal union by which frail mortality holds its precarious tenure, are ever most acute in the time of suffering. For how easy sit upon the reflection the heaviest misfortunes, when surmounted! But most easy, I confess, those in which body has more concern than soul. This, however, is a point of philosophy I have neither time nor head just now to weigh, so take it as it falls from a madman's pen. Woe be to either of the wretches who shall bring me the fatal news that she is no more! For it is but too likely that a shriek owl so hated will never hoot or scream again, unless the shock, that will probably disorder my whole frame on so sad an occasion, by unsteadying my hand, shall divert my aim from his head, heart, or bowels, if it turn not against my own. But surely she will not, she cannot yet die! Such a matchless excellence, whose mind contains a world, and seems for all things framed, could not be lent to be so soon demanded back again. But may it not be that thou, Belford, art in a plot with the dear creature, who will not let me attend her to convince myself, in order to work up my soul to the deepest remorse; and that, when she is convinced of the sincerity of my penitence, and when my mind is made such wax as to be fit to take what impression she pleases to give it, she will then raise me up with the joyful tidings of her returning health and acceptance of me? What would I give to have it so! And when the happiness of hundreds, as well as the peace and reconciliation of several eminent families, depend upon her restoration and happiness, why should it not be so? But let me presume it will. Let me indulge my former hope, however improbable. I will, and enjoy it too. And let me tell thee how ecstatic my delight would be on the unravelling of such a plot as this. Do, dear Belford, let it be so. And, O my dearest and ever dear Clarissa, keep me no longer in this cruel suspense, in which I suffer 1,000 times more than ever I made thee suffer. Nor fear thou that I will resent or recede on an éclaircissement so desirable. For I will adore thee for ever; and, without reproaching thee for the pangs thou hast tortured me with, confess thee as much my superior in virtue and honour. But once more, should the worst happen, say not what that worst is, and I am gone from this hated island, gone for ever, and may eternal but I am crazed already, and will therefore conclude myself Thine more than my own, and no great compliment neither, R.L. End of Letter LX. Letter LXI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXI. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, September 9, in the morning, at Mr. Smith's. When I read yours of this morning, I could not help pitying you for the account you give of the dreadful anxiety and suspense you labour under. I wish from my heart all were to end as you are so willing to hope; but it will not be; and your suspense, if the worst part of your torment, as you say it is, will soon be over: but, alas! in a way you wish not. I attended the lady just now. She is extremely ill. Yet is she aiming at an answer to her Norton's letter, which she began yesterday in her own chamber, and has written a good deal; but in a hand not like her own fine one, as Mrs. Lovick tells me, but larger, and the lines crooked. I have accepted of the offer of a room adjoining to the widow Lovick's, till I see how matters go; but unknown to the lady; and I shall go home every night for a few hours. I would not lose a sentence that I could gain from lips so instructive, nor the opportunity of receiving any command from her, for an estate. In this my new apartment I now write, and shall continue to write, as occasions offer, that I may be the more circumstantial. But I depend upon the return of my letters, or copies of them, on demand, that I may have together all that relates to this affecting story, which I shall reperuse with melancholy pleasure to the end of my life. I think I will send thee Brand's letter to Mr. John Harlowe, recanting his base surmises. It is a matchless piece of pedantry, and may perhaps a little divert thy deep chagrin. Some time hence at least it may, if not now. What wretched creatures are there in the world! What strangely mixed creatures! So sensible and so silly at the same time! What a various, what a foolish creature is man! 3 o'clock. The lady has just finished her letter, and has entertained Mrs. Lovick, Mrs. Smith, and me, with a noble discourse on the vanity and brevity of life, to which I cannot do justice in the repetition: and indeed I am so grieved for her, that, ill as she is, my intellects are not half so clear as hers. A few things which made the strongest impression upon me, as well from the sentiments themselves as from her manner of uttering them, I remember. She introduced them thus: I am thinking, said she, what a gradual and happy death God Almighty, blessed be his name, affords me. Who would have thought that, suffering what I have suffered, and abandoned as I have been, with such a tender education as I have had, I should be so long a dying? But see now, by little and little, it had come to this: I was first take off from the power of walking; then I took a coach grew too violent an exercise; then I took up a chair; the prison was a large death stride upon me; I should have suffered longer else. Next, I was unable to go to church; then to go up or down stairs; now hardly can move from one room to another, and a less room will soon hold me. My eyes begin to fail me, so that at times I cannot see to read distinctly; and now I can hardly write or hold a pen. Next, I presume, I shall know nobody, nor be able to thank any of you. I therefore now once more thank you, Mrs. Lovick, and you, Mrs. Smith, and you, Mr. Belford, while I can thank you, for all your kindness to me. And thus, by little and little, in such a gradual sensible death as I am blessed with, God dies away in us, as I may say, all human satisfaction, in order to subdue his poor creatures to himself. Thou mayest guess how affected we all were at this moving account of her progressive weakness. We heard it with wet eyes: for what with the women's example, and what with her moving eloquence, I could no more help it than they. But we were silent nevertheless; and she went on, applying herself to me. O Mr. Belford, this is a poor transitory life in the best enjoyments. We flutter about here and there, with all our vanities about us, like painted butterflies, for a gay, but a very short season, till at last we lay ourselves down in a quiescent state, and turn into vile worms: and who knows in what form, or to what condition, we shall rise again? I wish you would permit me, a young creature, just turned of 19 years of age, blooming and healthy as I was a few months ago, now nipt by the cold hand of death, to influence you, in these my last hours, to a life of regularity and repentance for any past evils you may have been guilty of. For believe me, Sir, that now, in this last stage, very few things will bear the test, or be passed as laudable, if pardonable, at our own bar; much less at a more tremendous one, in all we have done, or delighted in, even in a life not very offensive neither, as we may think. Ought we not then to study in our full day, before the dark hours approach, so to live, as may afford reflections that will soften the agony of the last moments when they come, and let in upon the departing soul a ray of divine mercy to illuminate its passage into an awful eternity? She was ready to faint; and, choosing to lie down, I withdrew, I need not say with a melancholy heart: and when I got to my new taken apartment, my heart was still more affected by the sight of the solemn letter the admirable lady had so lately finished. It was communicated to me by Mrs. Lovick, who had it to copy for me; but it was not to be delivered to me till after her departure. However, I trespassed so far, as to prevail upon the widow to let me take a copy of it; which I did directly in character. I send it enclosed. If thou canst read it, and thy heart not bleed at thy eyes, thy remorse can hardly be so deep as thou hast inclined me to think it is. End of Letter LXI. Letter LXII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs. Norton. Begun on Monday, September 4th, and by piecemeal finished on Tuesday, but not sent till the Thursday following. My dearest Mrs. Norton, I am afraid I shall not be able to write all that is upon my mind to say to you upon the subject of your last; yet I will try. As to my friends, and as to the sad breakfasting, I cannot help being afflicted for them. What, alas! has not my mother in particular suffered by my rashness? Yet to allow so much for a son, so little for a daughter! But all now will soon be over, as to me. I hope they will bury all their resentments in my grave. As to your advice in relation to Mr. Belford, let me only say, that the unhappy reprobation I have met with, and my short time, must be my apology now. I wish I could have written to my mother and my uncles, as you advise; and yet favours come so slowly from them. The granting of one request only now remains as a desirable one from them; which, nevertheless, when granted, I shall not be sensible of. It is that they will be pleased to permit my remains to be laid with those of my ancestors, placed at the feet of my dear grandfather, as I have mentioned in my will. This, however, as they please. For, after all, this vile body ought not so much to engage my cares. It is a weakness; but let it be called a natural weakness, and I shall be excused; especially when a reverential gratitude shall be known to be the foundation of it. You know, my dear woman, how my grandfather loved me; and you know how much I honoured him, and that from my very infancy to the hour of his death. How often since have I wished that he had not loved me so well! I wish not now, at the writing of this, to see even my cousin Morden. O my blessed woman! My dear maternal friend! I am entering upon a better tour than to France or Italy either; or even than to settle at my once beloved dairy house. All these prospects and pleasures, which used to be so agreeable to me in health, how poor seem they to me now! Indeed, my dear Mamma Norton, I shall be happy. I know I shall. I have charming forebodings of happiness already. Tell all my dear friends, for their comfort, that I shall. Who would not bear the punishments I have borne, to have the prospects and assurances I rejoice in? Assurances I might not have had, were my own wishes to have been granted to me. Neither do I want to see even you, my dear Mrs. Norton. Nevertheless, I must, in justice to my own gratitude, declare, that there was a time, could you have been permitted to come, without incurring displeasure from those whose esteem it is necessary for you to cultivate and preserve, that your presence and comfortings would have been balm to my wounded mind. But were you now, even by consent, and with reconciliatory tidings to come, it would but add to your grief; and the sight of one I so dearly love, so happily fraught with good news, might but draw me back to wishes I have had great struggles to get above. And let me tell you, for your comfort, that I have not left undone any thing that ought to be done, either respecting mind or person, no, not to the minutest preparation; so that nothing is left for you to do for me. Every one has her direction as to the last offices; and my desk, that I now write upon, O my dearest Mrs. Norton, all is provided, all is ready, and all will be as decent as it should be. And pray let my Miss Howe know, that by the time you will receive this, and she your signification of the contents of it, will, in all probability, be too late for her to do me the inestimable favour, as I should once have thought it, to see me. God will have no rivals in the hearts of those he sanctifies. By various methods he deadens all other sensations, or rather absorbs them all in the love of him. I shall nevertheless love you, my Mamma Norton, and my Miss Howe, whose love to me has passed the love of woman, to my latest hour. But yet I am now above the quick sense of those pleasures which once delighted me, and once more I say, that I do not wish to see objects so dear to me, which might bring me back again into sense, and rival my supreme love. Twice have I been forced to leave off. I wished that my last writing might be to you or to Miss Howe, if it might not be to my dearest Mamma, I would have wrote. Is the word distinct? My eyes are so misty. If, when I apply to you, I break off in half words, do you supply them. The kindest are your due. Be sure take the kindest, to fill up chasms with, if any chasms there be. Another breaking off. But the new day seems to rise upon me with healing in its wings. I have gotten, I think, a recruit of strength. Spirits, I bless God, I have not of late wanted. Let my dearest Miss Howe purchase her wedding garments, and may all temporal blessings attend the charming preparation. Blessings will, I make no question, notwithstanding the little cloudiness that Mr. Hickman encounters with now and then, which are but prognostications of a future golden day to him; for her heart is good, and her head not wrong. But great merit is coy, and that coyness had not always its foundation in pride. But if it should seem to be pride, take off the skin deep covering, and in her it is noble diffidence, and a love that wants but to be assured. Tell Mr. Hickman I write this, and write it, as I believe, with my last pen, and bid him bear a little at first, and forbear, and all the future will be crowning gratitude, and rewarding love. For Miss Howe had great sense, fine judgment, and exalted generosity; and can such a one be ungrateful, or easy, under those obligations which his assiduity and obligingness, when he shall be so happy as to call her his, will lay her under to him? As for me, never bride was so ready as I am. My wedding garments are bought; and though not fine or gaudy to the sight, though not adorned with jewels, and set off with gold and silver, for I have no beholder's eyes to wish to glitter in, yet will they be the easiest, the happiest suit that ever bridal maiden wore; for they are such as carry with them a security against all those anxieties, pains, and perturbations, which sometimes succeed to the most promising outsettings. And now, my dear Mrs. Norton, do I wish for no other. O hasten, good God, if it be thy blessed will, the happy moment that I am to be decked out in his all-quieting garb! And sustain, comfort, bless, and protect, with the all-shadowing wing of thy mercy, my dear parents, my uncles, my brother, my sister, my cousin Morden, my ever dear and ever kind Miss Howe, my good Mrs. Norton, and every deserving person to whom they wish well, is the ardent prayer, first and last, of every beginning hour, as the clock tells it me, hours now are days, nay, years, of your now not sorrowing or afflicted, but happy Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter LXII. Letter LXIII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXIII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday morning, September 6, half an hour after 3. I am not the savage which you and my worst enemies think me. My soul is too much penetrated by the contents of the letter which you enclosed in your last, to say one word more to it than that my heart has bled over it from every vein. I will fly from the subject. But what other can I choose that will not be as grievous, and lead into the same? I could quarrel with all the world, with thee as well as the rest, obliging as thou supposest thyself for writing to me hourly. How darest thou, though unknown to her, to presume to take an apartment under the same roof with her? I cannot bear to think that thou shouldst be seen at all hours passing to and repassing from her apartments; while I, who have so much reason to call her mine, and one was preferred by her to all the world, am forced to keep aloof, and hardly dare to enter the city where she is. If there be any thing in Brand's letter that will divert me, hasten it to me. But nothing now will ever divert me, will ever again give me joy or pleasure. I can neither eat, drink, nor sleep. I am sick of all the world. Surely it will be better when all is over, when I know the worst the fates can do against me. Yet how shall I bear that worst? O Belford, Belford, write it not to me! But if it must happen, get somebody else to write; for I shall curse the pen, the hand, the head, and the heart, employed in communicating to me the fatal tidings. But what is this saying, when already I curse the whole world except her, myself most? In fine, I am a most miserable being. Life is a burden to me. I would not bear it upon these terms for 1 week more, let what would be my lot: for already is there a hell begun in my own mind. Never more mention it to me. Let her, or who will say it, the prison, I cannot bear it. May damnation seize quick the cursed woman, who could set death upon taking that large stride, as the dear creature calls it. I had no hand in it. But her relations, her implacable relations, have done the business. All else would have been got over. Never persuade me but it would. The fire of youth, and the violence of passion, would have pleaded for me to good purpose with an individual of a sex which loves to be addressed with passionate ardour, even to tumult, had it not been for that cruelty and unforgivingness which, the object and the penitence considered, have no example, and have aggravated the heinousness of my faults. Unable to rest, though I went not to bed till 2, I dispatched this ere the day dawn. Who knows what this night, this dismal night, may have produced? I must after my messenger. I have told the varlet I will meet him, perhaps at Knightsbridge, perhaps in Piccadilly: and I trust not myself with pistols, not only on his account, but my own; for pistols are too ready a mischief. I hope thou hast a letter ready for him. He goes to thy lodgings first; for surely thou wilt not presume to take thy rest in an apartment near hers. If he miss thee there, he flies to Smith's, and brings me word whether in being or not. I shall look for him through the air as I ride, as well as on horseback: for if the prince of it serve me as well as I have served him, he will bring the dog by his ears, like another Habakkuk, to my saddle bow, with the tidings that my heart pants after. Nothing but the excruciating pangs the condemned soul feels, at its entrance into the eternity of the torments we are taught to fear, can exceed what I now feel, and have felt for almost this week past: and mayst thou have a spice of those, if thou hast not a letter ready written for thy Lovelace. End of Letter LXIII. Letter LXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXIV. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, September 5, 6 o'clock. The lady remains exceedingly weak and ill. Her intellects, nevertheless, continue clear and strong, and her piety and patience are without example. Every one thinks this night will be her last. What a shocking thing is that to say of such an excellence! She will not, however, send away her letter to her Norton as yet. She endeavoured in vain to superscribe it; so desired me to do it. Her fingers will not hold the pen with the requisite steadiness. She has, I fear, written and read her last. 8 o'clock. She is somewhat better than she was. The doctor had been here, and thinks she will hold out yet a day or two. He has ordered her, as for some time past, only some little cordials to take when ready to faint. She seemed disappointed when he told her she might yet live 2 or 3 days, and said she longed for dismission. Life was not so easily extinguished, she saw, as some imagined. Death from grief was, she believed, the slowest of deaths. But God's will must be done. Her only prayer was now for submission to it; for she doubted not but by the divine goodness she should be an happy creature, as soon as she could be divested of these rags of mortality. Of her own accord she mentioned you, which till then she had avoided to do. She asked, with great serenity, where you were. I told her where, and your motives for being so near; and read to her a few lines of your's of this morning, in which you mention your wishes to see her, your sincere affliction, and your resolution not to approach her without her consent. I would have read more; but she said, enough, Mr. Belford, enough. Poor man, does his conscience begin to find him? Then need not any body to wish him a greater punishment. May it work upon him to an happy purpose. I took the liberty to say, that as she was in such a frame that nothing now seemed capable of discomposing her, I could wish that you might have the benefit of her exhortations; which, I dared to say, while you were so seriously affected, would have a greater force upon you than 1,000 sermons; and how happy you would think yourself, if you could but receive her forgiveness on your knees. How can you think of such a thing, Mr. Belford? Said she, with some emotion. My composure is owing, next to the divine goodness blessing my earnest supplications for it, to the not seeing him. Yet let him know that I now again repeat, that I forgive him: and may God Almighty, clasping her fingers, and lifting up her eyes, forgive him too, and perfect repentance, and sanctify it to him. Tell him I say so: and tell him, that if I could not say so with my whole heart, I should be very uneasy, and think that my hopes of mercy were but weakly founded, and that I had still, in my harboured resentment, some hankerings after a life which he has been the cause of shortening. The divine creature then turning aside her head, poor man, said she, I once could have loved him. This is saying more than ever I could say of any other man out of my own family. Would he have permitted me to have been an humble instrument to have made him good, I think I could have made him happy. But tell him not this, if he be really penitent. It may too much affect him. There she paused. Admirable creature! Heavenly forgiver! Then resuming, but pray tell him, that if I could know that my death might be a mean to reclaim and save him, it would be an inexpressible satisfaction to me. But let me not, however, be made uneasy with the apprehension of seeing him. I cannot bear to see him. Just as she had done speaking, the minister, who had so often attended her, sent up his name, and was admitted. Being apprehensive that it would be with difficulty that you could prevail upon that impetuous spirit of yours not to invade her in her dying hours, and of the agonies into which a surprise of this nature would throw her, I thought this gentleman's visit afforded a proper opportunity to renew the subject; and having asked her leave, acquainted him with the topic we had been upon. The good man urged that some condescensions were usually expected, on these solemn occasions, from pious souls like hers, however satisfied with themselves, for the sake of showing the world, and for example's sake, that all resentments against those who had most injured them were subdued; and if she would vouchsafe to a heart so truly penitent, as I had represented Mr. Lovelace's to be, that personal pardon, which I had been pleading for, there would be no room to suppose the least lurking resentment remained, and it might have very happy effects upon the gentleman. I have no lurking resentment, Sir, said she. This is not a time for resentment. And you will be the readier to believe me, when I can assure you, looking at me, that even what I have most rejoiced in, the truly friendly love that has so long subsisted between my Miss Howe and her Clarissa, although to my last gasp it will be the dearest to me of all that is dear in this life, has already abated of its fervour, has already given place to supremer fervours. And shall the remembrance of Mr. Lovelace's personal insults, which I bless God never corrupted that mind which her friendship so much delighted, be stronger in these hours with me, than the remembrance of a love as pure as the human heart ever boasted? Tell therefore the world, if you please, and, if, Mr. Belford, you think what I said to you before not strong enough, tell the poor man, that I not only forgive him, but have such earnest wishes for the good of his soul, and that from consideration of its immortality, that could my penitence avail for more sins than my own, my last tear should fall for him by whom I die. Our eyes and hands expressed to us both what our lips could not utter. Say not then, proceeded she, nor let it be said, that my resentments are unsubdued. And yet these eyes, lifted up to heaven as witness to the truth of what I have said, shall never, if I can help it, behold him more. For do you not consider, Sirs, how short my time is, what much more important subjects I have to employ it upon, and how unable I should be, so weak as I am, to contend even with the avowed penitence of a person in strong health, governed by passions unabated, and always violent? And now I hope you will never urge me more on this subject. The minister said it were pity ever to urge this plea again. You see, Lovelace, that I did not forget the office of a friend, in endeavouring to prevail upon her to give you her last forgiveness personally. And I hope, as she is so near her end, you will not invade her in her last hours, since she must be extremely discomposed at such an interview, and it might make her leave the world the sooner for it. This reminds me of an expression which she used on your barbarous hunting of her at Smith's, on her return to her lodgings, and that with a serenity unexampled, as Mrs. Lovick told me, considering the occasion, and the trouble given her by it, and her indisposition at the time. He will not let me die decently, said the angelic sufferer. He will not let me enter into my Maker's presence with the composure that is required in entering into the drawing room of an earthly prince. I cannot, however, forbear to wish that the heavenly creature could have prevailed upon herself in these her last hours to see you, and that for my sake as well as yours. For although I am determined never to be guilty of the crimes which, till within these few past weeks, have blackened my former life, and for which at present I most heartily hate myself, yet should I be less apprehensive of such a relapse, if wrought upon by the solemnity which such an interview must have been attended with, you had become a reformed man. For no devil do I fear but one in your shape. It is now 11 o'clock at night. The lady, who retired to rest an hour ago, is, as Mrs. Lovick tells me, in a sweet slumber. I will close here. I hope I shall find her the better for it in the morning. Yet, alas, how frail is hope! How frail is life! when we are apt to build so much on every shadowy relief, although in such a desperate case as this, sitting down to reflect, we must know that it is but shadowy. I will enclose Brand's horrid pedantry, and for once am aforehand with thy ravenous impatience. End of Letter LXIV. Letter LXV, of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXV. Mr. Brand to Mr. John Walton. Saturday night, September 2. Dear Mr. Walton, I am obliged to you for the very handsomely penned, and elegantly written, letter which you have sent me on purpose to do justice to the character of the younger Miss Harlowe. And yet I must tell you that I had reason, before that came, to think, and to know, indeed, that we were all wrong. And so I had employed the greatest part of this week in drawing up an apologetical letter to my worthy patron, Mr. John Harlowe, in order to set all matters right between me and them, and, as far as I could, between them and Miss. So it required little more than connection and transcribing when I received yours, and it will be with Mr. Harlowe aforesaid to-morrow morning, and this and the copy of that will be with you on Monday morning. You cannot imagine how sorry I am that you and Mrs. Walton and Mrs. Barker and I myself should have taken matters up so lightly, judging, alas a day, by appearance and conjecture, where character and reputation are concerned. Horace says truly, et semel emissum volat irrevocabile verbum. That is, words once spoken cannot be recalled. But, Mr. Walton, they may be contradicted by other words, and we may confess ourselves guilty of a mistake, and express our concern for being mistaken, and resolve to make our mistake a warning to us for the future. And this is all that can be done, and what every worthy mind will do, and what nobody can be readier to do than we four undesigning offenders, as I see by your letter on your part, and as you will see by the enclosed copy on mine, which, if it be received as I think it ought, and as I believe it will, must give me a speedy opportunity to see you when I visit the lady, to whom, as you will see in it, I expect to be sent up with the olive branch. The matter in which we all erred must be owned to be very nice, and, Mr. Belford's character considered, appearances ran very strong against the lady. But all that this serveth to show is, that in doubtful matters the wisest people may be mistaken, for so saith the poet, Fallitur in dubiis hominum solatier rebus. If you have an opportunity, you may, as if from yourself, and unknown to me, show the enclosed to Mr. Belford, who, you tell me, resenteth the matter very heinously, but not to let him see or hear read those words that relate to him in the paragraph at the bottom of the second page, beginning, but yet I do insist upon it, to the end of that paragraph, for one would not make one's self enemies, you know, and I have reason to think that this Mr. Belford is as passionate and fierce a man as Mr. Lovelace. What pity it is the lady could find no worthier a protector! You may paste those lines over with blue or black paper before he seeth it; and if he insisteth upon taking a copy of my letter, for he or any body that seeth it, or heareth it read, will, no doubt, be glad to have by them the copy of a letter so full of the sentiments of the noblest writers of antiquity, and so well adapted, as I will be bold to say they are, to the point in hand. I say, if he insisteth upon taking a copy. Let him give you the strongest assurances not to suffer it to be printed on any account; and I make the same request to you that you will not: for if any thing be to be made of a man's works, who but the author should have the advantage? And if the Spectators, the Tattlers, the Examiners, the Guardians, and other of our polite papers, make such a strutting, with a single verse, or so by way of motto, in the front of each day's paper; and if other authors pride themselves in finding out and embellishing the title pages of their books with a verse or adage from the classical writers, what a figure would such a letter as the enclosed make, so full fraught with admirable precepts, and apropos quotations from the best authority! I have been told that a certain noble lord, who once sat himself down to write a pamphlet in behalf of a great minister, after taking infinite pains to no purpose to find a Latin motto, gave commission to a friend of his to offer to any one, who could help him to a suitable one, but of 1 or 2 lines, a hamper of claret. Accordingly his lordship had a motto found him from Juvenal, which he, unhappily mistaking, not knowing Juvenal was a poet, printed as a prose sentence in his title page. If then 1 or 2 lines were of so much worth, a hamper of claret no less, of what inestimable value would such a letter as mine be deemed? And who knoweth but that this noble peer, who is now living, if he should happen to see this letter shining with such a glorious string of jewels, might give the writer a scarf, in order to have him always at hand, or be a means, some way or other, to bring him into notice? I would be bold to say, bad as the world is, a man of sound learning wanteth nothing but an initiation to make his fortune. I hope, my good friend, that the lady will not die. I shall be much grieved if she doth, and the more because of mine unhappy misrepresentation. So will you for the same cause. So will her parents and friends. They are very rich and very worthy gentlefolks. But let me tell you, by the bye, that they had carried the matter against her so far, that I believe in my heart they were glad to justify themselves by my report, and would have been less pleased had I made a more favourable one. And yet in their hearts they dote upon her. But now they are all, as I hear, inclined to be friends with her, and forgive her, her brother as well as the rest. But their cousin, Colonel Morden, a very fine gentleman, had had such high words with them, and they with him, that they know not how to stoop, lest it should look like being frighted into an accommodation. Hence it is, that I, having taken the greater liberty to press the reconciliation, and I hope in such good season, that they will all be pleased with it: for can they have a better handle to save their pride all round, than by my mediation? And let me tell you, inter nos, betwixt ourselves, very proud they all are. By this honest means, for by dishonest ones I would not be Archbishop of Canterbury, I hope to please every body: to be forgiven, in the first place, by the lady, whom, being a lover of learning and learned men, I shall have great opportunities of obliging: for when she departed from her father's house, I had but just the honour of her notice, and she seemed highly pleased with my conversation, and next to be thanked and respected by her parents, and all her family, as I am, I bless God for it, by my dear friend Mr. John Harlowe, who indeed is a man that professeth a great esteem for men of erudition, and who, with singular delight, I know, will run over with me the authorities I have quoted, and wonder at my memory, and the happy knack I have of recommending mine own sense of things in the words of the greatest sages of antiquity. Excuse me, my good friend, for this seeming vanity. The great Cicero, you must have heard, I suppose, had a much greater spice of it, and wrote a long letter begging and praying to be flattered. But if I say less of myself than other people who know me say of me, I think I keep a medium between vanity and false modesty, the latter of which oftentimes gives itself the lie, when it is declaring of the compliments that every body gives it as its due, and hypocrisy as well as folly that, I hope, I shall for ever scorn to be guilty of. I have another reason, as I may tell to you, my old schoolfellow, to make me wish for this fine lady's recovery and health; and that is, by some distant intimations I have heard from Mr. John Harlowe, that it is very likely, because of the slur she hath received, that she will choose to live privately and penitently, and will probably, when she cometh into her estate, keep a chaplain, to direct her in her devotions and penitence. If she doth, who can stand a better chance than myself? And as I find by your account, as well as by every body's, that she is innocent as to intention, and is resolved never to think of Mr. Lovelace more, who knoweth what, in time, may happen? And yet it must be after Mr. Lovelace's death, which may possibly sooner happen than he thinketh of by means of his detestable courses. For, after all, a man who is of public utility ought not, for the finest woman in the world, to lay his throat at the mercy of a man who boggleth at nothing. I beseech you, let not this hint go further than to yourself, your spouse, and Mrs. Barker. I know I may trust my life in your hands, and theirs. There have been, let me tell ye, unlikelier things come to pass, and that with rich widows, some of quality truly, whose choice in their first marriages hath perhaps been guided by motives of convenience, or mere corporalities, as I may say, but who by their second have had for their view the corporal and spiritual mingled, which is the most eligible, no doubt, to substance composed of both, as men and women are. Nor think, Sir, that should such a thing come to pass, either would be disgraced, since the lady in me would marry a gentleman and a scholar; and as to mine own honour, as the slur would bring her high fortunes down to an equivalence with my mean ones, if fortune only, and not merit, be considered, so hath not the life of this lady been so tainted, either by length of time, or naughtiness of practice, as to put on a foot with the cast abigails that, too often, God knoweth, are thought good enough for a young clergyman who perhaps is drawn in by a poor benefice; and, if the wicked one be not quite worn out, groweth poorer and poorer upon it, by an increase of family, he knoweth not whether is most his, or his noble, ignoble, I should say, patrons. But all this apart, and in confidence. I know you made at school but a small progress in languages; so I have restrained myself from many illustrations from the classics that I could have filled this letter with, as I have done the enclosed one; and being at a distance, I cannot explain them to you as I do to my friend, Mr. John Harlowe, and who, after all, is obliged to me for pointing out to him many beauties of the authors I quote, which otherwise would lie concealed from him, as they must from every common observer. But this too inter nos, for he would not take it well to have it known. Jays, you know, old schoolfellow, jays, you know, will strut in peacock's feathers. But whither am I running? I never know where to end, when I get upon learned topics; and albeit I cannot compliment you with the name of a learned man, yet are you a sensible man, and, as such, must have pleasure in learned men, and in their writings. In this confidence, Mr. Walton, with my kind respects to the good ladies, your spouse and sister, and in hopes, for the young lady's sake, soon to follow this long epistle in person, I conclude myself your loving and faithful friend, Elias Brand. You will perhaps, Mr. Walton, wonder at the meaning of the lines drawn under many of the words and sentences. Underscoring, we call it; and were my letters to be printed, those would be put in a different character. Now you must know, Sir, that we learned men do this to point out to the readers, who are not so learned, where the jet of our arguments lieth, and the emphasis they are to lay upon those words, whereby they will take in readily our sense and cogency. Some pragmatical people have said, that an author who doth a great deal of this, either calleth his readers fools, or tacitly condemneth his own style, as supposing his meaning would be dark without it, or that all of his force lay in words. But all of those with whom I have conversed in a learned way, think as I think. And to give a very pretty, though familiar illustration, I have considered a page, distinguished by different characters, as a verdant field, overspread with butterflowers, and daisies, and other summer flowers. These the poems liken to enamelling. Have you not read in the poets of enamelled meads, and so forth? End of Letter LXV. Letter LXVI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 66. Mr. Brand, to John Harlowe, Esq. Saturday night, September 2nd. Worthy Sir, I am under no small concern that I should unhappily be the occasion, I am sure I intended nothing like it, of widening differences by light misreport, when it is the duty of one of my function, and no less consisting with my inclination, to heal and reconcile. I have received 2 letters to set me right, one from a particular acquaintance, whom I set to inquire of Mr. Belford's character, and that came on Tuesday last, informing me that your unhappy niece was greatly injured in the account I had had of her, for I had told him of it, and that with very great concern, I am sure, apprehending it to be true. So I then set about writing to you to acknowledge the error, and had gone a good way in it, when the second letter came, a very handsome one it is, both in style and penmanship, from my friend Mr. Walton, though I am sure it cannot be his inditing, expressing his sorrow, and his wife's, and his sister-in-law's likewise, for having been the cause of misleading me in the account I gave of the said young lady, whom they now say, upon further inquiry, they find to be the most unblameable, and most prudent, and, it seems, the most pious young lady that ever once committed a great error, as to be sure hers was, in leaving such worthy parents and relations for so vile a man as Mr. Lovelace. But what shall we say? Why, the divine Virgil tells us, improbe amor, quid non mortalia pectora cogis. For my part, I was but too much afraid, for we have great opportunities, you are sensible, Sir, at the University, of knowing human nature from books, the calm result of the wise man's wisdom, as I may say, haurit aquam cribro, qui discere vult sine libro, uninterrupted by the noise and vanities that will mingle with personal conversation, which, in the turbulent world, is not to be enjoyed but over a bottle, where you have 100 foolish things passed to one that deserveth to be remembered. I was but too much afraid, I say, that so great a slip might be attended with still greater and worse. For your Horace, and my Horace, the most charming writer that ever lived among the pagans, for the lyric kind of poetry, I mean, for, to be sure, Homer and Virgil would otherwise be first named in their way, well observeth, and who understood human nature better than he, nec vera virtus, cum semel excidit, curat reponi deterioribus. And Ovid no less wisely observeth, et mala sunt vicina bonis, errore sub illo, pro vitio virtus crimina saepe tulit. Who that can draw knowledge from its fountainhead, the works of the sages of antiquity, improved by the comments of the moderns, but would prefer to all others the silent quiet life which contemplative men lead in the seats of learning, were they not called out, according to their dedication, to the service and instruction of the world? Now, Sir, another favourite poet of mine, and not the less a favourite for being a Christian, telleth us, that ill is the custom of some, when in a fault, to throw the blame upon the backs of others. Hominum quoque mos est, quae nos cumque premunt, alieno imponere tergo. Mant. But I, though in this case misled, well intendedly, nevertheless, both in the misleaders and misled, and therefore entitled to lay hold of that plea, if any body is so entitled, will not, however, be classed among such extenuators, but, contrarily, will always keep in mind that verse which comforteth in mistake, as well as instructeth, and which I quoted in my last letter, errare est hominis, sed non persistere, and will own that I was very rash to take up with conjectures and consequences drawn from probabilities, where especially the character of so fine a lady was concerned. Credere fallacy gravis est dementia fame. Mant. Notwithstanding Miss Clarissa Harlowe, I must be bold to say, is the only young lady that ever I heard of, or indeed read of, that, having made such a false step, so soon, of her own accord, as I may say, recovered herself, and conquered her love of the deceiver, a great conquest indeed, and who flieth him, and resolveth to die rather than to be his, which now, to her never dying honour, I am well assured, is the case, and in justice to her, I am now ready to take to myself, with no small vexation, that of Ovid, heu, patior tellis vulnera facta meis.
But yet I do insist upon it, that all that part of my information, which I took upon mine own personal inquiry, which is what relates to Mr. Belford and his character, is literally true. For there is not any where to be met with a man of a more libertine character, as to women, Mr. Lovelace excepted, than he beareth. And so, Sir, I must desire of you, that you will not let any blame lie upon my intention, since you see how ready I am to accuse myself of too lightly giving ear to a rash information, not knowing it to be so, however; for I depended the more upon it, as the people I had it from are very sober, and live in the fear of God; and indeed, when I wait upon you, you will see by their letter that they must be conscientious good people. Wherefore, Sir, let me be entitled, from all your good family, to that of my last named poet. Aspera confesso verba remitte reo. And now, Sir, what is much more becoming of my function, let me, instead of appearing with the face of an accuser, and a rash censurer, which in my heart I have not deserved to be thought, assume the character of a reconciler, and propose, by way of penance to myself for my fault, to be sent up as a messenger of peace to the pious young lady: for they write me word absolutely, and I believe in my heart truly, that the doctors have given her over, and that she cannot live. Alas! alas! what a sad thing would that be, if the poor bough, that was only designed, as I very well know, and am fully assured, to be bent, should be broken! Let it not, dear Sir, seem to the world, that there was any thing in your resentments, which, while meant for reclaiming, were just and fit, that hath the appearance of violence, and fierce wrath, and inexorability, as it would look to some, if carried to extremity after repentance, and contrition, and humiliation, on the fair offender's side. For all this while, it seemeth, she hath been a second Magdalen in her penitence, and yet not so bad as a Magdalen in her faults. Faulty, nevertheless, as she hath been once, the Lord knoweth. Nam vitiis nemo, sine nascitur, optimus ille est, qui minimis urgentur, saith Horace. Now, Sir, if I may be named for this blessed employment, for blessed is the peacemaker, I will hasten to London; and as I know Miss had always a great regard to the function I have the honour to be of, I have no doubt of making myself acceptable to her, and to bring her by sound arguments and good advice into a liking of life, which must be the first step to her recovery: for when the mind is made easy, the body will not long suffer; and the love of life is a natural passion that is soon revived when fortune turneth about and smileth. Vivere quisque diu, quam vis et egenus et ager optat. Ovid. And the sweet Lucan truly observeth, Fatis debentibus annos, mors invita subit. And now, Sir, let me tell you what shall be the tenor of my pleadings with her, and comfortings of her, as she is, as I may say, a learned lady, and as I can explain to her those sentences which she cannot so readily construe herself; and this in order to convince you, did you not already know my qualifications, how well qualified I am for the Christian office to which I commend myself. I will, in the first place, put her in mind of the common course of things in this sublunary world, in which joy, and sorrow, and joy, succeed one another by turns, in order to convince her that her griefs have been but according to that common course of things, gaudia post luctus veniunt, post gaudia luctus. Secondly, I will remind her of her own notable description of sorrow, whence she was once called upon to distinguish wherein sorrow, grief, and melancholy differed from each other, which she did impromptu by their effects, in a truly admirable manner, to the high satisfaction of every one. I myself could not, by study, have distinguished better, nor more concisely. Sorrow, said she, wears; grief tears; but melancholy soothes. My inference to her shall be, that since a happy reconciliation will take place, grief will be banished, sorrow dismissed, and only sweet melancholy remain to soothe and indulge her contrite heart, and show to all the world the penitent sense she hath of her great error. Thirdly, that her joys, when restored to health and favour, will be the greater, the deeper her griefs were. Joy, let me here observe, my dear Sir, by way of note, is not absolutely inconsistent with melancholy. A soft, gentle joy; not a rapid, not a rampant joy, however; but such a joy as shall lift her temporarily out of her soothing melancholy, and then let her down gently into it again: for melancholy, to be sure, her reflection will generally make to be her state. Gaudia, quae multo parta labore placent. Fourthly, that having really been guilty of a great error, she should not take impatiently the correction and anger with which she hath been treated. Leniter ex merito quicquid patiare ferundum est. Fifthly, that virtue must be established by patience, as saith Prudentius, haec virtus vidua est, quam non patientia firmat. Sixthly, that in the words of Horace she may expect better times than of late she had reason to look for. Grata superveniet, quae non sperabitur hora. Seventhly, that she is really now in a way to be happy, since, according to Ovid, she can count up all her woe. Felix qui patitur quae numerare potest. And those comforting lines, Esque serena dies post longos gratior imbres, et post triste malum gratior ipsa salus. Eighthly, that in the words of Mantuan, her parents and uncles could not help loving her all the time they were angry at her. Aqua tamen mens est, et amica voluntas, sit licet in natos austere parentum. Ninthly, that the ills she hath met with may be turned, by the good use to be made of them, to her everlasting benefit, for that, cum furit atque ferit, Deus olim parcere quaerit. Tenthly, that she will be able to give a fine lesson, a very fine lesson, to all the young ladies of her acquaintance, of the vanity of being lifted up in prosperity, and the weakness of being cast down in adversity, since no one is so high as to be above being humbled, so low as to need to despair, for which purpose the advice of Ausonius, dum fortuna juvat, caveto tolli, dum fortuna tonat, caveto mergi. I shall tell her that Lucan saith well, when he calleth adversity the element of patience, gaudet patientia duris, that fortunam superat virtus, prudential famam, that while weak souls are crushed by fortune, the brave mind maketh the fickle deity afraid of it. Fortuna fortes metuit, ignavos permit. Eleventhly, that if she take the advice of Horace, fortiaque adversis apponite pectora rebus, it will delight her hereafter, as Virgil saith, to revoke her past troubles, forsan et haec olim meminisse juvabit. And to the same purpose, Juvenal, speaking of the prating joy of mariners after all their dangers are over, gaudent securi narrare pericula nautae, which suiting the case so well, you'll forgive me, Sir, for popping down in English metre, as the translative impulse. Pardon a new word, and yet we scholars are not fond of authenticating new words, came upon me uncalled for. The seaman, safe on shore, with joy doth tell what cruel dangers him at sea befell. With these, Sir, and 100 more wise adages, which I have always at my finger's end, will I, when reduced to form and method, entertain Miss. And as she is a well-read, and, I might say, but for this one great error, a wise young lady, I make no doubt but I shall prevail upon her, if not by mine own arguments, by those of wits and capacities that have a congeniality, as I may say, to her own, to take to heart. Nor of the laws of fate complain, since, though it has been cloudy, now it clears up again. Oh, what wisdom is there in these noble classical authors! A wise man will, upon searching into them, always find that they speak his sense of men and things. Hence it is, that they so readily occur to my memory on every occasion. Though this may look like vanity, it is too true to be omitted; and I see not why a man may not know these things of himself, which every body seeth and saith of him, who nevertheless perhaps knows not half so much as he in other matters. I know but of one objection, Sir, that can lie against my going, and that will arise from your kind care and concern for the safety of my person, in case that fierce and terrible man, the wicked Mr. Lovelace, of whom every one standeth in fear, should come cross me, as he may be resolved to try once more to gain a footing in Mrs. affections. But I will trust in Providence for my safety, while I shall be engaged in a cause so worthy of my function, and the more trust in it, as he is a learned man, as I am told. Strange, too, that so vile a rake, I hope he will never see this, should be a learned man, that is to say, that a learned man may be a sly sinner, and take opportunities as they come in his way, which, however, I do assure you, I never did. I repeat, that as he is a learned man, I shall vest myself, as I may say, in classical armour, beginning meekly with him; for, Sir, bravery and meekness are qualities very consistent with each other, and in no person so shiningly exert themselves as in the Christian priesthood; beginning meekly with him, I say, from Ovid. Corpora magnanimo satis est protrasse leoni, So that if I should not be safe behind the shield of mine own prudence, I certainly should be behind the shields of the ever admirable classics; of Horace particularly, who being a rake, and a jovial rake too, himself, must have great weight with all learned rakes. And who knoweth but I may be able to bring even this Goliath in wickedness, although in person but a little David myself, armed with the slings and stones of the ancient sages, to a due sense of his errors? And what a victory would that be! I could here, Sir, pursuing the allegory of David and Goliath, give you some of the stones (hard arguments may be called stones, since they knock down a pertinacious opponent) which I could pelt him with, were he to be wroth with me: and this in order to take from you, Sir, all apprehensions for my life or my bones: but I forbear them till you demand them of me, when I have the honour to attend you in person. And now, my dear Sir, what remaineth, but that having shown you, what yet I believe you did not doubt, how well qualified I am to attend the lady with the olive branch, I beg of you to dispatch me with it out of hand; for if she be so very ill, and if she should not live to receive the grace which to my knowledge all the worthy family design her, how much will that grieve you all! And then, Sir, of what avail will be the eulogies you shall all peradventure join to give to her memory? For as Martial wisely observeth, Post cinere gloria sera venit. Then as Ausonius layeth it down with equal propriety, that those favours which are speedily conferred are the most grateful and obliging. And to the same purpose Ovid, gratia ab officio, quod mora tardat abest. And, Sir, whatever you do, let the lady's pardon be as ample, and as cheerfully given, as she can wish for it, that I may be able to tell her that it hath your hands, your countenances, and your whole hearts with it: for, as the Latin verse hath it, and I presume to think I have not weakened its sense by my humble advice, dat bene, dat multum, qui dat cum munere vultum. And now, Sir, when I survey this long letter, albeit I see it enamelled as a beautiful meadow is enamelled by the spring or summer flowers, very glorious to behold, I begin to be afraid that I may have tired you; and the more likely as I have written without that method or order, which I think constituteth the beauty of good writing; which method or order, nevertheless, may be the better excused in a familiar epistle, as this may be called; you pardoning, Sir, the familiarity of the word, but yet not altogether here, I must needs own, because this is a letter, and not a letter, as I may say, but a kind of short and pithy discourse, touching upon various and sundry topics, every one of which might be a fit theme to enlarge upon of volumes. If this epistolary discourse, then let me call it, should be pleasing to you, as I am inclined to think it will, because of the sentiments and aphorisms of the wisest of the ancients, which glitter through it like so many dazzling sun beams, I will, at my leisure, work it up into a methodical discourse, and perhaps may one day print it, with a dedication to my honoured patron, if, Sir, I have your leave, singly at first, but not till I have thrown out anonymously 2 or 3 smaller things, by the success of which I shall have made myself of some account in the commonwealth of letters, and afterwards in my works. Not for the vanity of the thing, however, I will say, but for the use it may be of to the public: for, as one well observeth, though glory always followeth virtue, yet it should be considered only as its shadow. And here, by way of note, permit me to say that no sermon I ever composed cost me half the pains that this letter hath done: but I knew your great appetite after, as well as admiration of, the ancient wisdom, which you so justly prefer to the modern: and indeed I join with you to think that the modern is only borrowed, as the moon doth its light from the sun; at least, that we excel them in nothing, and that our best cogitations may be found, generally speaking, more elegantly dressed and expressed by them. Contemnit laudem virtus, licet usque sequetur, gloria virtutem corpus ut umbra suum. A very pretty saying, and worthy of all men's admiration. And now, most worthy Sir, my very good friend and patron, referring the whole to your's, and to your 2 brothers', and to young Mr. Harlowe's consideration, and to the wise consideration of good Madam Harlowe, and her excellent daughter Miss Arabella Harlowe, I take the liberty to subscribe myself what I truly am, and ever shall delight to be, in all cases, and at all times, your and their most ready and obedient, as well as faithful servant, Elias Brand. End of Letter LXVI.
LETTER LXVII OF Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER LXVII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday morning, September 6. And is she somewhat better? Blessings upon thee without number or measure! Let her still be better and better. Tell me so at least, if she be not so. For thou knowest not what a joy that poor temporary reprieve, that she will hold out yet a day or two, gave me. But who told this hard-hearted and death-pronouncing doctor that she will hold it no longer? By what warrant says he this? What presumption in these parading solemn fellows of a college, which will be my contempt to the latest hour of my life, if this brother of it, eminent as he is deemed to be, cannot work an ordinary miracle in her favour, or rather in mine? Let me tell thee, Belford, that already he deserves the utmost contempt for suffering this charming clock to run down so low. What must be his art, if it could not wind it up in a quarter of the time he has attended her, when, at his first visits, the springs and wheels of life and motion were so good, that they seemed only to want common care and oiling? I am obliged to you for endeavouring to engage her to see me. 'Twas acting like a friend. If she had vouchsafed me that favour, she should have seen at her feet the most abject adorer that ever kneeled to justly offended beauty. What she bid you, and what she forbid you, to tell me, the latter for tender considerations, that she forgives me, and that, could she have made me a good man, she would have made me a happy one; that she even loved me; at such a moment to own that she once loved me; never before loved any man; that she prays for me; that her last tear should be shed for me, could she by it save a soul doomed without her to perdition. O Belford, Belford, I cannot bear it! What a dog, what a devil have I been to a goodness so superlative! Why does she not inveigh against me? Why does she not execrate me? O the triumphant subduer! Ever above me; and now to leave me so infinitely below her! Marry and repair at any time, this, wretch that I was my plea to myself; to give her a lowering sensibility; to bring her down from among the stars which her beamy head was surrounded by, that my wife, so greatly above me, might not despise me. This was one of my reptile motives, owing to my more reptile envy, and to my consciousness of inferiority to her. Yet she, from step to step, from distress to distress, to maintain her superiority, and like the sun to break out upon me with the greater refulgence for the clouds that I had contrived to cast about her. And now to escape me thus! No power left me to repair her wrongs; no alleviation to my self-reproach; no dividing of blame with her! Tell her, O tell her, Belford, that her prayers and wishes, her superlatively generous prayers and wishes, shall not be vain; that I can, and do repent, and long have repented. Tell her of my frequent deep remorses. It was impossible that such remorses should not at last produce effectual remorse. Yet she must not leave me. She must live, if she would wish to have my contrition perfect. For what can despair produce? I will do every thing you would have me do, in the return of your letters. You have infinitely obliged me by this last, and by pressing for an admission for me, though it succeeded not. Once more, how could I be such a villain to so divine a creature, yet love her all the time as never man loved woman? Curse upon my contriving genius! Curse upon my intriguing head, and upon my seconding heart! To sport with the fame, with the honour, with the life of such an angel of a woman! O my damned incredulity! That, believing her to be a woman, I must hope to find her a woman! On my incredulity, that there could be such virtue, virtue for virtue's sake, in the sex, founded I my hope of succeeding with her. But say not, Jack, that she must leave us yet. If she recover, and if I can but re obtain her favour, then indeed will life be life to me. The world never saw such an husband as I will make. I will have no will but hers. She shall conduct me in all my steps. She shall open and direct my prospects, and turn every motion of my heart as she pleases. You tell me in your letter, that at 11 o'clock she had sweet rest; and my servant acquaints me from Mrs. Smith that she has had a good night. What hopes does this fill me with? I have given the fellow 5 guineas for his good news, to be divided between him and his fellow servant. Dear, dear Jack, confirm this to me in thy next. For Heaven's sake do. Tell the doctor I'll make a present of 1,000 guineas, if he recover her. Ask if a consultation then be necessary. Adieu, dear Belford. Confirm, I beseech thee, the hopes that now, with sovereign gladness, have taken possession of a heart that, next to hers, is thine. End of Letter LXVII. LETTER LXVIII OF Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXVIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock, 6 September. Your servant arrived here before I was stirring. I sent him to Smith's to inquire how the lady was, and ordered him to call upon me when he came back. I was pleased to hear she had tolerable rest. As soon as I had dispatched him with the letter I had written over night, I went to attend her. I found her up and dressed in a white satin night gown, ever elegant, but now more so than I had seen her for a week past. Her aspect serenely cheerful. She mentioned the increased dimness of her eyes, and the tremor which had invaded her limbs. If this be dying, said she, there is nothing at all shocking in it. My body hardly sensible of pain. My mind at ease, my intellects clear and perfect as ever. What a good and gracious God have I! For this is what I always prayed for. I told her it was not so serene with you. There is not the same reason for it, replied she. 'Tis a choice comfort, Mr. Belford, at the winding up of our short story, to be able to say, I have rather suffered injuries myself, than offered them to others. I bless God, though I have been unhappy, as the world deems it, and once I thought more so than at present I think I ought to have done, since my calamities were to work out for me my everlasting happiness, yet have I not wilfully made any one creature so. I have no reason to grieve for any thing but for the sorrow I have given my friends. But pray, Mr. Belford, remember me in the best manner to my cousin Morden, and desire him to comfort them, and to tell them, that all would have been the same, had they accepted of my true penitence, as I wish, and as I trust the Almighty has done. I was called down. It was to Harry, who was just returned from Miss Howe's, to whom he carried the lady's letter. The stupid fellow being bid to make haste with it, and return as soon as possible, stayed not until Miss Howe had it, she being at the distance of 5 minutes, although Mrs. Howe would have had him stay, and sent a man and horse purposely with it to her daughter. Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock. The poor lady is just recovered from a fainting fit, which has left her at death's door. Her late tranquillity and freedom from pain seem but a lightening, as Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith call it. By my faith, Lovelace, I had rather part with all the friends I have in the world, than with this lady. I never knew what a virtuous, a holy friendship, as I may call mine to her, was before. But to be so new to it, and to be obliged to forego it so soon, what an affliction! Yet, thank Heaven, I lose her not by my own fault. But 'twould be barbarous not to spare thee now. She has sent for the divine who visited her before, to pray with her. End of Letter LXVIII. Letter LXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXIX. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Kensington, Wednesday noon. Like Aesop's traveller, thou blowest hot and cold, life and death, in the same breath, with a view, no doubt, to distract me. How familiarly dost thou use the words dying, dimness, tremor! Never did any mortal ring so many changes on so few bells. Thy true father, I dare swear, was a butcher or an undertaker, by the delight thou seemest to take in scenes of death and horror. Thy barbarous reflection, that thou losest her not by thy own fault, is never to be forgiven. Thou hast but one way to atone for the torments thou hast given me, and that is by sending me word that she is better and will recover. Whether it be true or not, let me be told so, and I will go abroad rejoicing and believing it, and my wishes and imagination shall make out all the rest. If she live but 1 year, that I may acquit myself to myself, no matter for the world, that her death is not owing to me, I will compound for the rest. Will neither vows nor prayers save her? I never prayed in my life, put all the years of it together, as I have done for this fortnight past, and I have most sincerely repented of all my baseness to her, and will nothing do. But after all, if she recovers not, this reflection must be my comfort, and it is truth, that her departure will be owing rather to wilfulness, to downright female wilfulness, than to any other cause. It is difficult for people, who pursue the dictates of a violent resentment, to stop where first they design to stop. I have the charity to believe, that even James and Arabella Harlowe, at first, intended no more by the confederacy they formed against this their angel sister, than to disgrace and keep her down, lest, sordid wretches, their uncles should follow the example their grandfather had set, to their detriment. So this lady, as I suppose, intended only at first to vex and plague me; and finding she could do it to purpose, her desire of revenge insensibly became stronger in her than the desire of life; and now she is willing to die, as an event which she thinks will cut my heart strings asunder; and still, the more to be revenged, puts on the Christian, and forgives me. But I'll have none of her forgiveness. My own heart tells me I do not deserve it, and I cannot bear it. And what is it but a mere verbal forgiveness, as ostentatiously as cruelly given with a view to magnify herself, and wound me deeper? A little, dear, specious but let me stop, lest I blaspheme. Reading over the above, I am ashamed of my ramblings. But what wouldest have me do? Seest thou not that I am but seeking to run out of myself, in hope to lose myself, yet that I am unable to do either? If ever thou lovest but half so fervently as I love, but of that thy heavy soul is not capable. Send me word by the next, I conjure thee, in the names of all her kindred saints and angels, that she is living, and likely to live. If thou sendest ill news, thou wilt be answerable for the consequences, whether it be fatal to the messenger, or to thy Lovelace. End of Letter LXIX. Letter LXX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter LXX. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday, 11 o'clock. Dr. H. has just been here. He tarried with me till the minister had done praying by the lady, and then we were both admitted. Mr. Goddard, who came while the doctor and the clergyman were with her, went away with them when they went. They took a solemn and everlasting leave of her, as I have no scruple to say, blessing her and being blessed by her, and wishing, when it came to be their lot, for an exit as happy as hers is likely to be. She had again earnestly requested of the doctor his opinion, how long it was now probable that she could continue; and he told her that he apprehended she would hardly see to morrow night. She said, she should number the hours with greater pleasure than ever she numbered any in her life on the most joyful occasion. How unlike poor Belton's last hours hers! See the infinite differences in the effects, on the same awful and affecting occasion, between a good and a bad conscience. This moment a man is come from Miss Howe with a letter. Perhaps I shall be able to send you the contents. She endeavoured several times with earnestness, but in vain, to read the letter of her dear friend. The writing, she said, was too fine for her grosser sight, and the lines staggered under her eye. And indeed she trembled so, she could not hold the paper; and at last desired Mrs. Lovick to read it to her, the messenger waiting for an answer. Thou wilt see in Miss Howe's letter how different the expression of the same impatience and passionate love is, when dictated by the gentler mind of a woman, from that which results from a mind so boisterous and knotty as thine. For Mrs. Lovick will transcribe it, and I shall send it, to be read in this place, if thou wilt. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, September 5. O my dearest friend, what will become of your poor Anna Howe? I see by your writing, as well as read by your own account, which, were you not very, very ill, you would have touched more tenderly, how it is with you. Why have I thus long delayed to attend you? Could I think that the comfortings of a faithful friend were as nothing to a gentle mind in distress, that I could be prevailed upon to forbear visiting you so much as once in all this time? I, as well as every body else, to desert and abandon my dear creature to strangers! What will become of you, if you be as bad as my apprehensions make you? I will set out this moment, little as the encouragement is that you give me to do so. My mother is willing I should. Why, oh why, was she not before willing? Yet she persuades me too, lest I should be fatally affected were I to find my fears too well justified, to wait the return of this messenger, who rides our swiftest horse. God speed him with good news to me. One line from your hand by him. Send me but one line to bid me attend you. I will set out the moment, the very moment I receive it. I am now actually ready to do so: and if you love me, as I love you, the sight of me will revive you to my hopes. But why, when I think this, did I not go up sooner? Blessed Heaven! Deny not to my prayers, my friend, my admonisher, my adviser, at a time so critical to myself.
But, methinks, your style and sentiments are too well connected, too full of life and vigour, to give cause for so much despair as thy staggering pen seems to forebode. I am sorry I was not at home. I must add thus much, though the servant is ready mounted at the door. When Mr. Belford's servant came with your affecting letter, I was at Miss Lloyd's. My mamma sent it to me, and I came home that instant. But he was gone. He would not stay, it seems. Yet I wanted to ask him 100,000 questions. But why delay I thus my messenger? I have a multitude of things to say to you, to advise with you about. You shall direct me in every thing. I will obey the holding up of your finger. But, if you leave me, what is this world, or any thing in it, to your Anna Howe? The effect this letter had on the lady, who is so near the end which the fair writer so much apprehends and deplores, obliged Mrs. Lovick to make many breaks in reading it, and many changes of voice. This is a friend, said the divine lady, taking the letter in her hand, and kissing it, worth wishing to live for. O my dear Anna Howe! How uninterruptedly sweet and noble has been our friendship! But we shall one day meet, and this hope must comfort us both, never to part again. Then, divested of the shades of body, shall be all light and all mind. Then how unalloyed, how perfect will be our friendship! Our love then will have one and the same adorable object, and we shall enjoy it and each other to all eternity. She said, her dear friend was so earnest for a line or two, that she fain would write, if she could. And she tried, but to no purpose. She could dictate, however, she believed, and desired Mrs. Lovick would take pen and paper, which she did, and then she dictated to her. I would have withdrawn, but at her desire stayed. She wondered a good deal at first. She took notice that she did. And when she got into a little train, not pleasing herself, she apologized to Mrs. Lovick for making her begin again and again, and said, that the third time should go, let it be as it would. She dictated the farewell part without hesitation; and when she came to blessing and subscription, she took the pen, and dropping on her knees, supported by Mrs. Lovick, wrote the conclusion. But Mrs. Lovick was forced to guide her hand. You will find the sense surprisingly entire, her weakness considered. I made the messenger wait while I transcribed it. I have endeavoured to imitate the subscriptive part, and in the letter made pauses where, to the best of my remembrance, she paused. In nothing that relates to this admirable lady can I be too minute. Wednesday, near 3 o'clock. My dearest Miss Howe, you must not be surprised, nor grieved, that Mrs. Lovick writes for me. Although I cannot obey you and write with my pen, yet my heart writes by hers. Accept it so. It is the nearest to obedience I can. And now, what ought I to say? What can I say? But why should not you know the truth, since soon you must, very soon? Know then, and let your tears be those, if of pity, of joyful pity, for I permit you to shed a few, to embalm, as I may say, a fallen blossom. Know then, that the good doctor, and the pious clergyman, and the worthy apothecary, have just now, with joint benedictions, taken their last leave of me; and the former bids me hope, do, my dearest, let me say, hope, hope for my enlargement before to-morrow's sunset. Adieu, therefore, my dearest friend. Be this your consolation, as it is mine, that in God's good time we shall meet in a blessed eternity, never more to part. Once more then, adieu, and be happy, which a generous nature cannot be, unless, to its power, it makes others so too. God for ever bless you! Prays, dropt on my bended knees, although supported upon them, your obliged, grateful, affectionate, Clarissa Harlowe. When I had transcribed and sealed this letter by her direction, I gave it to the messenger myself, who told me that Miss Howe waited for nothing but his return to set out for London. Thy servant is just come, so I will close here. Thou art a merciless master. These two fellows are battered to death by thee, to use a female word. And all female words, though we are not sure of their derivation, have very significant meanings. I believe in their hearts they wish the angel in the heaven that is ready to receive her, and thee at the proper place, that there might be an end of their flurries. Another word of the same gender. What a letter hast thou sent me, poor Lovelace, is all the answer I will return. 5 o'clock. Colonel Morden is this moment arrived. End of Letter 70. Letter 71 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee.
Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER LXXI. Mr. Belford, in continuation. 8 in the evening. I had but just time in my former to tell you that Colonel Morden was arrived. He was on horseback, attended by 2 servants, and alighted at the door just as the clock struck 5. Mrs. Smith was then below in her back shop, weeping, her husband with her, who was as much affected as she. Mrs. Lovick having left them a little before, in tears likewise; for they had been bemoaning one another, joining in opinion that the admirable lady would not live the night over. She had told them it was her opinion too, from some numbnesses, which she called the forerunners of death, and from an increased inclination to doze. The Colonel, as Mrs. Smith told me afterwards, asked with great impatience, the moment he alighted, how Miss Harlowe was. She answered, alive; but she feared, drawing on a pace. Good God! said he, with his hands and eyes lifted up, can I see her? My name is Morden. I have the honour to be nearly related to her. Step up, pray, and let her know she is sensible, I hope, that I am here. Who is with her? Nobody but her nurse, and Mrs. Lovick, a widow gentlewoman, who is as careful of her as if she were her mother. And more careful too, interrupted he, or she is not careful at all. Except a gentleman be with her, one Mr. Belford, continued Mrs. Smith, who has been the best friend she has had. If Mr. Belford be with her, surely I may. But pray step up, and let Mr. Belford know that I shall take it for a favour to speak with him first. Mrs. Smith came up to me in my new apartment. I had but just dispatched your servant, and was asking her nurse if I might be again admitted, who answered, that she was dozing in the elbow chair, having refused to lie down, saying she should soon, she hoped, lie down for good. The Colonel, who is really a fine gentleman, received me with great politeness. After the first compliments, my kinswoman, sir, said he, is more obliged to you than to any of her own family. For my part, I have been endeavouring to move so many rocks in her favour, and little thinking the dear creature so very bad, have neglected to attend her, as I ought to have done the moment I arrived, and would, had I known how ill she was, and what a task I should have had with the family. But, sir, your friend has been excessively to blame, and you being so intimately his friend, has made her fare the worse for your civilities to her. But are there no hopes of her recovery? The doctors have left her, with the melancholy declaration that there are none. Has she had good attendance, sir? A skilful physician? I hear these good folks have been very civil and obliging to her. Who could be otherwise? Said Mrs. Smith, weeping. She is the sweetest lady in the world. The character, said the Colonel, lifting up his eyes and one hand, that she has from every living creature. Good God! How could your accursed friend? And how could her cruel parents? Interrupted I. We may as easily account for him as for them. Too true, returned me. The vileness of the profligates of our sex considered, whenever they can get any of the other into their power. I satisfied him about the care that has been taken of her, and told him of the friendly and even paternal attendance she had had from Dr. H. and Mr. Goddard. He was impatient to attend her, having not seen her, as he said, since she was 12 years old, and that then she gave promises of being one of the finest women in England. She was so, replied I, a very few months ago. And though emaciated, she will appear to you to have confirmed those promises; for her features are so regular and exact, her proportions so fine, and her manners so inimitably graceful, that, were she only skin and bone, she must be a beauty. Mrs. Smith, at his request, stept up, and brought us down word that Mrs. Lovick and her nurse were with her, and that she was in so sound a sleep, leaning upon the former in her elbow chair, that she had neither heard her enter the room nor go out. The Colonel begged, if not improper, that he might see her, though sleeping. He said that his impatience would not let him stay till she awaked. Yet he would not have her disturbed, and should be glad to contemplate her sweet features when she saw not him, and asked if she thought he could not go in and come out without disturbing her. She believed he might, she answered, for her chair's back was towards the door. He said he would take care to withdraw if she awoke, that his sudden appearance might not surprise her. Mrs. Smith, stepping up before us, bid Mrs. Lovick and nurse not stir when we entered, and then we went up softly together. We beheld the lady in a charming attitude, dressed, as I told you before, in her virgin white. She was sitting in her elbow chair, Mrs. Lovick close by her, in another chair, with her left arm round her neck, supporting it, as it were, for it seems the lady had bid her do so, saying she had been a mother to her, and she would delight herself in thinking she was in her mamma's arms, for she found herself drowsy. Perhaps, she said, for the last time she should be so. One faded cheek rested upon the good woman's bosom, the kindly warmth of which had overspread it with a faint but charming flush. The other, paler and hollow, as if already iced over by death. Her hands white as the lily, with her meandering veins more transparently blue than ever I had seen even hers. Veins so soon, alas, to be choked up by the congealment of that purple stream, which already so languidly creeps, rather than flows, through them. Her hands hanging lifelessly, one before her, the other grasped by the right hand of the kind widow, whose tears bedewed the sweet face which her motherly bosom supported,
though unfelt by the fair sleeper; and either insensibly to the good woman, or what she would not disturb her to wipe off, or to change her posture. Her aspect was sweetly calm and serene; and though she started now and then, yet her sleep seemed easy; her breath indeed short and quick, but tolerably free, and not like that of a dying person. In this heart moving attitude she appeared to us when we approached her, and came to have her lovely face before us. The Colonel, sighing often, gazed upon her with his arms folded, and with the most profound and affectionate attention; till at last, on her starting and fetching her breath with greater difficulty than before, he retired to a screen that was drawn before her house, as she calls it, which, as I have heretofore observed, stands under one of the windows. This screen was placed there at the time she found herself obliged to take to her chamber; and in the depth of our concern, and the fulness of other discourse at our first interview, I had forgotten to apprize the Colonel of what he would probably see. Retiring thither, he drew out his handkerchief, and, overwhelmed with grief, seemed unable to speak. But on casting his eye behind the screen, he soon broke silence; for, struck with the shape of the coffin, he lifted up a purplish coloured cloth that was spread over it, and starting back, Good God! said he, what's here? Mrs. Smith standing next him, Why, said he, with great emotion, is my cousin suffered to indulge her sad reflections with such an object before her? Alas, Sir, replied the good woman, who should controul her? We are all strangers about her in a manner, and yet we have expostulated with her upon this sad occasion. I ought, said I, stepping softly up to him, the lady again falling into a doze, to have apprized you of this. I was here when it was brought in, and never was so shocked in my life. But she had none of her friends about her, and no reason to hope for any of them to come near her; and assured she should not recover, she was resolved to leave as little as possible, especially as to what related to her person, to her executor. But it is not a shocking object to her, though it be to every body else. Curse upon the hard-heartedness of those, said he, who occasioned her to make so sad a provision for herself. What must her reflections have been all the time she was thinking of it, and giving orders about it? And what must they be every time she turns her head towards it? These uncommon geniuses! But indeed she should have been controuled in it, had I been here. The lady fetched a profound sigh, and starting, it broke off our talk; and the Colonel then withdrew further behind the screen, that his sudden appearance might not surprise her. Where am I? said she. How drowsy I am! How long have I dozed! Don't go, Sir, for I was retiring. I am very stupid, and shall be more and more so, I suppose. She then offered to raise herself; but being ready to faint through weakness, was forced to sit down again, reclining her head on her chair back. And after a few moments, I believe now, my good friend, said she, all your kind trouble will soon be over. I have slept, but am not refreshed, and my fingers' ends seem numbed, have no feeling, holding them up. 'Tis time to send the letter to my good Norton. Shall I, Madam, send my servant post with it? Oh, no, Sir, I thank you. It will reach the dear woman too soon, as she will think, by the post. I told her this was not post day. Is it Wednesday still? said she. Bless me! I know not how the time goes. But very tediously 'tis plain. And now I think I must soon take to my bed. All will be most conveniently, and with least trouble, over there. Will it not, Mrs. Lovick? I think, Sir, turning to me, I have left nothing to these last incapacitating hours. Nothing either to say or to do. I bless God I have not. If I had, how unhappy should I be! Can you, Sir, remind me of any thing necessary to be done or said to make your office easy? If, Madam, your cousin Morden should come, you would be glad to see him, I presume. I am too weak to wish to see my cousin now. It would but discompose me, and him too. Yet, if he come while I can see him, I will see him, were it but to thank him for former favours, and for his present kind intentions to me. Has any body been here from him? He has called, and will be here, Madam, in half an hour: but he feared to surprise you. Nothing can surprise me now, except my mamma were to favour me with her last blessing in person. That would be a welcome surprise to me, even yet. But did my cousin come purposely to town to see me? Yes, Madam. I took the liberty to let him know, by a line last Monday, how ill you were. You are very kind, Sir. I am, and have been, greatly obliged to you. But I think I shall be pained to see him now, because he will be concerned to see me. And yet, as I am not so ill as I shall presently be, the sooner he comes the better. But if he come, what shall I do about the screen? He will chide me, very probably, and I cannot bear chiding now. Perhaps, leaning upon Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, I can walk into the next apartment to receive him. She motioned to rise, but was ready to faint again, and forced to sit still. The Colonel was in a perfect agitation behind the screen to hear this discourse, and twice, unseen by his cousin, was coming from it towards her, but retreated for fear of surprising her too much. I stepped to him, and favoured his retreat, she only saying, Are you going, Mr. Belford? Are you sent for down? Is my cousin come? For she heard somebody step softly across the room, and thought it to be me, her hearing being more perfect than her sight. I told her I believed he was; and she said, we must make the best of it, Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith. I shall otherwise most grievously shock my poor cousin; for he loved me dearly once. Pray give me a few of the doctor's last drops in water, to keep up my spirits for this one interview; and that is all, I believe, that can concern me now. The Colonel, who heard all this, sent in his name; and I, pretending to go down to him, introduced the afflicted gentleman; she having first ordered the screen to be put as close to the window as possible, that he might not see what was behind it; while he, having heard what she had said about it, was determined to take no notice of it. He folded the angel in his arms as she sat, dropping down on one knee; for, supporting herself upon the two elbows of the chair, she attempted to rise, but could not. Excuse, my dear cousin, said she, excuse me that I cannot stand up. I did not expect this favour now. But I am glad of this opportunity to thank you for all your generous goodness to me. I never, my best beloved and dearest cousin, said he, with eyes running over, shall forgive myself, that I did not attend you sooner. Little did I think you were so ill, nor do any of your friends believe it, if they did. If they did, repeated she, interrupting him, I should have had more compassion from them. I am sure I should. But pray, Sir, how did you leave them? Are you reconciled to them? If you are not, I beg, if you love your poor Clarissa, that you will; for every widened difference augments but my fault, since that is the foundation of all. I had been expecting to hear from them in your favour, my dear cousin, said he, for some hours, when this gentleman's letter arrived, which hastened me up. But I have the account of your grandfather's estate to make up with you, and have bills and drafts upon their banker, for the sums due to you, which they desire you may receive, lest you should have occasion for money. And this is such an earnest of an approaching reconciliation, that I dare to answer for all the rest being according to your wishes, if Ah, Sir, interrupted she, with frequent breaks and pauses, I wish this does not rather show that, were I to live, they would have nothing more to say to me. I never had any pride in being independent of them. All my actions, when I might have made myself more independent, show this. But what avail these reflections now? I only beg, Sir, that you and this gentleman, to whom I am exceedingly obliged, will adjust those matters, according to the will I have written. Mr. Belford will excuse me; but it was in truth more necessity than choice that made me think of giving him the trouble he so kindly accepts. Had I the happiness to see you, my cousin, sooner, or to know that you still honoured me with your regard, I should not have had the assurance to ask this favour of him. But though the friend of Mr. Lovelace, he is a man of honour, and he will make peace rather than break it. And, my dear cousin, let me beg of you, while I have nearer relations than my cousin Morden, dear as you are, and always were to me, you have no title to avenge my wrongs upon him who has been the occasion of them. But I wrote to you my mind on this subject, and my reasons, and I hope I need not further urge them. I must do Mr. Lovelace so much justice, answered he, wiping his eyes, as to witness how sincerely he repents him of his ungrateful baseness to you, and how ready he is to make you all the amends in his power. He owns his wickedness and your merit. If he did not, I could not pass it over, though you have nearer relations. For, my dear cousin, did not your grandfather leave me in trust for you? And should I think myself concerned for your fortune, and not for your honour? But since he is so desirous to do you justice, I have the less to say, and you may make yourself entirely easy on that account. I thank you, Sir, said she. All is now as I wished. But I am very faint, very weak. I am sorry I cannot hold up, that I cannot better deserve the honour of this visit. But it will not be. And saying this, she sunk down in her chair, and was silent. Hereupon we both withdrew, leaving word that we would be at the Bedford Head, if any thing extraordinary happened. We bespoke a little repast, having neither of us dined; and while it was getting ready, you may guess at the subject of our discourse. Both joined in lamentation for the lady's desperate state, admired her manifold excellencies, severely condemned you and her friends. Yet, to bring him into better opinion of you, I read to him some passages from your last letters, which showed your concern for the wrongs you had done her, and your deep remorse; and he said it was a dreadful thing to labour under the sense of a guilt so irredeemable. We procured Mr. Goddard, Dr. H. not being at home, once more to visit her, and to call upon us in his return. He was so good as to do so; but he tarried with her not 5 minutes, and told us that she was drawing on apace, that he feared she would not live till morning, and that she wished to see Colonel Morden directly. The Colonel made excuses where none were needed, and though our little refection was just brought in, he went away immediately. I could not touch a morsel, and took pen and ink to amuse myself, and oblige you, knowing how impatient you would be for a few lines. For, from what I have recited, you see it was impossible I could withdraw to write, when your servant came at half an hour after 5, or have an opportunity for it till now; and this is accidental. And yet your poor fellow was afraid to go away, with the verbal message I sent, importing, as no doubt he told you, that the Colonel was with us, the lady excessively ill, and that I could not stir to write a line. 10 o'clock. The Colonel sent to me afterwards, to tell me that the lady having been in convulsions, he was so much disordered that he could not possibly attend me. I have sent every half hour to know how she does; and just now I have the pleasure to hear that her convulsions have left her, and that she is gone to rest in a much quieter way than could be expected. Her poor cousin is very much indisposed, yet will not stir out of the house while she is in such a way, but intends to lie down on a couch, having refused any other accommodation. End of Letter LXI. End of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. By Samuel Richardson. Letter I. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter I. Mr. Belford, Soho, 6 o'clock, September 7th. The lady is still alive. The Colonel having just sent his servant to let me know that she inquired after me about an hour ago, I am dressing to attend her. Joel begs of me to dispatch him back, though but with one line to gratify your present impatience. He expects, he says, to find you at Knightsbridge. Let him make what haste he can back; and if he has not a line or two to pacify you, he is afraid you will pistol him; for he apprehends that you are hardly yourself. I therefore dispatch this, and will have another ready as soon as I can, with particulars. But you must have a little patience; for how can I withdraw myself every half hour to write, if I am admitted to the lady's presence, or if I am with the Colonel? Smith's, 8 in the morning. The lady is in a slumber. Mrs. Lovick, who sat up with her, says she had a better night than was expected; for although she slept little, she seemed easy, and the easier for the pious frame she was in, all her waking moments being taken up in devotion, or in an ejaculatory silence, her hands and eyes often lifted up, and her lips moving with a fervour worthy of these her last hours. 10 o'clock. The Colonel being earnest to see his cousin as soon as she awoke, we were both admitted. We observed in her, as soon as we entered, strong symptoms of her approaching dissolution, notwithstanding what the women had flattered us with from her last night's tranquillity. The Colonel and I, each loath to say what we thought, looked upon one another with melancholy countenances. The Colonel told her he should send a servant to her uncle Antony's for some papers he had left there, and asked if she had any commands that way. She thought not, she said, speaking more inwardly than she did the day before. She had indeed a letter ready to be sent to her good Norton, and there was a request intimated in it. But it was time enough, if the request was signified to those whom it concerned when all was over. However, it might be sent them by the servant who was going that way, and she caused it to be given to the Colonel for that purpose. Her breath being very short, she desired another pillow. Having two before, this made her in a manner sit up in her bed, and she spoke then with more distinctness; and seeing us greatly concerned, forgot her own sufferings to comfort us; and a charming lecture she gave us, though a brief one, upon the happiness of a timely preparation, and upon the hazards of a late repentance, when the mind, as she observed, was so much weakened, as well as the body, as to render a poor soul hardly able to contend with its natural infirmities. I beseech ye, my good friends, proceeded she, mourn not for one who mourns not, nor has cause to mourn, for herself. On the contrary, rejoice with me, that all my worldly troubles are so near to their end. Believe me, Sirs, that I would not, if I might, choose to live, although the pleasantest part of my life were to come over again. And yet 18 years of it, out of 19, have been very pleasant. To be so much exposed to temptation, and to be so liable to fail in the trial, who would not rejoice that all her dangers are over? All I wished was pardon and blessing from my dear parents. Easy as my departure seems promised to be, it would have been still easier had I that pleasure. But God Almighty would not let me depend for comfort upon any but himself. She then repeated her request in the most earnest manner to her cousin, that he would not heighten her fault by seeking to avenge her death; to me, that I would endeavour to make up all breaches, and use the power I had with my friend to prevent all future mischiefs from him, as well as that which this trust might give me to prevent any to him. She made some excuses to her cousin, for not having been able to alter her will, to join him in the executorship with me; and to me for the trouble she had given, and yet should give me. She had fatigued herself so much, growing sensibly weaker, that she sunk her head upon her pillows, ready to faint; and we withdrew to the window, looking upon one another, but could not tell what to say; and yet both seemed inclinable to speak. But the motion passed over in silence. Our eyes only spoke, and that in a manner neithers were used to; mine at least, not till I knew this admirable creature. The Colonel withdrew to dismiss his messenger, and send away the letter to Mrs. Norton. I took the opportunity to retire likewise, and to write thus far. And Joel returning to take it, I now close here. 11 o'clock. End of Letter I. Letter II of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter II. Mr. Belford, in continuation. The Colonel tells me that he had written to Mr. John Harlowe by his servant, that they might spare themselves the trouble of debating about a reconciliation, for that his dear cousin would probably be no more before they could resolve. He asked me after his cousin's means of subsisting, and whether she had accepted of any favour from me. He was sure, he said, she would not from you. I acquainted him with the truth of her parting with some of her apparel. This wrung his heart, and bitterly did he exclaim, as well against you, as against her implacable relations. He wished he had not come to England at all, or had come sooner; and hoped I would apprize him of the whole mournful story at a proper season. He added, that he had thoughts, when he came over, of fixing here for the remainder of his days. But now, as it was impossible his cousin could recover, he would go abroad again, and resettle himself at Florence or Leghorn. The lady has been giving orders, with great presence of mind, about her body, directing her nurse and the maid of the house to put her in the coffin as soon as she is cold. Mr. Belford, she said, would know the rest by her will. She has just now given from her bosom, where she always wore it, a miniature picture, set in gold, of Miss Howe. She gave it to Mrs. Lovick, desiring her to fold it up in white paper, and direct it to Charles Hickman, Esq., and to give it to me when she was departed for that gentleman. She looked upon the picture, before she gave it her, sweet and ever amiable friend, companion, sister, lover, said she, and kissed it 4 several times, once at each tender appellation. Your other servant is come. Well may you be impatient. Well may you. But do you think I can leave off, in the middle of a conversation, to run and set down what offers, and send it away piecemeal as I write? If I could, must I not lose one half, while I put down the other? This event is nearly as interesting to me as it is to you. If you are more grieved than I, there can be but one reason for it, and that's at your heart. I had rather lose all the friends I have in the world, yourself in the number, than this divine lady; and shall be unhappy whenever I think of her sufferings, and of her merit, though I have nothing to reproach myself by reason of the former. I say not this just now so much as to reflect upon you, as to express my own grief; though your conscience, I suppose, will make you think otherwise. Your poor fellow, who says that he begs for his life, in desiring to be dispatched back with a letter, tears this from me; else perhaps (for I am just sent for down) a quarter of an hour would make you, not easy indeed, but certain; and that, in a state like yours, to a mind like yours, is a relief. Thursday afternoon, 4 o'clock. End of Letter II. Letter III of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter III. Mr. Belford, to Richard Mowbray, Esq. Thursday afternoon. Dear Mowbray, I am glad to hear you are in town. Throw yourself the moment this comes to your hand, if possible with Tourville, in the way of the man who least of all men deserves the love of the worthy heart, but most that of thine and Tourville. Else the news I shall most probably send him within an hour or two will make annihilation the greatest blessing he has to wish for. You will find him between Piccadilly and Kensington, most probably on horseback, riding backwards and forwards in a crazy way, or put up perhaps at some inn or tavern in the way, a waiter possibly, if so, watching for his servant's return to him from me. His man Will is just come to me. He will carry this to you in his way back, and be your director. Hie away in a coach, or any how. Your being with him may save either his or a servant's life. See the blessed effects of triumphant libertinism. Sooner or later it comes home to us, and all concludes in gall and bitterness. Adieu, J. Belford. End of Letter III. Letter IV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter IV. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Curse upon the Colonel, and curse upon the writer of the last letter I received, and upon all the world! Thou, to pretend to be as much interested in my Clarissa's fate as myself! 'Tis well for one of us that this was not said to me instead of written. Living or dying, she is mine, and only mine. Have I not earned her dearly? Is not damnation likely to be the purchase to me, though a happy eternity will be hers? An eternal separation! O God! O God! How can I bear that thought? But yet there is life. Yet therefore hope. Enlarge my hope, and thou shalt be my good genius, and I will forgive thee every thing. For this last time, but it must not, shall not be the last, let me hear, the moment thou receivest this, what I am to be: for at present I am the most miserable of men. Rose, at Knightsbridge, 5 o'clock. My fellow tells me that thou art sending Mowbray and Tourville to me. I want them not. My soul's sick of them, and of all the world, but most of myself. Yet, as they send me word they will come to me immediately, I will wait for them, and for thy next. O Belford, let it not be. But hasten it, be what it may. End of Letter IV. Letter V of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter V. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. 7 o'clock, Thursday evening, September 7th. I have only to say at present, thou wilt do well to take a tour to Paris, or wherever else thy destiny shall lead thee. John Belford. End of Letter V. Letter VI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter VI. Mr. Mowbray to John Belford, Esq. Uxbridge, September 7th, between 11 and 12 at night. Dear Jack, I send by poor Lovelace's desire for particulars of the fatal breviate thou sentest him this night. He cannot bear to set pen to paper, yet wants to know every minute passage of Miss Harlowe's departure. Yet why he should I cannot see: for if she is gone, she is gone, and who can help it? I never heard of such a woman in my life. What great matters has she suffered that grief should kill her thus? I wish the poor fellow had never known her. From first to last, what trouble she has cost him! The charming fellow had been half lost to us ever since he pursued her. And what is there in one woman more than another, for matter of that? It was well we were with him when your note came. You showed your true friendship in your foresight. Why, Jack, the poor fellow was quite beside himself, mad as any man ever was in Bedlam. Will brought him the letter just after we had joined him at the Bohemia Head, where he had left word at the Rose of Knightsbridge he should be, for he had been sauntering up and down, backwards and forwards, expecting us, and his fellow Will, as soon as he delivered it, got out of his way, and when he opened it, never was such a piece of scenery. He trembled like a devil at receiving it, fumbled at the seal, his fingers in a palsy, like Tom Dolman's, his hand shake, 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 that he tore the letter in two, before he could come at the contents, and when he had read them, off went his hat to one corner of the room, his wig to the other, damnation seize the world, and a whole volley of such like exgracious wishes, running up and down the room, and throwing up the sash, and pulling it down, and smiting his forehead with his double fist, with such force as would have felled an ox, and stamping and tearing that the landlord ran in, and faster out again, and this was the distraction seen for some time. In vain was all Jemmy or I could say to him. I offered once to take hold of his hands, because he was going to do himself a mischief, as I believed, looking about for his pistols, which he had laid upon the table, but which Will, unseen, had taken out with him. A faithful, honest dog, that Will. I shall for ever love the fellow for it. And he hit me a damned dowse of the chops, as made my nose bleed. 'Twas well 'twas he, for I hardly knew how to take it. Jemmy raved at him, and told him how wicked it was in him to be so brutish to abuse a friend, and run mad for a woman. And then he said he was sorry for it. And then Will ventured in, with water and a towel; and the dog rejoiced, as I could see by his look, that I had it rather than he. And so, by degrees, we brought him a little to his reason, and he promised to behave more like a man. And so I forgave him, and we rode on in the dark to hear a dolman's. And we all tried to shame him out of his mad ungovernable foolishness: for we told him as how she was but a woman, and an obstinate perverse woman too: and how could he help it? And you know, Jack, as we told him moreover, that it was a shame to manhood for a man who had served 20 women as bad or worse, let him have served Miss Harlowe never so bad, should give himself such obstropulous airs, because she would die: and we advised him never to attempt a woman proud of her character and virtue, as they call it, any more. For why? The conquest did not pay trouble: and what was there in one woman more than another? Hey, you know, Jack. And thus we comforted him, and advised him. But yet his damned addled pate runs upon this lady as much now she is dead as it did when she was living. For I suppose, Jack, it is no joke, she is certainly a bona fide dead. I'n't she? If not, thou deservest to be doubly damned for thy fooling, I tell thee that. So he will have me write for particulars of her departure. He won't bear the word dead on any account. A squeamish puppy! How love unmans and softens! And such a noble fellow as this too! Rot him for an idiot, and an oaf! I have no patience with the foolish duncical dog. Upon my soul, I have not. So send the account, and let him howl over it, as I suppose he will. But he must and shall go abroad. And in a month or two Jemmy, and you, and I, will join him; and he'll soon get the better of this chicken hearted folly, never fear; and will then be ashamed of himself; and then will not spare him; though now, poor fellow, it were pity to lay him on so thick as he deserves: and do thou, till then, spare all reflections upon him; for it seems thou hast worked him unmercifully. I was willing to give thee some account of the hand we have had with the tearing fellow, who had certainly been a lost man, had we not been with him; or he would have killed somebody or other. I have no doubt of it. And now he is but very middling; sits grinning like a man in straw; curses and swears, and is confounded gloomy, and creeps into holes and corners, like an old hedgehog hunted for his grease. And so, adieu, Jack. Tourville and all of us wish for thee; for no one has the influence upon him that thou hast. R. Mowbray. As I promised him that I would write for the particulars above said, I write this after all are gone to bed; and the fellow is to set out with it by daybreak. End of Letter VI. Letter VII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter VII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Thursday night. I may as well try to write, since, were I to go to bed, I shall not sleep. I never had such a weight of grief upon my mind in my life, as upon the demise of this admirable woman, whose soul is now rejoicing in the regions of light. You may be glad to know the particulars of her happy exit. I will try to proceed, for all is hush and still. The family retired; but not one of them, and least of all her poor cousin, I dare say, to rest. At 4 o'clock, as I mentioned in my last, I was sent for down; and as thou usest to like my descriptions, I will give thee the woeful scene that presented itself to me as I approached the bed. The Colonel was the first that took my attention, kneeling on the side of the bed, the lady's right hand in both his, which his face covered, bathing it with his tears, although she had been comforting him, as the women since told me, in elevated strains, but broken accents. On the other side of the bed sat the good widow, her face overwhelmed with tears, leaning her head against the bed's head in a most disconsolate manner, and turning her face to me as soon as she saw me. O Mr. Belford, cried she, with folded hands, the dear lady! A heavy sob permitted her not to say more. Mrs. Smith, with clasped fingers and uplifted eyes, as if imploring help from the only power which could give it, was kneeling down at the bed's feet, tears in large drops trickling down her cheeks. Her nurse was kneeling between the widow and Mrs. Smith, her arms extended. In one hand she held an ineffectual cordial, which she had just been offering to her dying mistress. Her face was swollen with weeping, though used to such scenes as this, and she turned her eyes towards me, as if she called upon me by them to join in the helpless sorrow, a fresh stream bursting from them as I approached the bed. The maid of the house, with her face upon her folded arms, as she stood leaning against the wainscot, more audibly expressed her grief than any of the others. The lady had been silent a few minutes, and speechless, as they thought, moving her lips without uttering a word, one hand, as I said, in her cousin's. But when Mrs. Lovick, on my approach, pronounced my name, O Mr. Belford, said she, with a faint inward voice, but very distinct nevertheless, now, in broken periods she spoke, I bless God for his mercies to his poor creature. All will soon be over. A very few moments, will end this strife, and I shall be happy. Comfort here, Sir, turning her head to the Colonel. Comfort my cousin. See the blameable kindness. He would not wish me to be happy so soon. Here she stopped for 2 or 3 minutes, earnestly looking upon him. Then resuming, My dearest cousin, said she, be comforted. What is dying but the common lot? The mortal frame may seem to labour, but that is all. It is not so hard to die as I believed it to be. The preparation is the difficulty. I bless God I have had time for that. The rest is worse to beholders than to me. I am all blessed hope, hope itself. She looked what she said, a sweet smile beaming over her countenance. After a short silence, Once more, my dear cousin, said she, but still in broken accents, commend me most dutifully to my father and mother. There she stopped. And then proceeding, To my sister, to my brother, to my uncles, and tell them, I bless them with my parting breath, for all their goodness to me, even for their displeasure, I bless them. Most happy has been to me my punishment here. Happy indeed. She was silent for a few moments, lifting up her eyes, and the hand her cousin held not between his. Then, O death, said she, where is thy sting? The words I remember to have heard in the burial service read over my uncle and poor Belton. And after a pause, It is good for me that I was afflicted. Words of Scripture, I suppose. Then turning towards us, who were lost in speechless sorrow, O dear, dear gentleman, said she, you know not what foretastes, what assurances. And there she again stopped and looked up, as if in a thankful rapture, sweetly smiling. Then turning her head towards me, Do you, Sir, tell your friend that I forgive him, and I pray to God to forgive him. Again pausing and lifting up her eyes, as if praying that he would. Let him know how happily I die, and that such as my own, I wish to be his last hour. She was again silent for a few moments, and then resuming, My sight fails me. Your voices only. For we both applauded her Christian, her divine frame, though in accents as broken as her own, and the voice of grief is alike in all. Is not this Mr. Morden's hand? Pressing one of his with that he had just let go. Which is Mr. Belford's? Holding out the other. I gave her mine. God Almighty bless you both, said she, and make you both in your last hour, for you must come to this, happy as I am. She paused again, her breath growing shorter, and after a few minutes, And now, my dearest cousin, give me your hand. Nearer, still nearer, drawing it towards her, and she pressed it with her dying lips. God protect you, dear, dear Sir! And once more receive my best and most grateful thanks, and tell my dear Miss Howe, and vouchsafe to see, and to tell my worthy Norton, she will be one day, I fear not, though now lowly in her fortunes, a saint in heaven. Tell them both, that I remember them with thankful blessings in my last moments, and pray God to give them happiness here for many, many years, for the sake of their friends and lovers, and an heavenly crown hereafter, and such assurances of it as I have through the all-satisfying merits of my blessed Redeemer. Her sweet voice and broken periods methinks still fill my ears, and never will be out of my memory. After a short silence, in a more broken and faint accent, And you, Mr. Belford, pressing my hand, may God preserve you, and make you sensible of all your errors. You see in me how all ends. May you be And down sunk her head upon her pillow, she fainting away, and drawing from us her hands. We thought she was then gone, and each gave way to a violent burst of grief. But soon showing signs of returning life, our attention was again engaged, and I besought her, when a little recovered, to complete in my favour her half-pronounced blessing. She waved her hand to us both, and bowed her head 6 several times, as we have since recollected, as if distinguishing every person present, not forgetting the nurse and the maid-servant. The latter having approached the bed, weeping, as if crowding in for the divine lady's blessing, and she spoke faltering and inwardly, Bless you all, and now, holding up her almost lifeless hands for the last time, Come, O come! blessed Lord Jesus! And with these words, the last but half pronounced, expired. Such a smile, such a charming serenity overspreading her sweet face at the instant, as seemed to manifest her eternal happiness already begun. O Lovelace! But I can write no more. I resume my pen to add a few lines. While warm, though pulseless, we pressed each her hand with our lips, and then retired into the next room. We looked at each other with intent to speak; but, as if one motion governed, as one cause affected both, we turned away silent. The Colonel sighed as if his heart would burst. At last, his face and hands uplifted, his back towards me, Good Heaven, said he to himself, support me! And is it thus, O flower of nature! Then pausing, And must we no more, never more, my blessed, blessed cousin! uttering some other words, which his sighs made inarticulate; and then, as if recollecting himself, Forgive me, Sir. Excuse me, Mr. Belford. And sliding by me, Anon I hope to see you, Sir. And down stairs he went, and out of the house, leaving me a statue. When I recovered, I was ready to repine at what I then called an unequal dispensation, forgetting her happy preparation, and still happier departure, and that she had but drawn a common lot, triumphing in it, and leaving behind her every one less assured of happiness, though equally certain that the lot would one day be their own. She departed exactly at 40 minutes after 6 o'clock, as by her watch on the table. And thus died Miss Clarissa Harlowe in the blossom of her youth and beauty; and who, her tender years considered, had not left behind her her superior in extensive knowledge and watchful prudence, nor hardly her equal for unblemished virtue, exemplary piety, sweetness of manners, discreet generosity, and true Christian charity; and these all set off by the most graceful modesty and humility, yet on all proper occasions manifesting a noble presence of mind and true magnanimity; so that she may be said to have been not only an ornament to her sex, but to human nature. A better pen than mine may do her fuller justice; thine I mean, O Lovelace: for well dost thou know how much she excelled in the graces of both mind and person, natural and acquired, all that is woman. And thou also can best account for the causes of her immature death, through those calamities which in so short a space of time, from the highest pitch of felicity, every one, in a manner, adoring her, brought her to an exit so happy for herself, but that it was so early, so much to be deplored by all who had the honour of her acquaintance. This task, then, I leave to thee. But now I can write no more: only that I am a sympathizer in every part of thy distress, except, and yet it is cruel to say it, in that which arises from thy guilt. 1 o'clock, Friday morning. End of Letter VII. Letter VIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter VIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. 9, Friday morning. I have no opportunity to write at length, having necessary orders to give on the melancholy occasion. Joel, who got to me by 6 in the morning, and whom I dispatched instantly back with the letter I had ready from last night, gives me but an indifferent account of the state of your mind. I wonder not at it; but time, and nothing else can, will make it easier to you, if, that is to say, you have compounded with your conscience; else it may be heavier every day than other. Tourville tells us what a way you are in. I hope you will not think of coming hither. The lady in her will desires you may not see her. 4 copies are making of it. It is a long one; for she gives her reasons for all she wills. I will write to you more particularly as soon as possibly I can. 3 letters are just brought by a servant in livery, directed to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I will send copies of them to you. The contents are enough to make one mad. How would this poor lady have rejoiced to receive them! And yet, if she had, she would not have been enabled to say, as she nobly did, that God would not let her depend for comfort upon any but himself. And indeed, for some days past, she had seemed to have got above all worldly considerations. Her fervent love, even for her Miss Howe, as she acknowledged, having given way to supremer fervours. End of Letter VIII.
LETTER IX OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, OR THE HISTORY OF A YOUNG LADY, VOL. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER IX. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Wednesday, September 6. At length, my best beloved Miss Clary, every thing is in the wished train; for all your relations are unanimous in your favour. Even your brother and your sister are with the foremost to be reconciled to you. I knew it must end thus. By patience and persevering sweetness, what a triumph have you gained! This happy change is owing to letters received from your physician, from your cousin Morden, and from Mr. Brand. Colonel Morden will be with you, no doubt, before this can reach you, with his pocket book filled with money bills, that nothing may be wanting to make you easy. And now, all our hopes, all our prayers, are, that this good news may restore you to spirits and health, and that, so long withheld, it may not come too late. I know how much your dutiful heart will be raised with the joyful tidings I write you, and still shall more particularly tell you of, when I have the happiness to see you, which will be by next Sunday at farthest, perhaps on Friday afternoon, by the time you can receive this. For this day, being sent for by the general voice, I was received by every one with great goodness and condescension, and entreated, for that was the word they were pleased to use, when I needed no entreaty, I am sure, to hasten up to you, and to assure you of all their affectionate regards to you; and your father bid me say all the kind things that were in my heart to say, in order to comfort and raise you up, and they would hold themselves bound to make them good. How agreeable is this commission to your Norton! My heart will overflow with kind speeches, never fear. I am already meditating what I shall say, to cheer and raise you up, in the names of every one dear and near to you. And sorry I am that I cannot this moment set out, as I might, instead of writing, would they favour my eager impatience with their chariot. But as it was not offered, it would be a presumption to have asked for it; and to morrow a hired chaise and pair will be ready, but at what hour I know not. How I long once more to fold my dear, precious young lady to my fond, my more than fond, my maternal bosom! Your sister will write to you, and send her letter with this by a particular hand. I must not let them see what I write, because of my wish about the chariot. Your uncle Harlowe will also write, and I doubt not in the kindest terms; for they are all extremely alarmed and troubled at the dangerous way your doctor represents you to be in, as well as delighted with the character he gives you. Would to Heaven the good gentleman had written sooner! And yet he writes that you know not he has now written. But it is all our confidence and our consolation that he would not have written at all, had he thought it too late. They will prescribe no conditions to you, my dear young lady, but will leave all to your own duty and discretion. Only your brother and sister declare they will never yield to call Mr. Lovelace brother, nor will your father, I believe, be easily brought to think of him for a son. I am to bring you down with me as soon as your health and inclination will permit. You will be received with open arms. Every one longs to see you. All the servants please themselves that they shall be permitted to kiss your hands. The pert Betty's note is already changed, and she now runs over in your just praises. What friends does prosperity make? What enemies adversity? It always was, and always will be so, in every state of life, from the throne to the cottage. But let all be forgotten now on this jubilee change; and may you, my dearest Miss, be capable of rejoicing in this good news, as I know you will rejoice, if capable of any thing. God preserve you to our happy meeting; and I will, if I may say so, weary Heaven with my incessant prayers to preserve and restore you afterwards. I need not say how much I am, my dear young lady, your ever affectionate and devoted Judith Norton. An unhappy delay as to the chaise will make it Saturday morning before I can fold you to my fond heart. End of Letter IX. Letter X of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter X. Miss Arabella Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Wednesday morning, September 6. Dear Sister, we have just heard that you are exceedingly ill. We all loved you as never young creature was loved. You are sensible of that, Sister Clary, and you have been very naughty, but we could not be angry always. We are indeed more afflicted with the news of your being so very ill than I can express.
For I see not but after this separation, as we understand that your misfortune has been greater than your fault, and that, however unhappy, you have demeaned yourself like the good young creature you used to be, we shall love you better, if possible, than ever. Take comfort, therefore, sister Clary, and don't be too much cast down. Whatever your mortifications may be from such noble prospects overclouded, and from the reflections you will have from within on your faulty step, and from the sullying of such a charming character by it, you will receive none from any of us. And, as an earnest of your papa's and mamma's favour and reconciliation, they assure you by me of their blessing and hourly prayers. If it will be any comfort to you, and my mother finds this letter is received as we expect, which we shall know by the good effect it will have upon your health, she will herself go to town to you. Mean time, the good woman you so dearly love will be hastened up to you, and she writes by this opportunity to acquaint you of it, and of all our returning love. I hope you will rejoice at this good news. Pray let us hear that you do. Your next grateful letter on this occasion, especially if it gives us the pleasure of hearing you are better upon this news, will be received with the same, if not greater, delight than we used to have in all your prettily penned epistles. Adieu, my dear Clary. I am your loving sister and true friend, Arabella Harlowe. End of Letter X. Letter XI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XI. To his dear niece, Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Wednesday, September 6. We were greatly grieved, my beloved Miss Clary, at your fault. But we are still more, if possible, to hear you are so very ill. And we are sorry things have been carried so far. We know your talents, my dear, and how movingly you could write, whenever you pleased, so that nobody could ever deny you any thing; and believing you depended on your pen, and little thinking you were so ill, and that you live so regular a life, and are so truly penitent, are most troubled every one of us, your brother and all, for being so severe. Forgive my part in it, my dearest Clary. I am your second papa, you know, and you used to love me. I hope you'll soon be able to come down, and after a while, when your indulgent parents can spare you, that you will come to me for a whole month, and rejoice my heart, as you used to do. But if through illness you cannot so soon come down as we wish, I will go up to you; for I long to see you. I never more longed to see you in my life; and you was always the darling of my heart, you know. My brother Antony desires his hearty commendations to you, and joins with me in the tenderest assurance that all shall be well, and, if possible, better than ever; for we now have been so long without you, that we know the miss of you, and even hunger and thirst, as I may say, to see you, and to take you once more to our hearts, whence indeed you was never banished, so far as our concern for the unhappy step made us think, and you believe, you were. Your sister and brother both talk of seeing you in town. So does my dear sister, your indulgent mother. God restore your health, if it be his will. Else, I know not what will become of your truly loving uncle, and second papa, John Harlowe. End of Letter XI. Letter XII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Friday night, September 8, past 10. I will now take up the account of our proceedings from my letter of last night, which contained the dying words of this incomparable lady. As soon as we had seen the last scene closed, so blessedly for herself, we left the body to the care of the good women who, according to the orders she had given them that very night, removed her into that last house, which she had displayed so much fortitude in providing. In the morning, between 7 and 8 o'clock, according to appointment, the Colonel came to me here. He was very much indisposed. We went together, accompanied by Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, into the deceased's chamber. We could not help taking a view of the lovely corpse, and admiring the charming serenity of her noble aspect. The women declared they never saw death so lovely before, and that she looked as if in an easy slumber, the colour having not quite left her cheeks and lips. I unlocked the drawer in which, as I mentioned in a former, she had deposited her papers. I told you in mine of Monday last, that she had the night before sealed up, with 3 black seals, a parcel inscribed, "As soon as I am certainly dead, This to be broke open by Mr. Belford. I accuse myself for not having done it over night: but really I was then incapable of any thing. I broke it open accordingly, and found in it no less than 11 letters, each sealed with her own seal, and black wax, one of which was directed to me. I will enclose a copy of it. To John Belford, Esq. Sunday evening, Sept. 3. Sir, I take this last and solemn occasion to repeat to you my thanks for all your kindness to me at a time when I most needed countenance and protection. A few considerations I beg leave, as now at your perusal of this from the dead, to press upon you, with all the warmth of a sincere friendship. By the time you will see this, you will have had an instance, I humbly trust, of the comfortable importance of a pacified conscience in the last hours of one who to the last hour will wish you eternal welfare. The great Duke of Luxembourg, as I have heard, on his death bed declared, that he would then much rather have had it to reflect upon, that he had administered a cup of cold water to a worthy poor creature in distress, than that he had won so many battles as he had triumphed for. As one well observes, all the sentiments of worldly grandeur vanish at that unavoidable moment which decides the destiny of men. If then, Sir, at the tremendous hour, it be thus with the conquerors of armies and the subduers of nations, let me, in a very few words, many are not needed, ask, what at that period must be the reflection of those, if capable of reflection, who have lived a life of sense and offence, whose study and whose pride most ingloriously have been to seduce the innocent, and to ruin the weak, the unguarded, and the friendless, made still more friendless by their base seductions? O Mr. Belford, weigh, ponder, and reflect upon it, now that, in health and in vigour of mind and body, the reflections will most avail you. What an ungrateful, what an unmanly, what a meaner than reptile pride is this! In the next place, Sir, let me beg of you, for my sake, who am, or, as now you will best read it, have been, driven to the necessity of applying to you to be the executor of my will, that you will bear, according to that generosity which I think to be in you, with all my friends, and particularly with my brother, who is really a worthy young man, but perhaps a little too headstrong in his first resentments and conceptions of things, if any thing, by reason of this trust, should fall out disagreeably, and that you will study to make peace, and to reconcile all parties; and more especially that you, who seem to have a great influence upon your still more headstrong friend, will interpose, if occasion be, to prevent further mischief: for surely, Sir, that violent spirit may sit down satisfied with the evils he has already wrought, and particularly with the wrongs, the heinous and ignoble wrongs, he has in me done to my family, wounded in the tenderest part of its honour. For your compliance with this request I have already your repeated promise. I claim the observance of it, therefore, as a debt from you; and though I hope I need not doubt it, yet was I willing, on this solemn, this last occasion, thus earnestly to reinforce it. I have another request to make to you. It is only, that you will be pleased, by a particular messenger, to forward the enclosed letters as directed. And now, Sir, having the presumption to think that an useful member is lost to society by means of the unhappy step which has brought my life so soon to its period, let me hope that I may be an humble instrument in the hands of Providence to reform a man of your abilities; and then I shall think that loss will be more abundantly repaired to the world, while it will be, by God's goodness, my gain. And I shall have this further hope, that once more I shall have an opportunity in a blessed eternity to thank you, as I now repeatedly do, for the good you have done to, and the trouble you will have taken for, Sir, your obliged servant, Clarissa Harlowe. The other letters are directed to her father, to her mother, one to her 2 uncles, to her brother, to her sister, to her aunt Hervey, to her cousin Morden, to Miss Howe, to Mrs. Norton, and lastly one to you, in performance of her promise that a letter should be sent to you when she arrived at her father's house. I will withhold this last, till I can be assured that you will be fitter to receive it than Tourville tells me you are at present. Copies of all these are sealed up, and entitled, Copies of my 10 posthumous letters, for J. Belford, Esq., and put in among the bundle of papers left to my direction, which I have not yet had leisure to open. No wonder, while able, that she was always writing, since thus only of late could she employ that time, which heretofore, from the long days she made, caused so many beautiful works to spring from her fingers. It is my opinion, that there never was a woman so young, who wrote so much, and with such celerity. Her thoughts keeping pace, as I have seen, with her pen, she hardly ever stopped or hesitated, and very seldom blotted out or altered. It was a natural talent she was mistress of, among many other extraordinary ones. I gave the Colonel his letter, and ordered Harry instantly to get ready to carry the others. Mean time, retiring into the next apartment, we opened the will. We were both so much affected in perusing it, that at one time the Colonel, breaking off, gave it to me to read on. At another I gave it back to him to proceed with, neither of us being able to read it through without such tokens of sensibility as affected the voice of each. Mrs. Lovick, Mrs. Smith, and her nurse, were still more touched, when we read those articles in which they are respectively remembered: but I will avoid mentioning the particulars, except in what relates to the thread of my narration, as in proper time I shall send you a copy of it. The Colonel told me he was ready to account with me for the money and bills brought up from Harlowe place, which would enable me, as he said, directly to execute the legacy parts of the will; and he would needs at the instant force into my hands a paper relating to that subject. I put it into my pocket book without looking into it, telling him, that, as I hoped he would do all in his power to promote a literal performance of the will, I must beg his advice and assistance in the execution of it. Her request to be buried with her ancestors made a letter of the following import necessary, which I prevailed upon the Colonel to write, being unwilling myself, so early at least, to appear officious in the eye of a family which probably wishes not any communication with me. To James Harlowe, Jr., Esq. Sir, the letter which the bearer of this brings with him will, I presume, make it unnecessary to acquaint you and my cousins with the death of the most excellent of women. But I am requested by her executor, who will soon send you a copy of her last will, to acquaint her father, which I choose to do by your means, that in it she earnestly desires to be laid in the family vault, at the feet of her grandfather. If her father will not admit of it, she has directed her body to be buried in the churchyard of the parish where she died. I need not tell you that a speedy answer to this is necessary. Her beatification commenced yesterday afternoon, exactly at 40 minutes after 6. I can write no more than that I am yours, etc., William Morden. Friday morning, September 8. By the time this was written, and the Colonel's leave transcribed, Harry was booted and spurred, his horse at the door; and I delivered him the letters to the family, with those to Mrs. Norton and Miss Howe, 8 in all, together with the above of the Colonel to Mr. James Harlowe, and gave him orders to use the utmost dispatch with them. The Colonel and I have bespoke mourning for ourselves and servants. End of Letter XII. Letter XIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. by Samuel Richardson. Letter XIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday, 10 o'clock. Poor Mrs. Norton is come. She was set down at the door, and would have gone up stairs directly. But Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick being together and in tears, and the former hinting too suddenly to the truly venerable woman the fatal news, she sunk down at her feet in fits, so that they were forced to breathe vain to bring her to herself, and to a capacity for exclamation. And then she ran on to Mrs. Lovick and me, who entered just as she recovered, in praise of the lady, in lamentations for her, and invectives against you. But yet so circumscribed were her invectives, that I could observe in them the woman well educated, and in her lamentations the passion Christianized, as I may say. She was impatient to see the corpse. The women went up with her; but they owned that they were too much affected themselves on this occasion to describe her extremely affecting behaviour. With trembling impatience she pushed aside the coffin lid. She bathed the face with her tears, and kissed her cheeks and forehead, as if she were living. It was she indeed, she said, her sweet young lady, her very self; nor had death, which changed all things, a power to alter her lovely features. She admired the serenity of her aspect. She no doubt was happy, she said, as she had written to her she should be. But how many miserable creatures had she left behind her! The good woman lamenting that she herself had lived to be one of them. It was with difficulty they prevailed upon her to quit the corpse; and when they went into the next apartment, I joined them, and acquainted her with the kind legacy her beloved young lady had left her. But this rather augmented than diminished her concern. She ought, she said, to have attended her in person. What was the world to her, wringing her hands, now the child of her bosom and of her heart was no more? Her principal consolation, however, was, that she should not long survive her. She hoped, she said, that she did not sin, in wishing she might not. It was easy to observe, by the similitude of sentiments shown in this and other particulars, that the divine lady owed to this excellent woman many of her good notions. I thought it would divert the poor gentlewoman, and not altogether unsuitably, if I were to put her upon furnishing mourning for herself, as it would rouse her, by a seasonable and necessary employment, from that dismal lethargy of grief which generally succeeds to the violent anguish with which a gentle nature is accustomed to be torn upon the first communication of the unexpected loss of a dear friend. I gave her therefore the 30 guineas bequeathed to her and to her son for mourning, the only mourning which the testatrix has mentioned, and desired her to lose no time in preparing her own, as I doubted not that she would accompany the corpse, if it were permitted to be carried down. The Colonel proposes to attend the hearse, if his kindred give him not fresh cause of displeasure, and will take with him a copy of the will. And being intent to give the family some favourable impressions of me, he desired me to permit him to take with him the copy of the posthumous letter to me, which I readily granted. He is so kind as to promise me a minute account of all that should pass on the melancholy occasion; and we have begun a friendship and settled a correspondence, which but one instant can possibly happen to interrupt to the end of our lives; and that I hope will not happen. But what must be the grief, the remorse, that will seize upon the hearts of this hitherto inexorable family, on the receiving of the posthumous letters, and that of the Colonel apprizing them of what has happened! I have given requisite orders to an undertaker, on the supposition that the body will be permitted to be carried down, and the women intend to fill the coffin with aromatic herbs. The Colonel has obliged me to take the bills and drafts which he brought up with him, for the considerable sums which accrued since the grandfather's death from the lady's estate. I could have shown to Mrs. Norton the copies of the 2 letters which she missed by coming up; but her grief wants not the heightenings which the reading of them would have given her. I have been dipping into the copies of the posthumous letters to the family, which Harry has carried down. Well may I call this lady divine. They are all calculated to give comfort rather than reproach, though their cruelty to her merited nothing but reproach. But were I in any of their places, how much rather had I that she had quitted scores with me by the most severe recrimination, than that she should thus nobly triumph over me by a generosity that has no example! I will enclose some of them, which I desire you to return as soon as you can. End of Letter XIII.
Letter XIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XIV. To the ever-honoured James Harlowe, Senior, Esquire. Most dear Sir, with exulting confidence now does your emboldened daughter come into your awful presence by these lines, who dared not, but upon this occasion, to look up to you with hopes of favour and forgiveness, since, when this comes to your hands, it will be out of her power ever to offend you more. And now let me bless you, my honoured papa, and bless you, as I write, upon my knees, for all the benefits I have received from your indulgence; for your fond love to me in the days of my prattling innocence; for the virtuous education you gave me; and for, the crown of all, the happy end, which, through divine grace, by means of that virtuous education, I hope, by the time you will receive this, I shall have made. And let me beg of you, dear, venerable Sir, to blot out from your remembrance, if possible, the last unhappy 8 months; and then I shall hope to be remembered with advantage for the pleasure you had the goodness to take in your Clarissa. Still on her knees, let your poor penitent implore your forgiveness of all her faults and follies, more especially of that fatal error which threw her out of your protection. When you know, Sir, that I have never been faulty in my will; that ever since my calamity became irretrievable, I have been in a state of preparation; that I have the strongest assurance that the Almighty has accepted my unfeigned repentance; and that by this time you will, as I humbly presume to hope, have been the means of adding one to the number of the blessed; you will have reason for joy rather than sorrow; since, had I escaped the snares by which I was entangled, I might have wanted those exercises which I look upon now as so many mercies dispensed, to wean me betimes from a world that presented itself to me with prospects too alluring; and, in that case, too easily satisfied with a worldly felicity, I might not have attained to that blessedness in which now, on your reading of this, I humbly presume, through the divine goodness, I am rejoicing. That the Almighty, in his own good time, will bring you, Sir, and my ever-honoured mother, after a series of earthly felicities, of which my unhappy fault be the only interruption, and very grievous I know that must have been, to rejoice in the same blessed state, is the repeated prayer of, Sir, your now happy daughter, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XIV. Letter XV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XV. To the ever-honoured Mrs. Harlowe. Honoured Madam,
The last time I had the boldness to write to you, it was with all the consciousness of a self-convicted criminal, supplicating her offended judge for mercy and pardon. I now, by these lines, approach you with more assurance; but nevertheless with the highest degree of reverence, gratitude, and duty. The reason of my assurance my letter to my papa will give; and as I humbly on my knees implored his pardon, so now, in the same dutiful manner, do I supplicate yours for the grief and trouble I have given you. Every vein of my heart has bled for an unhappy rashness, which, although involuntary as to the act, from the moment it was committed carried with it its own punishment, and was accompanied with a true and sincere penitence. God, who has been a witness of my distresses, knows that, great as they have been, the greatest of all was the distress that I knew I must have given to you, Madam, and to my father, by a step that had so very ugly an appearance in your eyes and his, and indeed in the eyes of all my family; a step so unworthy of your daughter, and of the education you had given her. But he, I presume to hope, has forgiven me; and, at the instant this will reach your hands, I humbly trust, I shall be rejoicing in the blessed fruits of his forgiveness. And be this your comfort, my ever honoured mamma, that the principal end of your pious care for me is attained, though not in the way so much hoped for. May the grief which my fatal error has given to you both be the only grief that shall ever annoy you in this world. May you, Madam, long live to sweeten the cares and heighten the comforts of my papa. May my sister's continued, and, if possible, augmented duty, happily make up to you the loss you have sustained in me; and whenever my brother and she change their single state, may it be with such satisfaction to you both as may make you forget my offence, and remember me only in those days in which you took pleasure in me. And at last, may a happy meeting with your forgiven penitent in the eternal mansions augment the bliss of her who, purified by sufferings already, when this salutes your hands, presumes she shall be the happy, and for ever happy, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XV. Letter XVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XVI. To James Harlowe, Jr., Esq. Sir, there was but one time, but one occasion, after the rash step I was precipitated upon, that I would hope to be excused looking up to you in the character of a brother and friend. And now is that time, and this the occasion. Now, at reading this, will you pity your late unhappy sister. Now will you forgive her faults, both supposed and real. And now will you afford to her memory that kind concern which you refused to her before. I write, my brother, in the first place, to beg your pardon for the offence my unhappy step gave to you, and to the rest of a family so dear to me. Virgin purity should not so behave as to be suspected, yet, when you come to know all my story, you will find further room for pity, if not more than pity, for your late unhappy sister. O that passion had not been deaf! That misconception would have given way to inquiry! That your rigorous heart, if it could not itself be softened, moderating the power you had obtained over every one, had permitted other hearts more indulgently to expand! But I write not to give pain. I had rather you should think me faulty still, than take to yourself the consequence that will follow from acquitting me. Abandoning therefore a subject which I had not intended to touch upon, for I hope at the writing of this I am above the spirit of recrimination, let me tell you, Sir, that my next motive for writing to you in this last and most solemn manner is, to beg of you to forego any active resentments which may endanger a life so precious to all your friends, against the man to whose elaborate baseness I owe my worldly ruin. For ought an innocent man to run an equal risk with a guilty one? A more than equal risk, as the guilty one has been long inured to acts of violence, and is skilled in the arts of offence. You would not arrogate to yourself God's providence, who has said, Vengeance is mine, and I will repay it. If you would, I tremble for the consequence. For will it not be suitable to the divine justice to punish the presumptuous innocent, as you would be, in this case, in the very error, and that by the hand of the self-defending guilty, reserving him for a future day of vengeance for his accumulated crimes? Leave then the poor wretch to the divine justice. Let your sister's fault die with her. At least, let it not be revived in blood. Life is a short stage, where longest. A little time hence, the now green head will be grey, if it lives this little time. And if Heaven will afford him time for repentance, why should not you? Then think, my brother, what will be the consequence to your dear parents, if the guilty wretch, who has occasioned to them the loss of a daughter, should likewise deprive them of their best hope, and only son, more worth in the family account than several daughters? Would you add, my brother, to those distresses which you hold your sister so inexcusable for having, although from involuntary and undesigned causes, given? Seek not then, I beseech you, to extend the evil consequences of your sister's error. His conscience, when it shall please God to touch it, will be sharper than your sword. I have still another motive for writing to you in this solemn manner. It is to entreat you to watch over your passions. The principal fault I knew you to be guilty of is, the violence of your temper when you think yourself in the right, which you would oftener be, but for that very violence. You have several times brought your life into danger by it. Is not the man guilty of a high degree of injustice, who is more apt to give contradiction than able to bear it? How often with you has impetuosity brought on abasement, a consequence too natural? Let me then caution you, dear Sir, against a warmth of temper, and impetuosity when moved, and you so ready to be moved, that may hurry you into unforeseen difficulties, and which it is in some measure a sin not to endeavour to restrain. God enable you to do it for the sake of your own peace and safety, as well present as future, and for the sake of your family and friends, who all see your fault, but are tender of speaking to you of it. As for me, my brother, my punishment has been seasonable. God gave me grace to make a right use of my sufferings. I early repented. I never loved the man half so much as I hated his actions when I saw what he was capable of. I gave up my whole heart to a better hope. God bless my penitence and my reliance upon him. And now I presume to say, I am happy. May Heaven preserve you in safety, health, and honour, and long continue your life for a comfort and stay to your honoured parents. And may you, in that change of your single state, meet with a wife as agreeable to every one else as to yourself, and be happy in a hopeful race, and not have one Clarissa among them, to embitter your comforts when she should give you most comfort. But may my example be of use to warn the dear creatures, whom once I hope to live to see and to cherish. Of the evils with which the deceitful world abounds, are the prayers of your affectionate sister, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XVI. Letter XVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XVII. To Miss Harlowe. Now may you, my dear Arabella, unrestrained by the severity of your virtue, let fall a pitying tear on the past faults and sufferings of your late unhappy sister, since now she can never offend you more. The divine mercy, which first inspired her with repentance, an early repentance it was, since it preceded her sufferings, for an error which she offers not to extenuate, although perhaps it were capable of some extenuation, has now, at the instant that you are reading this, as I humbly hope, blessed her with the fruits of it. Thus already, even while she writes, in imagination purified and exalted, she the more fearlessly writes to her sister, and now is assured of pardon for all those little occasions of displeasure which her forwarder youth might give you, and for the disgrace which her fall has fastened upon you and upon her family. May you, my sister, continue to bless those dear and honoured relations, whose indulgence so well deserves your utmost gratitude, with those cheerful instances of duty and obedience, which have hitherto been so acceptable to them and praiseworthy in you. And may you, when a suitable proposal shall offer, fill up more worthily that chasm which the loss they have sustained in me has made in the family. Thus, my Arabella, my only sister, and for many happy years my friend, most fervently prays that sister whose affection for you no acts, no unkindness, no misconstruction of her conduct could cancel, and who now, made perfect, as she hopes, through sufferings, styles herself the happy Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XVII. Letter XVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XVIII. To John and Antony Harlowe, Esquires. Honoured Sirs, when these lines reach your hands, your late unhappy niece will have known the end of all her troubles, and, as she humbly hopes, will be rejoicing in the mercies of a gracious God, who has declared that he will forgive the truly penitent of heart. I write, therefore, my dear uncles, and to you both in one letter, since your fraternal love has made you both but as one person, to give you comfort and not distress. For, however sharp my afflictions have been, they have been but of short duration, and I am betimes, happily as I hope, arrived at the end of a painful journey. At the same time I write to thank you both for all your kind indulgence to me, and to beg your forgiveness of my last, my only great fault, to you and to my family. The ways of Providence are unsearchable. Various are the means made use of by it to bring poor sinners to a sense of their duty. Some are drawn by love, others are driven by terrors, to their divine refuge. I had for 18 years out of 19 rejoiced in the favour and affection of every one. No trouble came near to my heart. I seemed to be one of those designed to be drawn by the silken cords of love. But perhaps I was too apt to value myself upon the love and favour of every one, the merit of the good I delighted to do, and of the inclinations which were given me, and which I could not help having. I was, perhaps, too ready to attribute to myself. And now, being led to account for the cause of my temporary calamities, find I had a secret pride to be punished for, which I had not fathomed; and it was necessary, perhaps, that some sore and terrible misfortune should befall me, in order to mortify that my pride, and that my vanity. Temptations were accordingly sent. I shrunk in the day of trial. My discretion, which had been so cried up, was found wanting, when it came to be weighed in an equal balance. I was betrayed, fell, and became the byword of my companions, and a disgrace to my family, which had prided itself in me perhaps too much. But as my fault was not that of a culpable will, when my pride was sufficiently mortified, I was not suffered, although surrounded by dangers, and entangled in snares, to be totally lost; but purified by sufferings, I was fitted for the change I have now, at the time you will receive this, so newly, and, as I humbly hope, so happily experienced. Rejoice with me then, dear Sirs, that I have weathered so great a storm; nor let it be matter of concern that I am cut off in the bloom of youth. There is no inquisition in the grave, says the wise man, whether we live 10 or 100 years, and the day of death is better than the day of our birth. Once more, dear Sirs, accept my grateful thanks for all your goodness to me, from my early childhood to the day, the unhappy day, of my error. Forgive that error, and God give us a happy meeting in a blessed eternity, prays Your most dutiful and obliged kinswoman, Clarissa Harlowe. Mr. Belford gives the ladies' posthumous letters to Mrs. Hervey, Miss Howe, and Mrs. Norton, at length likewise. But, although every letter varies in style, as well as matter, from the others, yet, as they are written on the same subject, and are pretty long, it is thought proper to abstract them. That to her aunt Hervey is written in the same pious and generous strain with those preceding, seeking to give comfort rather than distress. The Almighty, I hope, says she, has received and blessed my penitence, and I am happy. Could I have been more than so at the end of what is called a happy life of 20 or 30 or 40 years to come? And what are 20 or 30 or 40 years to look back upon? In half of any of these periods, what friends might not I have mourned for? What temptations from worldly prosperity might I not have encountered with? And in such a case, immersed in earthly pleasures, how little likelihood that, in my last stage, I should have been blessed with such a preparation and resignation as I have now been blessed with? She proceeds as follows. Thus much, Madam, of comfort to you, and to myself, from this dispensation. As to my dear parents, I hope they will console themselves that they have still many blessings left, which ought to balance the troubles my error has given them. That, unhappy as I have been to be the interrupter of their felicities, they never, till this my fault, know any heavy evil. That afflictions patiently borne may be turned into blessings. That uninterrupted happiness is not to be expected in this life. That, after all, they have not, as I humbly presume to hope, the probability of the everlasting perdition of their child to deplore; and that, in short, when my story comes to be fully known, they will have the comfort to find that my sufferings redound more to my honour than to my disgrace. These considerations will, I hope, make their temporary loss of but one child out of 3, unhappily circumstanced too as she was, matter of greater consolation than affliction; and the rather, as we may hope for a happy meeting once more, never to be separated either by time or offences. She concludes this letter with an address to her cousin Dolly Hervey, whom she calls her amiable cousin, and thankfully remembers for the part she took in her afflictions. O my dear cousin, let your worthy heart be guarded against those delusions which have been fatal to my worldly happiness. That pity which you bestowed upon me demonstrates a gentleness of nature which may possibly subject you to misfortunes, if your eye be permitted to mislead your judgment. But a strict observance of your filial duty, my dearest cousin, and the precepts of so prudent a mother as you have the happiness to have, enforced by so sad an example in your own family, as I have set, will, I make no doubt, with the divine assistance, be your guard and security. The posthumous letter to Miss Howe is extremely tender and affectionate. She pathetically calls upon her to rejoice that all her Clarissa's troubles are now at an end; that the state of temptation and trial, of doubt and uncertainty, is now over with her; and that she has happily escaped the snares that were laid for her soul: the rather to rejoice, as that her misfortunes were of such a nature that it was impossible she could be tolerably happy in this life. She thankfully acknowledges the favours she had received from Mrs. Howe and Mr. Hickman; and expresses her concern for the trouble she has occasioned to the former as well as to her; and prays that all the earthly blessings they used to wish to each other may singly devolve upon her. She beseeches her, that she will not suspend the day which shall supply to herself the friend she will have lost in her, and give to herself a still nearer and dearer relation. She tells her, that her choice, a choice made with the approbation of all her friends, has fallen upon a sincere, an honest, a virtuous, and, what is more than all, a pious man; a man who, although he admires her person, is still more in love with the graces of her mind. And as those graces are improvable with every added year of life, which will impair the transitory ones of person, what a firm basis, infers she, has Mr. Hickman chosen to build his love upon! She prays that God will bless them together; and that the remembrance of her, and of what she has suffered, may not interrupt their mutual happiness. She desires them to think of nothing but what she now is; and that a time will come when they shall meet again, never to be divided. To the divine protection, mean time, she commits her; and charges her, by the love that has always subsisted between them, that she will not mourn too heavily for her; and again calls upon her, after a gentle tear, which she will allow her to let fall in memory of their uninterrupted friendship, to rejoice that she is so easily released, and that she is purified by her sufferings, and is made, as she assuredly trusts, by God's goodness, eternally happy. The posthumous letters to Mr. Lovelace and Mr. Morden will be inserted hereafter; as will also the substance of that written to Mrs. Norton. End of Letter XVIII. Letter XIX. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XIX. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday afternoon, Sept. 9. I understand, that thou breathest nothing but revenge against me, for treating thee with so much freedom, and against the cursed woman and her infernal crew. I am not at all concerned for thy menaces against myself. It is my design to make thee feel. It gives me pleasure to find my intention answered. And I congratulate thee, that thou hast not lost that sense. As to the cursed crew, well do they deserve the fire here, that thou threatenest them with, and the fire hereafter, that seems to await them. But I have this moment received news which will, in all likelihood, save thee the guilt of punishing the old wretch for her share of wickedness as thy agent. But if that happens to her which is likely to happen, wilt thou not tremble for what may befall the principal? Not to keep thee longer in suspense, last night, it seems, the infamous woman got so heartily intoxicated with her beloved liquor, arrack punch, at the expense of Colonel Salter, that, mistaking her way, she fell down a pair of stairs, and broke her leg. And now, after a dreadful night, she lies foaming, raving, roaring, in a burning fever, that wants not any other fire to scorch her into a feeling more exquisite and durable than any thy vengeance could give her. The wretch has requested me to come to her; and, lest I should refuse a common messenger, sent her vile associate, Sally Martin, who, not finding me at Soho, came hither; another part of her business being to procure the divine lady's pardon for the old creature's wickedness to her. This devil incarnate, Sally, declares that she never was so shocked in her life as when I told her the lady was dead. She took out her salts to keep from fainting; and, when a little recovered, she accused herself for her part of the injuries the lady had sustained, as she said Polly Horton would do for hers; and, shedding tears, declared that the world never produced such another woman. She called her the ornament and glory of her sex; acknowledged that her ruin was owing more to their instigations than even, savage as thou art, to thy own vileness, since thou art inclined to have done her justice more than once, had they not kept up thy profligate spirit to its height. This wretch would fain have been admitted to a sight of the corpse; but I refused the request with execrations. She could forgive herself, she said, for every thing but her insults upon the admirable lady at Rowland's, since all the rest was but in pursuit of a livelihood, to which she had been reduced, as she boasted, from better expectations, and which 100 follow as well as she. I did not ask her, by whom reduced. At going away, she told me, that the old monster's bruises are of more dangerous consequence than the fracture; that a mortification is apprehended; and that the vile wretch has so much compunction of heart, on recollecting her treatment of Miss Harlowe, and is so much set upon procuring her forgiveness, that she is sure the news she is to carry her will hasten her end. All these things I leave upon thy reflection. End of Letter XIX. Letter XX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XX. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday night. Your servant gives me a dreadful account of your raving unmanageableness. I wonder not at it. But as nothing violent is lasting, I dare say that your habitual gaiety of heart will quickly get the better of your phrensy; and the rather do I judge so, as your fits are of the raving kind, suitable to your natural impetuosity, and not of that melancholy species which seizes slower souls. For this reason I will proceed in writing to you, that my narrative may not be broken by your discomposure, and that the contents of it may find you, and help you to reflection, when you shall be restored. Harry is returned from carrying the posthumous letters to the family, and to Miss Howe, and that of the Colonel, which acquaints James Harlowe with his sister's death, and with her desire to be interred near her grandfather. Harry was not admitted into the presence of any of the family. They were all assembled together, it seems, at Harlowe place, on occasion of the Colonel's letter, which informed them of the lady's dangerous way, and were comforting themselves, as Harry was told, with hopes that Mr. Morden had made the worst of her state, in order to quicken their resolutions. It is easy to judge what must be their grief and surprise, on receiving the fatal news which the letters Harry sent in to them communicated. He stayed there long enough to find the whole house in confusion, the servants running different ways, lamenting and wringing their hands as they ran, the female servants particularly, as if somebody (poor Mrs. Harlowe, no doubt, and perhaps Mrs. Hervey too) were in fits. Every one was in such disorder, that he could get no commands, nor obtain any notice of himself. The servants seemed more inclined to execrate than welcome him. O master! O young man! cried 3 or 4 together, what dismal tidings have you brought? They helped him, at the very first word, to his horse, which, with great civility, they had put up on his arrival; and he went to an inn, and pursued on foot his way to Mrs. Norton's, and finding her come to town, left the letter he carried down for her with her son, a fine youth, who, when he heard the fatal news, burst out into a flood of tears, first lamenting the lady's death, and then crying out, What would become of his poor mother? How would she support herself, when she should find, on her arrival in town, that the dear lady, who was so deservedly the darling of her heart, was no more? He proceeded to Miss Howe's with a letter for her. That lady, he was told, had just given orders for a young man, a tenant's son, to post to London, and bring her news of her dear friend's condition, and whether she should herself be encouraged, by an account of her being still alive, to make her a visit; every thing being ordered to be in readiness for her going up, on his return with the news she wished and prayed for, with the utmost impatience. And Harry was just in time to prevent the man setting out. He had the precaution to desire to speak with Miss Howe's woman or maid, and communicated to her the fatal tidings, that she might break them to her young lady. The maid herself was so affected, that her old lady, who, Harry said, seemed to be every where at once, came to see what ailed her, and was herself so struck with the communication, that she was forced to sit down in a chair. O the sweet creature! said she. And is it come to this? O my poor Nancy! How shall I be able to break the matter to my Nancy? Mr. Hickman was in the house. He hastened in to comfort the old lady; but he could not restrain his own tears. He feared, he said, when he was last in town, that this sad event would soon happen; but little thought it would be so very soon. But she is happy, I am sure, said the good gentleman. Mrs. Howe, when a little recovered, went up, in order to break the news to her daughter. She took the letter, and her salts, in her hand; and they had occasion for the latter. For the housekeeper soon came hurrying down into the kitchen, her face overspread with tears. Her young mistress had fainted away, she said; nor did she wonder at it. Never did there live a lady more deserving of general admiration and lamentation than Miss Clarissa Harlowe; and never was there a stronger friendship dissolved by death than between her young lady and her. She hurried with a lighted wax candle, and with feathers, to burn under the nose of her young mistress, which showed that she continued in fits. Mr. Hickman afterwards, with his usual humanity, directed that Harry should be taken care of all night, it being then the close of day. He asked him after my health. He expressed himself excessively afflicted, as well for the death of the most excellent of women, as for the just grief of the lady whom he so passionately loves. But he called the departed lady an angel of light. We dreaded, said he, tell your master, to read the letter sent, but we needed not. 'Tis a blessed letter, written by a blessed hand. But the consolation she aims to give will for the present heighten the sense we all shall have of the loss of so excellent a creature. Tell Mr. Belford that I thank God I am not the man who had the unmerited honour to call himself her brother. I know how terribly this great catastrophe, as I may call it, since so many persons are interested in it, affects thee. I should have been glad to have had particulars of the distress which the first communication of it must have given to the Harlowes. Yet who but must pity the unhappy mother? The answer which James Harlowe returned to Colonel Morden's letter of notification of his sister's death, and to her request as to her interment, will give a faint idea of what their concern must be. Here follows a copy of it. To William Morden, Esq. Saturday, September 9. Dear Cousin, I cannot find words to express what we all suffer on the most mournful news that ever was communicated to us. My sister Arabella (but, alas! I have now no other sister) was preparing to follow Mrs. Norton up, and I had resolved to escort her, and to have looked in upon the dear creature. God be merciful to us all! To what purpose did the doctor write, if she was so near her end? Why, as every body says, did he not send sooner? Or why at all? The most admirable young creature that ever swerved! Not one friend to be with her! Alas, Sir! I fear my mother will never get over this shock. She has been in hourly fits ever since she received the fatal news. My poor father has the gout thrown into his stomach; and Heaven knows, O Cousin, O Sir, I meant nothing but the honour of the family; yet have I all the weight thrown upon me. O this cursed Lovelace! May I perish if he escape the deserved vengeance! The words thus enclosed were omitted in the transcript to Mr. Lovelace. We had begun to please ourselves that we should soon see her here. Good Heaven! That her next entrance into this house, after she abandoned us so precipitately, should be in a coffin! We can have nothing to do with her executor. Another strange step of the dear creature's. He cannot expect we will; nor, if he be a gentleman, will he think of acting. Do you therefore be pleased, Sir, to order an undertaker to convey the body down to us. My mother says she shall be for ever unhappy, if she may not in death see the dear creature, whom she could not see in life. Be so kind, therefore, as to direct the lid to be only half screwed down, that, if my poor mother cannot be prevailed upon to dispense with so shocking a spectacle, she may be obliged. She was the darling of her heart. If we know her well in relation to the funeral, it shall be punctually complied with, as shall every thing in it that is fit or reasonable to be performed, and this without the intervention of strangers. Will you not, dear Sir, favour us with your presence at this melancholy time? Pray do, and pity and excuse, with the generosity which is natural to the brave and the wise, what passed at our last meeting. Every one's respects attend you. And I am, Sir, your inexpressibly afflicted cousin and servant, James Harlowe, Jr. Every thing that's fit or reasonable to be performed! Repeated I to the Colonel from the above letter, on his reading it to me. That is every thing which she has directed that can be performed. I hope, Colonel, that I shall have no contention with them. I wish no more for their acquaintance than they do for mine. But you, Sir, must be the mediator between them and me; for I shall insist upon a literal performance in every article. The Colonel was so kind as to declare that he would support me in my resolution. End of Letter XX.
Letter XXI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXI. Mr. Belford, to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, September 10th. I stayed at Smith's, till I saw the last of all that is mortal of the divine lady. As she has directed rings by her will to several persons, with her hair to be set in crystal, the afflicted Mrs. Norton cut off, before the coffin was closed, 4 charming ringlets, one of which the Colonel took for a locket, which he says he will cause to be made, and wear next his heart in memory of his beloved cousin. Between 4 and 5 in the morning, the corpse was put into the hearse, the coffin before being filled as intended, with flowers and aromatic herbs, and proper care taken to prevent the corpse suffering, to the eye, from the jolting of the hearse. Poor Mrs. Norton is extremely ill. I gave particular directions to Mrs. Smith's maid,
whom I have ordered to attend the good woman in a mourning chariot, to take care of her. The Colonel, who rides with his servants within view of the hearse, says that he will see my orders in relation to her enforced. When the hearse moved off, and was out of sight, I locked up the lady's chamber, into which all that had belonged to her was removed. I expect to hear from the Colonel as soon as he is got down, by a servant of his own. End of Letter XXI.
Letter XXII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXII. Mr. Mowbray to John Belford, Esq. Uxbridge, Sunday morning, 9 o'clock. Dear Jack, I send you enclosed a letter from Mr. Lovelace, which, though written in the cursed algebra, I know to be such a one as will show what a queer way he is in; for he read it to us with the air of a tragedian. You will see by it what the mad fellow had intended to do, if we had not all of us interposed. He was actually setting out with a surgeon of this place to have the lady opened and embalmed. Rot me, if it be not my full persuasion that, if he had, her heart would have been found to be either iron or marble. We have got Lord M. to him. His lordship is also much afflicted at the lady's death. His sisters and nieces, he says, will be ready to break their hearts. What a rout's here about a woman! For, after all, she was no more. We have taken a pailful of black bull's blood from him, and this has lowered him a little. But he threatens Colonel Morden. He threatens you for your cursed reflections. Cursed reflections indeed, Jack. And curses all the world and himself still. Last night his mourning, which is full as deep as for a wife, was brought home, and his fellows' mourning too. And though 8 o'clock, he would put it on, and make them attend him in theirs. Every body blames him on this lady's account. But I see not for why. She was a vixen in her virtue. What a pretty fellow she has ruined! Hey, Jack! And her relations are 10 times more to blame than he. I will prove this to the teeth of them all. If they could use her ill, why should they expect him to use her well? You or I or Tourville, in his shoes, would have done as he has done. Are not all the girls forewarned? Has he done by her as that caitiff Miles did to the farmer's daughter, whom he tricked up to town? A pretty girl also, just such another as Bob's Rosebud, under a notion of waiting on a lady, drilled her on, pretending the lady was abroad, drank her light-hearted, then carried her to a play, then it was too late, you know, to see the pretended lady, then to a bagnio, ruined her, as they call it, and all this the same day. Kept her on, an ugly dog too, a fortnight or 3 weeks, then left her to the mercy of the people of the bagnio, never paying for any thing, who stripped her of all her clothes, and because she would not take on, threw her into prison, where she died in want and despair. A true story thou knowest, Jack. This fellow deserved to be damned. But has our Bob been such a villain as this? And would he not have married this flinty-hearted lady? So he is justified, very evidently. Why then should such cursed qualms take him? Who would have thought he had been such poor blood? Now, rot the puppy! To see him sit silent in a corner, when he has tired himself with his mock majesty and with his argumentation, who so fond of arguing as he, and teaching his shadow to make mouths against the wainscot. The devil fetch me if I have patience with him. But he has had no rest for these 10 days. That's the thing. You must write to him, and prithee coax him, Jack, and send him what he writes for, and give him all his way. There will be no bearing him else. And get the lady buried as fast as you can, and don't let him know where. This letter should have gone yesterday. We told him it did, but were in hopes he would have inquired after it again. But he raves as he has not any answer. What he vouchsafed to read of other of your letters has given my Lord such a curiosity as makes him desire you to continue your accounts. Pray do, but not in your hellish Arabic, and we will let the poor fellow only into what we think fitting for his present way. I live a cursed dull poking life here. What with I so lately saw of poor Belton, and what I now see of this charming fellow, I shall be as crazy as he soon, or as dull as thou, Jack, so must seek for better company in town than either of you. I have been forced to read sometimes to divert me, and you know I hate reading. It presently sets me into a fit of drowsiness, and then I yawn and stretch like a devil. Yet in Dryden's Palamon and Arcite have I just now met with a passage that has in it much of our Bob's case. These are some of the lines. Mr. Mowbray then recites some lines from that poem, describing a distracted man, and runs the parallel, and then, priding himself in his performance, says, let me tell you, that had I begun to write as early as you and Lovelace, I might have cut as good a figure as either of you. Why not? But boy or man, I ever hated a book. 'Tis folly to lie.
I loved action, my boy. I hated droning, and have led in former days more boys from their book than ever my master made to profit by it. Kicking and cuffing and orchard robbing were my early glory. But I am tired of writing. I never wrote such a long letter in my life. My wrist and my fingers and thumb ache damnedly. The pen is an hundredweight at least, and my eyes are ready to drop out of my head upon the paper. The cramp but this minute in my fingers! Rot the goose, and the goose quill. I will write no more long letters for a 12-month to come. Yet one word. We think the mad fellow coming too. Adieu. End of Letter XXII. Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Uxbridge, Saturday, September 9th. Jack, I think it absolutely right that my ever dear and beloved lady should be opened and embalmed. It must be done out of hand this very afternoon. Your acquaintance Tomkins and old Anderson of this place I will bring with me, shall be the surgeons. I have talked to the latter about it. I will see every thing done with that decorum which the case and the sacred person of my beloved require. Every thing that can be done to preserve the charmer from decay shall also be done. And when she will descend to her original dust, or cannot be kept longer, I will then have her laid in my family vault, between my own father and mother. Myself, as I am in my soul, so in person, chief mourner. But her heart, to which I have such unquestionable pretensions, in which once I had so large a share, and which I will prize above my own, I will have. I will keep it in spirits. It shall never be out of my sight. And all the charges of sepulture, too, shall be mine. Surely nobody will dispute my right to her. Whose was she living? Whose is she dead but mine? Her cursed parents, whose barbarity to her, no doubt, was the true cause of her death, have long since renounced her. She left them for me. She chose me, therefore, and I was her husband. What though I treated her like a villain? Do I not pay for it now? Would she not have been mine, had I not? Nobody will dispute but she would. And has she not forgiven me? I am then in statu quo prius with her, am I not? As if I had never offended? Whose then can she be but mine? I will free you from your executorship, and all your cares. Take notice, Belford, that I do hereby actually discharge you, and every body, from all cares and troubles relating to her. And as to her last testament, I will execute it myself. There were no articles between us, no settlements, and she is mine, as you see I have proved to a demonstration, nor could she dispose of herself but as I please. Damnation seize me then, if I make not good my right against all opposers. Her bowels, if her friends are very solicitous about them, and very humble and sorrowful, and none have they of their own, shall be sent down to them, to be laid with her ancestors, unless she has ordered otherwise. For except that she shall not be committed to the unworthy earth, so long as she can be kept out of it, her will shall be performed in every thing. I send, in the mean time, for a lock of her hair. I charge you stir not in any part of her will, but by my express direction. I will order every thing myself. For am I not her husband? And being forgiven by her, am I not the chosen of her heart? What else signifies her forgiveness? The two insufferable wretches you have sent me plague me to death, and would treat me like a babe in strings. Damn the fellows! What end can they mean by it? Yet that crippled monkey Dolman joins with them. And as I hear them whisper, they have sent for Lord M. To controul me, I suppose. What I write to you for is, 1. To forbid you intermeddling with any thing relating to her. To forbid Morden intermeddling also. If I remember right, he has threatened me, and cursed me, and used me ill. And let him be gone from her, if he would avoid my resentment. 2. To send me a lock of her hair instantly by the bearer. 3. To engage Tomkins to have every thing ready for the opening and embalming. I shall bring Anderson with me. 4. To get her will and every thing ready for my perusal and consideration. I will have possession of her dear heart this very night, and let Tomkins provide a proper receptacle and spirits, till I can get a golden one made for it. I will take her papers; and as no one can do her memory justice equal to myself, and I will not spare myself, who can better show the world what she was, and what a villain he that could use her ill? And the world shall also see what implacable and unworthy parents she had. All shall be set forth in words at length. No mincing of the matter. Names undisguised as well as facts. For, as I shall make the worst figure in it myself, and have a right to treat myself as nobody else shall, who shall controul me? Who dare call me to account?
Let me know, if the damned mother be yet the subject of the devil's own vengeance, if the old wretch be dead or alive. Some exemplary mischief I must yet do. My revenge shall sweep away that devil, and all my opposers of the cruel Harlowe family, from the face of the earth. Whole hecatombs ought to be offered up to the manes of my Clarissa Lovelace. Although her will may in some respects cross mine, yet I expect to be observed. I will be the interpreter of hers. Next to mine, hers shall be observed, for she is my wife, and shall be to all eternity. I will never have another. Dear Jack, I am preparing to be with you. I charge you, as you value my life or your own, do not oppose me in any thing relating to my Clarissa Lovelace. My temper is entirely altered. I know not what it is to laugh, or smile, or be pleasant. I am grown choleric and impatient, and will not be controuled. I write this in characters as I used to do, that nobody but you should know what I write. For never was any man plagued with impertinence as I am. R. Lovelace, in a separate paper enclosed in the above. Let me tell thee, in character still, that I am in a dreadful way just now. My brain is all boiling like a cauldron over a fiery furnace. What a devil is the matter with me, I wonder? I never was so strange in my life. In truth, Jack, I have been a most execrable villain. And when I consider all my actions to the angel of a woman, and in her the piety, the charity, the wit, the beauty, I have helped to destroy, and the good to the world I have thereby been a mean of frustrating, I can pronounce damnation upon myself. How then can I expect mercy any where else? I believe I shall have no patience with you when I see you. Your damned stings and reflections have almost turned my brain. But here Lord M. they tell me is come. Damn him, and those who sent for him. I know not what I have written. But her dear heart and a lock of her hair I will have, let who will be the gainsayers. For is she not mine? Whose else can she be? She has no father nor mother, no sister, no brother, no relations but me. And my beloved is mine, and I am hers, and that's enough. But oh! she's out. The damp of death has quenched her quite. Those spicy doors her lips are shut, close locked, which never gale of life shall open more. And is it so? Is it indeed so? Good God! Good God! But they will not let me write on. I must go down to this officious peer. Who the devil sent for him? End of Letter XXIII. Letter XXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIV. Mr. Belford, to Richard Mowbray, Esq. Sunday, September 10th, 4 in the afternoon. I have yours, with our unhappy friends, enclosed. I am glad my Lord is with him. As I presume that his frenzy will be but of short continuance, I most earnestly wish that, on his recovery, he could be prevailed upon to go abroad. Mr. Morden, who is inconsolable, has seen by the will, as indeed he suspected before he read it, that the case was more than a common seduction, and has dropped hints already that he looks on himself, on that account, as freed from his promises made to the dying lady, which were, that he would not seek to avenge her death. You must make the recovery of his health the motive for urging him on this head; for if you hint at his own safety, he will not stir, but rather seek the Colonel. As to the lock of hair, you may easily pacify him, as you once saw the angel, with hair near the colour, if he be intent upon it. At my Lord's desire, I will write on, and in my common hand, that you may judge what is, and what is not, fit to be read to Mr. Lovelace at present. But as I shall not forbear reflections as I go along, in hopes to reach his heart on his recovery, I think it best to direct myself to him still, and that as if he were not disordered. As I shall not have leisure to take copies, and yet am willing to have the whole subject before me, for my own future contemplation, I must insist upon a return of my letters some time hence. Mr. Lovelace knows that this is one of my conditions, and has hitherto complied with it. Thy letter, Mowbray, is an inimitable performance. Thou art a strange impenetrable creature. But let me most earnestly conjure thee, and the idle flutterer Tourville, from what you have seen of poor Belton's exit, from my friend Lovelace's frenzy, and the occasion of it, and from the terrible condition in which the wretched Sinclair lies, to set about an immediate change of life and manners. For my own part, I am determined, be your resolutions what they may, to take the advice I give. As witness, J. Belford. End of Letter XXIV.
LETTER XXV OF CLARISSA HARLOWE, OR THE HISTORY OF A YOUNG LADY, VOL. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXV. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. O Lovelace! I have a scene to paint in relation to the wretched Sinclair that, if I do it justice, will make thee seriously ponder and reflect, or nothing can. I will lead thee to it in order, and that in my usual hand, that thy compeers may be able to read it as well as thyself. When I had written the preceding letter, not knowing what to do with myself, recollecting, and in vain wishing for that delightful and improving conversation, which I had now for ever lost, I thought I had as good begin the task, which I had for some time past resolved to begin, that is to say, to go to church, and see if I could not reap some benefit from what I should hear there. Accordingly I determined to go to hear the celebrated preacher at St. James's Church; but, as if the devil, for so I was then ready to conclude, thought himself concerned to prevent my intention, a visit was made me, just as I was dressed, which took me off from my purpose. From whom should this visit be, but from Sally Martin, accompanied by Mrs. Carter, the sister of the infamous Sinclair? The same, I suppose I need not tell you, who keeps the bagnio near Bloomsbury. These told me that the surgeon, apothecary, and physician, had all given the wretched woman over; but that she said she should not die, nor be at rest, till she saw me; and they besought me to accompany them in the coach they came in, if I had one spark of charity, of Christian charity, as they called it, left. I was very loath to be diverted from my purpose by a request so unwelcome, and from people so abhorred; but at last went, and we got thither by 10, where a scene so shocking presented itself to me, that the death of poor desponding Belton is not, I think, to be compared with it. The old wretch had once put her leg out by her rage and violence, and had been crying, scolding, cursing, ever since the preceding evening, that the surgeon had told her it was impossible to save her; and that her mortification had begun to show itself, insomuch that, purely in compassion to their own ears, they had been forced to send for another surgeon, purposely to tell her, though against his judgment, and, being a friend of the other, to seem to convince him, that he mistook the case, and that, if she would be patient, she might recover. But, nevertheless, her apprehensions of death, and her antipathy to the thoughts of dying, were so strong, that their imposture had not the intended effect; and she was raving, crying, cursing, and even howling, more like a wolf than a human creature, when I came. So that, as I went up stairs, I said, surely this noise, this howling, cannot be from the unhappy woman. Sally said it was, and assured me that it was nothing to the noise she had made all night; and stepping into her room before me, Dear Madam Sinclair, said she, forbear this noise. It is more like that of a bull than a woman. Here comes Mr. Belford, and you'll fright him away, if you bellow at this rate. There were no less than 8 of her cursed daughters surrounding her bed, when I entered; one of her partners, Polly Horton, at their head; and now Sally, her other partner, and Madam Carter, as they called her, for they are all madams with one another, made the number 10. All in shocking dishabille, and without stays, except Sally, Carter, and Polly, who, not daring to leave her, had not been in bed all night. The other 7 seemed to have been but just up, risen perhaps from their customers in the forehouse, and their nocturnal orgies, with faces, 3 or 4 of them, that had run, the paint lying in streaky seams not half blowsed off, discovering coarse wrinkled skins, the hair of some of them of divers colours, obliged to the black lead comb, where black was affected, the artificial jet, however, yielding apace to the natural brindle; that of others plastered with oil and powder, the oil predominating, but every one's hanging about her ears and neck in broken curls, or ragged ends; and each at my entrance taken with one motion, stroking their matted locks with both hands under their coifs, mobs, or pinners, every one of which was awry. They were all slip-shod, stockingless some, only underpetticoated all, their gowns, made to cover straddling hoops, hanging trollopy, and tangling about their heels, but hastily wrapped round them, as soon as I came up stairs; and half of them, unpadded, shoulder-bent, pallid limbs, limber-jointed wretches, appearing from a blooming 19 or 20 perhaps overnight, haggard, well-worn strumpets of 38 or 40. I am the more particular in describing to thee the appearance these creatures made in my eyes, when I came into the room, because I believe thou never sawest any of them, much less a group of them, thus unprepared for being seen. Whoever has seen Dean Swift's lady's dressing-room will think this description of Mr. Belford's not only more natural, but more decent painting, as well as better justified by the design, and by the use that may be made of it. I, for my part, never did before, nor had I now; but upon this occasion being thus favoured, if thou hadst, I believe thou wouldst hate a profligate woman, as one of Swift's Yahoos, or Virgil's obscene harpies, squirting their ordure upon the Trojan trenches, since the persons of such in their retirements are as filthy as their minds.
hate them as much as I do, and as much as I admire and next to adore a truly virtuous and elegant woman: for to me it is evident, that, as a neat and clean woman must be an angel of a creature, so a sluttish one is the impurest animal in nature. But these were the veterans, the chosen band: for now and then flitted in to the number of half a dozen or more, by turns, subordinate sinners, undergraduates, younger than some of the chosen phalanx, but not less obscene in their appearance, though indeed not so much beholden to the plastering focus, yet unpropped by stays, squalid, loose in attire, sluggish haired, underpetticoated only as the former, eyes half opened, winking and pinking, mispatched, yawning, stretching, as if from the unworn off effects of the midnight revel, all armed in succession with supplies of cordials, of which every one present was either taster or partaker, under the direction of the busier Dorcas, who frequently popped in, to see her slops duly given and taken. But when I approached the old wretch, what a spectacle presented itself to my eyes! Her misfortune has not at all sunk, but rather, as I thought, increased her flesh, rage and violence perhaps swelling her muscular features. Behold her then, spreading the whole troubled bed with her huge craggy carcass, her mill-post arms held up, her broad hands clenched with violence, her big eyes goggling and flaming ready, as we may suppose those of a salamander, her matted grisly hair made irreverent by her wickedness, her clouted head dress being half off, spread about her fat ears and brawny neck, her livid lips parched and working violently, her broad chin in convulsive motion, her wide mouth, by reason of the contraction of her forehead, which seemed to be half lost in its own frightful furrows, splitting her face, as it were, into two parts, and her huge tongue hideously rolling in it, heaving, puffing as if for breath, her bellows-shaped and varus-coloured breasts ascending by turns to her chin, and descending out of sight with the violence of her gaspings. This was the spectacle, as recollection has enabled me to describe it, that this wretch made to my eye, by her suffragans and daughters, who surveyed her with scowling frighted attention, which one might easily see had more in it of horror and self-concern, and self-condemnation too, than of love or pity, as who should say, See! what we ourselves must one day be. As soon as she saw me, her naturally big voice, more hoarsened by her ravings, broke upon me. O Mr. Belford! O Sir! See what I am come to! See what I am brought to! To have such a cursed crew about me, and not one of them to take care of me! But to let me tumble down stairs so distant from the room I went from! So distant from the room I meant to go to! Cursed, cursed be every careless devil! May this or worse be their fate, every one of them! And then she cursed and swore most vehemently, and the more, as 2 or 3 of them were excusing themselves on the score of their being at that time as unable to help themselves as she. As soon as she had cleared the passage of her throat by the oaths and curses which her wild impatience made her utter, she began in a more hollow and whining strain to bemoan herself. And here, said she, Heaven grant me patience! clenching and unclenching her hands, am I to die thus miserably, of a broken leg in my old age, snatched away by means of my own intemperance? Self-do! Self-undone! No time for my affairs, no time to repent, and in a few hours Oh! Oh! with another long howling Oh! Oh! a kind of screaming key terminating it. Who knows, who can tell where I shall be? Oh! that indeed I never, never had had a being! What could one say to such a wretch as this, whose whole life had been spent in the most diffusive wickedness, and who no doubt has numbers of souls to answer for? Yet I told her she must be patient, that her violence made her worse, and that, if she would compose herself, she might get into a frame more proper for her present circumstances. Who I? interrupted she. I get into a better frame? I, who can neither cry nor pray, yet already feel the torments of the damned! What mercy can I expect? What hope is left for me? Then that sweet creature, that incomparable Miss Harlowe, she, it seems, is dead and gone. O that cursed man! Had it not been for him, I had never had this, the most crying of all my sins, to answer for. And then she set up another howl. And is she dead? Indeed dead, proceeded she, when her howl was over. Oh! what an angel have I been the means of destroying! For though it was that it was mine, and yours, and yours, and yours, devils as we all were, turning to Sally, to Polly, and to 1 or 2 more, that he did not do her justice. And that is my curse, and will one day be yours. And then again she howled. I still advised patience. I said, that if her time were to be so short as she apprehended, the more ought she to endeavour to compose herself, and then she would at least die with more ease to herself, and satisfaction to her friends, I was going to say. But the word die put her into a violent raving, and thus she broke in upon me. Die, did you say, Sir? Die! I will not, I cannot die! I know not how to die! Die, Sir! And must I then die? Leave this world? I cannot bear it! And who brought you hither, Sir? Her eyes striking fire at me.
Who brought you hither to tell me I must die, Sir? I cannot, I will not leave this world. Let others die, who wish for another, who expect a better. I have had my plagues in this, but would compound for all future hopes, so as I may be nothing after this. And then she howled and bellowed by turns. By my faith, Lovelace, I trembled in every joint; and looking upon her who spoke this and roared thus, and upon the company round me, I more than once thought myself to be in one of the infernal mansions. Yet will I proceed and try for thy good, if I can shock thee but half as much with my descriptions, as I was shocked with what I saw and heard. Sally, Polly, Sister Carter, said she, did you not tell me I might recover? Did not the surgeon tell me I might? And so you may, cried Sally. Monsieur Garance says you may, if you'll be patient. But as I have often told you this blessed morning, you are readier to take despair from your own fears, than comfort from all the hope we can give you. Yet, cried the wretch, interrupting, does not Mr. Belford, and to him you have told the truth, though you won't to me, does not he tell me that I shall die? I cannot bear it. I cannot bear the thoughts of dying. And then, but that half a dozen at once endeavoured to keep down her violent hands, would she have beaten herself, as it seems she had often attempted to do, from the time the surgeon popped out the word mortification to her. Well, but to what purpose, said I, turning aside to her sister, and to Sally and Polly, are these hopes given her, if the gentlemen of the faculty give her over? You should let her know the worst, and then she must submit; for there is no running away from death. If she had any matters to settle, put her upon settling them; and do not, by telling her she will live, when there is no room to expect it, take from her the opportunity of doing needful things. Do the surgeons actually give her over? They do, whispered they. Her gross habit, they say, gives no hopes. We have sent for both surgeons, whom we expect every minute. Both the surgeons, who are French, for Mrs. Sinclair has heard Tourville launch out in the praise of French surgeons, came in while we were thus talking. I retired to the further end of the room, and threw up a window for a little air, being half poisoned by the effluvia arising from so many contaminated carcasses, which gave me no imperfect idea of the stench of gaols, which, corrupting the ambient air, gives what is called the prison distemper. I came back to the bedside when the surgeons had inspected the fracture, and asked them if there was any expectation of her life. One of them whispered me there was none; that she had a strong fever upon her, which alone, in such a habit, would probably do the business; and that the mortification had visibly gained upon her since they were there 6 hours ago. Will amputation save her? Her affairs and her mind want settling. A few days added to her life may be of service to her in both respects. They told me the fracture was high in her leg; that the knee was greatly bruised; that the mortification, in all probability, had spread half way of the femur. And then, getting me between them, 3 or 4 of the women joining us, and listening with their mouths open, and all the signs of ignorant wonder in their faces, as there appeared of self-sufficiency in those of the artists, did they by turns fill my ears with an anatomical description of the leg and thigh, running over with terms of art, of the tarsus, the metatarsus, the tibia, the fibula, the patella, the os tali, the os tibiae, the tibialis posticus and tibialis anticus, up to the os femoris, to the acetabulum of the os ischion, the great trochanter, gluteus, triceps, lividus, and little rotators; in short, of all the muscles, cartilages, and bones, that constitute the leg and thigh from the great toe to the hip; as if they would show me that all their science had penetrated their heads no further than their mouths; while Sally lifted up her hands, with a Lord bless me! Are all surgeons so learned? But at last both the gentlemen declared, that if she and her friends would consent to amputation, they would whip off her leg in a moment. Mrs. Carter asked, to what purpose, if the operation would not save her? Very true, they said; but it might be a satisfaction to the patient's friends, that all was done that could be done. And so the poor wretch was to be lanced and quartered, as I may say, for an experiment only, and without any hope of benefit from the operation, was to pay the surgeons for tormenting her. I cannot but say I have a mean opinion of both these gentlemen, who, though they make a figure, it seems, in their way of living, and boast not only French extraction, but a Paris education, never will make any in their practice. How unlike my honest English friend Tomkins, a plain, serious, intelligent man, whose art lies deeper than in words, who always avoids parade and jargon, and endeavours to make every one as much a judge of what he is about as himself! All the time that the surgeons ran on with their anatomical process, the wretched woman most frightfully roared and bellowed, which the gentlemen, who showed themselves to be of the class of those who are not affected with the evils they do not feel, took no other notice of than by raising their voices to be heard, as she raised hers, being evidently more solicitous to increase their acquaintance, and to propagate the notion of their skill, than to attend to the clamours of the poor wretch whom they were called in to relieve, though by this very means, like the dog and the shadow in the fable, they lost both aims with me; for I never was deceived in one rule which I made early, to wit, that the stillest water is the deepest, while the bubbling stream only betrays shallowness, and that stones and pebbles lie there so near the surface, to point out the best place to ford a river dry shod.
As nobody cared to tell the unhappy wretch what every one apprehended must follow, and what the surgeons convinced me soon would, I undertook to be the denouncer of her doom. Accordingly, the operators being withdrawn, I sat down by the bedside, and said, Come, Mrs. Sinclair, let me advise you to forbear these ravings at the carelessness of those who, I find, at the time, could take no care of themselves; and since the accident has happened, and cannot be remedied, to resolve to make the best of the matter; for all this violence but enrages the malady, and you will probably fall into a delirium, if you give way to it, which will deprive you of that reason which you ought to make the best of for the time it may be lent you. She turned her head towards me, and hearing me speak with a determined voice, and seeing me assume as determined an air, became more calm and attentive. I went on, telling her, that I was glad, from the hints she had given, to find her concerned for her past misspent life, and particularly for the part she had had in the ruin of the most excellent woman on earth: that if she would compose herself, and patiently submit to the consequences of an evil she had brought upon herself, it might possibly be happy for her yet. Mean time, continued I, tell me, with temper and calmness, why was you so desirous to see me? She seemed to be in great confusion of thought, and turned her head this way and that, and at last, after much hesitation, said, Alas for me! I hardly know what I wanted with you. When I awoke from my intemperate trance, and found what a cursed way I was in, my conscience smote me, and I was for catching like a drowning wretch at every straw. I wanted to see every body and any body but those I did see. Every body who I thought could give me comfort. Yet could I expect none from you neither, for you had declared yourself my enemy, although I had never done you harm. For what, Jackey, in her old tone, whining through her nose, was Miss Harlowe to you? But she is happy. But, oh! what will become of me? Yet tell me, for the surgeons have told you the truth, no doubt, tell me, shall I do well again? May I recover? If I may, I will begin a new course of life: as I hope to be saved, I will. I'll renounce you all, every one of you, looking round her, and scrape all I can together, and live a life of penitence, and when I die, leave it all to charitable uses. I will, by my soul, every doit of it to charity. But this once, lifting up her rolling eyes, and folded hands, with a wry-mouthed earnestness, in which every muscle and feature of her face bore its part, this one time, good God of heaven and earth, but this once, repeating those words 5 or 6 times, spare thy poor creature, and every hour of my life shall be passed in penitence and atonement. Upon my soul it shall. Less vehement, a little less vehement, said I. It is not for me, who have led so free a life, as you but too well know, to talk to you in a reproaching strain, and to set before you the iniquity you have lived in, and the many souls you have helped to destroy. But as you are in so penitent a way, if I might advise, you should send for a good clergyman, the purity of whose life and manners may make all these things come from him with a better grace than they can from me. How, Sir! What, Sir! interrupting me, send for a parson? Then you indeed think I shall die. Then you think there is no room for hope. A parson, Sir! Who sends for a parson while there is any hope left? The sight of a parson would be death immediate to me. I cannot die. Never tell me of it. What, die? What, cut off in the midst of my sins? And then she began again to rave. I cannot bear, said I, rising from my seat with a stern air, to see a reasonable creature behave so outrageously. Will this vehemence, think you, mend the matter? Will it avail you any thing? Will it not rather shorten the life you are so desirous to have lengthened, and deprive you of the only opportunity you can ever have to settle your affairs for both worlds? Death is but the common lot. And if it be yours soon, looking at her, it will be also yours, and yours, and yours, speaking with a raised voice, and turning to every trembling devil round her, for they all shook at my forcible application, and mine too. And you have reason to be thankful, turning again to her, that you did not perish in that act of intemperance which brought you to this, for it might have been your neck as well as your leg, and then you had not had the opportunity you now have for repentance, and the Lord have mercy upon you. Into what a state might you have awoke! Then did the poor wretch set up an inarticulate frightful howl, such a one as I never before heard of her; and seeing every one half frighted, and me motioning to withdraw, O pity me, Mr. Belford, cried she, her words interrupted by groans. I find you think I shall die. And what may I be, and where, in a very few hours, who can tell? I told her it was vain to flatter her. It was my opinion she would not recover. I was going to re-advise her to calm her spirits, and endeavour to resign herself, and to make the best of the opportunity yet left her, But this declaration sets her into a most outrageous raving. She would have torn her hair, and beaten her breast, had not some of the wretches held her hands by force, while others kept her as steady as they could, lest she should again put out her new set leg: so that, seeing her thus incapable of advice, and in a perfect phrensy, I told Sally Martin, that there was no bearing the room; and that their best way was to send for a minister to pray by her, and to reason with her, as soon as she should be capable of it. And so I left them; and never was so sensible of the benefit of fresh air, as I was the moment I entered the street. Nor is it to be wondered at, when it is considered that, to the various ill smells that will always be found in a close sick bed room, for generally when the physician comes the air is shut out, this of Mrs. Sinclair was the more particularly offensive, as to the scent of plasters, salves, and ointments, were added the stenches of spirituous liquors, burnt and unburnt, of all denominations. For one or other of the creatures, under pretence of colics, gripes, or qualms, were continually calling for supplies of these, all the time I was there. And yet this is thought to be a genteel house of the sort, and all the prostitutes in it are prostitutes of price, and their visitors people of note. O Lovelace! What lives do most of us rakes and libertines lead! What company do we keep! And for such company, what society renounce, or endeavour to make like these? What woman, nice in her person, and of purity in her mind and manners, did she know what miry wallowers the generality of men of our class are in themselves, and constantly trough and sty with, but would detest the thoughts of associating with such filthy sensualists, whose favourite taste carries them to mingle with the dregs of stews, brothels, and common sewers? Yet to such a choice are many worthy women betrayed, by that false and inconsiderate notion, raised and propagated, no doubt, by the author of all delusion, that a reformed rake makes the best husband. We rakes, indeed, are bold enough to suppose, that women in general are as much rakes in their hearts, as the libertines some of them suffer themselves to be take with are in their practice. A supposition, therefore, which it behoves persons of true honour of that sex to discountenance, by rejecting the address of every man, whose character will not stand the test of that virtue which is the glory of a woman; and indeed, I may say, of a man too. Why should it not? How indeed can it be, if this point be duly weighed, that a man who thinks alike of all the sex, and knows it to be in the power of a wife to do him the greatest dishonour man can receive, and doubts not her will to do it, if opportunity offer, and importunity be not wanting, that such a one, from principle, should be a good husband to any woman? And indeed, little do innocents think, what a total revolution of manners, what a change of fixed habits, nay, what a conquest of a bad nature, and what a portion of divine grace is required, to make a man a good husband, a worthy father, and true friend, from principle; especially when it is considered, that it is not in a man's own power to reform when he will. This, to say nothing of my own experience, thou, Lovelace, hast found in the progress of thy attempts upon the divine Miss Harlowe, for whose remorses could be deeper or more frequent, yet more transient, than thine. Now, Lovelace, let me know if the word grace can be read from my pen without a sneer from thee and thy associates. I own that once it sounded oddly in my ears; but I shall never forget what a grave man once said on this very word, that with him it was a rake sibboleth. See Judges 12:6. He had always hopes of one who could bear the mention of it without ridiculing it, and ever gave him up for an abandoned man who made a jest of it, or of him who used it. Don't be disgusted, that I mingle such grave reflections as these with my narratives. It becomes me, in my present way of thinking, to do so, when I see in Miss Harlowe how all human excellence, and in poor Belton how all inhuman libertinism, and am near seeing in this abandoned woman how all diabolical profligacy, end. And glad should I be for your own sake, for your splendid family's sake, and for the sake of all your intimates and acquaintance, that you were labouring under the same impressions; that so we, who have been companions in, and promoters of one another's wickedness, might join in a general atonement to the utmost of our power. I came home reflecting upon all these things, more edifying to me than any sermon I could have heard preached. And I shall conclude this long letter with observing, that although I left the wretched Harlowe in a high phrensy fit, which was excessively shocking to the bystanders, yet her phrensy must be the happiest part of her dreadful condition. For when she is herself, as it is called, what must be her reflections upon her past profligate life, throughout which it has been her constant delight and business, devil-like, to make others as wicked as herself? What must her terrors be, a hell already begun in her mind, on looking forward to the dreadful state she is now upon the verge of? But I drop my trembling pen. To have done with so shocking a subject at once, we shall take notice that Mr. Belford in a future letter writes, that the miserable woman, to the surprise of the operators themselves, through hourly increasing tortures of body and mind, held out so long as till Thursday, September 21st.
and then died in such agonies as terrified into a transitory penitence all the wretches about her. End of Letter XXV.
Letter XXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVI. Colonel Morden to John Belford, Esq. Sunday night, September 10th. Dear Sir, according to my promise, I send you an account of matters here. Poor Mrs. Norton was so very ill upon the road, that, slowly as the hearse moved, and the chariot followed, I was afraid we should not have got her to St. Albans. We put up there, as I had intended. I was in hopes that she would have been better for the stop, but I was forced to leave her behind me. I ordered the maid servant, you were so considerately kind as to send down with her, to be very careful of her, and left the chariot to attend her. She deserves all the regard that can be paid her, not only upon my cousin's account, but on her own. She is an excellent woman. When we were within 5 miles of Harlowe place, I put on a hard gallop. I ordered the hearse to proceed more slowly still, the cross road we were in being rough, and having more time before us than I wanted, for I wished not the hearse to be in till near dusk. I got to Harlowe place about 4 o'clock. You may believe I found a mournful house. You desire me to be very minute. At my entrance into the court, they were all in motion. Every servant whom I saw had swelled eyes, and looked with so much concern, that at first I apprehended some new disaster had happened in the family. Mr. John and Mr. Antony Harlowe and Mrs. Hervey were there. They all helped on one another's grief, as they had before done each other's hardness of heart. My cousin James met me at the entrance of the hall. His countenance expressed a fixed concern, and he desired me to excuse his behaviour the last time I was there. My cousin Arabella came to me full of tears and grief. O cousin, said she, hanging upon my arm, I dare not ask you any questions. About the approach of the hearse, I suppose she meant. I myself was full of grief, and without going further or speaking, sat down in the hall in the first chair. The brother sat on one hand of me, the sister on the other. Both were silent, the latter in tears. Mr. Antony Harlowe came to me soon after. His face was overspread with all the appearance of woe. He requested me to walk into the parlour, where, as he said, were all his fellow mourners. I attended him in. My cousins James and Arabella followed me. A perfect concert of grief, as I may say, broke out the moment I entered the parlour. My cousin Harlowe, the dear creature's father, as soon as he saw me, said, O cousin, cousin, of all our family, you are the only one who have nothing to reproach yourself with. You are a happy man. The poor mother, bowing her head to me in speechless grief, sat with her handkerchief held to her eyes with one hand. The other hand was held by her sister Hervey, between both hers, Mrs. Hervey weeping upon it. Near the window sat Mr. John Harlowe, his face and his body turned from the sorrowing company, his eyes red and swelled. My cousin Antony, at his re-entering the parlour, went towards Mrs. Harlowe. Don't, dear sister, said he. Then towards my cousin Harlowe, don't, dear brother, don't thus give way. And without being able to say another word, went to a corner of the parlour, and wanting himself the comfort he would fain have given, sunk into a chair, and audibly sobbed. Miss Arabella followed her uncle Antony, as he walked in before me, and seemed as if she would have spoken to the pierced mother some words of comfort, but she was unable to utter them, and got behind her mother's chair, and inclining her face over it, on the unhappy lady's shoulder, seemed to claim the consolation that indulgent parent used, but then was unable, to afford her. Young Mr. Harlowe, with all his vehemence of spirit, was now subdued. His self-reproaching conscience, no doubt, was the cause of it. And what, Sir, must their thoughts be, which, at that moment, in a manner, deprived them of all motion, and turned their speech into sighs and groans? How to be pitied, how greatly to be pitied, all of them! But how much to be cursed, that abhorred Lovelace, who, as it seems, by arts uncommon, and a villany without example, has been the sole author of a woe so complicated and extensive! God judge me as But I stop. The man, can I say, is your friend. He already suffers, you tell me, in his intellect. Restore him, Heaven, to that. If I find the matter come out, as I apprehend it will, indeed her own hint of his usage of her, as in her will, is enough. Nor think, my beloved cousin, thou darling of my heart, that thy gentle spirit, breathing charity and forgiveness to the vilest of men, shall avail him. But once more I stop. Forgive me, Sir. Who could behold such a scene, who could recollect it in order to describe it, as minutely as you wish me to relate how this unhappy family were affected on this sad occasion, every one of the mourners nearly related to himself, and not to be exasperated against the author of all. As I was the only person, grieved as I was myself, from whom any of them at that instant could derive comfort, let us not, said I, my dear cousin, approaching the inconsolable mother, give way to a grief which, however just, can now avail us nothing. We hurt ourselves, and cannot recall the dear creature for whom we mourn. Nor would you wish it, if you know with what assurance of eternal happiness she left the world. She is happy, Madam. Depend upon it, she is happy. And comfort yourselves with that assurance. O cousin, cousin! cried the unhappy mother, withdrawing her hand from that of her sister Hervey, and pressing mine with it. You know not what a child I have lost. Then, in a low voice, and how lost! That it is that makes the loss insupportable. They all joined in a kind of melancholy chorus, and each accused him and herself, and some of them one another. But the eyes of all in turn were cast upon my cousin James, as the person who had kept up the general resentment against so sweet a creature, while he was hardly able to bear his own remorse, nor Miss Harlowe hers, she breaking out into words, How tauntingly did I write to her! How barbarously did I insult her! Yet how patiently did she take it! Who would have thought that she had been so near her end? O brother, brother, but for you! But for you! Double not upon me, said he, my own woes. I have every thing before me that has passed. I thought only to reclaim a dear creature that had erred. I intended not to break her tender heart. But it was the villanous Lovelace who did that, not any of us. Yet, cousin, did she not attribute all to me? I fear she did. Tell me only, did she name me? Did she speak of me in her last hours? I hope she, who could forgive the greatest villain on earth, and plead that he may be safe from our vengeance, I hope she could forgive me. She died blessing you all, and justified rather than condemned your severity to her. Then they set up another general lamentation. We see, said her father, enough we see, in her heart-piercing letters to us, what a happy frame she was in a few days before her death. But did it hold to the last? Had she no repinings? Had the dear child no heart-burnings? None at all. I never saw, and never shall see, so blessed a departure, and no wonder; for I never heard of such a preparation. Every hour, for weeks together, were taken up in it. Let this be our comfort. We need only to wish for so happy an end for ourselves, and for those who are nearest to our hearts. We may any of us be grieved for acts of unkindness to her; but had all happened that once she wished for, she could not have made a happier, perhaps not so happy, an end. Dear soul! And dear sweet soul! The father, uncle, sister, my cousin Hervey, cried out all at once, in accents of anguish inexpressibly affecting. We must for ever be disturbed for those acts of unkindness to so sweet a child, cried the unhappy mother. Indeed, softly to her sister Hervey, I have been too passive, much too passive, in this case. The temporary quiet I have been so studious all my life to preserve has cost me everlasting disquiet. There she stopped. Dear sister, was all Mrs. Hervey could say. I have done but half my duty to the dearest and most meritorious of children, resumed the sorrowing mother. Nay, not half. How have we hardened our hearts against her! Again her tears denied passage to her words. My dearest, dearest sister! Again was all Mrs. Hervey could say. Would to Heaven, proceeded, exclaiming the poor mother, I had but once seen her! Then turning to my cousin James and his sister, O my son! O my Arabella! If we were to receive as little mercy! And there again she stopped, her tears interrupting her further speech, every one all the time remaining silent, their countenances showing a grief in their hearts too big for expression. Now you see, Mr. Belford, that my dearest cousin could be allowed all her merit. What a dreadful thing is after reflection upon a conduct so perverse and unnatural! O this cursed friend of yours, Mr. Belford, this detested Lovelace, to him is owing. Pardon me, Sir. I will lay down my pen till I have recovered my temper. 1 in the morning. In vain, Sir, have I endeavoured to compose myself to rest. You wished me to be very particular, and I cannot help it. This melancholy subject fills my whole mind. I will proceed, though it be midnight. About 6 o'clock, the hearse came to the outward gate. The parish church is at some distance; but the wind setting fair, the afflicted family were struck, just before it came, into a fresh fit of grief on hearing the funeral bell tolled in a very solemn manner.
a respect, as it proved, and as they all guessed, paid to the memory of the dear deceased, out of officious love, as the hearse passed near the church. Judge, when their grief was so great in expectation of it, what it must be when it arrived. A servant came in to acquaint us with what its lumbering heavy noise up the paved inner court yard apprized us of before. He spoke not. He could not speak. He looked, bowed, and withdrew. I stept out. No one else could then stir. Her brother, however, soon followed me. When I came to the door, I beheld a sight very affecting. You have heard, Sir, how universally my dear cousin was beloved. By the poor and middling sort especially, no young lady was ever so much beloved. And with reason. She was the common patroness of all the honest poor in her neighbourhood. It is natural for us, in every deep and sincere grief, to interest all we know in what is so concerning to ourselves. The servants of the family, it seems, had told their friends, and those theirs, that though living their dear young lady could not be received nor looked upon, her body was permitted to be brought home. The space of time was so confined, that those who knew when she died must easily guess near the time the hearse was to come. A hearse passing through country villages and from London, however slenderly attended, for the chariot, as I have said, waited upon poor Mrs. Norton, takes every one's attention. Nor was it hard to guess whose this must be, though not adorned by escutcheons. When the cross roads to Harlowe place were taken, as soon as it came within 6 miles of it, so that the hearse and the solemn tolling of the bell had drawn together at least 50 of the neighbouring men, women, and children, and some of good appearance. Not a soul of them, it seems, with a dry eye, and each lamenting the death of this admired lady, who, as I am told, never stirred out, but somebody was the better for her. These, when the coffin was taken out of the hearse, crowding about it, hindered for a few moments its being carried in, the young people struggling who should bear it, and yet with respectful whisperings, rather than clamorous contention. A mark of veneration I had never before seen paid, upon any occasion in all my travels, from the underbred many, from whom noise is generally inseparable in all their emulations. At last 6 maidens were permitted to carry it in by the 6 handles. The corpse was thus borne with the most solemn respect into the hall, and placed for the present upon 2 stools there. The plates and emblems and inscription set every one gazing upon it, and admiring it, the more when they were told that all was of her own ordering. They wished to be permitted a sight of the corpse, but rather mentioned this as their wish than as their hope. When they had all satisfied their curiosity, and remarked upon the emblems, they dispersed with blessings upon her memory, and with tears and lamentations, pronouncing her to be happy, and inferring, was she not so, what would become of them? While others ran over with repetitions of the good she delighted to do. Nor were there wanting those among them, who heaped curses upon the man who was the author of her fall. The servants of the family then got about the coffin. They could not before, and that afforded a new scene of sorrow, but a silent one, for they spoke only by their eyes and by sighs, looking upon the lid, and upon one another by turns, with hands lifted up. The presence of their young master possibly might awe them, and cause their grief to be expressed only in dumb show. As for Mr. James Harlowe, who accompanied me, but withdrew when he saw the crowd, he stood looking upon the lid, when the people had left it, with a fixed attention, yet, I dare say, knew not a symbol or letter upon it at that moment, had the question been asked him. In a profound reverie he stood, his arms folded, his head on one side, and marks of stupefaction imprinted upon every feature. But when the corpse was carried into the lesser parlour adjoining to the hall, which she used to call her parlour, and put upon a table in the midst of the room, and the father and mother, the 2 uncles, her aunt Hervey and her sister came in, joining her brother and me, with trembling feet and eager woe, the scene was still more affecting. Their sorrow was heightened, no doubt, by the remembrance of their unforgiving severity, and now seeing before them the receptacle that contained the glory of their family, who so lately was driven thence by their indiscreet violence, never, never more to be restored to them. No wonder that their grief was more than common grief. They would have withheld the mother, it seems, from coming in; but when they could not, though undetermined before, they all bore her company, led on by an impulse they could not resist. The poor lady but just cast her eye upon the coffin, and then snatched it away, retiring with passionate grief towards the window, yet addressing herself with clasped hands, as if to her beloved daughter. O my child, cried she, thou pride of my hope! Why was I not permitted to speak pardon and peace to thee? O forgive thy cruel mother! Her son, his heart then softened, as his eyes showed, besought her to withdraw; and her woman looking in at that moment, he called her to assist him in conducting her lady into the middle parlour, and then returning, met his father going out of the door, who also had but just cast his eye on the coffin, and yielded to my entreaties to withdraw. His grief was too deep for utterance.
till he saw his son coming in, and then fetching a heavy groan, Never, said he, was sorrow like my sorrow. O son, son! in a reproaching accent, his face turned from him. I attended him through the middle parlour, endeavouring to console him. His lady was there, in agonies. She took his eye. He made a motion towards her. O my dear, said he. But turning short, his eyes as full as his heart, he hastened through to the great parlour; and when there, he desired me to leave him to himself. The uncles and sister looked and turned away very often upon the emblems, in silent sorrow. Mrs. Hervey would have read to them the inscription. These words she did read, Here the wicked cease from troubling; but could read no further. Her tears fell in large drops upon the plate she was contemplating; and yet she was desirous of gratifying a curiosity that mingled impatience with her grief, because she could not gratify it, although she often wiped her eyes as they flowed. Judge you, Mr. Belford, for you have great humanity, how I must be affected. Yet was I forced to try to comfort them all. But here I will close this letter, in order to send it to you in the morning early. Nevertheless I will begin another, upon supposition that my doleful prolixity will be disagreeable to you. Indeed I am altogether indisposed for rest, as I have mentioned before, so can do nothing but write. I have also more melancholy scenes to paint. My pen, if I may say so, is untired. These scenes are fresh upon my memory; and I myself, perhaps, may owe to you the favour of a review of them, with such other papers as you shall think proper to oblige me with, when heavy grief has given way to milder melancholy. My servant, in his way to you with this letter, shall call at St. Albans upon the good woman, that he may inform you how she does. Miss Arabella asked me after her, when I withdrew to my chamber, to which she complacently accompanied me. She was much concerned at the bad way we left her in, and said her mother would be more so. No wonder that the dear departed, who foresaw the remorse that would fall to the lot of this unhappy family when they came to have the news of her death confirmed to them, was so grieved for their apprehended grief, and endeavoured to comfort them by her posthumous letters. But it was still a greater generosity in her to try to excuse them to me, as she did when we were alone together, a few hours before she died; and to aggravate more than, as far as I can find, she ought to have done, the only error she was ever guilty of. The more freely, however, perhaps, exalted creature, that I might think the better of her friends, although at her own expense. I am, dear Sir, Your faithful and obedient servant, William Morden. End of Letter XXVI. Letter XXVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVII. Colonel Morden, in continuation. When the unhappy mourners were all retired, I directed the lid of the coffin to be unscrewed, and caused some fresh aromatics and flowers to be put into it. The corpse was very little altered, notwithstanding the journey. The sweet smile remained. The maids who brought the flowers were ambitious of strewing them about it. They poured forth fresh lamentations over her, each wishing she had been so happy as to have been allowed to attend her in London. One of them particularly, who is, it seems, my cousin Arabella's personal servant, was more clamorous in her grief than any of the rest, and the moment she turned her back, all the others allowed she had reason for it. I inquired afterwards about her, and found, that this creature was set over my dear cousin, when she was confined to her chamber, by indiscreet severity. Good Heaven! that they should treat, and suffer thus to be treated, a young lady, who was qualified to give laws to all her family! When my cousins were told that the lid was unscrewed, they pressed in again, all but the mournful father and mother, as if by consent. Mrs. Hervey kissed her pale lips. Flower of the world! was all she could say, and gave place to Miss Arabella, who, kissing the forehead of her whom she had so cruelly treated, could only say to my cousin James, looking upon the corpse and upon him, O brother! while he, taking the fair, lifeless hand, kissed it, and retreated with precipitation. Her two uncles were speechless. They seemed to wait each other's example, whether to look upon the corpse or not. I ordered the lid to be replaced, and then they pressed forward, as the others again did, to take a last farewell of the casket which so lately contained so rich a jewel. Then it was that the grief of each found fluent expression, and the fair corpse was addressed to with all the tenderness that the sincerest love and warmest admiration could inspire, each according to their different degrees of relationship,
as if none of them had before looked upon her. She was their very niece, both uncles said. The injured saint, her uncle Harlowe. The same smiling sister, Arabella. The dear creature, all of them. The same benignity of countenance, the same sweet composure, the same natural dignity. She was questionless happy. That sweet smile betokened her being so. Themselves most unhappy. And then once more the brother took the lifeless hand, and vowed revenge upon it, on the cursed author of all this distress. The unhappy parents proposed to take one last view and farewell of their once darling daughter. The father was got to the parlour door after the inconsolable mother, but neither of them were able to enter it. The mother said she must once more see the child of her heart, or she should never enjoy herself. But they both agreed to refer their melancholy curiosity till the next day, and hand in hand retired inconsolable, speechless both, their faces overspread with woe, and turned from each other, as unable each to behold the distress of the other. When all were withdrawn, I retired, and sent for my cousin James, and acquainted him with his sister's request in relation to the discourse to be pronounced at her interment, telling him how necessary it was that the minister, whoever he were, should have the earliest notice given him that the case would admit. He lamented the death of the Reverend Dr. Lewen, who, as he said, was a great admirer of his sister, as she was of him, and would have been the fittest of all men for that office. He spoke with great asperity of Mr. Brand, upon whose light inquiry after his sister's character in town, he was willing to lay some of the blame due to himself. Mr. Melville, Dr. Lewen's assistant, must, he said, be the man; and he praised him for his abilities, his elocution, and unexceptionable manners, and promised to engage him early in the morning. He called out his sister, and she was of his opinion. So I let this upon them. They both, with no little warmth, hinted their disapprobation of you, Sir, for their sister's executor, on the score of your intimate friendship with the author of her ruin. You must not resent any thing I shall communicate to you of what they say on this occasion. Depending that you will not, I shall write with the greater freedom. I told them how much my dear cousin was obliged to your friendship and humanity, the injunctions she had laid you under, and your own inclination to observe them. I said that you were a man of honour, that you were desirous of consulting me, because you would not willingly give offence to any of them, and that I was very fond of cultivating your favour and correspondence. They said there was no need of an executor out of their family, and they hoped that you would relinquish so unnecessary a trust, as they called it. My cousin James declared that he would write to you, as soon as the funeral was over, to desire that you would do so, upon proper assurances that all the will prescribed should be performed. I said you were a man of resolution; that I thought he would hardly succeed, for that you made a point of honour of it. I then showed them their sister's posthumous letter to you, in which she confesses her obligations to you, and regard for you, and for your future welfare. You may believe, Sir, they were extremely affected with the perusal of it. They were surprised that I had given up to you the produce of her grandfather's estate since his death. I told them plainly that they must thank themselves if any thing disagreeable to them occurred from their sister's devise, deserted and thrown into the hands of strangers, as she had been. They said they would report all I had said to their father and mother, adding that, great as their trouble was, they found they had still more to come. But if Mr. Belford were to be the executor of her will, contrary to their hopes, they besought me to take the trouble of transacting every thing with you, that a friend of the man to whom they owed all their calamity might not appear to them. They were extremely moved at the text their sister had chosen for the subject of their funeral discourse. I had extracted from the will that article, supposing it probable that I might not so soon have an opportunity to show them the will itself, as would otherwise have been necessary, on account of the interment, which cannot be delayed. Monday morning, between 8 and 9. The unhappy family are preparing for a mournful meeting at breakfast. Mr. James Harlowe, who has had as little rest as I, has written to Mr. Melville, who has promised to draw up a brief eulogium on the deceased. Miss Howe is expected here by and by, to see for the last time her beloved friend. Miss Howe by her messenger desires she may not be taken any notice of. She shall not tarry 6 minutes, was the word. Her desire will be easily granted her. Her servant who brought the request, if it were denied, was to return and meet her, for she was ready to set out in her chariot, when he got on horseback. If he met her not with the refusal, he was to stay here till she came. I am, Sir, your faithful humble servant, William Morton. End of Letter XXVII. Letter XXVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVIII.
Colonel Morden, in continuation. Monday afternoon, September 11. Sir, we are such bad company here to one another, that it is some relief to retire and write. I was summoned to breakfast about half an hour after 9. Slowly did the mournful congress meet. Each, lifelessly and spiritless, took our places with swollen eyes, inquiring, without expecting any tolerable account, how each had rested. The sorrowing mother gave for answer, that she should never more know what rest was. By the time we were well seated, the bell ringing, the outward gate opening, a chariot rattling over the pavement of the court yard, put them into emotion. I left them, and was just time enough to give Miss Howe my hand as she alighted, her maid in tears remaining in the chariot. I think you told me, Sir, you never saw Miss Howe. She is a fine graceful young lady. A fixed melancholy on her whole aspect overclouded a vivacity and fire which, nevertheless, darted now and then through the awful gloom. I shall ever respect her for her love to my dear cousin. Never did I think, said she, as she gave me her hand, to enter more these doors: but, living or dead, Clarissa brings me after her any where. She entered with me the little parlour, and seeing the coffin, withdrew her hand from mine, and with impatience pushed aside the lid. As impatiently she removed the face cloth. In a wild air she clasped her uplifted hands together, and now looked upon the corpse, now up to heaven, as if appealing to that. Her bosom heaved and fluttered discernible through her handkerchief, and at last she broke silence. O Sir! See you not here the glory of her sex? Thus, by the most villanous of yours, thus laid low! O my blessed friend, said she, my sweet companion, my lovely monitress, kissing her lips at every tender appellation, and is this all? Is it all of my Clarissa's story? Then, after a short pause, and a profound sigh, she turned to me, and then to her breathless friend. But is she, can she be, really dead? Oh no! She only sleeps. Awake, my beloved friend, my sweet clay cold friend, awake! Let thy Anna Howe revive thee. By her warm breath revive thee, my dear creature! And kissing her again, let my warm lips animate thy cold ones. Then sighing again, as from the bottom of her heart, and with an air as if disappointed that she answered not, And can such perfection end thus? And art thou really and indeed flown from thine Anna Howe? O my unkind Clarissa! She was silent a few moments, and then, seeming to recover herself, she turned to me. Forgive, Mr. Morden, this wild phrensy. I am myself. I never shall be. You knew not the excellence, no, not half the excellence that is thus laid low. Repeating, this cannot surely be all of my Clarissa's story. Again pausing. One tear, my beloved friend, didst thou allow me? But this dumb sorrow! Oh, for a tear to ease my full swollen heart that is just bursting! But why, Sir, why, Mr. Morden, was she sent hither? Why not to me? She has no father, no mother, no relation, no, not one. They had all renounced her. I was her sympathizing friend. And had not I the best right to my dear creature's remains? And must names without nature be preferred to such a love as mine? Again she kissed her lips, each cheek, her forehead, and sighed as if her heart would break. But why, said she, was I withheld from seeing my dearest dear friend, and too easily persuaded to delay the friendly visit that my heart panted after? What pain will this reflection give me! O my blessed friend! Who knows, had I come in time, what my cordial comfortings might have done for thee? But, looking round her, as if she apprehended seeing some of the family, one more kiss, my angel, my friend, my ever to be regretted lost companion, and let me fly this hated house, which I never loved but for thy sake. Adieu, then, my dearest Clarissa! Thou art happy, I doubt not, as thou assuredst me in thy last letter. O may we meet and rejoice together, where no villanous Lovelaces, no hard-hearted relations, will ever shock our innocence, or ruffle our felicity. Again she was silent, unable to go, though seeming to intend it, struggling as it were with her grief, and heaving with anguish. At last, happily, a flood of tears gushed from her eyes. Now, said she, shall I be easier? But for this kindly relief, my heart would have burst asunder. Many more tears than these are due to my Clarissa, whose counsel has done for me what mine could not do for her. But why, looking earnestly upon her, her hands clasped and lifted up, but why do I thus lament the happy? And that thou art so, is my comfort. It is, my dear creature, kissing her again. Excuse me, Sir, turning to me, who was as much moved as herself. I love the dear creature as never woman loved another. Excuse my frantic grief.
How has the glory of her sex fallen a victim to villany and to hard-heartedness! Madam, said I, they all have it. Now indeed they have it. And let them have it. I should belie my love for the friend of my heart, were I to pity them. But how unhappy am I, looking upon her, that I saw her not before these eyes were shut, before these lips were for ever closed! O Sir, you know not the wisdom that continually flowed from these lips when she spoke, nor what a friend I have lost. Then surveying the lid, she seemed to take in at once the meaning of the emblems; and this gave her so much fresh grief, that, though she several times wipes her eyes, she was unable to read the inscription and text. Turning therefore to me, favour me, Sir, I pray you, by a line, with the description of these emblems, and with these texts, and if I might be allowed a lock of the dear creature's hair. I told her that her executor would order both, and would also send her a copy of her last will, in which she would find the most grateful remembrances of her love for her, whom she calls the sister of her heart. Justly, said she, does she call me so; for we had but one heart, but one soul between us, and now my better half is torn from me. What shall I do? But looking round her, on a servant stepping by the door, as if again she had apprehended it was some of the family, once more, said she, a solemn and everlasting adieu! Alas for me! A solemn and everlasting adieu! Then again embracing her face with both her hands, and kissing it, and afterwards the hands of the dear deceased, first one, then the other, she gave me her hand, and quitting the room with precipitation, rushed into her chariot; and when there, with profound sighs, and a fresh burst of tears, unable to speak, she bowed her head to me, and was driven away. The inconsolable company saw how much I had been moved on my return to them. Mr. James Harlowe had been telling them what had passed between him and me; and finding myself unfit for company, and observing that they broke off talk at my coming in, I thought it proper to leave them to their consultations. And here I will put an end to this letter; for indeed, Sir, the very recollection of this affecting scene has left me nearly as unable to proceed, as I was, just after it, to converse with my cousins. I am, Sir, with great truth, Your most obedient humble servant, William Morden. End of Letter XXVIII. Letter XXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIX. Colonel Morden, in continuation, Tuesday morning, September 12th. The good Mrs. Norton is arrived, a little amended in her spirits, owing to the very posthumous letters, as I may call them, which you, Mr. Belford, as well as I, apprehended would have had fatal effects upon her. I cannot but attribute this to the right turn of her mind. It seems she has been inured to afflictions, and has lived in a constant hope of a better life; and having no acts of unkindness to the dear deceased to reproach herself with, is most considerately resolved to exert her utmost fortitude in order to comfort the sorrowing mother. O Mr. Belford, how does the character of my dear departed cousin rise upon me from every mouth! Had she been my own child, or my sister! But do you think that the man who occasioned this great, this extended ruin— But I forbear. The will is not to be looked into till the funeral rites are performed. Preparations are making for the solemnity; and the servants, as well as principals of all the branches of the family, are put into close mourning. I have seen Mr. Melvill. He is a serious and sensible man. I have given him particulars to go upon in the discourse he is to pronounce at the funeral; but had the less need to do this, as I find he is extremely well acquainted with the whole unhappy story, and was a personal admirer of my dear cousin, and a sincere lamenter of her misfortunes and death. The Reverend Dr. Lewen, who is but very lately dead, was his particular friend, and had once intended to recommend him to her favour and notice. I am just returned from attending the afflicted parents, in an effort they made to see the corpse of their beloved child. They had requested my company, and that of the good Mrs. Norton. A last leave, the mother said, she must take. An effort, however, it was, and no more. The moment they came in sight of the coffin, before the lid could be put aside, O my dear, said the father, retreating, I find I cannot bear it. Had I never been hard-hearted— Then turning round to his lady, he had but just time to catch her in his arms, and prevent her sinking on the floor. O my dearest life, said he, this is too much indeed. Let us retire. Mrs. Norton, who, attracted by the awful receptacle, had but just left the good lady, hastened to her. Dear, dear woman, cried the unhappy parent, flinging her arms about her neck, bear me hence! O my child, my own Clarissa Harlowe, thou pride of my life so lately! Never, never more must I behold thee! I supported the unhappy father, Mrs. Norton the sinking mother, into the next parlour. She threw herself on a settee there. He into an elbow chair by her. The good woman at her feet, her arms clasped round her waist. The two mothers, as I may call them, of my beloved cousin, thus tenderly engaged. What a variety of distress in these woeful scenes! The unhappy father, in endeavouring to comfort his lady, loaded himself. Would to God, my dear, said he, would to God I had no more to charge myself with than you have! You relented! You would have prevailed upon me to relent. The greater my fault, said she, when I knew that displeasure was carried too high, to acquiesce as I did. What a barbarous parent was I, to let two angry children make me forget that I was mother to a third, to such a third! Mrs. Norton used arguments and prayers to comfort her. O my dear Norton, answered the unhappy lady, you was the dear creature's more natural mother. Would to Heaven I had no more to answer for than you have! Thus the unhappy pair unavailingly recriminated, till my cousin Hervey entered, and, with Mrs. Norton, conducted up to her own chamber the inconsolable mother. The two uncles and Mr. Hervey came in at the same time, and prevailed upon the afflicted father to retire with them to his, both giving up all thoughts of ever seeing more the child, whose death was so deservedly regretted by them. Time only, Mr. Belford, can combat with advantage such a heavy deprivation as this. Advice will not do, while the loss is recent. Nature will have way given to it, and so it ought, till sorrow has in a manner exhausted itself, and then reason and religion will come in seasonably with their powerful aids to raise the drooping heart. I see here no face that is the same I saw at my first arrival. Proud and haughty every countenance then, unyielding to entreaty. Now, how greatly are they humbled! The utmost distress is apparent in every protracted feature, and in every bursting muscle, of each disconsolate mourner. Their eyes, which so lately flashed anger and resentment, now are turned to every one that approaches them, as if imploring pity. Could ever wilful hard-heartedness be more severely punished? The following lines of Juvenal are, upon the whole, applicable to this house and family, and I have revolved them many times since Sunday evening. Humani generis mores tibi nose volenti, sufficit una domus, paucos consumere dies, et dicere te miserum, postquam illinc veneris aude. Let me add, that Mrs. Norton has communicated to the family the posthumous letter sent her. This letter affords a foundation for future consolation to them. But at present it has new pointed their grief, by making them reflect on their cruelty to so excellent a daughter, niece, and sister. I am, dear Sir, your faithful humble servant, William Morden. This letter contains in substance her thanks to the good woman for her care of her in her infancy, for her good instructions, and the excellent example she had set her, with self-accusations of a vanity and presumption, which lay lurking in her heart unknown to herself, till her calamities, obliging her to look into herself, brought them to light. She expatiates upon the benefit of afflictions to a mind modest, fearful, and diffident. She comforts her on her early death, having finished, as she says, her probatory course at so early a time of life, when many are not ripened by the sunshine of divine grace for a better, till they are 50, 60, or 70 years of age. I hope, she says, that my father will grant the request I have made to him in my last will, to let you pass the remainder of your days at my dairy house, as it used to be called, where once I promised myself to be happy in you. Your discretion, prudence, and economy, my dear good woman, proceeds she, will make your presiding over the concerns of that house as beneficial to them as it can be convenient to you. For your sake, my dear Mrs. Norton, I hope they will make you this offer; and if they do, I hope you will accept it for theirs. She remembers herself to her foster brother in a very kind manner, and charges her, for his sake, that she will not take too much to heart what has befallen her. She concludes as follows: remember me, in the last place, to all my kind well wishers of your acquaintance, and to those I used to call my poor. They will be God's poor, if they trust in him. I have taken such care that I hope they will not be losers by my death. Bid them therefore rejoice, and do you also, my reverend comforter and sustainer, as well in my darker as in my fairer days, likewise rejoice, that I am so soon delivered from the evils that were before me; and that I am now, when this comes to your hands, as I humbly trust, exulting in the mercies of a gracious God, who has conducted an end to all my temptations and distresses, and who, I most humbly trust, will, in his own good time, give us a joyful meeting in the regions of eternal blessedness. End of Letter XXIX. Letter XXX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 9, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30. Colonel Morden, in continuation, Thursday night, September 14th. We are just returned from the solemnization of the last mournful rite. My cousin James and his sister, Mr. and Mrs. Hervey, and their daughter, a young lady whose affection for my departed cousin shall ever bind me to her, my cousins John and Anthony Harlowe, myself, and some other more distant relations of the names of Fuller and Allinson, who, to testify their respect to the memory of their dear deceased, had put themselves in mourning, self-invited, attended it. The father and mother would have joined in these last honours, had they been able, but they were both very much indisposed, and continue to be so. The inconsolable mother told Mrs. Norton, that the two mothers of the sweetest child in the world ought not, on this occasion, to be separated. She therefore desired her to stay with her. The whole solemnity was performed with great decency and order. The distance from Harlowe Place to the church is about 1/2 mile. All the way the corpse was attended by great numbers of people of all conditions. It was 9 when it entered the church, every corner of which was crowded. Such a profound, such a silent respect did I never see paid at the funeral of princes. An attentive sadness overspread the face of all. The eulogy pronounced by Mr. Melville was a very pathetic one. He wiped his own eyes often, and made every body present still oftener wipe theirs. The auditors were most particularly affected when he told them that the solemn text was her own choice. He enumerated her fine qualities, naming with honour their late worthy pastor for his authority. Every enumerated excellence was witnessed to in different parts of the church, in respectful whispers by different persons, as of their own knowledge, as I have been since informed. When he pointed to the pew where, doing credit to religion by her example, she used to sit or kneel, the whole auditory, as one person, turned to the pew with the most respectful solemnity, as if she had been herself there. When the gentlemen attributed condescension and mingled dignity to her, a buzzing approbation was given to the attribute throughout the church, and a poor neat woman under my pew added, that she was indeed all graciousness, and would speak to any body. Many eyes ran over when he mentioned her charities, her well-judged charities, and her reward was decreed from every mouth, with sighs and sobs from some, and these words from others: the poor will dearly miss her. The cheerful giver whom God is said to love was allowed to be her; and a young lady, I am told, said, it was Miss Clarissa Harlowe's care to find out the unhappy, upon a sudden distress, before the sighing heart was overwhelmed by it. She had a set of poor people, chosen for their remarkable honesty and ineffectual industry. These voluntarily paid their last attendance on their benefactress; and mingling in the church as they could crowd near the aisle where the corpse was on stands, it was the less wonder that her praises from the preacher met with such general and such grateful whispers of approbation. Some it seems there were, who, knowing her unhappy story, remarked upon the dejected looks of the brother and the drowned eyes of the sister, Oh, what would they now give, they'd warrant, had they not been so hard-hearted? Others pursued, as I may say, the severe father and unhappy mother into their chambers at home. They answered for their relenting now that it was too late. What must be their grief? No wonder they could not be present. Several expressed their astonishment, as people do every hour, that a man could live whom such perfections could not engage to be just to her, to be humane, I may say, and who, her rank and fortune considered, could be so disregardful of his own interest, had he had no other motive to be just. The good divine, led by his text, just touched upon the unhappy step that was the cause of her untimely fate. He attributed it to the state of things below, in which there could not be absolute perfection. He very politely touched upon the noble disdain she showed, though earnestly solicited by a whole splendid family, to join interest with a man whom she found unworthy of her esteem and confidence, and who courted her with the utmost earnestness to accept of him. What he most insisted upon was the happy end she made, and thence drew consolation to her relations, and instruction to the auditory. In a word, his performance was such as heightened the reputation which he had before, in a very eminent degree, obtained. When the corpse was to be carried down into the vault, a very spacious one within the church, there was great crowding to see the coffin lid and the devices upon it. Particularly 2 gentlemen muffled up in cloaks pressed forward. These, it seems, were Mr. Mullins and Mr. Wyerley, both of them professed admirers of my dear cousin. When they came near the coffin, and cast their eyes upon the lid, in that little space, said Mr. Mullins, is included all human excellence. And then Mr. Wyerley, unable to contain himself, was forced to quit the church, and we hear is very ill. It is said that Mr. Solmes was in a remote part of the church, wrapped round in a horseman's coat, and that he shed tears several times; but I saw him not. Another gentleman was there incognito, in a pew near the entrance of the vault, who had not been taken notice of but for his great emotion when he looked over his pew at the time the coffin was carried down to its last place. This was Miss Howe's worthy Mr. Hickman. My cousins John and Antony, and their nephew James, chose not to descend into the vault among their departed ancestors. Miss Harlowe was extremely affected. Her conscience, as well as her love, was concerned on the occasion. She would go down with the corpse of her dear, her only sister, she said; but her brother would not permit it; and her overwhelmed eye pursued the coffin till she could see no more of it; and then she threw herself on the seat, and was near fainting away. I accompanied it down, that I might not only satisfy myself, but you, Sir, her executor, that it was deposited, as she had directed, at the feet of her grandfather. Mr. Melville came down, contemplated the lid, and shed a few tears over it. I was so well satisfied with his discourse and behaviour, that I presented him on the solemn spot with a ring of some value, and thanked him for his performance. And here I left the remains of my beloved cousin, having bespoken my own place by the side of her coffin. On my return to Harlowe place, I contented myself with sending my compliments to the sorrowing parents, and retired to my chamber. Nor am I ashamed to own, that I could not help giving way to a repeated fit of humanity as soon as I entered it. I am, Sir, your most faithful and obedient servant, William Morden. P.S. You will have a letter from my cousin James, who hopes to prevail upon you to relinquish the executorship. It has not my encouragement. End of Letter XXX. Letter XXXI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXI. Mr. Belford to William Morden, Esq. Saturday, September 16. Dear Sir, I once had thoughts to go down privately, in order disguised, to see the last solemnity performed. But there was no need to give myself this melancholy trouble, since your last letter so naturally describes all that passed, that I have every scene before my eyes. You crowd me, Sir, methinks, into the silent slow procession. Now with the sacred bier do I enter the awful porch. Now measure I, with solemn paces, the venerable aisle. Now, ambitious of a relationship to her, placed in a pew near to the eye-attracting coffin, do I listen to the moving eulogy. Now, through the buzz of gaping, eye-swollen crowds, do I descend into the clammy vault, as a true executor, to see that part of her will performed with my own eyes. There, with a soul filled with musing, do I number the surrounding monuments of mortality, and contemplate the present stillness of so many once busy vanities, crowded all into one poor vaulted nook, as if the living grudged room for the corpse of those for which, when animated, the earth, the air, and the waters could hardly find room. Then seeing her placed at the feet of him whose earthly delight she was, and who, as I find, ascribes to the pleasure she gave him the prolongation of his own life, sighing, and with averted face, I quit the solemn mansion, the symbolic coffin, and for ever the glory of her sex, and ascend with those who, in a few years, after a very short blaze of life, will fill up other spaces of the same vault, which now, while they mourn only for her whom they jointly persecuted, they press with their feet. Nor do your affecting descriptions permit me here to stop, but ascended, I mingle my tears and my praises with those of the numerous spectators. I accompany the afflicted mourners back to their uncomfortable mansion, and make one in the general concert of unavailing woe. Till retiring, as I imagine, as they retire, like them, in reality, I give up to new scenes of solitary and sleepless grief, reflecting upon the perfections I have seen the end of, and having no relief but from an indignation, which makes me approve of the resentments of others against the unhappy man, and those equally unhappy relations of hers, to whom the irreparable loss is owing. Forgive me, Sir, these reflections, and permit me with this to send you what you declined receiving till the funeral was over. He gives him then an account of the money and effects, which he sends him down by this opportunity, for the legatees at Harlowe place, and in its neighbourhood, which he desires him to dispose of according to the will. He also sends him an account of other steps he has taken in pursuance of the will, and desires to know if Mr. Harlowe expects the discharge of the funeral expenses from the effects in his hands, and the reimbursement of the sums advanced to the testatrix since her grandfather's death. These expeditious proceedings, says he, will convince Mr. James Harlowe that I am resolved to see the will completely executed, and yet by my manner of doing it, that I desire not to give unnecessary mortification to the family, since every thing that relates to them shall pass through your hands. End of Letter XXXI. Letter XXXII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXXII. Mr. James Harlowe, to John Belford, Esq. Harlowe Place, Friday night, Sept. 15. Sir, I hope, from the character my worthy cousin Morden gives you, that you will excuse the application I make to you, to oblige a whole family in an affair that much concerns their peace, and cannot equally concern any body else. You will immediately judge, Sir, that this is the executorship of which my sister has given you the trouble by her last will. We shall all think ourselves extremely obliged to you, if you please to relinquish this trust to our own family, the reasons which follow pleading for our own expectation of this favour from you. First, because she never would have had the thought of troubling you, Sir, if she had believed any of her near relations would have taken it upon themselves. Secondly, I understand that she recommends to you in the will to trust to the honour of any of our family for the performance of such of the articles as are of a domestic nature. We are, any of us, and all of us, if you request it, willing to stake our honours upon this occasion; and all you can desire, as a man of honour, is, that the trust be executed. We are the more concerned, Sir, to wish you to decline this office, because of your short and accidental knowledge of the dear testatrix, and long and intimate acquaintance with the man to whom she owed her ruin; and we the greatest loss and disappointment, her manifold excellencies considered, that ever befell a family. You will allow due weight, I dare say, to this plea, if you make our case your own; and so much the readier, when I assure you, that your interfering in this matter so much against our inclinations (excuse, Sir, my plain dealing) will very probably occasion an opposition in some points, where otherwise there might be none. What therefore I propose is, not that my father should assume this trust; he is too much afflicted to undertake it; nor yet myself; I might be thought too much concerned in interest; but that it might be allowed to devolve upon my two uncles, whose known honour, and whose affection to the dear deceased, nobody ever doubted; and they will treat with you, Sir, through my cousin Morden, as to the points they will undertake to perform. The trouble you have already had will well entitle you to the legacy she bequeaths you, together with the reimbursement of all the charges you have been at, and allowance of the legacies you have discharged, although you should not have qualified yourself to act as an executor, as I presume you have not yet done, nor will now do. Your compliance, Sir, will oblige a family, who have already distress enough upon them, in the circumstance that occasions this application to you, and more particularly, Sir, your most humble servant, James Harlowe, Jr. I send this by one of my servants, who will attend your dispatch. End of Letter XXXII. LETTER XXXIII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. IX. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXXIII. Mr. Belford, to Mr. James Harlowe, Jr., Esq. Saturday, Sept. 16. Sir, you will excuse my plain dealing in turn; for I must observe, that if I had not the just opinion I have of the sacred nature of this office I have undertaken, some passages in the letter you have favoured me with would convince me that I ought not to excuse myself from acting in it. I need only name one of them. You are pleased to say that your uncles, if the trust be relinquished to them, will treat with me through Colonel Morden as to the points they will undertake to perform. Permit me, Sir, to say, that it is the duty of an executor to see every point performed that can be performed. Nor will I leave the performance of mine to any other persons, especially where a qualifying is so directly intimated, and where all the branches of your family have shown themselves, with respect to the incomparable lady, to have but one mind. You are pleased to urge, that she recommends to me the leaving to the honour of any of your family such of the articles as are of a domestic nature. But admitting this to be so, does it not imply that the other articles are still to obtain my care? But even these, you will find by the will, she gives not up; and to that I refer you. I am sorry for the hints you give of an opposition where, as you say, there might be none, if I did not interfere. I see not, Sir, why your animosity against a man who cannot be defended should be carried to such a height against one who never gave you offence; and this only because he is acquainted with that man. I will not say all I might say on this occasion. As to the legacy to myself, I assure you, Sir, that neither my circumstances nor my temper will put me upon being a gainer by the executorship. I shall take pleasure to tread in the steps of the admirable testatrix in all I may, and rather will increase than diminish her poor's fund. With regard to the trouble that may attend the execution of the trust, I shall not, in honour to her memory, value 10 times more than this can give me. I have indeed 2 other executorships on my hands, but they sit light upon me, and survivors cannot better or more charitably bestow their time. I conceive that every article, but that relating to the poor's fund, such is the excellence of the disposition of the most excellent of women, may be performed in 2 months' time at furthest. Occasions of litigation or offence shall not proceed from me. You need only apply to Colonel Morden, who shall command me in every thing that the will allows me to oblige your family in.
I do assure you that I am as unwilling to obtrude myself upon it as any of it can wish. I own that I have not yet proved the will, nor shall I do it till next week at soonest, that you may have time for amicable objections, if such you think fit to make, through the Colonel's mediation. But let me observe to you, Sir, that an executor's power, in such instances as I have exercised it, is the same before the probate as after it. He can even, without taking that out, commence an action, although he cannot declare upon it; and these acts of administration make him liable to actions himself. I am therefore very proper in the steps I shall have taken in part of the execution of this sacred trust, and want not allowance on the occasion. Permit me to add, that when you have perused the will and coolly considered every thing, it is my hope that you will yourself be of opinion that there can be no room for dispute or opposition; and that if your family will join to expedite the execution, it will be the most natural and easy way of shutting up the whole affair; and to have done with a man so causelessly, as to his own particular, the object of your dislike, as is, Sir, Your very humble servant, notwithstanding, John Belford. The will. To which the following preamble, written on a separate paper, was stitched in black silk. To my executor. I hope I may be excused for expatiating, in divers parts of this solemn last act, upon subjects of importance: for I have heard of so many instances of confusion and disagreement in families, and so much doubt and difficulty, for want of absolute clearness in the testaments of departed persons, that I have often concluded, were there to be no other reasons but those which respect the peace of surviving friends, that this last act, as to its designation and operation, ought not to be the last in its composition or making, but should be the result of cool deliberation, and, as is more frequently than justly said, of a sound mind and memory, which too seldom are to be met with but in sound health. All pretences of insanity of mind are likewise prevented, when a testator gives reasons for what he wills; all cavils about words are obviated; the obliged are assured; and they enjoy the benefit for whom the benefit was intended. Hence have I, for some time past, employed myself in penning down heads of such a disposition, which, as reasons offered, I have altered and added to, so that I was never absolutely destitute of a will, had I been taken off ever so suddenly. These minutes and imperfect sketches enabled me, as God has graciously given me time and sedateness, to digest them into a form in which they appear. I, Clarissa Harlowe, now, by strange melancholy accidents, lodging in the parish of St. Paul, Covent Garden, being of sound and perfect mind and memory, as I hope these presents, drawn up by myself, and written with my own hand, will testify, do, this 2nd day of September, (a blank at the writing was left for this date, and filled up on this day,) in the year of our Lord, the date of the year is left blank for particular reasons, make and publish this my last will and testament, in manner and form following. In the first place, I desire that my body may lie unburied 3 days after my decease, or till the pleasure of my father be known concerning it. But the occasion of my death not admitting of doubt, I will not, on any account, that it be opened; and it is my desire, that it shall not be touched but by those of my own sex. I have always earnestly requested that my body might be deposited in the family vault with those of my ancestors. If it might be granted, I could now wish that it might be placed at the feet of my dear and honoured grandfather. But as I have, by one very unhappy step, been thought to disgrace my whole lineage, and therefore this last honour may be refused to my corpse, in this case my desire is, that it may be interred in the churchyard belonging to the parish in which I shall die, and that in the most private manner, between the hours of 11 and 12 at night, attended only by Mrs. Lovick and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and their maidservant. But it is my desire, that the same fees and dues may be paid, which are usually paid for those who are laid in the best ground, as it is called, or even in the chancel; and I bequeath 5 to be given, at the discretion of the churchwardens, to 20 poor people, the Sunday after my interment; and this whether I shall be buried here or elsewhere. I have already given verbal directions, that after I am dead, and laid out in the manner I have ordered, I may be put into my coffin as soon as possible. It is my desire that I may not be unnecessarily exposed to the view of any body, except any of my relations should vouchsafe, for the last time, to look upon me. And I could wish, if it might be avoided without making ill will between Mr. Lovelace and my executor, that the former might not be permitted to see my corpse. But if, as he is a man very uncontrollable, and as I am nobody's, he insist upon viewing her dead, whom he once before saw in a manner dead, let his gay curiosity be gratified. Let him behold and triumph over the wretched remains of one who has been made a victim to his barbarous perfidy. But let some good person, as by my desire, give him a paper, whilst he is viewing the ghastly spectacle, containing these few words only: Gay, cruel heart, behold here the remains of the once ruined, yet now happy, Clarissa Harlowe. See what thou thyself must quickly be, and repent. Yet, to show that I die in perfect charity with all the world, I do most sincerely forgive Mr. Lovelace the wrongs he has done me. If my father can pardon the errors of his unworthy child, so far as to suffer her corpse to be deposited at the feet of her grandfather, as above requested, I could wish, my misfortunes being so notorious, that a short discourse be pronounced over my remains before they be interred. The subject of the discourse I shall determine before I conclude this writing. So much written about what deserves not the least consideration, and about what will be nothing when this writing comes to be opened and read, will be excused, when my present unhappy circumstances and absence from all my natural friends are considered. And now, with regard to the worldly matters which I shall die possessed of, as well as to those which of right appertain to me, either by the will of my said grandfather, or otherwise, thus do I dispose of them. In the first place, I give and bequeath all the real estates in or to which I have any claim or title by the said will, to my ever honoured father, James Harlowe, Esq., and that rather than to my brother and sister, to whom I had once thoughts of devising them, because, if they survive my father, those estates will assuredly rest in them, or one of them, by virtue of his favour and indulgence, as the circumstances of things with regard to marriage settlements or otherwise may require, or as they may respectively merit by the continuance of their duty. The house, late my grandfather's, called the Grove, and by him, in honour of me, and of some of my voluntary employments, my dairy house, and the furniture thereof as it now stands, the pictures and large iron chest of old plate excepted, I also bequeath to my said father, only begging it as a favour that he will be pleased to permit my dear Mrs. Norton to pass the remainder of her days in that house, and to have and enjoy the apartments in it known by the name of the housekeeper's apartments, with the furniture in them, and which, plain and neat, was bought for me by my grandfather, who delighted to call me his housekeeper, and which therefore in his lifetime I used as such, the office to go with the apartments. And as I am the more earnest in this recommendation, as I had once thought to have been very happy there with the good woman, and because I think her prudent management will be as beneficial to my father as his favour can be convenient to her. But with regard to what has accrued from that estate since my grandfather's death, and to the sum of £970, which proved to be the moiety of the money that my said grandfather had by him at his death, and which moiety he bequeathed to me for my sole and separate use, as he did the other moiety in like manner to my sister, and which sum, that I might convince my brother and sister that I wished not for an independence upon my father's pleasure, I gave into my father's hands, together with the management and produce of the whole estate devised to me. These sums, however considerable when put together, I hope I may be allowed to dispose of absolutely, as my love and gratitude, not confined only to my own family, which is very wealthy in all its branches, may warrant; and which therefore I shall dispose of in the manner hereafter mentioned. But it is my will and express direction, that my father's account of the above mentioned produce may be taken and established absolutely, and without contravention or question, as he shall be pleased to give it to my cousin Morden, or to whom else he shall choose to give it, so as that the said account be not subject to litigation, or to the controul of my executor, or of any other person. My father, of his love and bounty, was pleased to allow me the same quarterly sums that he allowed my sister for apparel and other requisites; and pleased with me then, used to say, that those sums should not be deducted from the estate and effects bequeathed to me by my grandfather. But having mortally offended him, as I fear it may be said, by one unhappy step, it may be expected that he will reimburse himself those sums. It is therefore my will and direction that he shall be allowed to pay and satisfy himself for all such quarterly or other sums which he was so good as to advance me from the time of my grandfather's death, and that his account of such sums shall likewise be taken without questioning. The money, however, which I left behind me in my escritoire, being to be taken in part of those disbursements. My grandfather, who, in his goodness and favour to me, knew no bounds, was pleased to bequeath to me all the family pictures at his late house, some of which are very masterly performances, with command that if I died unmarried, or if married and had no descendants, they should then go to that son of his, if more than one should be then living, whom I should think would set most value by them. Now, as I know that my honoured uncle, Mr. John Harlowe, Esq., was pleased to express some concern that they were not left to him as eldest son, and as he has a gallery where they may be placed to advantage, and as I have reason to believe that he will bequeath them to my father, if he survive him, who no doubt will leave them to my brother, I therefore bequeath all the said family pictures to my said uncle John Harlowe. In these pictures, however, I include not one of my own, drawn when I was about 14 years of age, which I shall hereafter in another article bequeath. My said honoured grandfather having a great fondness for the old family plate, which he would never permit to be changed, having lived, as he used to say, to see a great deal of it come into request again in the revolution of fashions, and having left the same to me, with a command to keep it entire, and with power at my death to bequeath it to whomsoever I pleased that I thought would forward his desire, which was, as he expresses it, that it should be kept to the end of time, this family plate, which is deposited in a large iron chest in the strong room at his late dwelling house, I bequeath entire to my honoured uncle Antony Harlowe, Esq., with the same injunctions which were laid on me, not doubting but he will confirm and strengthen them by his own last will. I bequeath to my ever valued friend Mrs. Judith Norton
to whose piety and care, seconding the piety and care of my ever honoured and excellent mother, I owe, morally speaking, the qualifications which for 18 years of my life made me beloved and respected, the full sum of £600, to be paid her within 3 months after my death. I bequeath also to the same good woman 30 guineas, for mourning for her and for her son, my foster brother. To Mrs. Dorothy Hervey, the only sister of my honoured mother, I bequeath the sum of 50 guineas for a ring; and I beg of her to accept of my thankful acknowledgements for all her goodness to me from my infancy, and particularly for her patience with me in the several altercations that happened between my brother and sister and me before my unhappy departure from Harlowe place. To my kind and much valued cousin, Miss Dolly Hervey, daughter of my aunt Hervey, I bequeath my watch and equipage, and my best Mechlin and Brussels head dresses and ruffles; also my gown and petticoat of flowered silver of my own work, which having been made up but a few days before I was confined to my chamber, I never wore. To the same young lady I bequeath likewise my harpsichord, my chamber organ, and all my music books. As my sister has a very pretty library, and as my beloved Miss Howe has also her late father's as well as her own, I bequeath all my books in general, with the cases they are in, to my said cousin Dolly Hervey. As they are not ill chosen for a woman's library, I know that she will take the greater pleasure in them, when her friendly grief is mellowed by time into a remembrance more sweet than painful, because they were mine, and because there are observations in many of them of my own writing, and some very judicious ones written by the truly Reverend Dr. Lewen. I also bequeath to the same young lady 25 guineas for a ring, to be worn in remembrance of her true friend. If I live not to see my worthy cousin William Morden, Esq., I desire my humble and grateful thanks may be given to him for his favours and goodness to me, and particularly for his endeavours to reconcile my other friends to me at a time when I was doubtful whether he would forgive me himself. As he is in great circumstances, I will only beg of him to accept of 2 or 3 trifles, in remembrance of a kinswoman who always honoured him as much as he loved her; particularly of that piece of flowers which my uncle Robert, his father, was very earnest to obtain, in order to carry it abroad with him. I desire him likewise to accept of the little miniature picture set in gold, which his worthy father made me sit for to the famous Italian master whom he brought over with him, and which he presented to me, that I might bestow it, as he was pleased to say, upon the man whom I should be one day most inclined to favour. To the same gentleman I also bequeath my rose diamond ring, which was a present from his good father to me, and will be the more valuable to him on that account. I humbly request Mrs. Annabella Howe, the mother of my dear Miss Howe, to accept of my respectful thanks for all her favours and goodness to me, when I was so frequently a visitor to her beloved daughter, and of a ring of 25 guineas price. My picture at full length, which is in my late grandfather's closet, excepted in an article above from the family pictures, drawn when I was near 14 years of age, about which time my dear Miss Howe and I began to know, to distinguish, and to love one another so dearly, I cannot express how dearly, I bequeath to that sister of my heart, of whose friendship, as well in adversity as prosperity, when I was deprived of all other comfort and comforters, I have had such instances, as that our love can only be exceeded in that state of perfection, in which I hope to rejoice with her hereafter to all eternity. I bequeath also to the same dear friend my best diamond ring, which, with other jewels, is in the private drawer of my escritoire, as also all my finished and framed pieces of needlework, the flower piece excepted, which I have already bequeathed to my cousin Morden. These pieces have all been taken down, as I have heard, and my relations will have no heart to put them up again. But if my good mother chooses to keep back any one piece, the above capital piece, as it is called, excepted, not knowing but some time hence she may bear the sight of it, I accept that also from this general bequest, and direct it to be presented to her. My whole length picture in the Vandyke taste, that used to hang in my own parlour, as I was permitted to call it, I bequeath to my aunt Hervey, except my mother should think fit to keep it herself. I bequeath to the worthy Charles Hickman, Esq., the locket, with a miniature picture of the lady he best loves, which I have constantly worn, and shall continue to wear next my heart till the approach of my last hour. It must be the most acceptable present that can be made him, next to the hand of the dear original. And O my dear Miss Howe, let it not be long before you permit his claim to the latter; for indeed you know not the value of a virtuous mind in that sex, and how preferable such a mind is to one distinguished by the more dazzling flights of unruly wit, although the latter were to be joined by that specious outward appearance which too often attracts the hasty eye and susceptible heart. Permit me, my dear friends, this solemn apostrophe, in this last solemn act, to a young lady so deservedly dear to me. I make it my earnest request to my dear Miss Howe, that she will not put herself into mourning for me; but I desire her acceptance of a ring with my hair, and that Mr. Hickman will also accept of the like, each of the value of 25 guineas. I bequeath to Lady Betty Lawrance, and to her sister Lady Sarah Sadleir, and to the Right Honourable Lord M., and to their worthy nieces, Miss Charlotte and Miss Martha Montague, each an enamelled ring, with a cipher CL. H., with my hair in crystal, and round the inside of each the day, month, and year of my death. each ring with brilliants, to cost 20 guineas. And this as a small token of the grateful sense I have of the honour of their good opinions and kind wishes in my favour, and of their truly noble offer to me of a very considerable annual provision, when they apprehended me to be entirely destitute of any. To the Reverend and learned Dr. Arthur Lewen, by whose instructions I have been equally delighted and benefited, I bequeath 20 guineas for a ring. If it should please God to call him to himself before he can receive this small bequest, it is my will that his worthy daughter may have the benefit of it. In token of the grateful sense I have of the civilities paid me by Mrs. and Miss Howe's domestics from time to time in my visits there, I bequeath 30 guineas to be divided among them, as their dear young mistress shall think proper. To each of my worthy companions and friends, Miss Biddy Lloyd, Miss Fanny Alston, Miss Rachel Biddulph, and Miss Cartwright Campbell, I bequeath 5 guineas for a ring. To my late maid-servant Hannah Burton, an honest faithful creature, who loved me, reverenced my mother, and respected my sister, and never sought to do any thing unbecoming of her character, I bequeath the sum of 50 to be paid within 1 month after my decease, she labouring under ill health; and if that ill health continue, I commend her for further assistance to my good Mrs. Norton, to be put upon my poor's fund, hereafter to be mentioned. To the coachman, groom, and 2 footmen, and 5 maids at Harlowe place, I bequeath 10 each, to the helper 5 To my sister's maid, Betty Barnes, I bequeath 10 to show that I resent no former disobligations, which I believe were owing more to the insolence of office, and to natural pertness, than to personal ill will. All my wearing apparel, of whatever sort, that I have not been obliged to part with, or which is not already bequeathed, my linen excepted, I desire Mrs. Norton to accept of. The trunks and boxes in which my clothes are sealed up, I desire may not be opened, but in presence of Mrs. Norton, or of some one deputed by her, and of Mrs. Lovick. To the worthy Mrs. Lovick, above mentioned, from whom I have received great civilities, and even maternal kindnesses, and to Mrs. Smith, with whom I lodge, from whom also I have received great kindnesses, I bequeath all my linen, and all my unsold laces, to be divided equally between them, as they shall agree, or, in case of disagreement, the same to be sold, and the money arising to be equally shared by them. And I bequeath to the same good gentlewomen, as a further token of my thankful acknowledgements of their kind love and compassionate concern for me, the sum of 20 guineas each. To Mr. Smith, the husband of Mrs. Smith above named, I bequeath the sum of 10 guineas, in acknowledgement of his civilities to me. To Catherine, the honest maid-servant of Mrs. Smith, to whom, having no servant of my own, I have been troublesome, I bequeath 5 guineas, and 10 guineas more, in lieu of a suit of my wearing apparel, which once, with some linen, I thought of leaving to her. With this she may purchase what may be more suitable to her liking and degree. To the honest and careful widow, Anne Shelburne, my nurse, over and above her wages, and the customary perquisites that may belong to her, I bequeath the sum of 10 guineas. Here is a careful, and, to persons of such humanity and tenderness, a melancholy employment, attended in the latter part of life with great watching and fatigue, which is hardly ever enough considered. The few books I have at my present lodgings I desire Mrs. Lovick to accept of, and that she be permitted, if she please, to take a copy of my book of meditations, as I used to call it, being extracts from the best of books, which she seemed to approve of, although suited particularly to my own case. As for the book itself, perhaps my good Mrs. Norton will be glad to have it, as it is written with my own hand. In the middle drawer of my escritoire at Harlowe place are many letters and copies of letters, put up according to their dates, which I have written or received in a course of years, ever since I learned to write, from and to my grandfather, my father and mother, my uncles, my brother and sister, on occasional little absences, my late uncle Morden, my cousin Morden, Mrs. Norton, and Miss Howe, and other of my companions and friends, before my confinement at my father's; as also from the 3 reverend gentlemen, Dr. Blome, Mr. Arnold, and Mr. Tomkins, now with God, and the very reverend Dr. Lewen, on serious subjects. As these letters exhibit a correspondence that no person of my sex need to be ashamed of, allowing for the time of life when mine were written, and as many excellent things are contained in those written to me, and as Miss Howe, to whom most of them have been communicated, wished formerly to have them, if she survived me, for these reasons I bequeath them to my said dear friend Miss Anna Howe, and the rather, as she had for some years past a very considerable share in the correspondence. I do hereby make, constitute, and ordain John Belford of Edgware, in the county of Middlesex, Esquire, the sole executor of this my last will and testament, having previously obtained his leave to do so. I have given the reasons which induced me to ask this gentleman to take upon him this trouble to Miss Howe. I therefore refer to her on this subject. But I do most earnestly beg of him, the said Mr. Belford, that in the execution of his trust he will, as he has repeatedly promised, studiously endeavour to promote peace with and suppress resentments in every one, so that all further mischiefs may be prevented as well from as to his friend. And in order to this, I beseech him to cultivate the friendship of my worthy cousin Morden, who, as I presume to hope, when he understands it to be my dying request, will give him his advice and assistance in every article where it may be necessary; and who will perhaps be so good as to interpose with my relations, if any difficulty should arise about carrying out some of the articles of this my last will into execution, and to soften them into the wished for condescension. For it is my earnest request to Mr. Belford, that he will not seek by law, or by any sort of violence, either by word or deed, to extort the performance from them. If there be any articles of a merely domestic nature, that my relations shall think unfit to be carried into execution, such articles I leave entirely to my said cousin Morden and Mr. Belford to vary, or totally dispense with, as they shall agree upon the matter; or if they two differ in opinion, they will be pleased to be determined by a third person, to be chosen by them both. Having been pressed by Miss Howe and her mother to collect the particulars of my sad story, and given expectation that I would, in order to do my character justice with all my friends and companions, but not having time before me for the painful task, it has been a pleasure for me to find, by extracts kindly communicated to me by my said executor, that I may safely trust my fame to the justice done me by Mr. Lovelace, in his letters to him, my said executor. And as Mr. Belford has engaged to contribute what is in his power towards a compliment to be made of all that relates to my story, and knows my whole mind in this respect, it is my desire that he will cause 2 copies to be made of this collection, one to remain with Miss Howe, the other with himself; and that he will show or lend his copy, if required, to my aunt Hervey, for the satisfaction of any of my family, but under such restrictions as the said Mr. Belford shall think fit to impose, that neither any other person's safety may be endangered, nor his own honour suffer, by the communication. I bequeath to my said executor the sum of 100 guineas, as a grateful though insufficient acknowledgement of the trouble he will be at in the execution of the trust he has so kindly undertaken. I desire him likewise to accept of 20 guineas for a ring, and that he will reimburse himself for all the charges and expenses which he shall be at in the execution of this trust. In the worthy Dr. H. I have found a physician, a father, and a friend. I beg of him, as a testimony of my gratitude, to accept of 20 guineas for a ring. I have the same obligations to the kind and skilful Mr. Goddard, who attended me as my apothecary. His very moderate bill I have discharged down to yesterday. I have always thought it incumbent upon testators to shorten all they can the trouble of their executors. I know I underrate the value of Mr. Goddard's attendances, when over and above what may accrue from yesterday, to the hour that will finish all, I desire 15 guineas for a ring may be presented to him. To the Reverend Mr., who frequently attended me, and prayed by me in my last stages, I also bequeath 15 guineas for a ring. There are a set of honest indigent people whom I used to call my poor, and to whom Mrs. Norton conveys relief each month, or at shorter periods, in proportion to their necessities, from a sum I deposited in her hands, and from time to time recruited as means accrued to me, but now nearly if not wholly expended. Now, that my fault may be as little aggravated as possible by the sufferings of the worthy people whom Heaven gave me a heart to relieve, and as the produce of my grandfather's estate, including the moiety of the sums he had by him, and was pleased to give me at his death as above mentioned, together with what I shall further appropriate to the same use in the subsequent articles, will, as I hope, more than answer all my legacies and bequests. It is my will and desire that the remainder, be it little or much, shall become a fund to be appropriated, and I hereby direct that it be appropriated to the like purposes with the sums which I put into Mrs. Norton's hands, as aforesaid, and this under the direction and management of the said Mrs. Norton, who knows my whole mind in this particular. And in case of her death, or of her desire to be acquitted of the management thereof, it is my earnest request to my dear Miss Howe, that she will take it upon herself, and that, at her own death, she will transfer what shall remain undisposed of at the time to such persons, and with such limitations, restrictions, and provisos, as she shall think will best answer my intention. For as to the management and distribution of all or any part of it, while in Mrs. Norton's hands or her own, I will that it be entirely discretional and without account, either to my executor or any other person. Although Mrs. Norton, as I have hinted, knows my whole mind in this respect, yet it may be proper to mention, in this solemn last act, that my intention is, that this fund be entirely set apart and appropriated to relieve temporarily from the interest thereof, as I dare say it will be put out to the best advantage, or even from the principal, if need be, the honest, industrious, labouring poor only, when sickness, lameness, unforeseen losses, or other accidents, disable them from following their lawful callings, or to assist such honest people of large families as shall have a child of good inclinations, to put out to service, trade, or husbandry. It has always been a rule with me, in my little donations, to endeavour to aid and set forward the sober and industrious poor. Small helps, if seasonably afforded, will do for such, and so the fund may be of more extensive benefit. An ocean of wealth will not be sufficient for the idle and dissolute, whom therefore, since they will always be in want, it will be no charity to relieve, if worthier creatures would, by relieving the others, be deprived of such assistance as may set the wheels of their industry going, and put them in a sphere of useful action. But it is my express will and direction, that let this fund come out to be ever so considerable, it shall be applied only in support of the temporary exigencies of the persons I have described; and that no one family or person receive from it, at one time, or in 1 year, more than the sum of 20 pounds. It is my will and desire that the set of jewels which was my grandmother's, and presented to me soon after her death, be valued, and the worth of them paid to my executor, if any of my family choose to have them; or otherwise that they should be sold, and go to the augmentation of my poor's fund. But if they may be deemed an equivalent for the sums my father was pleased to advance to me since the death of my grandfather, I desire that they may be given to him. I presume that the diamond necklace, solitaire, and buckles, which were properly my own, presented by my mother's uncle, Sir Josias Brookland, will not be purchased by any one of my family, for a too obvious reason. In this case I desire that they may be sent to the best advantage, and apply the money to the uses of my will. In the beginning of this tedious writing, I referred to the latter part of it, in the naming of the subject of the discourse which I wish might be delivered at my funeral, if permitted to be interred with my ancestors. I think the following will be suitable to my case. I hope the alteration of the words her and she for him and he may be allowable. Let not her that is deceived trust in vanity, for vanity shall be her recompense. She shall be accomplished before her time, and her branch shall not be green. She shall shake off her unripe grape as the vine, and shall cut off her flower as the olive. Job chapter 15, verses 31, 32, 33. But if I am to be interred in town, let only the usual burial service be read over my corpse. If my body be permitted to be carried down, I bequeath 10 pounds to be given to the poor of the parish, at the discretion of the churchwardens, within a fortnight after my interment. If any necessary matter be omitted in this my will, or if any thing appear doubtful or contradictory, as possibly may be the case, since besides my inexperience in these matters, I am now at this time very weak and ill, having put off the finishing hand a little too long, in hopes of obtaining the last forgiveness of my honoured friend; in which case I should have acknowledged the favour with a suitable warmth of duty, and filled up some blanks which I left to the very last, in a more agreeable manner to myself than now I have been enabled to do. In case of such omissions and imperfections, I desire that my cousin Morden will be so good as to join with Mr. Belford in considering them, and in comparing them with what I have more explicitly written; and if after that any doubt remain, that they will be pleased to apply to Miss Howe, who knows my whole heart. And I desire that the construction of these 3 may be established; and I hereby establish it, provided it be unanimous, and direct it to be put in force, as if I had so written and determined myself. And now, O my blessed Redeemer, do I, with a lively faith, humbly lay hold of thy meritorious death and sufferings, hoping to be washed clean in thy precious blood from all my sins, in the bare hope of the happy consequences of which, how light do those sufferings seem, grievous as they were at the time, which, I confidently trust, will be a mean, by the grace, to work out for me a more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. Clarissa Harlowe. Signed, sealed, published, and declared, the day and year above written, by the said Clarissa Harlowe, as her last will and testament, contained in 7 sheets of paper, all written with her own hand, and every sheet signed and sealed by herself, in the presence of us, John Williams, Arthur Bedell, Elizabeth Swanton. End of Letter XXXIII.